Regardless of how foreign tribes invade or how realms descend, all I need to do is draw the sword from my parasol, transforming into the ghost sword immortal, capable of exterminating gods and demons with a single strike. Then, silence envelopes the scene. Blood splatters everywhere, staining the earth, trees, and the bodies of the people. The crowd seems to be gripped by an invisible force around their throats, daring not even to breathe. Jiangyan, what have you done? Yi Ran cries out in terror. Amidst the crimson rain, a youth clad in red holds a crimson paper umbrella, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly replies, just killing. Behind him, 10 indistinct and terrifying figures stand guard, invoking a tremor in the hearts of onlookers, as if they were on the brink of hell. Those are the legendary 10 Yama Kings. Soon, the apparitions of the 10 Yama Kings gradually dissipate, merging into the 10 Directions Ghost Command at the youth's waist. The red garments he wore flutter away with the wind, revealing the blue and white high school uniform beneath. He turns to depart, and not a single person among the gathering of over 1,000 dares to step forward to impede him. After all, who would dare to obstruct a youth awakened to the power of the 10 Yama Kings? The horrific scene of 100 ghosts devouring the living still reverberates within everyone's soul. The wailing spirits surround Guochun, who has awakened in strength divine bestowed artifact, regardless of his desperate cries, ultimately consumed until nothing remains but blood and bones. Recently, the peak of ancient King Mountain has been suffused with myriad rays of dawn, suggesting that ruins may soon emerge. Relevant authorities have sealed off the area, and local residents have been safely evacuated. Experts indicate that Lin Outyin, the secretary of the Provincial Committee of Haidong, has shown signs of breaking through to the 7th rank and is expected to assume the role of guardian. The 25th Martial Arts Grand Examination is about to commence. Those who have reached the 2nd rank can enroll without examination, directly securing admission to the province's divine bestowed university. Limited slots available. We welcome enthusiastic applications. Beep. Turning off the television, Jiang Yin rises from the sofa, stepping out of the dimly lit room onto the balcony, shielding his forehead with his hand against the blinding sunlight. His crimson eyes gaze downward, filled with a cacophony of bustling shouts. The Qingquan pill shop is closed. The owner has fled with his sister-in-law, and we can only use pills to settle wages. Qingquan righteousness pills are being sold off at a clearance price of 50,000 each. Tian Yuan Martial Arts Academy is now enrolling 3rd-rank coaches provide personalized guidance, promising a rank increase within a year. Entering Martial University is no longer a dream. I beg everyone to help. My family of 3 was brutally slain by a beast, and our only son has had a leg bitten off. We urgently need 300,000 xia currency for treatment. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to lend a hand? This world is called Blue Star, a realm favored by the divine. Here, there are divine bestowed beings and ferocious, savage beasts. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone can undergo a divine bestowal ritual through relevant institutions to obtain divine power. Divine bestowed beings are primarily categorized into 2 classes: divine bestowed abilities and divine bestowed artifacts. Lightning, fire, ice, darkness, and light belong to the realm of divine bestowed abilities. Swords, axes, staffs, knives, and shields, on the other hand, are divine bestowed artifacts. There are also rankings among divine bestowals, with the highest being SSS rank and the lowest F rank. Yet, few are aware that above the SSS rank, there exists a level recognized by the world government, known as taboo. The rank of divine bestowal determines the potential of the divine bestowed being. In this world, the vast majority of ordinary individuals can only awaken E or F rank divine bestowals, their powers often being consumables, relegating them to the status of mere cogs in the machinery of societal advancement. Those who awaken C or D rank divine bestowals can aspire to become elite professionals, qualifying for further ascent. Awakening to be rank signifies a rare talent, enough to stand out in a small county, with eligibility for military service and defending the homeland. A rank divine bestowed being is even rarer, a focus of cultivation within the city. Their futures are limitless, with a bright path ahead. As for S rank divine bestowed beings, they are exceptionally rare, with a single province struggling to produce even one S rank prodigy. Across the entirety of Xia, the number of active S rank divine bestowed beings does not exceed 1,000. SS and SSS rank divine bestowed beings are even scarcer, with their combined total barely reaching 100. It can be said that the divine bestowal ritual determines the course of a person's life. No matter how glorious your first half of life may be, filled with accolades from numerous Olympiads and provincial awards, once you awaken an E or F rank divine bestowed power, you will plummet into the abyss, with no chance of resurgence. Conversely, even if your 12 years of academic life are disastrous, awakening an A rank divine bestowal will launch you into the spotlight as a new star in the city, destined to rise brilliantly. This is a world that is both unfair and absolutely fair. Everything relies on strength. Tomorrow marks the divine bestowal ritual, and Jiang Yin has awaited this moment for far too long. It has been 18 years. He has spent a full 18 years in this world since his arrival. When he first crossed over, he longed for the sound of the system notification, yet 18 years have passed since birth, and that damn ding has yet to sound. He begins to understand as a transmigrator, he is unworthy of possessing a system. Jiang Yin pinches his chin, furrowing his brow slightly. Could it be that I am too handsome, and even the system is envious of my looks, unwilling to reveal itself? If that is the case, there is nothing to be done. I want to bloom, I want to sprout, I want the spring wind and rain to come pouring down. The phone suddenly rings. Answering the call, he hears the excited voice of Zhou Peng. Brother Jiang, Lin Jiang no. One high school has already conducted their divine bestowal ritual today, and tomorrow it's our turn at No. Two high school, Lin Jiang no. One produced an S-rank divine bestowed artifact, and the student was immediately granted admission to the Qingming Martial Arts Academy. The school is keeping it under wraps. This is insider information from my childhood friend. Lin Jiang no. One high school's emergence of an S-rank divine bestowed artifact is being concealed to protect the student until after the martial examination, at which point it will be revealed that a particular high school has produced an S-rank prodigy. Even the personal information of this S-rank prodigy will remain undisclosed. This year has seen quite a few S-rank prodigies. Just from rumors, Linjiang Province has produced at least 10 S-rank divine bestowed beings. Not to mention the classified SS and SSS rank divine bestowed beings. In previous years, it was considered rare for a province to produce 2 S-rank divine bestowed beings. Xia Nation would be fortunate to see 1 S-rank prodigy in a year. SSS rank divine bestowed beings are even more elusive, appearing once in a decade. As for the taboo rank above SSS, it has not been seen in a century or even a millennium. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yin sits on the sofa, a tumultuous undercurrent swirling in his eyes. Prodigies are emerging, heralding the dawn of the most brilliant era for divine bestowed beings. If he does not wish to be swept away by the tides of time, he must continually strive for strength. What if I lack a system? I, Jiang Yin, will rely on my own talent to crush the contemporary prodigies and stand at the pinnacle of this radiant era. Red umbrella. A flash of crimson flickers in Jiang Yan's eyes as a red oil paper umbrella silently appears in his grasp. This is the artifact imprinted upon his soul since birth, and Jiang Yin is unaware of the level of this red umbrella. The umbrella's canopy is entirely crimson, as if soaked in countless blood, while the handle is black, adorned with eerie patterns. From a distance, it appears to be an ordinary oil paper umbrella, but only Jiang Yin knows that this red umbrella, awakened at birth, is far from ordinary. Jiang Yin grips the handle and gently pulls. Buzz! The sound of a sword ringing fills the air, shattering the glass in the room instantly. The black handle connects to a sword, entirely crimson and shrouded in blood energy. As he draws the ghost sword from the umbrella, he becomes enveloped in a swirling blood aura, which solidifies into a red garment, fluttering gracefully as if moved by an unseen breeze. Chapter 2. The Awakening Ceremony. On the following morning, under the blazing sun and a cloudless sky, the square of Linjiang No. 2 High School was already teeming with people, bustling and jostling. Jianggu. Zhou Peng called out from a distance as he hurried over. Jianggu, I am so excited. He trembled all over. Do you think if I awaken an S-grade divine gift, I could become a school celebrity? Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. If you awaken an S-grade divine gift, I shall call you brother from now on. Oh, Jianggu, you're too kind. I was just joking. With my talent, awakening a C-grade would be quite remarkable. Zhou Peng scratched his head. Jianggu, you will surely awaken an A-grade divine gift. An A-grade divine gift? Jiang Yin pondered his own potential for awakening gifts, considering he was born with the red umbrella, a divine artifact. Surely I can't awaken the red umbrella again. Jiang Yin murmured softly. Jiang Yin, you finally made it. A melodious voice rang out as Yi Ran, dressed in a floral dress, floated gracefully towards Jiang Yin like a dancing sprite. Iran, Jiang Yin smiled lightly. Yet his eyes revealed little emotional fluctuation. Firstly, Iran actively pursued him, elevating her status among the girls and becoming a central figure in Class 3-2. Secondly, Jiang Yin merely regarded her as a shield against those who confessed their feelings to him. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding students felt a pang of jealousy. How enviable Yi Iran is, to be Jiang Yan's girlfriend. With his qualifications, he must at least be an A-grade divine gift bearer. Look at how affectionate they are. That Guochun from the adjacent class is just a misfit. He still dares to pursue Yi Iran. What a laugh! Listening to the discussions around him, Guochun's eyes twisted with resentment. Jiang Yin, why must you always overshadow me? One day, I will make you pay. Jiang Yin ignored the chatter, his gaze fixed on the divine gift platform, as the awakening ceremony was about to commence. The principal stood on the stage. His eyes filled with mirth. The Divine Gift ceremony officially begins. Students, please come forward as your names are called. Wang Dazhong. The Divine Gift official called out loudly. A boy excitedly but nervously approached the platform, placing his hand on the Divine Gift diagram. The diagram radiated a faint glow, and then flames erupted around him. The official raised an eyebrow. Awakened B-grade ability, Vermilion Bird Fire. A splendid start. The principal nearly swooned with excitement. This was the first student and already a B grade. At this rate, there may be A and S grades to come. Oh my, it seems I will be promoted this year. The old principal stroked his beard. A grin broader than ever, reluctant to part with Linjiang No. 2 High School. Where will they send me next? Linjia. Awakened B-grade ability, Purple Thunder. Li Hua. Awakened E-grade artifact, English textbook, Wang Gangdan. Awakened C-grade artifact, Purple Mood, Kai Kunzi. Awakened D-grade artifact, Power Basketball, Guochun, the official called. Guochun from Class 3 to 1 strode to the Divine Gift platform, his eyes glinting with coldness as he passed Jiang Yin. He gently placed his hand on the Divine Gift diagram, which suddenly exploded with vibrant colors. This is. The old principal jolted upright, his glasses nearly falling to the ground, his lips trembling. The dazzling light, the brilliant colors, it can't be wrong. This is an S-grade Divine Gift. Even the Divine Gift official stood frozen, murmuring to himself, through my hands, an S-grade Divine Gift bearer has emerged. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy surged outward, knocking several students to the ground. This was the presence of an S-grade Divine Gift. The official struggled to regain his composure and declared loudly, Guochun, S-grade Divine Artifact, Shadowless Gun. The crowd fell into stunned silence, then erupted into a cacophony. Heavenly Father, Guochun actually awakened an S-grade artifact. How come we never noticed? Guochun is looking increasingly charismatic. He's practically a male deity. Ha ha ha, Guochun is Jiang Yan's sworn enemy. This is going to be quite a spectacle. Many students began to revel in the misfortune. Yi Iran's eyes trembled. Guochun has awakened an S-grade Divine Gift. She cast a furtive glance at Jiang Yin and softly asked, Jiang Yin, you will surely awaken an S-grade Divine Gift. Right? Jiang Yin recalled his little red umbrella, unsure of its quality, and replied nonchalantly, it's up to fate. He had never harbored high expectations for the Divine Gift ceremony, merely wishing to discover the quality of his little red umbrella. At that moment, Guochun stepped down from the platform and walked directly towards the indifferent Jiang Yin. Students parted to make way for him. Jiang Yin, you must be envious of me now. Guochun sneered. Envious of your ugliness and overconfidence? Hardly, Jiang Yin replied coolly. While not particularly aggressive, his words were laced with scorn, eliciting laughter from many. Guochun, incensed at failing to provoke Jiang Yin and feeling humiliated, retorted coldly, Jiang Yin, I challenge you to a duel. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. I ask this for real. Has their conflict escalated to such a degree? A duel means only one can survive. Guochun has awakened an S-grade Divine Gift. I reckon he has the upper hand. I bet a pack of spicy strips. But Jiang Yin hasn't awakened yet. What if he awakens an SS-grade gift? I bet on Jiang Yin winning 2 packs of spicy strips. Seeing Jiang Yin remain silent, Guochun assumed he was afraid and taunted. What's the matter? Are you scared? Afraid to duel with me? No. I'm merely contemplating how ignorant one must be to possess such confidence as you. Jiang Yin maintained his calm demeanor. Jianggu, you won't actually agree to duel him, will you? That could lead to real danger. Zhou Peng urged anxiously. What reason do I have not to agree? If one wishes to kill, one must be prepared to be killed. Jiang Yin smirked slightly. Guochun, are you prepared for the possibility of death? You. Seeing Jiang Yin unfazed and even provocative, Guochun was utterly enraged. I will ensure your demise is a sight to behold. With that, he slung the shadowless gun over his shoulder, its tip crackling with blue lightning. Once the Divine Gift ceremony concludes, we shall settle this fine. I've been plagued by this incessant buzzing. It's time to swat the mosquito and restore peace to my ears. Jiang Yin replied with a faint smile. Just then, the official called out Yiran's name. She cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yin before stepping onto the Divine Gift platform, placing her hand on the Divine Gift diagram. And in an instant, radiant light erupted, illuminating the heavens. This is an S-grade Divine Gift, Chapter 3. Break up with girlfriend, Dual divine gifts manifest a cascade of water light enveloped Yi Ran, transforming into a stunning feathered garment. This is the S-grade ability, Divine Water of the Luo God, the divine gift official exclaimed. The old principal nearly collapsed, trembling as he adjusted his glasses. This year, I am destined for a high position. Perhaps I will be transferred to the capital. For a single high school to produce one S-grade divine gift bearer is a tremendous fortune. Yet, Linjiang No. 2 High School has yielded 2 S-grade divine gifts. Surrounded by the divine water of the Luo God, Yi Ran's tall and graceful figure became even more captivating, her already beautiful features transforming, her aura shifting to that of a true goddess. Heavenly Father, Yi Ran has awakened an S-grade divine gift. Jiang Yin is truly fortunate. With Yi Ran awakening an S-grade divine gift, she may not even look at Jiang Yin anymore. I suspect their relationship is doomed today. The crowd buzzed with speculation. As Yi Ran descended gracefully from the tide. Radiant as the morning glow, she did not rush towards Jiang Yin as usual, but instead stood among the crowd. Basking in their admiration and flattery. Jiang Gu, shouldn't she have shared her joy with you first? Zhou Peng gritted his teeth. Not only does she not seek you out, but she's also heading towards that Guochun. Jiang Yin maintained his composure. This is her choice. Watching Yi Ran approach the equally S-grade Guochun, the two conversing animatedly, left everyone astounded. Does Yi Ran not realize Guochun is Jiang Yan's sworn enemy? Is she planning to break up with him? The answer was evident. Our Jiang God would likely only awaken an A-grade divine gift, and the chasm between A and S grades could be likened to the divide between heaven and earth. The once-envied model couple of Linjiang No. 2 High School was set to end today. Many reveled in their misfortune. Guochun draped an arm over Yi Ran's shoulder, smirking at the composed Jiang Yin. Like to feign indifference? Let's see how calm you remain once you awaken your divine gift. Yi Ran had already signaled her intentions. Should Jiang Yin not awaken an S-grade divine gift, she would choose to be with Guochun. Jiang Yin, I await your embarrassment, Guochun sneered. The divine gift ceremony continued, and when Zhou Peng's name was called, he excitedly approached the stage. After awakening a B-grade divine gift, he returned to Jiang Yan's side. Beaming, Jiang Gu, I awaken the B-grade ability, Blazing Bird. It's beyond my expectations. Jiang Yin genuinely felt happy for Zhou Peng. Peng Gu, from now on, you're my brother. Don't forget us when you rise to prominence. Zhou Peng, with a grand gesture, declared, rest assured. Your brother Peng is a man of loyalty. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you one tea go hungry for 3 days. Soon after, the divine grant officer called out Jiang Yan's name. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. For Jiang Yin was the nightmare of every student at Linjiang No. 2 High School, the epitome of the other people's child in the eyes of teachers and parents alike. The educators at Linjiang No. 2 often use Jiang Yin as a benchmark in their lessons. Can you compare yourselves to Jiang Yin? He doesn't attend class, sleeps through lectures, yet scores perfect marks in every subject. That is what we call talent. With his extraordinary gifts, Jiang Yin was expected to awaken at least an A-grade divine grant. Thus, he became the ideal of every student, with teachers and parents alike regarding him as an exceptionally gifted genius. Convinced that he would surely awaken an A-grade divine grant, Jiang Yin ascended the divine grant platform under the gaze of the multitude. He gently raised his hand to touch the divine grant chart. In an instant, the chart showed no signs of reaction. The divine grant officer furrowed his brow. The chart remained unresponsive. Even the lowest E-grade divine grants should exhibit some form of spiritual fluctuation. Could it be that this child possesses no divine grant? This bizarre scene quickly sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. What was happening with Jiang Yin? Wasn't he the prodigious genius everyone spoke of? Why was there no response from the divine grant chart, showing no respect for Jiang Yin? Alas, the truth was unveiled. Jiang Yin had merely been cheating to achieve perfect scores on his exams. A prodigy indeed. More like a cheating fool. Students at Linjiang No. 2 had all been subjected to comparisons with Jiang Yin by their parents, and while they admired him, they secretly longed to witness his downfall. Even the teachers were taken aback. How could this be possible? Jiang Yin was supposed to be the most promising candidate for awakening an S-grade divine grant. Had they all misjudged him? No, even if they had. Surely none of Linjiang No. 2's educators could have been mistaken at the same time. Zhang Shaoxing, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 in the senior year, was bewildered. Among all the students, he had placed his utmost faith in Jiang Yin. And now he was being told that Jiang Yin had failed to awaken a divine grant. Gazing at Jiang Yin, who was still in contact with the divine grant chart, the officer sighed and shook his head. What a pity. It seems you are a person shunned by the divine. The gods will not bestow upon you any abilities. Why isn't Jiangshan speaking now? Wasn't he quite the chatterbox earlier? Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Just kneel and give me 100 kowtows in front of the entire school, and I'll retract the death duel contract. Guochun was the first to mock, his face beaming with the joy of a petty victor. Iran remained at Guochun's side, looking at Jiang Yin with a frigid tone. Jiang Yin? Let us break up. You are unworthy of me. The only person in all of Linjiang province who is worthy of me is Guochun. Jiang Yin, having failed the divine grant, must be feeling miserable. Especially after being dumped by his girlfriend, right? Guochun wrapped an arm around Iran, spitting in contempt. Kneel and kowtow quickly, or I will make you suffer bit by bit in this death duel. A smile crept onto Jiang Yin's lips. You dare to smile? You must be tired of living. Guochun's expression turned cold. Iran stepped back, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Could it be that Jiang Yin, once so extraordinarily gifted, truly had not awakened a divine grant? Without warning, Jiang Yin thrust his hand forward, plunging it into the divine grant chart. What are you doing? The officer's pupils constricted. Shoo, don't speak. Jiang Yin replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I can feel it. It yearns to be summoned by me. In the next moment, Jiang Yin forcefully withdrew his hand, clutching a mysterious token tightly in his palm. Before the crowd could process their astonishment, he thrust his other hand into the divine grant chart and pulled out with a swift motion. A crimson umbrella materialized. This is a dual divine grant artifact? The officer stood there, utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't that Jiang Yin had no divine grant. Rather, the quality of the chart was too low to summon two divine artifacts simultaneously. Had Jiang Yin not forcibly extracted them, they would have been consumed at a dual divine grant. Iran's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene. Guochun was also stunned, yet he gritted his teeth in defiance. So what if it's a dual divine grant? Awakening two F-grade worthless artifacts still amounts to nothing. Chapter 4. SSS Grade 10 Yama Kings, Divine Grant Officer. What is the quality of the two divine grants Jiang Yin has awakened? Guochun asked coldly. To become a divine grant officer, one must awaken the B-grade ability of the inside eye, capable of discerning a person's rank and the quality of their divine grants at a glance. The officer activated his inside eye, first scrutinizing the red paper umbrella in Jiang Yin's hand, his brow furrowing in concentration. Impossible to discern. How can this be? The inside eye could penetrate even SSS-grade divine grants. There was only one possibility. This red paper umbrella was merely an ordinary item, not even qualifying as an E-grade artifact. Go state outright that the red paper umbrella was a mundane object might crush this young man's spirit. So perhaps it was best to leave him with a glimmer of hope. E-grade artifact, red paper umbrella, the officer declared. Haha. Just as I expected, a broken umbrella barely qualifies as E-grade. Oh, this strange. Why do you prevent me from doing anything? Is it not a reflection of your own inadequacy? Can this truly be blamed on me? Jiang Yin, toying with the Shifeng ghost order in his hands, replied with a faint smile. I shan't bother to impart any profound wisdom to you. You are unworthy of it. He slowly raised the Shifeng ghost order, a sly grin forming at the corners of his mouth. The ghost order is here. The spectral soldiers heed my command. As his words echoed, a chilling wind swept through the arena, and countless shadowy figures flickered unpredictably, their ghostly forms looming ominously. The crowd below erupted into screams. Chaos ensued. Ghosts. There are ghosts. I just saw a ghost. A girl with braided hair shrank in terror to the ground. Oh my. What on earth has Jiang Yin awakened? This is so eerie. Even the boys trembled, their lips quivering, unable to articulate coherent sentences. The dark shadows gradually materialized before Jiang Yin, clad in armor and wielding long spears and broadswords, revealing themselves to be the spectral soldiers of the underworld. Guochun was equally horrified, his scalp prickling. Yet he gripped his wooing spear tightly, surrounded by crackling thunder. A mere horde of insignificant minions. I shall obliterate them with a single shot. 9 Heavens Thunderstrike. This was a low-grade mysterious technique he had mastered. Possessing immense power, capable of unleashing peak-tier devastation when combined with the Wu Ying spear. Faced with this unstoppable assault, Jiang Yin remained unmoved, as if no force could compel him to budge an inch. Two spectral soldiers, brandishing chains shrouded in dark mist, ensnared the Wu Ying spear, binding it tightly. Damn it! No matter how I attempt to withdraw the spear, it remains firmly immobilized by the chains, without needing Jiang Yan's command. The other armed spectral soldiers advanced slowly, their rigid faces devoid of expression, exuding an air of authority and dread. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Guochun, an S-rank divine bestower, infused spiritual energy into the Wu Ying spear, causing it to erupt with brilliance, shattering the chains. Chapter 5. The Frenzy of 100 Ghosts. Consume Guochun. Look, Guochun has broken free from the chains. Jiang Yan's SSS-grade celestial artifact isn't as formidable as it seems. It's merely a means to summon 10 spectral soldiers. Ha ha ha, it's laughable. I thought SS-grade divine bestowers were incredibly powerful, but it turns out to be this trivial. Summoning 10 spectral soldiers? How ridiculous! The crowd erupted into laughter. Convinced that Jiang Yan's demise was imminent in the arena, Guochun, enveloped in electric currents, was surrounded by thunder, his Wu Ying spear vibrating incessantly as the power of thunder continued to gather. So this is the SS-grade Shifeng Ghost Order? Ah, ha 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 ha. It's merely a token to summon insignificant minions. I have no desire to play this game any longer. With a fierce swing of the Wu Ying spear, his aura shifted dramatically, the earth beneath him quaking as it shattered under the force of thunder. Lifting into the air, with this strike, I shall take your life. He surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning, instantaneously piercing through the 10 spectral soldiers, obliterating them in an instant. This was the true might of the S-grade Wu Ying spear. Jiang Yin, however, remained rooted in place, merely smiling as he opened a red paper umbrella. Mirage and moonlight in the next moment. The Wu Ying spear pierced Jiang Yan's left shoulder, Guochun's eyes filled with murderous intent. He channeled spiritual energy, amplifying the spear's thunderous fury, intending to obliterate Jiang Yan's shoulder entirely. Boom! This horrifying scene left the onlookers and the school officials on the high platform utterly dumbfounded. An S-grade divine bestower. Defeated by an S-grade divine bestower. A teacher gasped in shock, murmuring softly, "No? Look!" the academic director exclaimed, and instantly, all eyes turned to where the dust settled. Aoea! Guochun let out a harrowing scream, dropping the Wu Ying spear, his trembling right hand reaching for his shattered left arm. This turn of events left the crowd speechless. How could it be that Guochun, who had just pierced Jiang Yan's shoulder, now found his own shoulder obliterated? Is this a haunting? A student from the 3rd year, Class 1, muttered in confusion. I don't know about anything else, but a haunting is undoubtedly happening. This truly has become a haunting in the arena. Jiang Yin tilted his head slightly, gazing at the wailing Guochun with a smile. With his own methods, he is met with his own fate. This was the illusion imbued within his red paper umbrella, mirage and moonlight. To put it plainly, it acted as a countermeasure, immunizing against the next incoming damage, while transferring that damage to any individual of his choosing. What have you done? Guochun trembled, tears flowing freely, his entire being quaking. Jiang Yin offered no reply, merely stating coolly, "Do you remember what I told you?" His crimson eyes fixed upon Guochun, who felt an inexplicable dread under that gaze, trembling like a leaf in the wind. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yin smiled, articulating each word slowly and clearly. To kill, one must be prepared to be killed. Under Guochun's terrified gaze, Jiang Yin gently drew forth the ghost sword concealed within the red paper umbrella. The blade glowed a deep crimson, as though drenched in the blood of countless sinners. As he unsheathed the ghost sword, a robe woven from the essence of blood cascaded over Jiang Yin, fluttering in the wind like a spectral deity. This scene rendered the audience breathless, their pupils dilating as they stared in disbelief. This ghost sword and crimson robe, were they conjured from that very red paper umbrella? This artifact, you dare to call it an E-grade celestial object? The divine bestower was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, trembling as he struggled to utter 2 words, yet it felt as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him mute. Then, in horror, the divine bestower witnessed Jiang Yin smiling at him, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. His pupils constricted, his scalp tingling. The words forbidden would be forever buried within him. Until the day he drew his last breath in the arena, Guochun was left in a stupor, his mind blank, even the instinct for survival failing to react. Clad in a robe of crimson, Jiang Yin once more grasped the Shifeng Ghost Order, which hovered above his palm. A flicker of crimson flashed within his eyes, his voice soft and elegant. The Lord of the Underworld is present. Yin Luo, heed my command. With his proclamation, the Shifeng Ghost Order unleashed a beam of light that pierced the heavens. In the next instant, thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered, as if the end of the world had arrived. Behind Jiang Yin, ancient entities began to awaken. Gods of the underworld, fierce and malevolent, wielding peculiar artifacts. The 10 halls of Yanluo, someone recognized the 10 gods, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, their legs quaking as they sank to the ground in weakness. This was too terrifying. This cannot be real. This is surely a nightmare. I must be dreaming. Those who had previously scorned the Shifeng Ghost Order were now pale as death, devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Ran stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the crimson-clad youth in the arena, biting her lip in regret. On the high platform, the old principal stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. The 10 halls of Yanluo. This is the 10 halls of Yanluo? The head teacher of Class 2, initially shocked, then smirked wickedly, addressing the astonished teachers around him. This is my student. I am his mentor. The emergence of the 10 halls of Yanluo cast a pall over the entire Linjiang province, engulfing it in an endless gloom. No, please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I apologize. I bow to you. 100 times. Just spare my life. Guochun, humbled like an ant, pleaded desperately with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, resembling a spectral being, coldly regarded Guochun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall grant you a chance at life. Really? Hearing of a chance to live, Guochun eagerly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Yet, Jiang Yan's subsequent words drained the color from his face, plunging him into despair. I wish to understand the capabilities of this ghost order. Consider yourself my test subject. If you survive, I shall spare you. Jiang Yin stated with a smile. Ignoring Guochun's pitiful pleas for mercy, the ghost order emitted a wave of dark mist, and the countless malevolent spirits of the underworld erupted into sinister laughter. 100 ghosts on the prowl, to dispose of someone as insignificant as Guochun required no intervention from the 10 halls of Yanluo. Jiang Yin was merely probing the capabilities of the Shifeng Ghost Order, which, at most, could only summon the remnants of the 10 halls of Yanluo, not their true forms. The 100 ghosts and spectral soldiers were summoned as tangible entities. As long as Jiang Yin possessed the Shifeng Ghost Order and infused it with a modicum of spiritual energy, he could conjure them from the underworld to Blue Star. The moment he acquired the Shifeng Ghost Order, an influx of information flooded his mind. The bearer of the Shifeng Ghost Order is the master of the 9 Nether Abyss. From the depths of the 9 Nether Realm to the underworld, all are under the dominion of the 9 Nether Emperor. The 10 halls of Yanluo and the 5 Ghost Emperors all regard him with reverence. Jiang Yin elegantly snapped his fingers. My spectral minions, enjoy your feast. If one mortal is insufficient for your appetites, devour every sinner in this city. In the next moment, the 100 ghosts surged forth like a tempest, surrounding the pallid Guochun, rendering his desperate screams utterly futile. The 100 ghosts then dispersed, scattering throughout Linjiang province, greedily seeking those stained by sin. Guochun, consumed by the spectral horde, was left as nothing more than a pile of bones, his flesh completely devoured. Chapter 6. Cursed Spirits, Tormenting the Guilty. Jiang Yin. What have you done? Yi Ran's pupils contracted as she trembled and inquired. Jiang Yin glanced at her nonchalantly, replying casually, Murdered I in the arena? The contract was sealed. To kill is no crime. At this moment, the sky was filled with vengeful spirits soaring across Linjiang province, leaving only 10 ghostly deities standing guard behind Jiang Yin, silently exuding an aura of dread that rendered the crowd breathless. In the next instant, the 10 deities transformed into ethereal smoke, merging into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. With my current spiritual power, I could barely summon the remnants of the 10 Kings of Hell for a mere 5 breaths. Yet, These 5 breaths were sufficient for him to slay foes far beyond his level. He had only just awakened to his rank, merely a first-tier divine bestowed, but should he unleash the remnants of the 10 kings of hell, he could effortlessly obliterate a second-tier divine bestowed. As the 10 deities faded away, Jiang Yin retracted the ghostly sword into its scabbard, and the crimson robe dispersed like mist, morphing back into the red canopy of his umbrella. Ignoring the deathly silence of the onlookers, Jiang Yin strolled away from Linjiang No. 2 High School, leisurely under his red paper umbrella. Once Jiang Yan's figure vanished completely, the previously hushed crowd erupted into chaos. No way, no way, he killed someone. Jiang Yin. He killed Guo Chun. Guo Chun had brought this upon himself, having proposed the deadly duel. He could hardly blame anyone else for his demise, and regardless of his connections to the Guo family, they dared not provoke an SSS-grade divine bestowed. I found Jiang Yin incredibly handsome and graceful. It appeared he had barely lifted a finger when he dealt with Guo Chun, like a sovereign who needed only to command his subordinates to vanquish foes. Indeed, Jiang Yin was the epitome of excellence, a prodigious child of another family, who, when he chose to reveal himself, did so with astounding impact. In a single day, Jiang Yin had become a legendary figure at Linjiang No. 2 High School, adored and idolized by all. Many began to curry favor with Jiang Yan's close friend, Zhou Peng, Ge. I'm Wang Shui Xian from Class 5. Don't you remember me? I lent you a pen during the last exam. Oh, it's you? Zhou Peng recalled somewhat. A wealthy second-generation scion squeezed through the crowd, wearing a broad smile as he offered a vial of genetic serum to Zhou Peng. Ge, I'm Zhao Bin. We're brothers. Just mention my name in front of Jiang Ge from now on. Get lost, Zhou Peng retorted. You think you can associate with Ge? Hey, Ge, this is a family heirloom martial art of the Xin grade. Care to take a look? Observing these sycophants, Zhou Peng puffed out his chest with pride. Associating with Jiang Ge was truly prestigious. In stark contrast, Yiran, Jiang Yan's former girlfriend, was engulfed by a tide of regret and cold disdain. TSK, Yiran really is superficial. Just because Guo Chun awakened to an S-grade divine bestowed, she shamelessly chose him, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yin was the true genius. Well, perhaps this is for the best. It allows our Jiang Shan to see her true colors, and we might have a chance to pursue him. The other girls chimed in. Upon hearing these words, Yiran trembled. No, Jiang Yin is mine. You are all unworthy. None of you are worthy. Although she had been the one to pursue Jiang Yin initially and their relationship had been mutually beneficial, they had still been together for 2 years. Surely, Jiang Yin must have harbored feelings for her. Yes, Jiang Yin must have cared for me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been with me for 2 years. It must be so. She resolved to find Jiang Yin, to apologize and rekindle their relationship. Her alignment with Guo Chun had merely been a result of his persuasion. Jiang Yin, in all of Linjiang province, only I, Yiran, am worthy of you. A smile graced her face as she chased after the direction Jiang Yin had departed. On the platform above, the senior class's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiaosheng, glanced at the astonished principal with a proud smile. Principal, Jiang Yin is a student in my class. Oh. The principal took a moment to regain his composure. Turning to Zhang Xiaosheng with a grin. You must be teacher Zhang Xiaosheng. Yes, that's me. Zhang Xiaosheng beamed with pride. The principal clapped Zhang Xiaosheng on the shoulder. To have taught such an outstanding student, your abilities are not to be underestimated. When I transfer to the capital, the principal position at Linjiang No. 2 will be vacant. Understanding the principal's insinuation, Zhang Xiaosheng nearly leaped with excitement. This scene evoked envy among the other teachers in the senior class, who lamented, if only Jiang Yin were a student in our class. Meanwhile, in Linjiang province, hundreds had met bizarre and gruesome ends, with some having their necks bitten through and others devoured, their eyes plucked out. Jiang Yin arrived in a dark alley, observing a man curled up in a corner, his throat seeping blood as he emitted weak whimpers. Save me. The man reached out toward Jiang Yin. Unmoved, Jiang Yin smiled. I recognize you. You are Wang Junwei, the monster who tortured and killed innocent children. You should have been sentenced to death, but your family used connections to forge a mental illness certificate, declaring you not guilty. He slowly crouched down, gazing at Wang Junwei, whose body was a mere skeleton, ravaged to the bone. Do you know who is gnawing on your flesh? Jiang Yan's smile vanished, his eyes turning cold and menacing. It is precisely the 5 innocent children you ruthlessly slaughtered. Now, it will be these 5 children who send you to the abyss of torment. As Jiang Yan's icy voice fell, 5 ghostly figures surged into the barely breathing Wang Junwei, devouring his heart piece by piece. Moments later, Wang Junwei's life force extinguished completely. The 5 spirits, their grievances resolved, knelt before Jiang Yan, shedding blood tears as they bowed. The world failed to deliver justice to you. I shall rectify that now. From this moment forth, you shall serve me for eternity. Jiang Yan addressed the 5 vengeful spirits. The 5 spirits obediently nodded, returning to the 10 directions ghost order fastened to Jiang Yan's waist. Jiang Yan unleashed hundreds of vengeful spirits, sending them throughout Linjiang province to consume the wicked, essentially allowing the spirits of the wrong to exact their blood-soaked vengeance. A life for a life is only just. He mused. However, some murderers continued to survive, so Jiang Yan released the vengeful spirits to let them personally avenge their untimely deaths, tormenting the guilty. This was the contract Jiang Yan forged with them, ensuring the spirits willingly served him. Yet, he still needed to motivate his subordinates to act as enforcers. Jiang Yan did not wish to contract a group of useless, vengeful spirits. He snapped his fingers. Wuchang, bring me the soul of Wang Junwei and deliver it to those 5 spirits, allowing them to torment him at their leisure. Yes, master, a sinister voice echoed as an ominous wind blew through. And the black and white Wuchang appeared beside Jiang Yan, wielding soul-catching chains to ensnare Wang Junwei's soul, which desperately sought escape. Let me go. Don't hand me over to those 5 little beasts, please, please. I have already been killed by them. I owe them nothing. Wang Junwei's soul wailed. Jiang Yan remained indifferent. Debts incurred in life must be repaid in death. The debts you owe will likely take 5,000 years to settle, meaning your soul will be tormented by those 5 poor children for 5,000 years. Jiang Yan tilted his head and chuckled. Gazing upon Jiang Yan's exquisitely handsome visage, Wang Junwei was engulfed by unending horror and despair. His shrieks piercingly anguished. No, no, no. Chapter 7. Tianming Martial Arts Academy. Exiting the shadowy alley, hundreds of vengeful spirits had avenged their past grievances and pledged allegiance to Jiang Yan, soaring into the 10 directions ghost order. Jiang Yan! At that moment, a melodious voice called out. Yiran clutched the hem of her skirt, cautiously approaching Jiang Yan with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly enchanting. Jiang Yan, I truly realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. Very well, I forgive you, Jiang Yan replied coolly. Really? Yiran was taken aback by Jiang Yan's unexpected willingness to forgive her. Surely, Jiang Yan still had feelings for her. We are still a couple, right? A shy smile graced Yiran's face. Jiang Yan smirked lightly. I have stated before that we shall have no further connection. I forgave you simply because you no longer occupy my thoughts. Jiang Yan, how can you say such things? We were together for 2 years. I devoted my most precious 2 years of youth to you. It was merely a mutual arrangement, Jiang Yan retorted, disinterested in further discourse. He attempted to leave, but Yiran clung to him. Refusing to relent, I won't let you go. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing, crimson irises radiating a menacing aura. He despised being entangled. Get lost. Yiran was frozen in fear by Jiang Yan's gaze, which felt like the scrutiny of death. Should she persist, Jiang Yan would not hesitate to erase her. That gaze was far too terrifying. Only when Jiang Yan's silhouette faded from view did Yiran feel a semblance of relief. Able to draw a shallow breath, she watched in the direction Jiang Yan had departed, her cheeks flushed. So handsome, so powerful. Jiang Yan, Yiran, have chosen you. She was an S-grade divine bestowed, and now that Guochun, another S-grade divine bestowed, was dead. She believed she was the only one left in Linjiang province. Jiang Yan, only I am worthy of you. Yiran envisioned a near future, a mysterious smile adorning her face. Shortly after leaving the alley, Jiang Yan received a call from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiaosheng. Zhang Xiaosheng's voice radiated enthusiasm. Jiang Yan, I knew I wasn't mistaken. You are the paragon among prodigies, a marvel among marvels. Get to the point, Jiang Yan replied, comfortable enough with Zhang Xiaosheng to drop formalities and avoid unnecessary chatter. The point is, I'm about to become the principal of Linjiang No. 2 High School. I'm hanging up. Jiang Yan was aware that this was not the crux of the matter. Zhang Xiaosheng had a tendency to ramble. Zhang Xiaosheng became flustered. Don't hang up, don't hang up. I shall now address the crux of the matter. Ahem, he cleared his throat and smiled as he said, "You have already qualified for direct admission to the martial arts university. So, what do you think?" Surprised, unexpected. It was to be expected. Someone as talented as I, a genius among geniuses, would certainly not be denied such an opportunity. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. It seems there is no more to discuss today at all. By the way, there is another significant matter, Zhang Shaoxing remarked. You are aware that extraterrestrial beings have infiltrated human society, correct? I have seen it on the news. Human cities have been infiltrated by these beings, and this issue concerns the future of humanity. Indeed, due to the infiltration, they are attempting to eliminate our gifted individuals and diminish our future combat strength. AS and SSS level divine bestower, they will undoubtedly set their sights on you, so you must exercise caution. Zhang Shaoxing spoke earnestly. The infiltration of extraterrestrial beings into human society is naturally aimed at exterminating those with potential, specifically S-level and above divine bestowers, to prevent the rise of humanity. Being an SSS level, Jiang Yin has become a prime target for these beings. The second high school of Linjiang will publicly declare that a student has awakened an SSS-level divine bestowal, which will undoubtedly attract the attention of these beings. All right, I will be vigilant. Jiang Yin nodded lightly, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. However, there is one troublesome aspect. AS and SSS-level divine bestower navigating human society, he would not only attract the pursuit of extraterrestrials, but also invite trouble from some oblivious individuals. For instance, those arrogant prodigies from various regions. What? You are an SSS-level divine bestower. Come and battle with me. Or certain strong-willed women. What? You are the legendary SSS-level divine bestower. I must be with you. Sigh, possessing such a high divine bestowal level can be quite a burden. Nonetheless, even if extraterrestrials or foolish prodigies sought to trouble him, he felt no fear. For besides the S-level Shifeng Ghost Order, he possessed another undisclosed trump card. Only Jiang Yin and the divine bestower knew the true nature of the paper umbrella in his possession. It was not E-level, but rather taboo. An existence above S-level. Having already subdued 100 ghosts, and with nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to seek a martial arts academy to elevate his rank. Jiang Yin located a martial arts academy, Tianming Martial Arts Academy, one of the 5 major martial arts academies in Linjiang Province, founded by the 6th-stage martial saint, a level divine bestower Zhong Shanhai. Warriors are classified into 9 stages: warrior, martial master, martial sect, martial king, martial lord, martial saint, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial god. Each stage encompasses 10 minor realms, and reaching the 10th peak allows one to break through and ascend. Zhong Shanhai of Tianming Martial Arts Academy is a formidable 6th-stage. 3rd realm martial saint, a 6th-stage martial saint ranks highly across Linjiang Province. This Tianming Academy will suffice. I will find a comprehension room to absorb spiritual energy. The reason for choosing Tianming Martial Arts Academy was simple. It was conveniently located near his home. As Jiang Yin stepped through the grand entrance of Tianming Martial Arts Academy, a tall and elegant woman approached him with a smile. Little brother, would you like to go to the combat room or the comprehension room? The comprehension room, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. What a handsome little brother. Let me give you a hug and offer you a 50% discount. The tall woman chuckled. Jiang Yin's expression suddenly turned serious. Is there such a good thing? Haha, I was just teasing you, little brother. No need to be so frightened. You must be a high school student, right? Our academy owner has stated that all high school students receive a 50% discount. The tall woman smiled with her eyes. I am not a high school student. I still want a hug, otherwise I would feel unworthy of this discount. Jiang Yin maintained a serious demeanor, not jesting. Ah? Ah ha ha. Little brother certainly has a sense of humor. Here is your token. The comprehension room is on the 2nd floor. The tall woman awkwardly chuckled. Accepting the token, Jiang Yin shook his head. I feel unworthy? Truly unworthy. Observing Jiang Yin enter the elevator, the tall woman tugged at the corner of her mouth. Today's high school students are not cute at all. Wait a moment. What number did I just give him? It seems to be 001. Oh no. Room 001 is reserved for that esteemed individual. Oh dear, my mind. It is certainly too late to stop him now. I can only pray that the esteemed individual is not inside. At that moment, Jiang Yin had already arrived on the 2nd floor, glancing at the room number on the token. 001. Oh, found it. Why is this door black and gold? Is it exclusive to VIPs? Is this also a benefit provided to high school students by Tianming Martial Arts Academy? Regardless, I should not dwell on that. Entering the comprehension room to absorb spiritual energy is of utmost importance. Chapter 8. The Ice Mountain Goddess by Luo Xue. The token scanned, granting access. The door to room 001 opened automatically. Upon entering the comprehension room, Jiang Yin was immediately enveloped by a vast amount of spiritual energy. The heart of the comprehension room is a spirit-gathering stone, capable of concentrating the thin spiritual energy of Blue Star. As he stepped inside, Jiang Yin felt the air saturated with abundant spiritual energy. This was beyond what an ordinary spirit-gathering stone could achieve. It must be a spirit-gathering crystal. Having previously experienced the efficacy of spirit-gathering stones in the comprehension room of the second high school of Linjiang, Jiang Yin found this room's purity incomparable. Just as Jiang Yin was about to immerse himself in the spiritual energy, he suddenly noticed subtle movements from the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Someone was seated there. Jiang Yin frowned slightly. To maintain the purity of the spiritual energy, comprehension rooms are typically designated for single USE. In this case, he could certainly demand compensation. The chair continued to sway slightly, revealing that the occupant was attempting to conceal themselves. Could it be a stowaway? The cost of the comprehension room is exorbitant, leading many divine bestowers to sneak into unoccupied rooms for cultivation. Jiang Yin approached slowly and turned the swivel chair facing him. The next moment, he beheld a girl whose beauty resembled that of an angel. Perched on the chair was a stunning maiden with silvery white hair and azure eyes. Her flowing white locks cascading over the chair, a flicker of panic flashing in her azure gaze. Upon seeing the girl, Jiang Yin momentarily lost his focus, but quickly regained composure. I recognize you. You are by Luo Xue from First High School, aren't you? The silver-haired girl's eyes quivered slightly, then she nodded gently, her tone cold. It is One might wonder why Jiang Yin from Second High School would recognize by Luo Xue from First High School. Ah, that would require mentioning the incessant chatter of Zhou Peng, who never ceased to prattle on. Jiang Gu, do you know by Luo Xue from First High School? Jiang Gu. She topped the beauty rankings across 40 high schools in Linjiang Province's forums, surpassing our school's flower by over 1,000 votes. Jiang Gu, by Luo Xue, is the young lady of the Bai family. Jiang Gu. I have a connection with Bai Luo Xue. I keep dreaming about her lately. Jiang Gu, I heard Bai Luo Xue has awakened an SSS-level divine bestowal. Jiang Yin hastily shook his head, dismissing Zhou Peng's incessant remarks. He cared not whether Bai Luo Xue was the school beauty or an SSS-level divine bestower. His priority was to evict her from here so he could absorb the spiritual energy. Observing the exquisite girl seated in the chair, Jiang Yin inquired, "What brings you here? To cultivate?" Bai Luo Xue tilted her head in confusion at Jiang Yin's question. Jiang Yin produced the token labeled 001. This room has been reserved by me. Bai Luo Xue's face was etched with confusion, her brow furrowed as she tilted her head. I do not understand what you are saying. Jiang Yin was about to say more when Bai Luo Xue coldly interjected. Feel free to sit, but do not disturb my cultivation. Jiang Yin was taken aback. This was indeed his reserved comprehension room. Yet, observing Bai Luo Xue's naive demeanor, he decided against further conversation. He settled down beside her, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the rich spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the awakened divine bestowal, the more potent the absorption of spiritual energy. Jiang Yin, being an SSS-level divine bestower and a taboo divine bestower, absorbed spiritual energy at an astonishing rate, causing the entire comprehension room's energy to surge towards him. In no time, Bai Luo Xue, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them, her peach blossom eyes glaring discontentedly at Jiang Yin. She puffed out her cheeks, closed her eyes again, and began to compete with Jiang Yin for the spiritual energy. Realizing that the energy surrounding him was diminishing, Jiang Yin quickly recognized that Bai Luo Xue was contesting him for the spiritual energy, igniting his competitive spirit. Very well, let us see who can absorb more spiritual energy. Jiang Yin summoned the Shifeng Ghost Order, and in an instant, all the spiritual energy within Tianming Martial Arts Academy surged into him. What the heck? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly vanished? Is this truly haunted? I hold a golden membership. Complaints erupted from the divine bestowers on the second floor, a member with a financial membership side. Golden level. What does that signify? Look at the end of the second floor. That is the black gold comprehension room, where the spiritual energy of the entire Tianming Martial Arts Academy converges. Black gold. The golden membership holders stood in shock. Could it be that esteemed individual has arrived? The one who could warrant the establishment of a black gold comprehension room at Tianming Martial Arts Academy could only be that individual. A purple gold member chuckled, shaking his head. The remaining members fell silent. For if indeed it was the esteemed individual in the black gold comprehension room, it would not be surprising for them to absorb the entirety of Tianming Martial Arts Academy's spiritual energy. After all, the one within the black gold comprehension room is an S-level divine bestower. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the tall woman who had assisted Jiang Yin with his membership suddenly stood up. That terrifying absorption of spiritual energy. Could it be that esteemed individual is truly in the black gold comprehension room? I just let that handsome little brother in there. Within the black gold comprehension room, Bai Luoxue opened her beautiful eyes, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Yin not far away. He is also at this level. A flicker of light sparkled in Bai Luoxue's eyes. As her mother had said, she was not alone after all. Gradually, she stood up and exited the black gold comprehension room, leaving it solely for Jiang Yin. All the members watched in bewilderment as Bai Luoxue emerged from the black gold comprehension room. Yet the terrifying absorption of spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. Everyone was left utterly baffled. What is happening? The principal had already exited the enlightenment chamber, yet the spiritual energy continued to be absorbed. At this moment, a tall woman hurriedly approached, her gaze darting between Bai Luoxue and the still absorbing black gold enlightenment chamber. Rendered utterly bewildered, Master, isn't that person inside the black gold enlightenment chamber you? The tall woman broke into a cold sweat on her forehead. Bai Luoxue's lips curled slightly. Sister He, please consider the black gold card you mistakenly gave him as a gift from me. He can share the black gold enlightenment chamber with me. Jiang He stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. That little brother. What kind of monster is he? 2 hours later, after Bai Luoxue's departure, Jiang Yin opened his eyes. Realizing he had broken through to the first tier, third level, a smile creeping onto his face. He surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of Bai Luoxue. Recognizing she had left, Jiang Yin didn't mind. Stretching his limbs, he mused. I suppose the spiritual energy couldn't compete with me, prompting someone else to change the enlightenment chamber. As he stepped out of the chamber, he noticed numerous onlookers staring at him with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Leaving Jiang Yin feeling quite uncomfortable. Could it be that I am too handsome? Why is everyone staring at me? Upon reaching the first floor and approaching the front desk, Jiang Yin was about to return the enlightenment chamber card to the tall woman when Jiang He suddenly looked up. Grasping Jiang Yan's hand, little brother? No, handsome young man. This black gold card is a gift for you. You can come anytime, 100 discount. What on earth is happening? Is this woman out of her mind? Wasn't it agreed that high school students would get a 50 discount? How did it suddenly turn into a 100 discount? You can't possibly have taken a liking to me, can you? Just to clarify, I am not selling myself. Jiang He regarded Jiang Yin with the gaze of someone admiring a rare treasure. Handsome young man. Oh no, young Master Jiang. If you become a son-in-law of the Bai family, don't forget about your sister. Young Master Jiang, a son-in-law of the Bai family? What is going on here? Chapter 9. Suppressing the golden seed benefits given without cost should be accepted graciously. Jiang Yin gladly accepted the black gold card, tidied his attire, and strolled out of the Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Gurgle. Jiang Yin looked down, rubbing his stomach, feigning annoyance. I know you're hungry, but can't you show a bit of discretion? Can't you wait until there are no people around to gurgle? Bystanders regarded Jiang Yin as if he were insane, and a few girls were amused by his humor, playfully teasing one another. Ping ping. That's your husband. My husband is my husband. As for you all, you will never find partners in this lifetime. Wang Pingping teased. Watching the girls giggle as they walked away, Jiang Yin shrugged. With looks and charm like mine, it's inevitable I attract such banter from the ladies. He arrived at a beef ramen shop and, upon entering, expertly ordered a ramen set. Before long, a girl approached with a plate. Your ramen set is here? Oh, Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin looked up to see Lin Xiaoxiao from Linjiang No. 1 High School, a close friend of Yi Ran. Although they did not attend the same high school, they had been inseparable since childhood. I'm a bit envious of your beef noodles, Jiang Yin confessed, for he enjoyed dining at this establishment. Our school just completed the divine blessing ceremony yesterday. It should be your second high school's turn today, right? Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly inquired as she took a seat. By the look of you, The Divine Blessing Awakening at the second high school has concluded. What level did you and Iran awaken to? Yi Iran is an S. I merely awakened to an E level, Jiang Yin replied while slurping his noodles, smiling. What? Iran is actually an S level. That's incredible. But Jiang Yin, your E level awakening is a bit surprising. Are you pulling my leg? Lin Xiaoxiao scrutinized him with skepticism. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Yin chuckled, producing a red paper umbrella and casually placing it on the table. Look for yourself. It's just an ordinary oiled paper umbrella. Lin Xiaoxiao examined the red paper umbrella, whispering. You really did awaken to an E level. However, she added reassuringly, but it's fine. With such an outstanding girlfriend like Iran, having an E level awakening doesn't matter much. Jiang Yin shook his head with a smile, informing Lin Xiaoxiao of his breakup with Iran. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression turned to one of shock. What? You broke up with Iran? What happened? I thought your relationship was quite good. Yi Iran awakened to S-level divine blessing. She deserves someone better, while I'm merely an E-level, unworthy of her. Hence the breakup, Jiang Yin stated nonchalantly. Observing Jiang Yin eat his beef ramen with indifference, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly moved the bowl away. Hey, stop eating. What on earth is going on? As Yi Iran's close friend, Lin Xiaoxiao shot Jiang Yin a reproachful look. It must have been Iran who initiated the breakup. I know her well. She can be a bit materialistic, but couldn't you at least try to win her back? She continued, after all, Iran is an S-level divine blessing wielder. What's wrong with being proud? Even if you care about your pride, you should humble yourself to ask her to reconcile. Humbling myself to plead for reconciliation doesn't align with my character. Jiang Yin laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded him with disdain. You're already an E-level divine blessing wielder, at the bottom of society. If you don't hold on to Iran, you might never rise again. Then I want to rise. Being a salted fish is quite fine, Jiang Yin remarked, slurping another mouthful of noodles. Ah, this is the flavor. Lin Xiaoxiao's ramen shop truly suits my palate. I'll have a large bowl of beef ramen. As another customer entered the restaurant. All right. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly stood up, turning back to glare at Jiang Yin. I'll ask Iran what happened later. Jiang Yin shrugged, focusing on his noodles while peeling a clove of garlic. For as the saying goes, eating noodles without garlic diminishes half the flavor. Just as he finished peeling the garlic, a scream erupted from outside the ramen shop. Beast. There's a beast. Run, run. What, a beast? A man who had just finished work and came in for noodles was so frightened he clutched his briefcase, diving under the table. Things are becoming more frequent lately, Jiang Yin observed calmly. Biting into the garlic and slurping his noodles. The Wangshan ruins are about to open. It seems some beast kings can't contain their impatience. In Jiang City of Jiang Province, there lies a majestic mountain known as Guwang Mountain. Recently, there have been rumors of ruins emerging at Guwang Mountain, prompting the third-tier beast kings to arrive early and drive ordinary beasts away. The expelled beasts then appear in human cities, causing panic and danger. Boom! With a tremendous crash, a beast barreled through the ramen shop's door, letting out a roar. Golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale with fear. Several diners were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, the golden lion was not an ordinary beast. They possessed noble bloodlines, their blood shimmering gold, and they roamed Guwang Mountain, ranking among the strongest of ordinary beasts. Even at the first tier, their power far exceeds that of second-tier divine blessing wielders. Before them stood a golden lion, its golden tail adorned with 7 stripes, indicating it was a first-tier, 7th-level beast. Roar. Observing the trembling humans around it, the golden lion seemed to revel in its dominance. In the ramen shop, the sound of slurping noodles was startlingly clear, reaching everyone's ears and resonating even with the golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her pupils constricting in shock as she witnessed Jiang Yin, seemingly unfazed, leisurely slurping his noodles. The sight was so surreal that she began to question her own eyesight. Had Jiang Yin lost his mind? A young golden lion stood before him. Though young, it was not something an ordinary person could confront. The golden lion glared coldly at Jiang Yin, as if feeling its authority was being mocked, and roared at him. Roar! The terrifying shockwave overturned tables and chairs, even ruffling Jiang Yin's hair. Jiang Yin wiped his face. Could you refrain from disturbing your father during his meal? He sniffed his hand, grimacing. Why does it smell so foul? The patrons of the ramen shop were left dumbfounded. Had this person truly lost his mind? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted. Jiang Yin, be careful. Roar. The golden lion roared, opening its massive mouth to take a vicious bite at Jiang Yan's head. The scene was too horrifying. Everyone shut their eyes in fear. When they finally opened them again, they found Jiang Yin standing unharmed, casually holding open a red umbrella, which he used to block the frenzied golden lion. Jiang Yin. Lin Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. The noble-blooded golden lion was held at bay by an umbrella, unable to make a move. It would have been understandable if a sword or gun had restrained it. But it was merely an umbrella. Just as Jiang Yin stowed the umbrella away, the golden lion suddenly lunged at him with ferocity. Jiang Yin casually used the umbrella handle to block it, lifting his hand effortlessly, flipping the golden lion onto the ground. Before the golden lion could regain its footing, Jiang Yin elegantly kicked it, sending the howling creature sprawling outside the ramen shop. Turning the red umbrella in his hand, Jiang Yin smiled as he handed Lin Xiaoxiao 10 yuan for the noodles. Not bad. Next time make sure to add an extra piece of meat. Lin Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the money in her hand, then looked up at the figure leisurely leaving the ramen shop, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. You told her the red umbrella is an E-level divine blessing. That is a noble-blooded golden lion. One swipe didn't even tear the umbrella's skin. Even beasts have varying bloodlines. If the golden lion's bloodline were compared to human divine blessings, it would be akin to an A-level bloodline. Jiang Yin. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with admiration that even she was unaware of. Chapter 10. The ghostly martial arts and soul-devouring palm. Jiang Yin stood with one foot poised upon the golden lion's head, a smile dancing in his eyes. Let it transform into nourishment for the 100 ghosts. As his voice faded, a swirling black mist enveloped him, and the golden lion seemed to sense an overwhelming dread. Its pupils constricting to the size of pinholes. The shadows of ghosts thickened along Anquan Street, swiftly devouring the golden lion. With a grin playing on his lips, Jiang Yin felt his mastery over the 10 Directions Ghost Order deepen, granting him insight into the internal space of the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Within that eerie realm lay ancient tomes shrouded in ghostly energy. Truly, it was an SSS-grade divine gift, possessing a plethora of functionalities. Jiang Yin closed his eyes, employing his spiritual sense to probe the contents of the ancient texts, but could only glean a few pages. Utilizing the 10 Directions Ghost Order to consume living beings, he could unlock further secrets. Jiang Yin comprehended the method to unseal the ancient text. He diligently studied the initial pages, which bore the engravings of 2 martial techniques, soul-devouring palm, by channeling ghostly energy and blood essence to their utmost. A mere strike could expel a person's soul from their body, or even extinguish a soul with a single blow. Ghostly martial unsealing, unleashing the 100 ghosts, transforming them into myriad weapons. The strength of the ghostly arms influenced by the rank of the 100 ghosts, allowing the Yama to manifest as true martial deities. Just when he lamented the lack of martial arts, 2 techniques arrived as if providentially bestowed. Truly a timely gift akin to a pillow delivered when one is weary. Jiang Yin was elated, practicing the techniques as recorded in the ancient texts repeatedly. His mastery of the soul-devouring palm progressed alarmingly fast, categorized into stages: initial glimpse, proficient, perfected, subtle, and supreme. After merely a few attempts, he had already attained the perfected state. He then endeavored to summon the 100 ghosts. With a mere thought, 3 fierce spirits transformed into a sword, a knife, and a halberd, each weapon entwined with ominous ghostly energy. Levitating in mid-air, as Jiang Yin manipulated them with his spiritual sense, he grew increasingly aware of the ghostly martial unsealing's prowess, akin to an enhanced version of object manipulation. The object manipulation technique was notably taxing on spiritual energy. Often, a third-tier martial sovereign could manage no more than 5 weapons simultaneously. Yet, Jiang Yan's ghostly martial unsealing was different. He could command 100 weapons without any depletion of spiritual energy. The record of the object manipulation world was established by an 8th-tier martial emperor simultaneously controlling 1,000,000 flying swords. Jiang Yin was confident he could effortlessly shatter that record, for the 100 ghosts within his 10 Directions Ghost Order numbered far beyond 108. Where are the aberrant beasts? Traces of the beasts' rampage were found on Anquan Street, yet their figures remained elusive. The specialized demon-slaying guard arrived, cautiously searching the vicinity but found no sign of the beasts. The golden lion reported by the populace seemed to have vanished without a trace. "Little brother, did you see which direction the golden lion ran?" inquired Lu Qingming, the captain of the guard, clad in energy attire. Jiang Yin had already dissipated the ghostly weapons. He shrugged, feigning innocence. "No, I merely passed by here. Heard someone shout about a beast and sought a hiding place. I didn't see any golden lion." Lu Qingming furrowed her brow slightly. "That's strange. The blood of the golden lion stopped right here. I am a bit scared. Can I leave now?" Jiang Yin feigned a look of terror at the golden lion, as he did not wish for the guard to discover he had slain it. Lu Qingming then snapped back to reality, smiling at Jiang Yin. "Do you need me to send someone to escort you home? The golden lion remains unrestrained. Danger could lurk on your way." "No, no, the golden lion doesn't know the way to my home." Jiang Yin hastily waved his hands. As he walked away, Lu Qingming continued to inquire nearby pedestrians until a disheveled, dazed middle-aged man appeared. "Uncle, do you know which direction the golden lion ran?" "Great. As long as it didn't vanish into thin air." The guard team members' faces lit up with joy. The weary uncle turned pale. He had witnessed everything. He had seen Jiang Yin summon the 100 ghosts to slowly devour the golden lion. That boy. He killed the golden lion. The uncle stammered. The scene of the 100 ghosts consuming the golden lion leaving him shaken to his core. "A boy? Are you referring to that seemingly harmless high school student?" Lu Qingming inquired with a frown, bewildered that it was him. "He can control ghosts," the uncle quivered. "Uncle, please don't joke. That was a golden lion. A golden breed from the ancient King Mountain, with an A-grade bloodline. How could it be slain by a mere high school student?" The guards clearly did not believe him. Lu Qingming also seemed half convinced. "Uncle, you must have been frightened. We will send someone to escort you safely home. It's true. I saw it too at a tea that moment." Lin Xiaoxiao emerged, looking at the astonished Lu Qingming with certainty. The golden lion was indeed killed by him. At this declaration, the entire guard team was stunned. In a way, that high school student in the Linjiang No. 2 middle school uniform killed a golden lion. What is his background? An A-grade divine gift bearer? No. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration and an unexplainable sentiment. He is merely an E-grade. Returning home, Jiang Yin remained oblivious to the fact that he had intended to conceal the news of the golden lion's demise. Yet it had spread far and wide among the various guard teams. "Have you heard?" A golden lion appeared on Anchuan Street, and before the guards could arrive, it was slain by a high school student. Reduced to nothing but flesh. I know. The rumor is that this high school student can control ghosts, commanding fierce spirits to consume the golden lion. Wow, that's impressive. To control ghosts, he must be a summoner. The most formidable summoner I heard of could only summon a blue flame dragon. Summoning fierce spirits is utterly unbelievable. Heh, you haven't seen the strongest summoner. Our Huaxia's mightiest summoner once summoned 100,000 clay warriors single-handedly during the battle against the aberrant tribes. Achieving remarkable feats. I know who you're talking about. That's the supreme being who awakened the SSS grade divine item, Qin Wangling, 10 years ago. He is now a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. Quite impressive. The high school boy we speak of likely only awakened an A-grade summoning item, far from comparable to the Qin Wangling. The following morning, Jiang Yin arrived at school early. As he stepped inside, countless gazes locked onto him. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Could it be that today I appear exceptionally handsome, leaving all the faculty and students in awe? Jiang Gu, you finally made it. At that moment, Zhou Peng rushed over. Jiang Gu, let me tell you, Yiran actually wants. Before Zhou Peng could finish, fireworks erupted in the sky, and cannons on the upper levels of the teaching building simultaneously fired. Bang, bang! The sky was filled with breathtaking fireworks. Jiang Yin stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the spectacle with indifference. What is going on here? With shouts of excitement, Yiran, clad in a floral dress and holding a vibrant bouquet, approached Jiang Yin with a radiant smile. Her eyes reflected Jiang Yin as she knelt down, holding the flowers high. Jiang Yin, I was wrong. Please forgive me, and let us be together again. Together, together. The surrounding students erupted in cheers, with even some teachers joining in. An S-grade and an SSS grade divine gift bearer together. What a heavenly match. The old principal watched from the podium, grinning broadly. If these two confirm their relationship, a beautiful tale will spread from Linjiang No. 2 middle school. Yi Ran wore a confident smile, her skin glowing like snow under the bright sun, further enhancing her allure. She was the class flower of the third-year second class, the school beauty of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, and now an S-grade divine gift bearer. Thus, she possessed absolute confidence, convinced that only she was worthy of Jiang Yin, before the witness of the entire school. Jiang Yin accepted the flowers, and the applause and cheers erupted. However, the next moment, the school fell into a profound silence. "Why aren't you applauding?" Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at another group of people. "Why aren't you cheering?" Without hesitation, he tossed the flowers Yi Ran had gifted him into the trash, disdainfully clapping his hands as he walked towards his class. Yi Ran stood frozen, disbelief filling her beautiful eyes. Chapter 11. The clash between two schools. Zhang Xiaosheng, the homeroom teacher of the third-year second class, entered the classroom with a beaming face, first clearing his throat twice before knocking on the blackboard. "Everyone, look here! Have you noticed anything different?" A silence fell over the class, only Jiang Yin lazily yawning, casually remarking, "Old Zhang, are you trying to pull off a cricket look? Not bad." This remark instantly drew a wave of laughter from the class, for Zhang Xiaosheng had merely 2 strands of hair, styled to resemble a cricket. Undeterred by Jiang Yin's jest, Zhang Xiaosheng continued to beam at the students. He leisurely took the name tag hanging from his neck, and before the attentive eyes of the class, he naturally let it drop. "Oh no. My name tag fell on the ground. Could a student help me pick it up?" Zhang Rui, the classroom monitor, obediently retrieved the name tag from the floor. Upon seeing the words vice principal, he was momentarily stunned. Zhang Xiaosheng was quite pleased with Zhang Rui's astonished expression. He took the name tag from Zhang Rui's hands, smiling as he hung it around his neck. "Zhang Rui, what does the name tag say?" Zhang Rui's mouth opened in disbelief as he stammered, Vice Principal." The entire class fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Xiaosheng elegantly flicked his hair and beamed. "Your eyes are quite sharp. I've just been promoted to vice principal, and already you little rascals have discovered it. Congratulations, Lao Zhang." Jiang Yin chuckled. Zhang Xiaosheng hastily descended from the podium, striding confidently to Jiang Yin's desk, eager to show his respect. His face adorned with a smile. "Jiang Yin, this is all thanks to you." "Thanks to me?" Jiang Yin feigned surprise, then added with a grin, "Where do you plan to treat us tonight?" "Chongqing Restaurant," Zhang Xiaosheng declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Chongqing Restaurant, owned by a 6th-tier martial saint, served dishes infused with spiritual energy, enhancing one's mental acuity upon consumption. Zhang Xiaosheng inviting Jiang Yin to Chongqing Restaurant was indeed a lavish affair. Indicating he would be spending quite a sum, he then whispered, "Actually, it's also thanks to Yi Ran. Should we invite her?" Having taught at Linjiang No. 2 High School for nearly a decade, Zhang Xiaosheng remained an ordinary teacher with no prospects for promotion. Believing his life would remain unremarkable, who would have thought that a phoenix would emerge from the chicken coop? With Yi Ran being an S-rank talent, he had already benefited from her presence. And now there was also Jiang Yin, an SSS-rank prodigy. The Education Bureau leaders praised him highly for his teaching methods, directly promoting him to the position of vice principal. Jiang Yin, unaffected, seemed indifferent to Yi Ran's existence. "Since her contributions aided your promotion, it is only natural to invite her." "All right then, since you have no objections, I shall proceed with this official matter." Zhang Xiaosheng returned to the podium, waving his hand. "Tonight, everyone is dismissed from class and must not leave." Why is it like this?" Many students appeared disheartened and listless. Yet Zhang Xiaosheng's next words instantly invigorated them. "To celebrate our class producing the remarkable talents Yi Ran and Jiang Yin. And of course, my own promotion to vice principal. At 8 o'clock tonight, I, your vice principal, will treat everyone to a grand feast at Chongqing Restaurant." The moment they heard the class teacher was treating them to Chongqing Restaurant, the entire class erupted in cheers, nearly shaking the ceiling down. Students from other classes, hearing the commotion, were left bewildered. The head teachers of Class 1 and Class 3 gritted their teeth in jealousy. "I'm so envious. Why isn't Jiang Yin in our class? No way. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." The head teachers of the 2 adjacent classes began pointing at the students below, lamenting. "They are all students of Linjiang No. 2. Why is Jiang Yin from Class 2 so exceptional while you lot are so disappointing?" At that moment, the students of Class 2 in their senior year were fervently chanting Jiang Yin and Yi Ran's names. "Jiang Shan is amazing. Jiang Shan is invincible. Sister Yi Ran is the most beautiful. Sister Iran and Jiang Shun are a match made in heaven. Hearing such cheers, Iran's cheeks flushed slightly as she stealthily glanced back at Jiang Yin, who maintained his usual composure, showing no reaction, causing her heart to sink. Could it truly never return to what it was? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the newly appointed Vice Principal Zhang Xiaoxing arrived punctually at Chongqing Restaurant with the students from Class 2. 34 people, right? Please come in. The server at Chongqing Restaurant smiled as he guided them inside. It looked so upscale. I feel a bit intimidated. Some students, having never seen such grandeur, began to shy away. What is this? A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, a girl with a ponytail scoffed disdainfully, striding past the crowd. Zhou Peng was infuriated by her haughty demeanor. He muttered beside Jiang Yin. Jiang Gu, that girl seems to be wearing the uniform of No. 1 high school. How come she puts on airs even more than you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow. When have I ever put on airs? Hee, Jiang Gu, you're an SSS-level divine prodigy. Every move you make is impressive, Zhou Peng replied cheekily. At that moment, the ponytailed girl caught up with the group and spoke to a middle-aged man, who then turned to Zhang Xiaoxing. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this teacher Zhang from No. 2 high school? Are you here to celebrate with your students as well? Wu Zhonghua, a teacher from No. 1 high school, approached with a smile. Wu Zhonghua waved at a student, bringing him over to Zhang Xiaoxing, his face beaming. This is my student, Wang Lei. He gestured towards Zhang Xiaoxing. This is teacher Zhang Xiaoxing from Linjiang No. 2. Wang Lei wore a disdainful expression, even too lazy to extend a hand in a polite greeting, his voice oozing arrogance. I'm Wang Lei. The students from No. 1 high school following Wu Zhonghua stifled their laughter, exuding an air of superiority over their No. 2 counterparts. Faced with such humiliation from a student, Zhang Xiaoxing frowned slightly. Wu Zhonghua, your students truly excel in both academics and character, particularly their manners, which rival your own. Wu Zhonghua seemed oblivious to Zhang Xiaoxing's thinly veiled insult, raising an eyebrow. The Linjiang martial arts competition is about to commence, and this child Wang Lei enjoys challenging strong opponents. He is a bit restless. Wang Lei, do you see any strong opponents among these students from No. 2? Wu Zhonghua asked with a smile, his tone dripping with disdain for the students of No. 2. Wang Lei cast a cold glance over the students from No. 2, sneering. This bunch are simply unworthy of my efforts. The boys from No. 2 were not to be trifled with either, and one immediately retorted coldly. Who do you think you are? The boy, named Yun Tianjia, had awakened an A-rank ability, Purple Cloud Thunder. If not for the presence of prodigies like Jiang Yin and Yi Ran in their class, he would have been the most outstanding student at No. 2. Chapter 12. No need to strike. Reputation deeders. If someone dares to provoke Wang Lei, they must be tired of living. Oh dear, that kid from No. 2 is in for a rough time. He'll likely get zapped soon. Students from No. 1 high school exchanged banter, filled with mockery towards Yun Tianjia, completely disregarding him. Wang Lei, snorting disdainfully, retorted. You think you're worthy of my efforts? Yun Tianjia was immediately incensed. We'll see about that. His aura suddenly transformed, enveloped in swirling purple lightning, appearing terrifying and overwhelming. Tianjia, hold back. Zhang Xiaoxing recognized Yun Tianjia's strength. The A-rank ability, Purple Cloud Thunder, was extremely destructive. Even at the first tier, it could instantly shatter diamonds. Thunder Cloud Technique? A glint of purple flashed in Yun Tianjia's eyes as a streak of purple lightning shot forth, transforming into a lightning spear aimed at Wang Lei amidst gasps of astonishment. Oh, lightning attribute? A display of skill in the wrong arena. Wang Lei took a step forward, black lightning swirling around him, instantly dismantling the purple lightning spear. He advanced, the ground cracking beneath him, and was suddenly upon Yun Tianjia. His fist engulfed in black lightning, crashing toward Yun Tianjia's abdomen. Without a doubt, if that punch landed, Yun Tianjia would be gravely injured if not killed. Wang Lei sneered, his lips curling with contempt and cruelty. Boom! The black lightning erupted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The students from No. 2 shut their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Yun Tianjia's imminent defeat. Yun Tianjia braced himself for the impact, yet after several seconds, the anticipated pain did not arrive. As he opened his eyes in confusion, he saw a hand reaching out beside him, firmly gripping Wang Lei's wrist. Jiang Yin. Yun Tianjia looked up at Jiang Yan's profile, his voice trembling. Thank you. Jiang Yin ignored him, lazily releasing Wang Lei's wrist. Just sparring, keep it light. Ah, Jiang Shen is so cool. I can't believe it, even as a guy. I'm moved. If I had known, I would have provoked him just to have Jiang Shen save me. Several girls from number 2 shot the boy incredulous glances. Wai Yiran gazed at Jiang Yin's nonchalant and graceful figure, filled with admiration. This man always exuded an air of elegance, as if nothing could faze him. So perfect. How could I have been so foolish as to propose a breakup? Every time she recalled that moment, Yiran felt a stabbing pain in her heart, gnashing her teeth in regret. Zhang Shaoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yin, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to the parents. If I took the students out for a meal and one ended up disabled, my term as vice principal would be over before it even began. Jiang Yan's movement had been extraordinarily enigmatic, leaving the students from number 1 high school dumbfounded. When did he appear? Wang Lei's lightning-infused punch was effortlessly neutralized by him. Who was this person, a prodigy? The students from number 1 high school were in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. Wu Zhonghua squinted. Zhang Shaoxing, you still have hidden cards. No wonder you appear so composed. Heh, I have plenty of trump cards. Zhang Shaoxing replied proudly. In truth, Jiang Yin was his only trump card. Yet this singular card surpassed countless others. To withstand my lightning strike, how much strength do you possess? Wang Lei muttered, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he glared at Jiang Yin. I awakened an S-rank ability, in Thunder. The kid from number 2, state your name. Wang Lei was enveloped in black lightning, resembling a raging thunder deity. The students from number 1 high school collectively gasped to have Wang Lei actively ask for a name. This kid from number 2 is no ordinary talent. Wang Lei has acknowledged him. In the eyes of the students from number 1 high school, being recognized by Wang Lei was indeed a remarkable feat, qualifying him to be called a prodigy. Oh, do you dare to challenge me? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his features. Ha ha ha. Goodness, this foolish giant actually dares to challenge God Jiang. He can't possibly think he is impressive, can he? An unusual scene unfolded, as this time it was the students from the 2nd high school who stifled their laughter, their eyes filled with sympathy for Wang Lei's overestimation of his abilities. Observing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, Wang Lei's forehead throbbed with veins. Ever since awakening the divine gift, he had become the star of Linjiang First High School, even a focal point of attention throughout the province. Even provincial leaders had personally met with him, conversing warmly and expressing a desire to befriend him. What was a student from the 2nd high school compared to him? How dare he act so nonchalantly in his presence? Treating him with such disdain. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Wang Lei's eyes as black thunder crackled and exploded, transforming into numerous dark lightning orbs, resembling bottomless black holes capable of devouring everything. Boy, you do not dare to spar with me? Wang Lei sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Students from the 2nd high school only dare to meddle from the shadows, too afraid to confront me directly. Indeed, what a farce this so-called God Jiang is, merely a petty figure who dares to interfere covertly. Let us not mock the 2nd high school either. Wang Lei is an S-rank divine gift bearer. So it's only natural these weaklings would be terrified. A student from the 1st high school jeered, persistently goading Jiang Yin into a duel. Jiang Yin seemed oblivious to the ridicule, maintaining a serene smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Oh, Jiang Yin! A melodious voice rang out as a girl in a floral dress squeezed through the crowd from 1st high school. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Yin, exclaiming, "It really is you." Lin Xiaoxiaoed. Wai Yiran's eyes brightened. Yiran is here too? Lin Xiaoxiao laughed as she ran over. So, it turns out there was a conflict with your class. I was busy enjoying cake and didn't pay much attention until I heard your voice. She blushed slightly, stealing a glance at Jiang Yin, who remained unperturbed, showing no significant reaction. Xiaoxiao. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao rush towards Jiang Yin, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed Wang Lei's gaze. Lin Xiaoxiao was the woman Wang Lei had his eyes set on. No one could take her away from him. Xiaoxiao, come back quickly. I am about to get serious, and standing with those from the 2nd high school might put you in danger. Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly. Wang Lei, are you going to fight Jiang Yin? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yin has killed a golden lion. You aren't even a match for a golden python, yet you dare to threaten him? Kill the golden lion? At these words, the students from the 1st high school, who had initially come to watch the spectacle, fell into a suffocating silence. Both the golden python and golden lion were golden species from the ancient Wang Mountain, their bodies entirely golden, with bloodlines of gold flowing within them, far more terrifying than ordinary extraordinary beasts. The A-grade bloodline golden lion was even a tier stronger than the golden python in the practical simulations at first high. Wang Lei couldn't even defeat a first-tier 5th-level golden python, so how could he possibly contend with Jiang Yin, who could effortlessly annihilate a golden lion? Wasn't he this seeking one's own demise? Chapter 13. The Martial Saint Invites, Meeting in the Hall. He is the high school student who made the golden lion vanish without a trace, as reported in the news. You're referring to the incident on Anchuan Street when the golden lion disappeared, right? Oh my goodness. The mysterious prodigy capable of making the golden lion evaporate is standing right before me. An uproar erupted among the students of First High, their gazes towards Jiang Yin shifting from disdain and contempt to fear and admiration. A freshly awakened high school student could slay a golden lion that had intruded into the city, obliterating it to the point of being unrecognizable. What terrifying power! Wang Lei actually dared to challenge such an extraordinary prodigy. He must be seeking his own demise. Upon hearing this news, the students from the Second High were also taken aback, but quickly found solace in the fact that it was Jiang Yin who had accomplished it. Who is Jiang Yin? He is the god of Linjiang's Second High, a prodigy awakened with an SSS-level divine gift. Killing an A-grade bloodline golden lion is merely a trivial matter. What's so surprising about that? Nonsense. How could he possibly kill a golden lion? To speak so absurdly is to invite ridicule. Wang Lei would never allow Jiang Yin to steal his spotlight. Clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yin. So you are Jiang Yin. Fight me with that. He left behind a fleeting shadow, his towering figure crashing down instantly, black thunder exploding around him, boom, as the dust settled. Jiang Yin remained unscathed, his hands still in his pockets, his expression now devoid of emotion. I despise troublesome matters. He had hoped Lin Xiaoxiao's words would make Wang Lei realize his insignificance, yet it seemed he was determined to create trouble for him. In that case, let us test my newly mastered martial techniques against Wang Lei. A smile tugged at Jiang Yin's lips, soul-devouring palm. His voice was soft, as blood energy and ghostly energy coalesced in Jiang Yin's right palm. With a gentle push, a crimson dark palm imprint surged towards Wang Lei. This seemingly ordinary palm strike unleashed a chilling wind, shattering all glassware and toppling tables and chairs around. The palm imprint, though appearing unremarkable, caused Wang Lei's eyes to widen in horror as he sensed death closing in thunder infinite. Wang Lei desperately attempted to ignore the howls of ghosts echoing in his ears and mind. Gathering the core of lightning before him, forming a cluster of dark lightning orbs, from within the dark lightning orbs, a black trident was summoned, mingling with the ferocious black thunder, colliding with Jiang Yin's palm imprint. Crackle.at the moment of impact, the trident began to shatter inch by inch. PFFF.cough. How is this possible? As the trident instantly crumbled, Wang Lei was struck in the chest by the soul-devouring palm imprint, sending him flying 10 meters away, embedding him into a decorative rock. No one noticed a wisp of dark residual soul escaping from Wang Lei's body, merging into Jiang Yin's 10 Directions Ghost Order. This palm strike expelled Wang Lei's soul from his body, erasing a fragment of his residual soul, which became Jiang Yin's power. The residual soul of an S-rank divine gift-bearer provided Jiang Yin with immense sustenance, propelling his strength from first-tier 3rd level to first-tier 4th level. Jiang Yin harbored no intentions of killing, so Wang Lei, who had lost a fragment of his residual soul, was not in any danger. The lost fragment would gradually restore itself. Not bad, the young man possesses great spirit. I never expected such an intriguing scene to unfold in my restaurant. A resounding applause erupted from the crowd as a tall figure stepped forward. His appearance caught everyone off guard. 6th-tier martial saint Yang Mingzuan. Zhang Shaoxing recognized him as the owner of Chongqing Restaurant, his voice trembling slightly. Wu Zhenghua also swallowed hard. Their student had caused a ruckus in the restaurant, even alarming its owner. Yang Mingzuan strode directly towards Jiang Yin, scrutinizing him for a long while before smiling and nodding. Indeed, a prodigy. This is a blessing for our Huaxia. Under the astonished gazes of all, Yang Mingzuan gathered a golden card in his palm. This is the hall card of my Chongqing restaurant. The holder enjoys complimentary meals for life. Jiang Yin smiled as he accepted the golden card. You are too kind and I prefer to befriend valuable individuals, and the worth I see in you far surpasses that arrogant fellow. The arrogant fellow he referred to was Wang Lei. Glancing at the environment damaged by the clash between Wang Lei and Jiang Yin, Yang Mingzuan appeared utterly unconcerned, as if the destruction wrought by the fight did not affect his restaurant at all. He turned to a servant. Mr. Jiang is my friend. How can an ordinary hall be worthy of Mr. Jiang? Quickly arrange for him and his companions to the hall. Understood. The servant snapped back to reality, leading the way as Jiang Yin and his companions followed him to another hall. Jiang Yin's companions referred to the students from Linjiang Second High, excluding Lin Xiaoxiao from Linjiang First High. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin still politely inquired, "Would you like to join us?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, I want to follow you." Watching Jiang Yin and his group depart, the students from First High were left utterly dumbfounded. He had sent the S-rank divine gift-bearer Wang Lei flying with a single palm, and now a 6th-tier martial saint was actively befriending him. Just who exactly was Jiang Yin? Not knowing his true identity, all I know is that I envy the bunch from Second High. As they are basking in Jiang Yin's glory, I wish I could go to the hall too. The hall of Chongqing Restaurant is a special area reserved for top-tier figures, and now they are allowing a high school student to enter. Their envy and jealousy were palpable. Meanwhile, Wang Lei remained deeply embedded in the wall, as if forgotten, with no one coming to rescue him. Guided by the servant, they passed through several uniquely styled halls before finally arriving at the expansive, sea-facing hall. The decor here was not ostentatious, but rather harmoniously integrated with nature. Even in the evening, the scenery remained enchanting, with every blade of grass and tree exuding a radiant glow, unlike anything mundane. Most importantly, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally thick. One could feel its presence without the need for gathering stones. And the body felt extraordinarily comfortable, naturally elevating one's realm. Wow! Is this the legendary hall of Chongqing Restaurant? I've only heard about it in the news. Typically, it only accommodates dignitaries from various countries. I want to write a novel about tonight's experience. No one would believe it, as it is simply too fantastical. That is a 6th-tier martial saint, personally hosting us. Some were astounded. The martial saint is personally entertaining Jiang Yin. Don't overestimate yourself by associating with him. Zhou Peng stood next to Jiang Yin with a beaming smile. Brother Jiang, I will follow you from now on. Haven't you always been following me? Jiang Yin chuckled. Right. I almost forgot. I've been your sidekick since childhood. Zhou Peng grinned widely. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Jiang Yin, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Yin, thank you for inviting me here. If it weren't for you, I would never have had the chance to step into the Grand Hall. It was merely a trifling matter, Jiang Yin replied, not taking it to heart as it was but a casual invitation. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao harbored secret affections, her gaze towards Jiang Yin filled with tenderness and admiration. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's infatuation with Jiang Yin, Yi Ran clenched her teeth, an inexplicable ache swelling within her heart. Jiang Yin was meant to belong solely to her, yet now they were like strangers. Chapter 14. Bullying my sister? Do you have a death wish? The Grand Hall was picturesque, instilling a sense of tranquility and refreshing the spirit. Jiang Yin, I raise my glass to you, Yun Tianjie said, his face beaming with joy. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I might have become a mere shadow of myself. There's no need for such courtesy, it was a mere act of kindness. Jiang Yin chuckled. Yun Tianjie shook his head with a smile. Your small gesture is a life-saving grace for me. I am the direct descendant of the Yun family in Jiangqing. Should anything befall me, the Yun family would be thrown into chaos and face expulsion from Jiangqing. Few remembered that Yun Tianjie was the eldest son of one of Jiangqing's 5 great families, the Yun family. His noble status did not breed arrogance. Rather, he was amiable and approachable. Were it not for the exceptional talents of Jiang Yin and Yi Ran, Yun Tianjie would undoubtedly be recognized as the strongest prodigy in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. Jiang Yin, no, Jiang Gu. I hereby acknowledge you as my elder brother from this day forth. Wait, is this for real? Yun Tianjie acknowledges Jiang Yin as his elder brother? How fantastical! The illegitimate offspring of the Yun family were notoriously haughty. One could only imagine the chaos if they knew of Yun Tianjie's recognition of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin held a favorable impression of Yun Tianjie. Otherwise, he would not have intervened during a moment of peril. He raised his glass with a grin. Then I shall consider you as my brother too. At that moment, Zhou Peng squeezed in, Jiang Gu. What about me? Yun Tianjie replied with a laugh. You are Jiang Ji's good brother. So naturally, you are my brother as well. That's good. As long as I'm not excluded from Jiang Gu's circle, I'm content, Zhou Peng sighed in relief. Jiang Yin was the finest brother he could ever have. His greatest support. As the dinner concluded, everyone wore rosy complexions, joy evident on their faces. After just one meal in the grand hall of Chongqing restaurant, I've advanced 2 minor realms, me too. No wonder it's the establishment run by a 6th-stage martial saint. Every dish is imbued with spiritual energy, especially in the grand hall, where it's said that Yang Mingzuan personally cooks. Each patron departed the grand hall having ascended 1 or 2 minor realms. As they marveled, their admiration for Jiang Yin only deepened. If it weren't for Jiang Gu, I would never have been qualified to enter the grand hall of Chongqing restaurant. Indeed, even teacher Zhang, who was just promoted to vice principal, could only lead us to the ordinary hall, someone whispered. Despite the hushed tones, the words reached Zhang Xiaoxing's ears, and he coughed awkwardly. He had intended to treat them tonight. Yet it turned out to be on Jiang Yan's account, securing them a spot in the grand hall and waiving all charges. As a vice principal, he could not even treat properly and ended up benefiting from his students. How embarrassing. Little Zhang Xiaoxing coughed again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Old Zhang, since you've become vice principal, why has your address shifted from Old Zhang to Little Zhang? Well, with everyone present, I can't openly show favoritism. Zhang Xiaoxing muttered softly. Teacher Zhang, Jiangshan is different. Even if you treat Jiangshan with favoritism, we would understand, a group of students chimed in, laughing. Zhang Xiaoxing felt flustered, clearing his throat. Old Jiang, it wouldn't be fair to say I'm treating you today. Would it? Oh? Does this mean you plan to pay? Jiang Yin chuckled. Well then, I'll speak to Yang Mingzuan, and we can forego the grand hall card, allowing you to treat. Are you kidding? The meal in the grand hall would wipe out my entire savings. Let alone treating the whole class to a feast here. Zhang Xiaoxing quickly smiled. Old Jiang, you're joking, right? Since you've already received Yang Wuxing's grand hall card, it would be disrespectful not to use it. Haha, teacher Zhang just loves to save face and doesn't he want to spend? One student laughed, prompting a wave of suppressed giggles among others. Zhang Xiaoxing's face turned crimson with anger. I'm leaving. No one is allowed to be late tomorrow. The night was beautiful as everyone waved goodbye, returning to their homes. Jiang Yin strolled along the vibrant streets, when suddenly his phone vibrated. He answered, and the voice of Jiang Xiaoka came through, tinged with a barely detectable sob. Brother, why haven't you come home yet? Noticing something amiss in Jiang Xiaoka's tone, Jiang Yin frowned. Why does your voice sound hoarse? Did someone bully you? His mood darkened as he ended the call and hurried home. Upon pushing open the door, he found Jiang Xiaoka curled up on the sofa. Brother. Jiang Xiaoka looked up, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Appearing utterly pitiful, Jiang Yin approached slowly, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Jiang Xiaoka's once flowing hair had been cut, leaving only enough length to barely cover her neck. Who did this? A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. An overwhelming intent to kill bubbling forth. The lights flickered, and with a loud crash, they shattered. The room seemed filled with the wails of 100 ghosts, their shadows trembling in fear. Is the master angry? This is the first time I've seen him show such expression. Typically, Jiang Yin greeted everyone with a smile, seldom donning a cold visage. Shu, keep it down. Even though the master usually smiles, he is more vengeful than anyone when provoked. Whispered 2 child-sized spirits huddled in a dark corner. Jiang Xiaoka rubbed her eyes. It was Lu Shui from our class. She flaunted her brother's A-class divine gift, bullying us, and the teacher is her mother. Jiang Yin clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Xiaoka, I will personally escort you to school tomorrow. His sister, Jiang Yin's only sibling, was not someone to be bullied. He turned sharply to the corner, causing the 2 small spirits to tremble in fright. See, I warned you to keep it down, but you were still discovered by the master. What are your names, you 2 little spirits? Jiang Yin asked coldly. Master, I am called Xiaobian. The ghost girl with red eyes stammered, a red flower adorning her hair. Master, I am called Xiaominglian. The other spirit exclaimed, her head crowned with a dream lotus. Jiang Yin replied indifferently, from now on, you 2 will follow my sister. Should she encounter danger, you shall act. Yes, master. The 2 spirits responded in unison. Jiang Xiaoka rubbed her eyes. Brother, what divine gift have you awakened? Jiang Yin ruffled Jiang Shaoka's hair. I've awakened an SSS class gift. From now on, you shall only bully others with my backing. No one shall bully you. Pfft. Jiang Shaoka broke into laughter. Brother always knows how to cheer me up. Thank you. Jiang Yin smiled lightly. I did not deceive you. I believe you. You are definitely the strongest person in this world, Jiang Shaoka exclaimed, hugging Jiang Yin's arm. Xiaobian pouted. If only I had such a powerful brother, I wouldn't have met such a tragic end in my past life. That's all right. Our suffering in life was merely to meet the master in death. Xia Minglian giggled foolishly. Chapter 15. Refusing campus violence. The next morning, dark clouds loomed overhead, signaling an impending storm. Students trudged to school with mournful expressions. Strange, the weather forecast said today would be sunny. Why has it suddenly turned gloomy? Who knows? Maybe the heavens choose the weather based on their mood. Perhaps today they're feeling down, hence the overcast sky. At Jiang Yan's home, he had already called Zhang Shaoxing early. Old Zhang, I have something to attend to today. I might be late this morning. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's call, Zhang Shaoxing immediately put on airs. Old Jiang? Students should behave like students. If it weren't for our solid relationship, I wouldn't be inclined to accommodate you. If it were another homeroom teacher. Hey? Why did you hang up? Jiang Yin could never let him maintain a shred of vice principal dignity. Zhang Shaoxing grumbled, but he kept Jiang Yan's matter in mind. Jiang Yin pocketed his phone and said to Jiang Shaoka, let us head out. Once we arrive at school, I'll have your back. With you here. I'm not scared. Jiang Shaoka smiled sweetly. Jiang Yin started the car, cheerfully asking, are you buckled in? Don't get thrown off later. I'm all set. Jiang Shaoka clung tightly to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin steered the vehicle steadily, and after a short while, they arrived at Jiangxing No. 16 Junior High School. Upon reaching the school gate, Jiang Shaoka lowered her head in fear, gripping Jiang Yan's hand tightly, hiding behind him. Don't be afraid. I'm here to, no one can bully you. Jiang Yin reassured her, tousling her hair, his eyes now filled with a chilling resolve. The fact that Jiang Shaoka was so frightened suggested that she was not the only one being bullied at school. Let us go. I'll help you take revenge. Jiang Yin's voice was gentle, yet a cold glint lingered in his eyes as he led Jiang Shaoka toward the school entrance, only to be stopped by the security guard. Parents are not allowed to enter. My sister has caused some trouble at school. The teacher asked me to accompany her. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. So you're here as an escort? That's quite the task. Go on in. The security guard no longer obstructed Jiang Yin. Hand in hand, Jiang Yin led Jiang Shaoke through the path to Class 3-5 without hindrance. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 3-5, Jiang Shaoke trembled all over. As if gripped by an overwhelming fear, Jiang Yin crouched down to meet her gaze, reassuringly stating, do not be afraid, brother will protect you. Jiang Shaoke grasped Jiang Yan's hand tightly, nodding earnestly before burying her head into the classroom. Jiang Yin lingered at the door, observing the scene within the classroom, and his expression gradually darkened. He endured for 10 minutes, until the homeroom teacher of Class 3-5 finally arrived. The teacher, a middle-aged woman, regarded Jiang Yin with a puzzled glance before stepping inside. Jiang Yin followed her into the classroom, casually inquiring, you must be Teacher Lu. Lu Qinghua frowned and replied, I am. May I ask which student's guardian you are? I forgot to introduce myself, Jiang Yin said with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. I am Jiang Yin, the brother of Jiang Shaoke in your class. You are Shaoke's brother. Is there something you need at the school? Lu Qinghua, who was Lu Shue's mother, was well aware of her daughter's actions. She aimed to muddle the waters, minimizing the situation as much as possible. I am merely curious. My Shaoke used to have a thick, smooth mane of hair, yet in just a few days of school, it has become so short. Jiang Yin feigned confusion. Perhaps she accidentally tripped while running and tore her hair. Lu Qinghua continued to play dumb. However, Jiang Shaoke told me that a little girl named Lu Shui had cut her hair. My sister trying to deceive me. Jiang Yan's voice was devoid of warmth, his chilling aura making the students in Class 3-5 hold their breath in fear. Lu Shui's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Brother. Jiang Shaoke's eyes brimmed with tears. The homeroom teacher, Lu Qinghua, felt her legs weaken under Jiang Yan's imposing presence. She coldly asserted, you must be Shaoke's brother. This is a school, not a place for your unreasonable behavior. Unreasonable? No, I would call it an eye for an eye. Jiang Yan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, yet he maintained a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Let us start by rejecting school violence, beginning with myself. In the next moment, Lu Shue's pupils dilated, her face turning purplish as her hands grasped at her neck, which bore no obstruction. She found herself inexplicably suspended in midair. Xiao Shui. Lu Qinghua's heart sank as she witnessed her daughter's agonizing plight, her complexion drained of color. Unseen by others, a massive ghostly figure loomed, its hands tightly gripping Lu Shue's throat. Jiang Yan's expression turned cold. Di Kue, have you not eaten today? The enormous specter, named Di Kue, tightened its grip, rendering Lu Shue's eyes bulging, blood frothing at her mouth. On the brink of death, the students of class 3 to 5 had never witnessed such a terrifying sight, some fainting in fright, while others sat paralyzed in their seats. What have you done? Release my daughter. Lu Qinghua shrieked, summoning a water blade as she frantically lunged at Jiang Yan. Brother, be careful, Jiang Shaoke cried out. Yet, Jiang Yan did not even glance at Lu Qinghua. He offered Jiang Shaoke a gentle smile, indicating her not to worry. Just as Lu Qinghua was about to stab Jiang Yan, a sudden gasp echoed. Ugh. Like her daughter, Lu Qinghua found herself slowly lifted into the air, struggling in vain. Jiang Yan remained motionless, as two vengeful spirits carried out the torment of the Lu mother and daughter. Seated elegantly at the teacher's desk, Jiang Yan smiled down at the trembling students. Now, I permit you to reveal the identities of those who have bullied my sister. It's Wang Qian who usually bullies Jiang Shaoku. It's her. A terrified girl shouted, her face ashen. The accused Wang Qian immediately turned pale, stammering, No. It wasn't me. I just. But before she could finish, the desk in front of her was suddenly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. A ghostly figure wielding a sword retracted it, seizing Wang Qian by the neck and smashing her violently against the wall. The students of class 3 to 5 trembled uncontrollably, with several fainting outright. Jiang Yan smirked slightly, his hands elegantly crossed, addressing the crowd. Is there anyone else? Stand forth voluntarily, lest you be exposed, and then it will be a path to ruin. His voice, though soft, sent shivers down the spines of those below. Several girls with dyed hair shakily stood up, and Jiang Yan smiled. Excellent, you are obedient. With a snap of his fingers, the girls were forced down, their heads crashing against the desks. With a resounding thud, the desks were punctured, creating gaping wounds, and a one left. Is there? Jiang Yan rose slowly, surveying the trembling crowd with satisfaction. Do you dare to bully Jiang Shaoku? The entire assembly shook their heads vigorously. No, we don't dare. We won't. Jiang Yan turned his attention to Lu Shui and her mother. With a motion of his right hand, he forcefully pulled their souls from their bodies. Ignoring their shrieks akin to slaughtered pigs, he yanked their spirits free, commanding the 100 ghosts to consume them. From this moment forth, Lu Shui and her mother would either be left in a state of madness or become mindless vegetative beings. Chapter 16. Diminish your cultivation, beware of arrogance. Master is so handsome. Xiao Bian surrounded Jiang Shaoku, gazing at Jiang Yan with admiration. I envy Shaoku. Meng Lian also wishes to be the master's sister. Xiao Meng Lian gazed longingly at Jiang Yan. Both were formidable ghost dolls positioned by Jiang Yan to ensure Jiang Shaoku's safety. Brother, thank you, Jiang Shaoku said, her eyes glistening with tears. Focus on your studies. From now on, no one will dare lay a finger on you. Jiang Yan smiled. Mom, Xiao Shui. A roar erupted from outside as a man rushed in, his eyes aflame with rage as he beheld his unconscious mother and sister. He fixed his furious gaze upon Jiang Yan. Did you do this? You are seeking death. Behind Lu Wang, a shadow of a wolf materialized, its presence exuding a savage ferocity akin to a famished wolf king. Jiang Yan regarded the newcomer with indifference, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have awakened the power of the martial spirit. You must think yourself quite formidable, yes? I am an A-class ability user. Killing you is as easy as breathing. Lu Wang, enveloped in a silvery glow, emanated a murderous aura, declaring, I will have your life, with a howl. Lu Wang dropped to all fours, lunging at Jiang Yan with explosive force, his muscular arms transforming into lethal claws, capable of rending iron as if it were clay. Yet, Jiang Yan stood with his hands in his pockets, merely extending his right hand as Lu Wang's claws approached his face. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly tossed Lu Wang aside, sending him crashing several meters away. confronted with an A-class enhancer who relied solely on brute strength. Jiang Yin found no need to resort to the 10 Directions Ghost Order. You believe yourself to have awakened a martial spirit, a physical prodigy? Very well, I shall crush you with your own pride. Jiang Yin summoned the 100 ghosts back to the 10 Directions Ghost Order, intending to reduce Lu Wang to a mere shadow of his former self. Continue, Jiang Yin urged calmly. Lu Wang bellowed. Launching himself at Jiang Yin once more, I will see you dead. The martial spirit belonged to a strength-based ability user, granting him power 100-fold greater than that of other divine grantors. Yet, when faced with Jiang Yin, he found it impossible to shred him apart. Why? You are also a strength-based ability user. Lu Wang gasped, fear evident in his eyes. Each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Yin, who might well be a strength-based ability user even more formidable than himself. No, I'm a summoner, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. A summoner? How is this possible? Your power rivals mine, perhaps even exceeds it. Lu Wang exclaimed in astonishment. It is known that summoners are akin to mages, calling forth beings to fight for them, necessitating distance from strength-based ability users. Should they come too close, the latter could easily tear the summoner apart. Yet, the one before him, claiming to be a summoner, was engaging him in physical combat, exchanging blows with ease. No, not merely exchanging. He was dominating. As this realization dawned, an overwhelming terror washed over Lu Wang. He noticed Jiang Yin always using one hand to fend off his attacks, wearing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, effortlessly neutralizing his deadly moves. One should recognize their own insignificance. Jiang Yin's voice resonated ominously. Lu Wang stared at Jiang Yin in terror, swallowing hard. Who are you? A mere ordinary individual seeking justice for his sister. Jiang Yin returned his hands to his pockets. With the swiftness of a specter, he delivered a powerful kick to Lu Wang's chest, sending him sprawling, his body bending under the force, crashing through the iron railing and tumbling to the first floor. Leaping from the third floor, Jiang Yin landed a foot squarely on Lu Wang's chest. Coldly observing the blood streaming from his 7 orifices, you supported your sister Lu Shui, who cut my sister's hair. I am not a demon. I merely strip you of your cultivation. Remember, until you possess absolute power, be wary of arrogance. As his words fell, under Lu Wang's terrified and desperate gaze, Jiang Yin exerted force, causing Lu Wang to spit blood, his entire first-tier cultivation dissipating. I truly am unsuited for direct confrontations. How filthy! Blood has splattered on my shoes. Jiang Yin sighed. In the future, I shall rely on the 10 Directions Ghost Order to deal with such minor nuisances. Away with you. He kicked Lu Wang, who was unconscious, aside as if he were a lifeless dog on the roadside, then slowly made his way to the security booth, where he casually pulled out a chair and settled in with a sense of ease. The security guard, who had witnessed Jiang Yin jump down from the 3rd floor onto the gauzy Lu Wang, trembled in fear and personally poured tea for Jiang Yin. When is your leader arriving? Jiang Yin did not come to the security booth to show off. He was awaiting the school leaders to mediate the situation. In the eyes of the security guard, Jiang Yin had become a formidable figure. When faced with his inquiry, he truthfully replied, They'll be here shortly. Jiang Yin, feeling rather bored, fiddled with his phone. After about 10 minutes, a black car pulled up at the school gate, and a group of individuals hurriedly entered the premises. Where are the troublemakers from our 16th high school? The newcomers were clad in black suits, their hair graying, yet their eyes were piercing and sharp. I'm right here. Jiang Yin yawned, lazily waving at the man. Ah, you didn't flee. It seems you understand the gravity of your mistakes and are prepared to confess. The man spoke coldly. Jiang Yin chuckled. No, I merely intervened to stop the bullying on campus. You should thank me. After my intervention, there will be no more incidents of bullying at 16th High. Jiang Yin crossed his legs. In an instant, the SSS-level aura of Jiang Yin was no longer concealed, and the oppressive power of the 10 Directions Ghost Command enveloped the entire 16th High, nearly bringing the middle-aged man to his knees. The terrifying pressure caused the man's expression to change dramatically. This is an SS-level divine gift. Jiang Yin retracted his oppressive aura and smiled at the middle-aged man. Do you now believe that I act in the best interest of 16th High? I believe. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Smiling at Jiang Yin, here is my personal business card. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me directly. There's no need for me to come in person. Jiang Yin replied coolly, My sister has been bullied, and as her brother, I cannot stand idly by. What? In a school under my administration, someone dares to commit such a heinous act. I will expel her immediately, the middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. Jiang Yin slowly stood up. I have already resolved the matter. You only need to handle the aftermath. Rest assured, I will definitely manage it properly. I forgot to ask, who is your sister? The middle-aged man's face was filled with ingratiation. Jiang Xiaoke, Jiang Yin stated. Oh? So the elder sibling of Jiang Xiaoke is you. Did I remember this child? She ranks first in every examination. I have always regarded her as my own daughter. Jiang Yin, uninterested in his flattery, left the school gates and departed. After a considerable time, the security guard hesitantly asked the middle-aged man, Principal Lin, who was that young man just now? Principal Lin took a deep breath. He will soon become a dominant force. While S-level divine gifts may still have the potential to fall, SSS-level divine gifts are destined to rise as innate rulers. Throughout history, once an SSS-level divine gift emerges, there has never been a case of failure midway. They are invariably the strongest in the world. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Yin was an SSS-level divine gift, the middle-aged man was unwilling to become adversaries and instead sought to form an alliance. Chapter 17. Guidance and Sparring. After resolving the issue with his sister, Jiang Yin bought a grilled sausage and leisurely walked towards Linjiang's second high. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Yin initially intended to engage in a verbal spar with the security guard, only to be met with a broad smile on the guard's face. You must be Jiang, right? Please, come in. I've come so late. Isn't there a need for the homeroom teacher to greet me? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow and inquired. What are you talking about? Principal Zhang has specifically instructed that you were delayed due to important matters, and we are to grant you passage, the guard responded with an ingratiating smile. Treating Jiang Yin as if he were a scion of a prominent family. Linjiang City boasts 5 major families, with numerous other influential families. However, Jiang Yin was not from a martial arts family. He was merely an ambitious youth from an ordinary background. Ignoring the guard's obsequious demeanor, Jiang Yin strolled towards Class 2 of the 3rd year. Upon arriving at the classroom door, he could hear the chaotic noise inside, and he immediately thought, I can hear your class talking from the hallway. Jiang Yin pushed open the classroom door, and the noisy class fell silent in an instant. The Gajiang has arrived. Wonderful. The Gajiang has come. We are saved. The class erupted in excitement once more. Jiang Yin was somewhat bewildered and poked his deskmate's shoulder. What is going on? The girl, Nan Gonglu, who had a cherubic face, replied in surprise, the martial arts competition is about to begin. Oh, so it's the martial arts competition, which occurs annually. Is it really necessary to be this excited? By the way, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Jiang Yin noticed that his deskmate, who usually spoke little, often turned red easily. Feeling the warmth from his forehead, Nan Gonglu blushed deeply. And no, I'm not feverish. Her temperature was normal. And indeed, she was not ill. Jiang Yin withdrew his hand, resting his chin on it. It's just a martial arts competition. What are they so thrilled about? The news of your victory over Wang Lei at Qingqing Restaurant has spread to First High, and their students have come to provoke us. They claim. Nan Gonglu spoke in a hushed tone, that First High has an SSS-level divine gift as well. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. This news was indeed explosive. What is going on? It turns out I'm not the chosen one after all. Jiang Yin sighed. Though he lacked a system, he possessed a dual divine gift and had always believed himself to be the protagonist. But now he was informed that there was also an SSS-level divine gift at the nearby Linjiang First High. This is bad. Could that guy from First High actually be the true protagonist? Or does he have a system? Jiang Yin, are you scared? Nan Gonglu inquired softly. Jiang Yin smirked. Scared? Are you joking? He scoffed. Even without a system, without a golden finger, without a beginner's gift pack, not being the chosen protagonist, what of it? He, Jiang Yin, could still use his innate talent as a key to trample those fated protagonists underfoot. What of an SS-level divine gift? His trump card had never been the 10 Directions Ghost Command, but that forbidden red paper umbrella. This was a forbidden, heavenly item he was born with, and he was confident he could dominate the world. The martial arts competition in Jiang City involved a whopping 30 high schools. Among them were hidden talents and many young supremes. He was eager to personally meet this SSS-level divine gift from First High. Strong individuals attract one another, and Jiang Yin also wished to unleash his full potential and find someone to battle fiercely. He hoped that the SSS-level divine gift from First High would not disappoint him at that moment. In Linjiang First High, Bai Luoxue suddenly sneezed, shaking her head with a soft and plaintive voice. Someone is speaking ill of me. My lady, you are an SS-level divine gift. Who would dare to speak ill of you? Mu Shueyao tapped her forehead and said, Stay here obediently while I go fetch some water. Bai Luoxue nodded obediently. Her large, lively eyes focused intently on the martial arts book in her hands. Yet she could not concentrate at all, as the visage of that young man constantly floated through her mind. When will we meet again, my kindred spirit? Her divine gift was overwhelmingly potent, and she had to suppress it at all times. She could not afford to relax for even a moment, lest those around her be frozen. Only another SSS-level divine gift could avoid being frozen by the cold energy emanating from her. Even her good friend Mu Shueyao, also an SSS-level divine gift, could only spend 3 hours a day with her. If they were in contact for too long, their internal organs would begin to frost and freeze. The students of Linjiang First High regarded her as an ice goddess, only to be admired from afar and not to be approached. No one knew that she was not aloof, but merely too powerful in her divine gift to be close to others. Why mother said that I might encounter more kindred spirits at the martial arts competition. Could I truly meet him? Bai Luoxue's eyelashes fluttered, and a shard of ice fell onto her book, slowly causing the pages to freeze over in Class 2 of Second High. Zhang Xiaoxing entered the classroom and cheerfully addressed the noisy students below. The selection for students qualified to participate in the martial arts competition is about to begin. Do you have confidence? There was complete silence below. No one responded. Zhang Xiaoxing felt somewhat awkward, cleared his throat, and smiled toward the door. Lin Yu, please come in. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxing finished speaking, a slender figure stepped into the classroom. With a head of thick red hair and a handsome face marred by a fierce scar. Hello, junior students. I am Lin Yu, a student from the previous class of Teacher Zhang. Lin Yu smiled brightly. Ahem. Lin Yu is an outstanding martial artist from Modu Martial Arts University. Although he is only a junior, he has already achieved the 3rd stage, 6th level of martial arts. Zhang Xiaoxing spoke with pride. Teacher Zhang overpraises me. I had originally planned to reach the 4th stage of Martial King status by my junior year, but regrettably, due to insufficient resources, my training progress was delayed. Lin Yu replied humbly. Zhang Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. In the coming period, your senior Lin will personally guide you as you prepare for the martial arts competition. He scanned the entire class and noticed Jiang Yin was nearly asleep. Swiftly grabbing a piece of chalk and tossing it at him. Look at Lin Yu, and then look at you. Jiang Yin, feeling somewhat displeased at being caught in the crossfire, retorted. What is wrong with me? Lin Yu is an A-level divine gift bearer, already a prodigy of Jiang City, and even so, he continues to train diligently, never stopping for a moment. Zhang Xiaoxing lamented. If only you could be half as diligent as Lin Yu. You would have already reached the 2nd stage. Jiang Yin laughed. I'm just taking it steady, step by step. He had no intention of returning to the Enlightenment Chamber for training. Instead, he sought to absorb experience through battles with ferocious beasts and conflicts with humanity, using blood and tears as the foundation for his advancement, rather than merely absorbing spiritual energy. Zhang Xiaoxing snorted, a notion of striking Jiang Yin bubbling within him, and with a smile, he addressed Jiang Yin. Old Jiang? Do you dare to spar with my prized disciple? You let me spar with a 3rd-tier martial sovereign. Are you afraid I won't survive? Jiang Yin could hardly suppress the urge to curse. Sparring should be measured. I can't have Lin Yu suppress his level to the 1st tier, can I? Zhang Xiaoxing wore a mischievous grin. Jiang Yin's lips curled into a smirk. Old Jiang, you seem quite eager for my defeat. Unfortunately, I have never known the meaning of loss. Junior Jiang, I often hear Teacher Zhang mention you. I would very much like to engage in a sparring session. Lin Yu cast a glance at Jiang Yin, his eyes brimming with keen interest. Jiang Yin, with a calm demeanor, replied, Since Senior Lin has expressed such a desire, I shall not hold back. Chapter 18. The Domain Unfolds. The King of Hell descends. Under Zhang Xiaoxing's guidance, the members of Class 2 followed him to the martial arena within the school. The arena was as expansive as 2 football fields, equipped with energy suits and a variety of weapons. Junior, do you need to wear an energy suit? Perhaps out of concern for his junior, Lin Yu asked with genuine care. No need. I prefer to be unencumbered, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. What a coincidence. I too dislike being weighed down. In the future, should I find myself on the battlefield, I would prefer not to wear cumbersome armor. Lin Yu casually picked up a silver spear. Junior Jiang, allow me to experience the true strength of an SS-level God-gifted individual. He moved with astonishing speed, and before the members of Class 2 had even settled, he had already lunged at Jiang Yin with the spear. Jiang Yin swiftly lifted a metal sword into the air, gripping the hilt with his right hand as the silver spear collided violently against it. Sparks flew in every direction as both weapons emitted a cracking sound, a sign of impending destruction. Unbelievable, Jiang Shen and Senior Lin exclaimed. To spar with first-tier power and still cause damage to the armory's weapons. Mind you, even a third-tier martial sovereign's full force rarely causes such cracks. Junior Jiang, you truly are extraordinary. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he flicked his right wrist, causing the fabric of his arm to shred apart, the silver spear erupting with power, shattering the metal sword. Jiang Yin pivoted, seizing a black obsidian sword, and countered the spear with a swift clash. Bang! Lin Yu staggered back a few steps, while Jiang Yin stood firm, the sword embedded in the ground. My awakened A-tier ability is reforging, allowing me to decompose and reconstruct any material I come into contact with. Lin Yu's hand, gripping the spear, shimmered with intricate patterns. In the next moment, the spear transformed into countless razor-sharp spikes, over 100 of them relentlessly shooting toward Jiang Yin. Your ability is rather intriguing. Jiang Yin deftly began to maneuver, evading the barrage of spikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack with the strike of his sword. As my level rises, the materials I can reconstruct simultaneously will increase. Lin Yu stomped the ground, causing a wall of vibrating gold to erupt, blocking Jiang Yin's slash. Junior Jiang, if you do not employ your divine gift, you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. It appears that way, Jiang Yin sighed, casually tossing the obsidian sword to Lin Yu. Here, another weapon for you. It's now my turn to attack. Dark energy enveloped his hand as a mysterious ghostly order materialized. With this ghostly order, the Shadow Warriors heed my command. Jiang Yin intoned softly. In an instant, the arena was filled with chilling winds, and shadows emerged from the vibrating gold ground, solidifying into figures clad in black armor, wielding various weapons. You are a summoner? Lin Yu marveled. No wonder you are an SSS-level summoner. To summon so many entities while still at the first tier is remarkable. Your ability is quite extraordinary as well. It seems more than just A tier, Jiang Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu flashed a knowing smile. Understanding dawned on Jiang Yin instantly. He had concealed the true grade of his divine gift. So, you are not merely at A tier, Jiang Yin asked with curiosity. It's somewhat accurate. My reforging ability is truly S tier, altered my profile to A tier to avoid being targeted by other races. Lin Yu confessed. Indeed, it is strange for such a powerful ability to be classified as merely A tier. Suddenly, a series of thunderous clashes resounded, as the shadowy warriors Jiang Yin summoned were obliterated by Lin Yu's colossal hammer. Junior Jiang, you shouldn't possess only this level of power, should you? Lin Yu inquired flatly. Jiang Yin scratched his head. It seems I may have underestimated things. I thought summoning a few shadow warriors would suffice. But I didn't expect Senior to be hiding his true strength. Why concealment pales in comparison to your prowess, Junior Jiang? Lin Yu chuckled. Allow me to witness your true abilities. The ever-present smile on Jiang Yin's face faded as he regarded Lin Yu with a calm gaze. Senior Lin, are you certain? Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Junior Jiang, I did not come here solely to instruct the students of Class 2. I came to see you and to experience your SSS-level divine gift. Then I cannot let Senior Lin leave without a demonstration. Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the ghostly order in his hand, his eyes flashing crimson as he spoke in a deep and ancient tone. The King of Hell is here. Yama, heed my command. Instantly, the ghostly order unleashed a blinding beam of light, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the arena, rendering the onlookers pale and instilling fear deep within their souls. The level summoner. Lin Yu's eyes trembled. His voice barely a whispered. In the next moment, an ancient ghostly deity stood behind Jiang Yin. Jiang Yan's eyes glowed crimson as his calm voice reverberated throughout the arena. King Qingguang. Suppress. The ancient ghostly deity suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a vast and eerie palace behind it, enveloping the entire martial arena. Everyone stood in stunned silence, questioning if this was still Lingjiang number 2 high school. Where has he brought us? Is this hell? Jiang Yin has sent us to hell? A trembling male student stuttered, nearly paralyzed with fear. The Hall of Judgment. This is the domain of King Qingguang, one of the Yama. Someone remarked, recalling the tales of the 10 Yama kings. The Hall of Judgment, where fates are decided, and the 100 ghosts are executed. The Hall of Judgment gradually became clearer, revealing a myriad of small, ghostly figures surrounding them, with terrifying torture devices hanging from stone pillars and screams echoing incessantly. King Qingguang presided over the Hall of Judgment, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on Lin Yu, pronouncing his death sentence. Kill? The Hall of Judgment loomed like a mountain, blocking Lin Yu's path to survival, as countless chains ensnared him, and inhumane torture devices approached menacingly. Lin Yu's mind teetered on the edge of collapse. Jiang Yin snapped his fingers, and the domain of King Qingguang and the Hall of Judgment dissipated in an instant. Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of black blood, crashing heavily to the ground. And that was merely a mental attack. What will happen when the physical assault begins? Jiang Yin pondered aloud. Zhang Xiaosheng rushed over, his face as pale as death, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Old Jiang, you were serious? Old Jiang, don't pin this on me. I was merely demonstrating. Senior Lin has long since met his end. Jiang Yin replied candidly. If he were to be serious, summoning shadow warriors would be unnecessary. He could simply command unseen specters to squeeze Lin Yu's neck, sending him off with ease. Besides, since Lin Yu insisted on witnessing the S-level divine gift, Jiang Yin reluctantly summoned one of the Yama. This was the first time he had unleashed a Yama, and he hadn't anticipated its overwhelming power. It had immediately opened its domain and shattered Lin Yu's spirit. That ended too quickly. I still wanted to see what skills King Qingguang possessed. Jiang Yin pouted, feeling unfulfilled by the encounter. Chapter 19. This is a trial. Jiang Shen defeated Senior Lin. Jiang Shen has triumphed over Senior Lin. Jiang Shen is incredible. Jiang Shen is magnificent. The delayed uproar erupted throughout the arena, as every member of Class 2 rejoiced in exuberance. Naturally, they wished for Jiang Yin, their peer, to emerge victorious. Only Zhang Xiaosheng sighed. Old Jiang, I truly underestimated you. Just now, Lin Yu had already utilized second-tier power, yet he couldn't withstand even a moment before your Yama. Old Jiang, we should hurry and take Senior Lin to the infirmary. If we delay any longer, he may suffer irreversible damage. Jiang Yin yawned, glancing at the foaming Lin Yu. You rascal! Zhang Xiaosheng shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yin, coordinating with several arriving medical staff to transport Lin Yu to the emergency room. As the King of Hell had absorbed a fragment of Lin Yu's soul, warmth enveloped Jiang Yin, and his level broke through to the first-tier 5th stage. He exhaled slowly. An S-tier fragment of a soul is indeed remarkable. Jiang Yin noticed his classmates staring at him with peculiar expressions, and he raised an eyebrow. Why do you all gaze at me with such longing? Have you become more enamored with me since yesterday? Nangong Lu shook her head, biting her lip. Jiang Yin, you put Senior Lin in the ICU. Who will guide us for the next few days? Other students nodded in agreement. Jiang Shan, you have incapacitated the coach that old Zhang specially invited for us. What are we to do? I did forget about that, considering he no longer requires Lin Yu's guidance. Faced with the pitiful gazes of his classmates, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of guilt. He cleared his throat and declared, ahem. For the next few days, I, Jiang Shun, shall personally instruct you. The entire Class 2 erupted in cheers, the sound reverberating through the air. Long live Jiang Shen. Ha ha, with Jiang Shen personally guiding us, we are invincible. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes quivered slightly as she gazed dreamily at Jiang Yin, who had declared his intention to personally guide the students of Class 2. Did this include her as well? Jiang Yin, I shall make you fall in love with me anew through our interactions over the next few days. Yi Yiran resolved herself, hope glimmering in her eyes. Jiang Yin smiled and said, since there are no objections, let us proceed to the training room. All right, Brother Jiang. Zhou Peng, Jiang Yan's loyal follower, scampered to his side, holding a bottle of water. Brother Jiang, you worked hard just now. Have a sip to calm your nerves. Yun Tianjia also approached Jiang Yin, wearing a gentle smile. Brother Jiang, you truly are remarkable. This is a spirit elixir my father obtained from the secret realm. Consuming it will restore your mental energy. To everyone present, Jiang Yin was a summoner, and summoning spirits, be they ghostly soldiers or the King of Hell, was a considerable drain on mental energy. Thus, Yun Tianjia had brought the elixir from home to curry favor with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Thanks, he casually pinched one of the elixirs and tossed it into his mouth, as if it were merely a candy. Once ingested, he felt instantly invigorated. By utilizing the 10 Directions Ghost command to summon the King of Hell. He expended no mental energy. This was his power, as well as his command over the spectral beings of the netherworld. Ordinary summoners required immense mental energy and spiritual power to summon living beings or inanimate objects. Jiang Yin faced no such drain, only a limit on his summoning capacity. As a first-tier summoner, he could only summon one King of Hell. Thus, the elixir Yun Tianjia provided held no real value for Jiang Yin. He simply treated it as a mint candy, refreshing and invigorating. They arrived at the training room of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, each training room the size of a football field, fully equipped with various training apparatuses, sufficient to accommodate an entire class. Brother Jiang, only training room number 3 is still available, Zhou Peng announced. Let us go with room number 3, Jiang Yin replied, hands in his pockets, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Yun Tianjia added, Brother Jiang, I will handle the paperwork. You take everyone inside first. All right, I leave it to you. Jiang Yin nodded and led the Class 2 students into the training room. Inside, the array of sporting equipment was impressive. Even featuring dumbbells weighing 10,000 pounds. This is my first time in the training room. They even have a punching power tester. Let me give it a try. Wang Chong, a B-class strength-type superhuman, was confident in his abilities. He steadied himself, bent his knees, gathered his strength, and struck the tester with a powerful blow. As the numbers rapidly increased, the entire class watched in awe. Ding! Your punching power is 3,156 kilograms. The tester announced, Wow, Wang Chong, you're quite impressive. That punch could probably bring down a building. I used to underestimate you. This punching power must be the highest in our class. Wang Chong feigned humility, yet a smile crept onto his lips. What is this? In front of Yun Tianjia and Jiang Yin, my punching power is nothing to speak of. Don't be so modest, Brother Chong. Class leader Yun has lightning powers, and Brother Jiang is a summoner. When it comes to punching power, we must rely on you. The praise sent Wang Chong soaring. Is that so? Then I shall graciously accept the title of Class 2's Punching King. The boys engaged in banter, with one even declaring, Brother Chong, with that full-force punch, even Brother Jiang would have to lie down. Indeed, no matter how formidable Brother Jiang is, he is still restricted by the inherent weakness of a summoner. Unable to engage up close, if Brother Chong gets close, one punch would surely take him down. Just as they were exchanging compliments, the door of the training room was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. A hulking figure strode in, towering at nearly 2 meters, his body a mass of well-defined muscles. He cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Which class are you from? Who allowed you to use training room No. 3? The girls in the class were visibly intimidated by the imposing figure. We are students of Class 2. We have already applied to the director. Yun Tianjia began to explain but was abruptly interrupted by the man's icy voice. Room number 3 is exclusively mine. I don't care who you applied to. Get out now. His voice was deep and resonated with authority. Yun Tianjia instinctively glanced at Jiang Yin, who, unbeknownst to him, had become the pillar of support for the class. Jiang Yin smiled and remarked, Looks like the training NPC has arrived. He patted Yun Tianjia on the shoulder. Relax. Consider this a trial. Jiang Yin clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All eyes on me. Those awakened with strength-type or enhancement-type powers, step forward. 5 bewildered boys, including Wang Chong, stepped forward. Observing their confusion, Jiang Yin chuckled, one at a time. Show this muscle-bound fool what you've got and kick him out of room No. 3. At these words, Class 2 finally understood what Jiang Yin meant by guidance. He intended for them to battle a boss. The muscular man before them exuded an intimidating aura. I am Meng Zhan from Class 7. An A-class barbarian bear spirit wielder. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Chapter 20. I have no rivals, Meng Zhan roared, his muscles bulging as deep brown fur sprouted from his skin, creating a fearsome sight. The A-class barbarian bear spirit belonged to the physical enhancement category of powers. He stood an imposing 2.5 meters tall, and his roar sent tremors through the hearts of Class 2. Jiang, Brother Jiang, are you serious? You want us to fight this monster? A student stammered. I recognize him. He is the strongest gifted one in Class 7. I heard he has already secured a spot in the Jiangxing martial arts competition. The strength-type superhumans called out, their legs trembling in fear. Brother Chong, you have over 3,000 kilograms of punching power, right? Why don't you go first and throw a punch at him? Wang Chong gritted his teeth. Damn it, are you trying to get me killed? While it was true he possessed over 3,000 kilograms of punching power, facing this monster from Class 7 left him feeling daunted. Brother Jiang, isn't this a bit too much for them? Yun Tianjie frowned slightly. Jiang Yan, hands in pockets, replied with an air of indifference, in 3 days, there will be a martial arts competition at school. The top 10 will qualify to represent the school in the Jiangxing martial arts competition. They insisted I guide them, and my method of guidance is through real combat. Jiang Yan glanced at the training equipment with a faint smile. After all, wooden dummies don't fight back. Only through real combat can one truly grow stronger. Though Jiang Yan's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly with everyone present. A boy clenched his fists and declared, Brother Jiang is right. Training must involve real combat. I am a C-class strength enhancer. How can I shy away from battle? His name was Li Hua, and his awakened gift was the C-class golden light charm, belonging to the power enhancement category. Taking a deep breath, he appeared to be enveloped in a layer of golden light, boosting his strength nearly 20-fold. Meng Zhan, I will be your opponent, with enhanced abilities. Li Hua launched himself into the air, executing a powerful roundhouse kick. You're asking for it. Meng Zhan grasped Li Hua in one hand, applying pressure as Li Hua's golden light erupted brilliantly. He quickly broke free but fell to the ground. Li Hua's golden light shattered, and he landed squarely on the ground, incapacitated. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. In a moment of crisis, you unlocked your potential, bringing the golden light to its peak. Realizing this, Li Hua exclaimed, I've broken through. My golden light charm has evolved. He looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Jiang, you were right. Real combat is the fastest way to improve. Hitting the training equipment for months would yield little progress. Yet in that moment of peril against Meng Zhan, he had unlocked his potential. Is real combat truly this effective? I shall give it a try. Lin Dong took a deep breath and bravely stepped forward to face the towering Meng Zhan. I will be your opponent. With a flick of his outer garment, a suit of silver armor appeared, enveloping him. B-class gift, Silver Chariot. His power surged instantly, and he charged forward with mighty vigor. Meng Zhan, having lost patience, roared as his massive bare paw, infused with furious energy, swept through the air. The training equipment trembled in response. Boom! Lin Dong's fist collided with Meng Zhan's massive paw, and he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into the vibranium wall and sliding down slowly. Cough. Lin Dong stood up once more, determination in his eyes. Let us do this again. He pressed on despite his nearly shattered silver armor, charging toward Meng Zhan once more. They exchanged blows for several rounds, yet he was ultimately knocked away by a single slap, and his silver armor broke apart. Sliding down the wall, Lin Dong was not disheartened by his defeat. Instead, a smile graced his lips. I gained a deeper understanding of the Silver Chariot. Is this the benefit of real combat? Observing the joy radiating from those who had faced defeat, Wang Chong could no longer sit idly. I'll give it my all. Wang Chong, an awakened B-class physical enhancer, possessed a body tougher than granite. Feel the wrath of the Class 2 punching king. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and swung his fist with all his might. This punch, swift and fierce, carried an overwhelming force as it soared toward Meng Zhan's face. I have no patience to play with you any longer. Meng Zhan trembled all over, feeling as though these individuals were mocking him. Despite their evident weakness, they relished the idea of engaging him in a series of one-on-one battles. The disparity between A-level and B-level divine gifts was akin to a chasm. A murderous intent flickered in Meng Zhan's eyes as he clenched his right fist, radiating a golden brilliance. Stone, shatter, heaven, astonish. A low-grade Xin-level martial technique? Someone gasped in astonishment. Wang Chong was left dumbfounded. Was this a joke? The preceding opponents had refrained from utilizing techniques, yet when it was his turn, they resorted to lethal force? Wang Chong felt an overwhelming power, as formidable as a mountain, bearing down upon him, leaving him with no escape. Die! Meng Zhan roared. The golden light surged. A tremendous force descended abruptly, just as Wang Chong resigned himself to his fate. Jiang Yan's languid voice drifted over. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely approached Wang Chong, finally withdrawing his right hand from his pocket to effortlessly block Meng Zhan's earth-shattering punch with his palm. Boom! The force erupted, sending a tempest that whipped Jiang Yan's outer garment. As the residual energy dissipated, Jiang Yan stood unfazed, his hair slightly tousled, one hand casually tucked in his pocket while the other firmly braced against Meng Zhan's colossal fist. The onlookers from Class 2 gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Jiang Shen is a summoner, right? His physical prowess, is it not somewhat monstrous? The reason Jiang Shen is revered as such is that he transcends the dichotomy of humans and deities. The divine is omnipotent. Everyone swallowed hard, suppressing their astonishment. The most shocked among them was naturally Meng Zhan, whose pupils constricted to pinpricks, nearly popping out of his head. You thwarted my stone shatter, heaven astonish. As you can see, it appears to be so. Jiang Yan shrugged nonchalantly, as if blocking that punch was the most ordinary affair. Who are you? Meng Zhan's voice dripped with malice. Jiang Yan, you may call me Jiang Shen. Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's name, Meng Zhan's eyes widened in fury. You are Jiang Yan. What a splendid Jiang Shen, indeed. Only you are worthy to be my adversary. Observing his growing excitement, his muscles quivered. Jiang Yan hastily interjected. Hold on, I must correct your terminology. Jiang Yan retracted his hand, both hands now resting in his pockets, gazing at Meng Zhan with an air of nonchalance. A slight smile playing on his lips. I have no rivals, and you are not worthy to be one. Chapter 21. Absolute suppression. Subduing Meng Zhan. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence enveloped training room number 3, where the sound of a pin dropping would be discernible. The members of Class 2 held their breath, their eyes wide with shock. Jiang Shen, as expected, regarded Meng Zhan with utter disdain. It is important to note that aside from Jiang Yan and Yiran, the A-level divine gifted individuals at Linjiang No. 2 High School represented the pinnacle of strength. Meng Zhan was a paragon among A-level divine gifted individuals. Even Yun Tianjie could not contend with Meng Zhan. Such a top-tier powerhouse, a prodigy ranked among the best in Linjiang Province, was entirely disregarded by Jiang Yan. One could only say that Jiang Shen was indeed beyond the bounds of humanity. In the face of Jiang Yan's condescension, veins bulged on Meng Zhan's forehead, and the fangs in his mouth dripped with bloodlust. Jiang Yan, you are far too arrogant, Dotto. If I were arrogant, you wouldn't have been shouting in training room number 3 for so long. Jiang Yan replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If I were to truly unleash my arrogance, the moment you set foot in the entrance of training room number 3, I would have reduced you to ashes. As he uttered these words, his demeanor remained cheerful, light as air, and elegantly composed. Were anyone else to say such things, I would certainly scorn them, but coming from Jiang Shen, it all seemed so reasonable. Of course, this was Jiang Shen, the true god of Linjiang No. 2 High School. The members of Class 2 had unconsciously come to regard Jiang Yan as an omnipotent being, unconditionally believing in his capabilities. Meng Zhan was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Yan's demeanor. The ferocious bloodline within him surged forth, transforming him into a raging bear, his combat prowess astounding. Roar, he bellowed as he lunged at Jiang Yan, his terrifying claws cutting through the air like blades. Jiang Yan effortlessly sidestepped, his hair dancing in the wind. Bang! Meng Zhan struck at Jiang Yan with a ferocious punch, which Jiang Yan met with his right hand, absorbing the blow with ease. The stark contrast in their physiques created a visually striking scene. No one could fathom the monumental power that resided within Jiang Yan, enabling him to engage Meng Zhan in a fistfight solely through his physical strength. The guidance had commenced, and today he would teach them how to handle such hulking brutes. Jiang Yan withdrew his fist, agilely maneuvering behind Meng Zhan to deliver a sweeping kick to his knee. Ah! Meng Zhan cried out in pain, his right leg buckling as he collapsed to the ground in a frenzy. Meng Zhan lunged at Jiang Yan without any semblance of strategy, yet Jiang Yan did not flinch. As the massive hand approached, he raised his leg and delivered a kick that dislocated Meng Zhan's arm. What a thoroughly exhilarating battle this was, wouldn't you agree? As a summoner, Jiang Yan had an immense fondness for physical combat, particularly against those who specialized in brute strength and physical enhancement. He relished the opportunity to dominate them. Could he still converse? Observing Meng Zhan sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, Jiang Yan crouched down with a smile, inquiring, "Are you still with us?" Meng Zhan, now devoid of any will to fight, had been beaten into a stupor. Jiang Yin had also siphoned a fragment of Meng Zhan's lingering soul, augmenting his own strength significantly. The members of Class 2 were left stupefied, their eyes wide, jaws nearly touching the floor. Is this real? Is it fake? This seems excessively exaggerated, doesn't it? Jiang Yin is a summoner, right? Shouldn't his physical form be fragile, easily shattered upon contact? What is happening now, as a summoner effortlessly subdues a power-type ability user, dominating him with ease? Wang Chong, who had previously taken pride in his strength of over 3,000 kilograms, believing he could fell Jiang Yin with a single punch, now knelt helplessly, stripped of all hope. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. His once proud strength seemed insufficient to even rattle Jiang Yan's little finger, let alone knock him out. Puff, someone chuckled. Did you hear what Wang Chong just said? I did. I've been wanting to mock them for ages. They haven't even had a drink and are already dreaming of grandeur. Claiming they could knock out Jiang Shun, they might as well be scratching Jiang Shun's back. Puff, puff. I can't hold back any longer. I just want to laugh. Puff, haha. Several girls erupted into laughter, while Wang Chong's face turned the color of a pig's liver, utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. After tossing the unconscious Meng Zhan outside the training room, Jiang Yin clapped his hands with a smile. All right. Everyone, continue your training. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Jiang Shun, I seem to have issues with my punching technique. Could you guide me step by step? A girl in boxing gloves asked sweetly. Of course, Jiang Yin replied with a light chuckle, casually walking towards her. The girl blushed, feeling incredibly fortunate to receive Jiang Yan's personal guidance. The other girls glared with clenched teeth. That vile Zhang Lily. How scheming she is. She monopolized Jiang Shun. We cannot fall behind. I want Jiang Shun to personally guide me too. A girl with emerald green eyes shouted. Jiang Shun, I cannot control the growth rate of Lingwei grass. Could you teach me how to manage my spiritual energy output? Jiang Shun, I cannot release the water wave. Could you help me identify the problem? The girls of Class 2 clamored for Jiang Yan's attention, their rivalry simmering beneath the surface. Zhou Peng and Yun Tianjie exchanged glances in unison. Zhang Guo is rather popular, isn't he? Zhou Peng remarked. Yes, Zhang Guo might have his own troubles with all this attention. Yun Tianjie replied with a light-hearted smile. Finally, Zhang Xiaoxing arrived at training room number 3 to inform the members of Class 2 that school had ended, liberating Jiang Yan from his guidance ordeal. Observing Jiang Yan's weary expression, Zhang Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh. What happened to you, old Jiang? Have you been completely drained at such a young age? Jiang Yan barely lifted his eyelids. Let us expedite the school-wide elections. IVE found fighting to be less taxing than guiding these girls. Had you not sent Lin Yu to the emergency room, you wouldn't have been so exhausted. The thought of this incident irked Zhang Xiaoxing. Lin Yu had once been his prize student. He had merely come to help Jiang Yin guide the students, yet he ended up in the ICU. Jiang Yin shrugged, somewhat helpless. I didn't expect Lin Xuezhang to be so fragile. You? Zhang Xiaoxing wanted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yu had once been his most outstanding and proud student, yet, in comparison to Jiang Yin, he indeed seemed somewhat ordinary. Utterly outmatched. You know he suppressed his rank during your sparring match. Zhang Xiaoxing attempted to defend Lin Yu's honor. Indeed, Lin Yu had suppressed his third-level 6th rank to the peak of the first level during his spar with Jiang Yin. Yet the moment Jiang Yin unleashed his 10 halls of Yanluo, Lin Yu instinctively resorted to second-level power but still fell short. When Lin Xuezhang awakens, remember to invite him to treat me. After all, I guided him. Jiang Yin waved his hand, leisurely departing the school. Chapter 22. School-wide competition, Ghostly left Xiuxiu. Following Jiang Yan's guidance, the combat abilities of Class 2 had significantly improved on the day of the school-wide elections. However, Zhang Xiaoxing informed Jiang Yin, Old Jiang, you need not participate in the school-wide election. The school has given you a reserve spot. The members of Class 2 expressed no doubts, their expressions reflecting an attitude of course it should be this way. Jiang Shun was universally acknowledged as a prodigy. He ought to enjoy special privileges. While I may question the privileges of others, I see no issue with the individual in question. Jiang Shun in response. Jiang Yin expressed his understanding. The school has put in great effort. If I were to compete, the victory would be assured, and the students would lose their enthusiasm for the contest. Zhang Xiaoxing sighed. Old Jiang, if you could temper your narcissism just a bit, I am certain you would be even more popular. That is not narcissism. It is confidence, Jiang Yin replied with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Shaoxing ceased his banter with Jiang Yin and addressed the members of Class 2. Please form an orderly line. I will lead you to the martial arts arena. Upon their arrival, the venue was already filled to capacity. Zhang Shaoxing guided the group to the preparation room, stating, Today, Class 2 will face Class 1. Do you have confidence? Absolutely, Jiang Yin proclaimed, raising both hands high. The others turned their gazes towards him, prompting Zhang Shaoxing to exhale. Old Jiang, you can head to the audience. You have no part to play here, Nato. I almost forgot that I was banned. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Jiang Yin waved cheerfully as he sauntered away. Yun Tianjie gazed at Jiang Yan's retreating figure with admiration, exclaiming, If only I could possess half of Brother Jiang's relaxed demeanor. Do not entertain such thoughts. I have known Brother Jiang since childhood. His ease is innate. I have never seen him angry. He remains casually indifferent to everyone. No one can make him serious, Zhou Peng reflected. Perhaps this very nonchalance is the reason for Brother Jiang's exceptional demeanor. We cannot afford to fall too far behind him. A spark of determination flashed in Yun Tianjie's eyes. I shall become strong enough to fight alongside Brother Jiang. Indeed, I cannot lag behind either. Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. I in the audience. Jiang Yin casually found an empty seat, while the girl beside him looked utterly incredulous. Tentatively, she inquired, Are you? Jiang Yin? I believe I am, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. It is truly you. I cannot believe I am sitting beside Jiang Shan. I am so excited. The girl nearly leaped from her seat in exhilaration. Jiang Yan's renown had already echoed throughout Linjiang 2 High School, with many students regarding him as a legendary figure. Jiang Shan, here, this is for you, she said, offering him the bucket of popcorn she had just purchased. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. You must be a junior. Have you mistaken our martial arts competition for a film? Yes, I am a sophomore. The seniors are holding an internal competition, and all of us have been excused from classes to come and watch. To gain insight into divine bestowal, the junior explained, By the way, Jiang Shan, are you not participating in the internal competition? I have heard that the top 10 can represent the school in the Jiangxing martial arts tournament. In response to the junior's curiosity, Jiang Yin chuckled, Given that you call me Jiang Shan, you should already know that someone as formidable as I is, of course, preordained to participate. Wow, as expected of Jiang Shan. The junior's eyes sparkled with admiration before she pouted. But then I want to get to see you showcase your prowess. I wish to return to class. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly, even in my absence. This year's internal competition will be thrilling, trust me. Yes. The junior's eyes gleamed with excitement. Soon, the host floated into the air, and with his arrival, the lights in the audience dimmed while the arena illuminated brightly. The internal competition at Linjiang 2 High School was about to commence. The rules of the competition were as follows. Each class would send 1 student per round for a 1v1 match, with the victor earning a point. The winner could continue to dominate the arena, facing 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100. At the conclusion of the matches, the top 10 scorers would represent the school at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Tournament. Now, I declare the competition to begin, the host announced from the center of the arena, and as his voice faded, 2 large doors slowly opened. The audience erupted with cheers that echoed throughout the arena. Class 1 Zhuqiu versus Class 2's Wang Chong, the host bellowed. Zhuqiu gazed at Wang Chong from afar, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he disdainfully remarked, Where's your class's Jiang Yin? When you lose, have him come up and fight me. Ha. Do you think you are worthy to challenge Jiang Shan? Wang Chong retorted, cracking his knuckles. The one going down will be you. We do not even need Jiang Shan to deal with you. Zhuqiu's expression darkened. I will make it known throughout Linjiang 2 High School who the true strongman is. What if your divine endowment is high-ranking? You remain no match for me. A-class ability, ghost killing. Zhuqiu was enveloped in dark mist, as ghostly apparitions surged towards Wang Chong. Wang Chong's pupils trembled. He shared the same attribute as Jiang Shan, but you are nowhere near his level. He clenched his fists, blood surging within him, and struck out at the apparitions. The ghosts were dispersed with a single punch, and Wang Chong propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Zhuqiu like a missile. It is over. Once I close in, you will have no means to retaliate. Indeed, it is over. Zhuqiu's left foot arched slightly in the next moment. Wang Chong's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing up black blood, his veins ruptured, blood gushing forth. Ugh, da. This scene was so bizarre that no one had anticipated Wang Chong would inexplicably lose his fighting capability. Even the host was left dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally declared, "The winner of this match is Zhuo Qiu." What just happened? Zhang Xiaoxing's voice trembled. Wang Chong was swiftly escorted away by medical personnel. Zhuo Qiu cast a disdainful glance towards Class 2. His voice dripping with contempt. "Jiang Yin. Oh no, I should call you Jiang Shun. Come up here and face me." The members of Class 2 exchanged nervous glances. "Old Jiang, should we call Jiang Shun down from the audience?" A student anxiously inquired. "There is no need to trouble Jiang Shun. I will take his place," Yun Tianjia declared coldly. "If you wish to challenge Jiang Shun, you must first get past me." He leaped into the arena. Surrounded by crackling purple lightning, "I will be your opponent," the host announced loudly. Class 1's Zhuo Qiu versus Class 2's Yun Tianjia. "Let the match begin," Zhuo Qiu scoffed. "Are you all deaf in Class 2? I said for Jiang Yin to come up here. Can you not hear? Or is it that Jiang Yin is merely a hollow figure, too afraid to face me? I will not let your insults towards Jiang Shan go unpunished." Yun Tianjia's face contorted with rage, the lightning raging around him as he transformed into a god of thunder, charging towards Zhuo Qiu with unparalleled speed. Boom! The purple lightning morphed into a raging blade. Unleashing a torrential assault, Zhuo Qiu sneered. A frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Ghostly figures swarmed the arena, penetrating Yun Tianjia's body. He found it hard to breathe, and in the next moment, his eyes filled with blood, tears streaming from them. "What have you done?" The violent lightning dissipated, and he began to bleed from every orifice. A horrifying sight. Why ghost killing is infinitely more powerful than Jiang Yan's mere ability to summon specters. "It can kill without a trace," Zhuo Qiu remarked with a sinister smile. "All right, you may leave the arena now." Zhuo Qiu lightly tapped Yun Tianjia, who instantly felt excruciating pain in his internal organs. His blood vessels bursting, collapsing heavily to the ground. In that moment, the martial arts arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. The host stood in shock, fully aware of Zhuo Qiu's class ability. Yet this was utterly grotesque. In a mere 5 minutes, he had defeated 2 opponents. It was remarkable, considering Yun Tianjia was also a standout among A-class divine endowments. To have been so effortlessly dispatched by Zhuo Qiu was simply outrageous. "Let us congratulate Class 1's Zhuo Qiu for achieving 2 consecutive victories." The host finally regained his composure and announced. Yun Tianjia lay weakly on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed towards Jiang Yin in the audience. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. "Brother Jiang, I lost." Jiang Yin frowned slightly. Zhuo Qiu's tactics were excessively brutal, easily crippling opponents' abilities. At that moment, Class 2 was in disarray. With even class leader Yun defeated, who among us can stand against him? "Old Jiang, hurry and summon Jiang Shun." What kind of monster is this Zhuo Qiu? His ability is far too overpowered. We are not on the same level. Just as the crowd was abuzz with worry and preparing to call Jiang Yin onto the field, a melodious voice emerged. "Teacher Zhang, I am willing to step up for a battle." Yi Yiran's gaze was resolute. "My S-class ability, the sacred water of the goddess, inherently counters ghost attributes. I am confident I can defeat Zhuo Qiu." Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes brightened. Jiang Yan's brilliance was so overwhelming that he had nearly forgotten he was leading a class of prodigies. Besides Jiang Yin, the S-class ability of Yi Yiran also marked her as a genius. Yi Yiran's enchanting eyes sparkled as she looked towards the figure in the audience, biting her lip tightly. "Jiang Yin, I will make you notice me." With a graceful leap, she entered the arena, and the sacred water of the goddess enveloped her in a resplendent blue aura, light and beauty intertwined. "Oh, is this not our school's flower? You have come to be my opponent. Should I not show you some pity?" Zhuo Qiu squinted his eyes and smiled. Yi Yiran did not respond. Her beautiful eyes turned to the host. The host, recovering from his astonishment, remarked, "Our Class 1's Zhuo Qiu is truly astonishing. Will he achieve a 3rd consecutive victory? Let us wait and see." Class 1's Zhuo Qiu versus Class 2's Yi Yiran. Let the match commence. As soon as the host's words fell, Zhuo Qiu erupted into laughter. Yi Yiran frowned slightly. "What are you laughing about?" "I am laughing at Jiang Yin, that hollow figure, too afraid to confront me, sending his woman in his stead." Zhuo Qiu's eyes were filled with mockery. "I'm still not Jiang Yan's woman." Yi Yiran momentarily lost her composure, but quickly regained her solemn demeanor. However, Jiang Yin is not someone you can humiliate, Ling Chu tied. Yi Yiran's eyes flashed a brilliant blue as a mass of water rapidly coalesced into several water vortexes, encircling the entire martial arena and continuously advancing towards Zuoqiu. How truly underestimated I am. Zuoqiu shook his head. An's level ability is indeed formidable, but through diligent effort, the gap can be bridged. Zuoqiu's strength was no longer concealed. A second-tier aura suddenly erupted, leaving everyone present in shock. Second tier. Zuoqiu has actually reached second-tier power, the host exclaimed. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes widened. Her level was merely first-tier fourth stage. Yi, are you afraid? Zuoqiu taunted with a wicked smile. Did Jiang Yin not abandon you? Why not come with me instead? I will cherish you well. You are unworthy of comparing yourself to Jiang Yin. Yi Yiran replied coldly. A wretched harlot, and you dare reject me? Zuoqiu's face contorted with rage. Why should Jiang Yin receive prestige and adoration for wielding the same ghostly power, while I am left wanting? Just because he possesses an SSS-level divine gift? Jealousy twisted Zuoqiu's features as he gritted his teeth. Since you adore him so much, then go die in his stead. Ghostly fury. Zuoqiu roared. A ghostly figure surged through the water vortex, hurtling towards Yiran. Buzz. The Luo Shin garment radiated brilliance, repelling the ghostly fury. I am the deity of Linjiang No. 2. Zuoqiu unleashed his second-tier power, propelling himself towards Yiran like a missile, his fist shrouded in dark energy, crashing into her. Bang. Yi Yiran raised a water shield to defend, but it was brutally punctured. Her abdomen struck with immense force, sending her flying. Yi Yiran spat blood, feeling utterly weakened as she gazed towards the figure in the audience. Jiang Yin remained impassive, calmly observing Zuoqiu's actions. Jiang. Yi Yiran attempted to call out his name, but Zuoqiu's foot pressed heavily on her back. Ah, this is what an S-level ability user is like. Not impressive at all. Zuoqiu delivered another brutal kick to Yi Yiran, his face alight with sadistic pleasure. The host hurriedly intervened. The match is over. Congratulations to Zuoqiu for achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories. Zuoqiu snatched the microphone from the host, mocking, Jiang Yin, are you a turtle? Your woman is on the brink of death, yet you still have the audacity to hide. The students from Class 1 erupted in taunts. Where's Jiang Yin from Class 2? Why is he still hiding? Is he afraid? Indeed, boasting quite a lot. Zhang God. Upon seeing young Master Zhua, he should kneel and call him Zhua God. The head teacher of Class 1 approached Zhang Xiaosheng, who wore a grim expression and said, Teacher Zhang, wasn't the awakening ceremony quite splendid? Teacher Lin, your student is excessively ruthless. It's merely a friendly spar. Must he incapacitate someone? Zhang Xiaosheng suppressed his anger. Lin Jun nonchalantly replied, Zuoqiu is a child who has fought his way out of the beast-hunting forest. It's normal for him to be heavy-handed. Well, how very normal indeed. Zhang Xiaosheng gritted his teeth, turning to Zhou Peng. Go fetch old Jiang. He's enjoying himself in the audience. Zhou Peng was taken aback. Old Jiang? Didn't you say old Jiang was banned? Class 1 has come to their doorstep. Does that still matter? The students of Class 2 are furious. Zhang God, avenge Yiran. A girl who usually got along well with Yi Yiran choked back tears. Lin Jun furrowed his brow. Banned? What do you mean? Jiang Yin is not coming out because he is afraid? Zhang Xiaosheng sneered. Teacher Lin, it's to avoid demoralizing the students of each class that I didn't allow Jiang Yin to fight. Do you truly believe your student can secure a victory? Zhang Xiaosheng coldly remarked. There's no opportunity left. He's about to exit the stage. Ha! A languid yawn broke the tension as Jiang Yin leaned against the doorway of the preparation room. Old Jiang, your words don't hold much weight. Old Jiang, as the head teacher, I cannot stand idly by while my student is mercilessly beaten. I'm begging you just this once. Take down Zuoqiu. Avenge Yun Tianjie and the others. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaosheng's words, Lin Jun sensed the unease and abruptly turned to Jiang Yin. You dare. Zuoqiu is the heir of one of Jiangqing's 5 great families. The heir of the Zhua family, you say? That does pose a bit of trouble. Jiang Yin replied with a nonchalant smile. Then let's just incapacitate him. Chapter 24. Following through on my promise, I shall render you useless. Why is Class 2 taking so long to choose their fighter? Have they truly lost their fighting spirit and are prepared to surrender to Class 1? The host sought to enliven the atmosphere. The students of Class 1 were ecstatic. Is this all Class 2 has to offer? Our young masters while alone could sweep them aside. This is utterly dull. Where is Jiang Yin? Where's the deity of Class 2? Could it be that he heard of Zwagada's 3 consecutive victories and has turned into a cowardly lizard? Ahahaha. Just as Class 1 reveled in their schadenfreude, a languid voice interjected, "Cowardly lizard. Are you referring to me?" At this, Suichio's previously mocking expression turned serious, while the taunting students from Class 1 fell silent. Their gazes filled with trepidation as they looked towards the preparation room of Class 2. How could this be? Wasn't it said that Jiang Yin was banned? It shouldn't be. The entire senior year knows of this matter. They had been emboldened by the belief that Jiang Yin could not participate, and now that he appeared in Class 2's preparation room, they were left dumbfounded. Suichio soon began to smirk. "Turtled up, are you? If you have the guts, face me in battle." "Very well, I couldn't ask for more," Jiang Yin replied, hands in his pockets as he leisurely approached the martial arena. "Oh, by the way, allow me to inform you of something in advance." Suichio, perplexed, asked, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing significant," Jiang Yin smiled. "Simply that I intend to render you useless." Upon hearing this, Suichio's pupils constricted, a bead of cold sweat trailing down his cheek. "You're joking, right? You are so certain you can defeat me? I am on a 3-win streak." Pfft. Jiang Yin appeared to find this utterly hilarious, bursting into laughter before wiping the tears from his eyes. "Even if you were on a 100-win streak, it matters not to me." Jiang Yan's gaze settled on Suichio. "I merely wanted to notify you. Knowing this is sufficient." Jiang Yin tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the students of Class 1, "and to you all. I stand here waiting for your challenge. Send one forth, and I shall incapacitate them." The students of Class 1 were thoroughly intimidated, lowering their heads in silence. Jiang Yin was quite pleased with their reaction. Lazily addressing the host, "You may commence." "Huh? Oh. Class 1's Suichio versus Class 2's Jiang Yin. The match begins," the host announced. Suichio made the first strike. Ghostly Fury. A ghostly figure darted forward with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin merely cast a sidelong glance at the ghostly fury, which immediately froze in place, unable to move. Ghostly Fury. Suichio's expression shifted as he swallowed hard. Ghostly Fury. "Kill him! Kill him!" No matter how Suichio commanded, the ghostly fury remained motionless, obediently hovering before Jiang Yin. "You are raising your head too high," Jiang Yin remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the ghostly fury suddenly knelt, shrinking in stature. The so-called ghostly fury was nothing more than a malevolent spirit. Before Jiang Yin, it behaved like a subservient child. This bizarre scene rendered the spectators of the martial arena utterly astonished. The ghostly figure, once unstoppable and having defeated 3 adversaries, now appeared like a chastised child, kneeling before Jiang Yin. "What was happening? You. What have you done to my ghostly fury? You're cheating. How can you control my ghostly fury?" Suichio's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin spoke patiently. "As you can see, your ghostly fury kneels upon seeing me. I can hardly help it. Impossible. Ghostly fury is my divine gift. It should obey me." Suichio screamed, "Ghostly fury, return to me." The ghostly fury remained unresponsive, still kneeling before Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. "Ghostly fury, return to your master." At Jiang Yan's command, the ghostly fury finally seemed to awaken from a dream. Returning to Suichio's body, Suichio was drenched in cold sweat, panic-stricken. "You invoked the ghost command." "Not at all. I am currently empty-handed." Jiang Yin extended both hands, holding nothing. "How can you control a ghost without invoking the SSS-level ghost command? Especially one that already has a master?" Jiang Yin smiled. "Controlling ghosts is an innate ability of mine. It has never been granted by the 10 Directions Ghost Command. To command hundreds of ghosts. To lead the spectral soldiers. This was a power he was born with. All right, enough small talk. It's time for me to fulfill my promise," Jiang Yin said, rolling his neck. "What promise?" Suichio felt a sudden chill. Jiang Yin succinctly stated, "To render you useless." Suichio's pupils dilated in terror. "No. You cannot render me useless. Do you know who I am?" "I know. The eldest son of the Zhou family, one of Jiangxing's 5 great families." Jiang Yin responded, continuing his advance towards Suichio without pause. Faced with Jiang Yan's relentless approach, Suichio was gripped by sheer terror. You must be rational. If you render me useless, the Zhou family will not spare you." Jiang Yin remained unfazed. "Oh, is that so?" Suichio narrowed his eyes. suddenly filled with resolve. After all, he was a second-tier martial artist. Even if divine grace had no effect on Jiang Yin, he could still crush him with sheer strength. Such audacity! Suoqiu unleashed his fury, dark energy swirling around his fist as he aimed a powerful strike at Jiang Yan's heart. With a smile dancing on his lips, Jiang Yin casually extended his hand, effortlessly intercepting the explosive blow, his fingers gradually applying pressure. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, sending shivers down spines. Suoqiu's face contorted in agony as he screamed. Ah! He attempted to retract his fist, but was ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to withdraw. Jiang Yin gazed at Suoqiu with a playful smile. Is this the power of a second-tier martial artist? Quite troublesome indeed. He exerted more force, distorting Suoqiu's right fist. Ah! Suoqiu's right hand was crushed into a powder-like fracture, dangling limply. Terror etched across his face as he looked at Jiang Yin, as if gazing upon a monstrous entity. You? Jiang Yin smirked. What's the matter? Weren't you the one clamoring for a match earlier? He taunted. I'm right here. Come and defeat me. Suoqiu trembled uncontrollably. In his eyes, Jiang Yin was nothing short of a monster. I surrender. All he desired was to flee the arena, even at the cost of admitting defeat. Yet, before he could utter the words, his mouth opened soundlessly, as if his very soul was being painfully extracted. Jiang Yin grasped Suoqiu's head, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Soul Devourer, he extracted the essence of Suoqiu's spirit, consuming the remnants entirely. A second-tier residual soul indeed proved to be a substantial boon. Jiang Yan's crimson eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he ascended to the 6th level of the 1st tier. Nonchalantly, he discarded Suoqiu's lifeless form, devoid of spirit and contorted in agony, as if it were mere refuse. Casting his gaze lightly upon the crowd of Class 3, Year 3, those who wish to be defeated by me, form an orderly line. One by one, Jiang Yin's smile radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Chapter 25. Class 3, Year 3, out. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Just moments ago, the formidable Suoqiu was effortlessly subdued by Jiang Yin in mere exchanges. Observers noted that Jiang Yin could have easily dispatched Suoqiu with a single blow. Their strengths were not even in the same realm. Yet, Jiang Yin had chosen to toy with him, allowing Suoqiu to engage for a few exchanges before ultimately rendering him powerless, discarding him like refuse. Such was Jiang Yin, so domineering. His mere presence exuded an aura of terrifying strength. I concede. I am utterly defeated. From now on, there shall be only one deity at Linjiang No. 2 High School, and that is Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin is formidable. He stands above all. Jiang Yin is invincible. He sweeps all before him. The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting Jiang Yin's name. The students of Class 3 were rendered speechless. With Suoqiu's defeat, it was now their turn to step into the arena. Having witnessed Jiang Yin's terrifying prowess, who among them dared to face him one-on-one? Was that not courting death? Should we just surrender? I agree. Jiang Yin just issued a harsh warning. If we dare step up, he will cripple us. The students of Class 1 were gripped by an overwhelming dread of Jiang Yin. No. If we surrender, Class 3 will become the laughingstock of Linjiang No. 2 High School. The class leader spoke coldly. We cannot bring shame upon Teacher Lin. Class leader, are you out of your mind? That is Jiang Yin, the true deity of Linjiang No. 2 High School. Suoqiu has already been defeated. What can we do now? Are we truly going to our doom? The class leader, Lu Guangjuan, clenched his fists, suddenly raising his head to meet Jiang Yin's gaze. Hands tucked in his pockets. Jiang Yin, we acknowledge your strength, but is it not shameful to challenge us with your SSS-level divine grace? Lu Guangjuan questioned. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. You make a valid point. He turned to the host, lazily stating, let all of Class 1 come at me together. Huh? What? The host was taken aback, doubting his hearing. With a smile, Jiang Yin reiterated. I said, I want to face all of Class 1. The host's pupils widened in shock. One person against an entire class? How audacious. In the century-long history of Linjiang No. 2 High School, many talented individuals had emerged, yet none had ever possessed such arrogance as Jiang Yin, daring to challenge an entire class alone. Class 1, even with Suoqiu incapacitated, still boasted a formidable 38 members. Are you certain? The host queried in disbelief. Jiang Yin nodded with a smile. I am certain. Not only the host but also the students of Class 1 were taken aback by Jiang Yan's audacity. Class leader, what did Jiang Yin just say? Lu Guangjuan's eyes widened in shock. Struggling to maintain composure, he said. He intends to single-handedly take on our entire class. Lu Gu, shall we engage? Lu Guangjuan gritted his teeth. There are 38 of us. How could we possibly fear one person? Let's go. The students of Class 1, spurred by his words, charged onto the arena. They activated their divine graces simultaneously, the arena shimmering with vibrant colors as their powers manifested. Lu Guangjuan, B-grade divine grace, green vine sword. Long Outyin, A-grade divine grace, black dragon martial soul. Chang Qingshan, B-grade divine grace, divine speed. One after another, 38 voices proclaimed their divine graces, standing resolute with solemn expressions directed at Jiang Yin. A smile played on Jiang Yan's lips as he took a slow step forward. The SSS-level aura enveloped the entire arena, causing half of Class 1 to tremble, with many collapsing to their knees. Jiang Yin, SSS-level divine grace, 10 Directions Ghost Command. He beckoned to the students of Class 1, inviting them to engage. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Guangjuan, the class leader, shouted. Altogether, they were not foolish enough to face death one by one. 38 students unleashed their divine graces in unison, launching a fierce assault on Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin stood his ground, his right hand swirling with blood energy and ghostly essence, the arena echoing with the wails of tormented spirits. Soul-devouring palm. Jiang Yin unleashed a powerful ghostly palm strike. The impact collided with Class 1's collective attack, shattering the front line, scattering over a dozen students like leaves in a storm. In a single exchange, several students from Class 1 collapsed, enveloped in dark energy, unconscious. Lu Guangjuan's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he swallowed hard, steadying his comrades. Do not fear. That palm strike must have been Jiang Yan's limit. We shall press on together. The remaining 20 or so students unleashed their divine graces once more, surging toward Jiang Yin. You are too arrogant. This time, you are surely doomed. Oh, who told you I have reached my limit? Jiang Yan's smile widened. Soul-devouring palm is merely my basic attack. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, many in Class 1 turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. Despair washed over them. Their collective effort had not only been thwarted but had also resulted in the loss of several members. To learn that what they had just faced was merely Jiang Yan's basic strike was too much to bear. Scatter! Lu Guangjuan gritted his teeth, commanding the remaining students to disperse and surround Jiang Yin from different angles, forming an intricate net. If we cannot overpower you with sheer numbers, then we shall encircle you, Lu Guangjuan resolved. Jiang Yin scratched his head. To think you would attempt to encircle me by leveraging your numerical advantage. This truly poses a bit of a challenge. Are you afraid? If you are, then surrender and spare yourselves the pain. A student from Class 1 boldly shouted, reveling in the bravado. Jiang Yin turned his gaze to the student, a slight smile gracing his lips. From this moment on, you are the ones who are surrounded. Knight of the 100 Ghosts. A flicker of crimson flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a chilling wind, the air filled with ghostly wails. Shadows of countless spirits flickered within the arena, a staggering multitude of over 100 phantoms. The students of Class 1 were left in a stupor at the sight. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed from encircling Jiang Yin to being encircled by him. The 100 spirits closed in on the 20 or so students, relentlessly pressing them toward the center of the arena. Jiang Yin, please spare us. Jiang Yin, I see my error. I will never dare to slander you again. I beg you, spare me. The students of Class 1 were stripped of their earlier bravado, now resembling frightened quails. Even Lu Guangjuan's face turned pale. Jiang Yin, we are classmates. You cannot harm us. Faced with the pleas of Class 1, Jiang Yin tilted his head. Did you ever consider our camaraderie when you mocked Zhuo Qiu and crippled Yun Tianjie? The expressions of Class 1 grew increasingly grim. They understood that Jiang Yin would show them no mercy, and curses began to escape their lips. Jiang Yin merely chuckled, snapping his fingers. Enjoy your feast. The 100 ghosts surged forth, immediately invading the bodies of the students, heedless of their heart-wrenching screams, devouring the remnants of their souls. In the blink of an eye, all of Class 1 lay sprawled on the ground, their powers lost, barely clinging to life. The arena fell into a profound silence. all present in utter shock, disbelief etched across their faces. Jiang Yin, he truly accomplished it. With but a single effort, he had vanquished an entire class. Chapter 26. The Bai family of the imperial capital. In the preparation room of Class 2, Lin Jun sat on the ground in a daze, utterly defeated upon witnessing his class's complete annihilation. How could this happen? Zhang Xiaoxing sneered. Teacher Lin, it seems none of your class were qualified to participate in the Jiang City martial arts competition. Lin Jun was left speechless. His prideful Zuoqiu was nothing more than a toy in the presence of Jiang Yin. He overestimated Zuoqiu while simultaneously underestimating Jiang Yin. Thus, the first day of the campus competition came to a close, and the news of Jiang Yin single-handedly annihilating an entire class soon spread. With the impending Jiangqing martial arts competition, news of any prodigy in the schools would swiftly leak, resonating throughout the entire Jiang City and even the entire Linjiang province. Consequently, his name transformed from Jiang Yin to the revered specter known as Guixian. At Linjiang No. 1 High School, a white-haired youth toyed with the Qingfeng seal in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. The person you speak of is Guixian? Indeed, there are whispers suggesting that his true divine gift level is SSS, making him the strongest at Linjiang No. 2. SSS divine gift? A flicker of intrigue passed through the white-haired youth's eyes. The golden age had truly arrived, with S-level divine gift bearers now walking the streets. Lin Feiyu soared into the air, the third eye on his forehead radiating brilliance, and his third-tier aura surged instantaneously, enveloping the entirety of Linjiang No. 1 at Guixian. I await you at the martial arts competition. Lin Feiyu laughed boisterously, the Qingfeng seal shimmering, harmonizing with the light of his third eye, resembling a divine being. At Linjiang No. 7 High School. Within the comprehension chamber, a girl with snow-like features and jade-like skin opened her emerald eyes, her gaze flowing with mirth. Guixian, what a delightful name. I hope we can meet at the martial arts competition. Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled as a bridge of flowers led from the chamber to the outside. With a gentle step, she appeared at the highest point of Linjiang No. 7, gazing down upon the entire Jiang City. At Jiangqing No. 16 High School, the entire school buzzed with discussions about a singular individual, Jiang Xiaoke. Did you know? There's a rumor that the legendary Guixian is actually the brother of Jiang Xiaoke from Class 5 of the third year. I know. When Jiang Xiaoke was bullied, her brother Guixian personally came to the school, and the entire Class 5 was surrounded by ghostly shadows. It was utterly terrifying, so enviable. I wish I had such a domineering brother. A girl with braided hair pouted, her eyes brimming with jealousy. What is there to envy? When I enter high school, I will definitely become someone even more formidable than Guixian. A boy from the third year harbored lofty aspirations, filled with infinite dreams for the future. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yin, he had been bestowed with the moniker Guixian. He continued his usual routine, leisurely traversing between home and school. A week passed swiftly, and the campus competition at Linjiang No. 2 High School reached its conclusion. As expected, Jiang Yin claimed the top spot, with the other 9 being A-level divine gift bearers, all holding considerable prestige at Linjiang No. 2. Upon the conclusion of the competition, the school awarded each student a vial of genetic serum, with the top 10 receiving 5 vials each, and Jiang Yin, as the first, was additionally granted a spirit herb. Zhang Xiaoxing chuckled. Old Jiang, do you know how much this spirit herb is worth on the market? 1 million. Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. What? You know that? I was hoping to see you shocked, but in the end, I was the one taken aback, Zhang Xiaoxing said, somewhat helpless. This is a decade-old Tianling herb. I saw it in the spirit plant encyclopedia, Jiang Yin remarked, surprised that the school was so generous as to gift him such a valuable item. Zhang Xiaoxing wore a mysterious smile. Old Jiang, you should be grateful to me. If I hadn't sung your praises, you wouldn't have received this decade-old Tianling herb. Jiang Yin nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Xiaoxing's assertion. Indeed? I am quite powerful indeed. Can you not be so self-absorbed? Zhang Xiaoxing replied, speechless. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. What did I say wrong? Am I not powerful indeed? Yes, you are the strongest. No one in the entire Blue Star compares to you. Zhang Xiaoxing was in complete awe of Jiang Yin's vanity. He resolved to never give Jiang Yin an opportunity to climb the social ladder. As this fellow was utterly shameless, well, I'm off. Perform well in the Jiangqing martial arts competition and aim for a top 10 finish. Zhang Xiaoxing patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Top 10? Who do you think I am? Jiang Yan shrugged lazily. since I'm participating in the Jiangqing martial arts competition. I can only aim for first place. Old Jiang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but this year, there are an unprecedented number of S-level divine gift bearers. Even SSS level ones, there are at least 5 in Linjiang province. Zhang Xiaoxing sighed. I don't mean to undermine your confidence, but this year is truly different. Prodigies are emerging everywhere, heralding the arrival of a martial arts renaissance. I know. Jiang Yin laughed. Not long ago, I encountered an SSS level girl at the Tianming Martial Arts Hall, and she even gave me a black gold card. What? Upon hearing about the Tianming Martial Arts Hall and the black gold card, Zhang Xiaoxing jumped up. Do you know who you met? Jiang Yin casually toyed with the black gold card. Just the campus belle from Linjiang number 1. I know her. Fool. Zhang Xiaoxing exclaimed, agitated. The campus belle is merely superficial. She is from the Bai family in the capital. You can't get involved with her. So what if she is from the Bai family in the capital? Jiang Yin retorted, confused. Does she think she is above everyone else? The Bai family in the capital holds a sacred status harkening back to the pre-Qin era. The girl you speak of is a saintess. Zhang Xiaoxing, trembling with urgency, continued. If the Bai family hears that you are close to her, it could spell trouble for you. Come on, I haven't stolen anything. She gave me this black gold card herself. Why would the Bai family harm me? Jiang Yin genuinely didn't comprehend, having never heard of the Bai family in the capital. Side I heard it from the old principal. He is about to be transferred to the capital and mentioned a few matters regarding the Bai family. Zhang Xiaoxing said, looking at Jiang Yan. In any case, keep your distance from the Bai girl. It is best not to encounter her at the Tianming Martial Arts Hall again. Got it? Jiang Yin shrugged, having no intention of visiting the Tianming Martial Arts Hall anyway, as he believed that practicing in the comprehension chamber was more efficient than combat training. He gazed at the black gold card in his hand, his mind involuntarily sketching the image of that girl. The Bai family in the capital. Chapter 27. The struggle for the genetic serum. Each student received a vial of genetic serum. Valued at 100,000 yuan, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wah, the school is so generous. I will no longer criticize it behind its back. Linjiang number 2 is truly an ideal place. I want to attend this school in my next life. Once I criticized the school for its unpalatable food and fees, only to realize it was all for our benefit, saving up our meal fees to buy genetic serum for us in our 3rd year. Most students were moved to tears. This small vial is worth 10,000. I'm going to dilute it with water. I'll drink it for a month. No, for a year. A boy with a buzz cut affectionately rubbed his face against the genetic serum. However, the next moment, the genetic serum was snatched from his grasp, and he was forcefully pushed to the ground, wincing in pain. He quickly regained his senses and reached out to reclaim his serum. Give it back. That's my genetic serum. Yours? Does this genetic serum have your name on it? The man who took the serum scoffed. Seeing the newcomer, everyone clutched their genetic serums tightly, fearful of being robbed by this man. Chao Wang squinted his triangular eyes, lewdly surveying the crowd. Hand over your genetic serums, or you won't be leaving this school today. A few students attempted to flee but were pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. Screaming, I'll give it! I'll give it! The students were paralyzed with fear, bound by the intimidation of the men beside Chao Wang. How dare you escape under my nose? You truly are courting death. Chao Wang sneered. Do not harbor any foolish thoughts. These servants behind me are all 2nd-tier martialists. If you don't want to suffer bodily harm, obediently hand over your genetic serums. Chao Wang's smile was arrogant. Give it to you. A girl, her eyes reddened, reluctantly surrendered her genetic serum to Chao Wang. Good, a teachable child. Chao Wang leered, patting the girl's face. Here, it's for you. Chao Wang frowned. Stop right there. The boy froze. Rooted to the spot, afraid to move. What was that tone just now? It's for you. That was a gift from you to me. Chao Wang spoke coldly. Break his legs. The men behind Chao Wang swiftly subdued the boy. And with a crack, the boy's face contorted in agony as his legs twisted. Witnessing this scene, the others dared not intervene, knowing that Chao Wang was the son of the notoriously protective grade director. Despite being merely a C-level divine gift bearer himself, his father had hired 3 martial arts college graduates, all of whom were 2nd-tier martialists, allowing him to dominate at Linjiang No, Thai and the Blue Star. Martial prowess reigns supreme. From the moment one awakens their divine gift in high school, the school ceases to offer protection. Observers, including teachers, merely stood by, watching how the students would resolve the situation. However, most students were only first or second tier, utterly powerless against the three second-tier martialists flanking Chao Wang. They had no choice but to obediently hand over their genetic serums. Chao Wang reveled in the submissive expressions of the crowd. Deriving pleasure from their compliance, in merely a few moments, he seized over 200 vials of genetic elixirs. However, Chao Wang was still unsatisfied. His eyes glimmered with mischief. I have heard that the principal, that old fool, secretly bestowed a miraculous herb upon Jiang Yin. What of an S-level divine bestower? He has yet to rise, and he is only fit to bow down before me. Chao Wang commanded 3 martial masters. Bring Jiang Yin to me. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was engrossed in a discussion with Zhou Peng and Yun Tianjie regarding the spirit plant in their possession. How should we consume this? Is it best to eat it raw for maximum potency? Jiang Yin pondered, stroking his chin. Zhou Peng frowned in contemplation as well. I believe pan-frying it would be preferable. That's how traditional Chinese medicine is usually consumed. Wrapped in bandages, Yun Tianjie chimed in with a grin. The spirit plant possesses consciousness. Brother Jiang can directly refine it using spiritual energy and absorb its medicinal properties. Indeed, old Yun makes a valid point. Little Pong, observe carefully. You are the least knowledgeable here. Still pondering over pan-frying, Jiang Yin remarked with disdain towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng felt utterly wronged, questioning why he had become Little Pong. Brother Jiang, old Yun is a scion of a prestigious family. Naturally, he treats the miraculous herbs as mere candies. I am just an ordinary citizen who has never tasted such elixirs in my life. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. Stick with me, and I shall lead you to the pinnacle of life, allowing you to treat miraculous herbs as if they were mere candies. Brother Jiang, I am truly fortunate to know you. Zhou Peng exclaimed, deeply moved. As the trio bantered, a flustered girl rushed in, exclaiming, Jiang. Jiang, God. It's terrible. Something has happened. Jiang Yin did not even lift his gaze. Classmate Guo, how many times have I told you? As my classmate, you must maintain composure, embodying the spirit of remaining unperturbed even amidst calamity. Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. Indeed, classmate Guo, do you not see that Jiang God is engaged in a discussion with his 2 good friends about constructing the future of Blue Star? Faced with the usual nonsensical remarks from the 2, Guo helplessly turned to Yun Tianjie. Clearing his throat, Yun Tianjie said, Brother Jiang, old Zhou, since Guo is so anxious, it must be something serious. Pray tell, what has caused such distress to you? A classmate of mine? Jiang Yin lifted his chin. Guo hastily replied, Chao Wang is rampaging, seizing genetic elixirs. Many from our second class have had their elixirs stolen by him, and now he has set his sights on you. Jiang God. Jiang Yin tilted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Who is Chao Wang? Just an insignificant thug. His father is the grade supervisor. Yun Tianjie replied nonchalantly. He is the heir of one of Jiangqing's 5 great families, so naturally, he does not regard Chao Wang highly. Zhou Peng added with calmness, Chao Wang may bully others, but even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to provoke Brother Jiang. Seeing the 3 remain unfazed, still leisurely chatting, Guo spoke urgently. Though Chao Wang may be disregarded, he is flanked by 3 martial masters. Guo trembled. One of them is at the peak of the second tier. The peak of the second tier. Half a step into the third-tier martial realm. Yun Tianjie glanced at Jiang Yin with concern. Brother Jiang, I shall summon help. Jiang Yin raised his hand to interrupt. Speaking lazily, the peak of the second tier is still merely the second tier. It's just a realm higher than mine. Have I not frequently eliminated opponents at higher levels? Lazily rising, he added, Old Zhou, old Yun, you need not accompany me. I shall see what the matter is. The 2 understood that accompanying him would only be a burden, thus refraining from playing the hero. Jiang Yin turned to Zhou, patting his shoulder with a gentle smile. You have worked hard. All the genetic elixirs he has seized, I will ensure he returns them all with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Yin strolled out of the classroom of Senior 3, Class 2. Not far away, an unattractive, squat man approached, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, do you know who I am? I do not. For I have little memory for repugnant beings. Jiang Yin shrugged. Chapter 28. The Earthly Lord, the Heavenly Lord. The judge Jiang Yin's words struck a sensitive chord within Chao Wang, who was acutely aware of his own ugliness. The root of his insecurity. Clenching his jaw, Chao Wang retorted, Jiang Yin, what of your SS-level divine bestower status? You have yet to rise. In my domain, Even a dragon must coil, and if I do not? Jiang Yin shrugged, entirely dismissing Chao Wang. Then you shall be forced to confront reality. Chao Wang sneered as three martial masters emerged behind him, the overwhelming second-tier power creating a palpable pressure that left the onlooking students dizzy and weak-kneed. Chao Wang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Jiang Yin, if you bow down and kowtow 100 times and obediently offer me the miraculous herb, I might let you off this time. Otherwise, you can expect to be incapacitated for 100 days, missing even the martial arts examination. His smile was brimming with arrogance. Chao Gongzi, why waste words with him? Our favorite pastime is to bully the weak and humiliate those who have yet to rise. Lu Kang remarked disdainfully, filled with contempt. Having reached the peak of the second tier, although his divine bestowal was merely B-level, he was confident in crushing Jiang Yin. Lu Kang slowly approached Jiang Yin. A talent yet to rise should maintain reverence for the strong, lest he falls prematurely. Kneel before me. With a furious roar, Lu Kang unleashed his second-tier pressure like a tidal wave. The onlooking students, weak-kneed, collapsed to the ground. Were it not for the support of two martial masters, even Chao Wang would have nearly fallen. He cursed, "Damn you, Lu Kang. When I'm present, do not recklessly exert your pressure." Lu Kang remained silent, harboring disdain within. Since graduating from the martial arts university, he had reached the peak of the second tier, and his future appeared brilliantly promising. Currently working for Chao Wang was merely a means to earn a little extra cash. He did not hold Chao Wang in high regard. He smiled in Jiang Yin's direction, anticipating that Jiang Yin was already on his knees, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. However, upon seeing Jiang Yin standing there, composed and unfazed, his expression shifted dramatically. "You, why have you not knelt?" Lu Kang was stunned. He had unleashed his peak second-tier pressure and directed it squarely at Jiang Yin. While the other students crumpled beneath the residual pressure, Jiang Yin remained unaffected, hands in pockets, a smile gracing his face. Under Lu Kang's astonished gaze, Jiang Yin grasped his shoulder firmly, exerting pressure until the sound of cracking bones echoed, shattering Lu Kang's left shoulder. Ah! The excruciating pain jolted Lu Kang back to reality. He took a step back, distancing himself from Jiang Yin. Looking at Jiang Yin again, his eyes were now filled with terror. What manner of monster is this? He is merely a first-tier martial artist, yet his strength rivals that of a fierce beast. You fool! What are you doing? Quickly incapacitate him. Chao Wang shouted angrily. Rage blazed in Lu Kang's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Boy, I indeed underestimated you. You have injured my shoulder, and I shall strip you of your cultivation. The peak power of the second tier surged forth from Lu Kang, transforming him into a swift leopard. Closing in on Jiang Yin with incredible speed, a punch aimed squarely at Jiang Yin's face. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as a figure flew backward, colliding with the statue and crashing heavily to the ground. All present were left in shock, for the one who had been sent flying was not Jiang Yin, but Lu Kang. The peak of the second tier had just been sent sprawling. Jiang Yin, too, did not escape unscathed. He was merely at the 6th level of the first tier, and although his punch appeared casual, it had indeed utilized immense force. Their fists collided, Lu Kang was sent flying, and blood flowed from Jiang Yin's right hand, his entire arm suffering severe injury. Lu Kang emerged from the rubble, his face etched with fear. He was an ability user of the power type. At the peak of the second tier, in a direct clash of flesh, he had actually found himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Yin, the summoner. Such an utter humiliation. Such an utter disgrace. Thunderous leopard. Lu Kang roared, lightning swirling around him as he crouched low, transforming into a ferocious, murderous leopard. He howled. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he locked onto Jiang Yin, sensing the scent of blood, and his demeanor shifted to one of savage bloodlust as he lunged forward. Buzz! As he tore through the air, he left behind a trail of lightning, moving at breakneck speed, surpassing the speed of sound, producing a series of thunderous sonic booms. Jiang Yin smirked. I'm done playing. This is getting tedious. 10 Directions Ghost Command. As a summoner, if a physical confrontation yielded no victor, he would resort to his ace in the hole. Earthly Lord. Heavenly Lord. 2 strands of black mist surged forth from the 10 Directions Ghost Command, transforming into 2 towering 3-meter-tall entities. The specters of the underworld emerged, enveloping the vicinity of Jiangxing No. 2 High School in a shroud of fog. Lu Kong, too, was blinded by the black mist, unable to discern his surroundings. Roar! The earthly lord let out a bellow, extending its massive arm to seize Lu Kong. Lu Kong swiftly dodged, acutely aware of the impending danger. He unleashed a lightning chain, intending to execute indiscriminate attacks within a 100-meter radius. Judge, Jiang Yin declared again, as the 10 Directions Ghost Command summoned forth more black mist, materializing a ghostly figure wielding a brush. The spectral judge wielded the brush, and ghostly talismans floated in the air, releasing chains from all directions that pierced Lu Kong with ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, the Heavenly Lord and Earthly Lord combined their strength to strike Lu Kong, who was now immobilized. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The black mist dissipated, and the 3 specters faded from view. Lu Kong hung limply from a tree, his limbs twisted, eyes devoid of life. His cultivation had been shattered by the blows of the Earthly Lord and Heavenly Lord, leaving him in a vegetative state. Jiang Yin also absorbed Lu Kang's remaining soul, nourishing his injured right arm, and even the wound on his fist healed completely, leaving no trace of injury. Having dealt with the most troublesome Lu Kong, Jiang Yin's gaze fell upon the dumbfounded Chao Wang. Have you had your fill of the spectacle? Now, it's your turn. Chao Wang, feeling as if faced with a formidable enemy, bellowed, "You 2 useless fools, hurry! Quickly, block him for me." The 2 martial artists, swallowing hard and steeling themselves for the worst, positioned themselves in front of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin chuckled, "Is it worth risking your lives for such a trifling sum of money?" His words etched deeply into the minds of the 2 men, who turned their gazes towards Lu Kong, swaying gently from the tree branch in the breeze, and gradually bowed their heads, stepping aside to grant Jiang Yin passage. Chao Wang was dumbfounded, erupting in furious curses. "You 2 imbeciles! My father will not let you off." The 2 martial artists retorted coldly, "We're done with this pathetic job. Allowing you to bully us weighs heavily on our conscience." Chao Wang's teeth ground in frustration as he beheld Jiang Yin drawing closer, his complexion darkening. Jiang Yin, what do you intend to do? I tell you, my father is the grade director. Do you dare to, His sentence was abruptly cut off as Jiang Yin delivered a resounding slap, knocking out a row of his teeth. You dare. Chao Wang stammered, his speech laced with a lisp due to his missing teeth. Jiang Yin tilted his head. What is there that I cannot dare? With that, he landed another powerful slap upon Chao Wang's face. The force of Jiang Yin's blows was akin to that of a ferocious beast. In an instant, Chao Wang's visage swelled to that of a grotesque pig. The onlooking students erupted in cheers, grateful to Jiang Yin for avenging them by delivering such a beating to Chao Wang. Jiang Yin, smiling at the surrounding students, proclaimed, "Take back your gene serums, which rightfully belong to you. Long live Jiang Shen! Oh, benevolent lord! I thought my gene serum was lost forever, but thanks to Jiang Shen, we have been avenged." A throng of students surged towards Chao Wang, reclaiming their gene serums while not forgetting to deliver a few kicks for good measure. Ouch, you all wait for me. Ouch, that hurts, it hurts so much. Chao Wang, battered and bruised, was left utterly defeated, ultimately failing to secure even a single vial of gene serum. The serum that was originally his was effortlessly pilfered by Jiang Yin. That was my own gene serum. Chao Wang despondently extended a hand. Jiang Yin grinned, "It is mine now." Chapter 29. A shot to determine destiny. Having achieved the remarkable feat of defeating a peak second-tier martial artist, Jiang Yan's reputation spread like wildfire. The title of Ghost Immortal became synonymous with him, known far and wide. Meanwhile, all the students had reclaimed their gene serums, and Jiang Yin prepared to leave the school. Stop right there. At that moment, an enraged shout halted Jiang Yin in his tracks. The surrounding students recoiled, whispering among themselves, "It was Chao Wang's father, the grade director. This is bad. This grade director is fiercely protective of his own. Jiang Shen is in trouble." Chao Delong, upon seeing his precious son sprawled on the ground, covered in bruises, was filled with anguish. Who did this? Who? His bloodshot eyes scanned the crowd. None of you are leaving today. No one revealed Jiang Yin's identity, and they resolved to bear the burden together. One student voiced his discontent. Director Chao, it was Chao Wang who tried to seize our gene serums. We merely reclaimed what was ours. Silence. Chao Delong glared at the student menacingly. Even if my son was at fault, Does that justify you laying hands on your classmates? How can you be so cruel at such a young age? I suggest you all forget about attending a martial arts university and instead go work in a factory, tightening screws. You are fit only to be expendable. His words were merciless, as nearly half of the students at Linjiangno 2 High School had awakened to divine gifts of D and E rank. Their chances of passing the martial arts examination were slim, likely relegating them to ordinary universities and eventually, as Chao Dalong had stated, to factories to toil away. Now, tell me who injured my son. Chao Dalong's fierce glare fell upon the 2 martial artists. The martial artists, unable to defy Chao Dalong, recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Chao Dalong's icy gaze landed on Jiang Yin, who appeared unfazed. Jiang Yin, what a remarkable individual you are. Do you think yourself quite impressive? Chao Dalong ground his teeth, glaring coldly at Jiang Yin. An SSS-ranked divine gifted individual, yet possessing a heart so cruel. Jiang Yin, hearing this, grinned and clasped his hands together. Thank you for the compliment, but I assure you, I am not as merciless as you believe. You are expelled. We at Linjiang No. 2 High School will not tolerate a student like you, Chao Dalong declared coldly. When did this school become yours to dictate? Zhang Xiaosheng questioned icily. He had raced back to the school upon receiving a call from Yun Tianjia. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaosheng arrive, the students felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ah, Vice Principal Zhang, Jiang Yin greeted with a smile. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. Call me Principal Zhang. What sort of person is this? He comes rushing back to mediate, yet he still dares to jest. Does he possess no emotional intelligence? Even if he is the vice principal, he should be addressed as principal. Zhang Xiaosheng turned to Chao Dalong. I am already aware of the events that transpired. It was Chao Wang who was in the wrong. Let us consider the matter closed. Consider it closed? Chao Dalong scoffed. My son has been injured to such an extent? And you think it can simply be dismissed? Jiang Yin shrugged. It's my fault. I didn't expect him to be so weak. 2 slaps, and he became a swollen mess. Zhang Xiaosheng furrowed his brow. How could you slap him in the face? Everyone presumed Zhang Xiaosheng would reprimand Jiang Yin. However, his subsequent words left them utterly astonished. Next time, aim for the body. That way, it won't be as noticeable. Zhang Xiaosheng whispered. Jiang Yin nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. You truly have a way with words, old Zhang. Experience counts for something, Zhang Xiaosheng chuckled. Chao Dalong was left dumbstruck. They are in cahoots, you all? Chao Dalong trembled in rage. Zhang Xiaosheng, you have only just taken office as vice principal, and you dare oppose me, Director Chao. My appointment as vice principal was to better manage the school and root out pests within. And you are the greatest pest in this institution? Zhang Xiaosheng's demeanor turned serious. Chao Dalong suddenly realized the implications, his expression shifting drastically. You are guilty of embezzlement, corporal punishment of students, and inciting Chao Wang to seize gene serums. I possess evidence of it all, Zhang Xiaosheng declared, brandishing a sheaf of documents. Director Chao, please accompany me to the station for a discussion regarding your sentence. Zhang Xiaosheng let out a cold snort. Chao Dalong's eyes glinted with rage. No, you cannot bring me down. You won't live to carry away that evidence. He ignited flames in his hands, transforming them into a fiery vortex, which he hurled violently at Zhang Xiaosheng. Ghost Martial unleashed, Jiang Yin waved his hand casually, conjuring an ethereal shadow that coalesced into a tangible, pitch-black spear. With astonishing speed, Jiang Yin brandished the ghostly spear, sweeping it through the firestorm, extinguishing the fiery dragon and stabilizing himself. With a powerful thrust of his waist, he hurled the ghost spear. Whoosh! The ghost spear pierced through a series of fiery barriers, striking through Chao Dalong's shoulder with overwhelming force, sending him crashing against the wall. Chao Dalong was pinned against the wall by the spear, his hands frantically trying to dislodge it, but the ghostly energy corroded his hands, causing him immense agony. Zhang Xiaosheng sighed in relief. That was terrifying. He suddenly went berserk, and I didn't have time to react. Had it not been for you, old Jiang, I might have been in serious trouble. Just a small matter. Jiang Yin brushed his hands off. Retracting the ghost spear, Chao Dalong, now severely weakened and struggling, collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly drained. Everyone disperse. Director Chao is headed to prison to spend his twilight years. You shall soon welcome a new grade director. Zhang Xiaosheng announced to the students surrounding him. Upon hearing that Director Chao would be incarcerated, the students erupted in cheers. Many of them had, to varying degrees, suffered under Chao Dalong's tyranny. Seeing him fall from power, several students hoisted the battered Chao Wang, resembling a beaten dog, and exclaimed, "Principal Zhang, what about Chao Wang? He deserves to go as well." "Indeed, he must also serve some time," Zhang Shaoxing replied with a smile. "A few eager students, please assist me in escorting this father and son duo to the station." "I'll do it. Count me in." Students who had long suffered under the oppression of the Chao family eagerly volunteered to personally escort them to the station. Jiang Yin, however, was uninterested in this spectacle. He intended to return home to absorb the spiritual medicine and gene serums. My physical form is still insufficiently strong. A peak second-tier power user can nearly match me. It is not enough, far from it. He was not content with merely being invincible within his realm. He aspired to transcend boundaries, to become unbeatable even against foes of superior ranks, upon returning home. Jiang Yin consumed 6 vials of gene serum in one go, immediately feeling a fiery sensation igniting within his abdomen, which soon settled into tranquility. Why is there no reaction at all? Jiang Yin pondered. Perplexed. The gene serum was meant to enhance his physique, yet after downing 6 vials, he felt no change whatsoever. Could something be amiss? Chapter 30. Reduced to living off others? Jiang Yin, feeling perplexed, called Zhou Peng for clarification. "Brother Jiang, what brings you to seek me at this hour?" Zhou Peng's voice boomed with vigor. "Old Zhou, have you used the gene serum yet? How effective is it?" Jiang Yin inquired, on the other end of the line. Zhou Peng's excited voice erupted. "I took it as soon as I got home, and now I feel completely revitalized. My physical prowess has noticeably improved." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of air being sliced through came from the phone, indicating that Zhou Peng was energetically punching the air, bursting with untapped energy. Jiang Yin found himself increasingly despondent as he revealed that he had consumed 6 bottles of the genetic potion, yet experienced no discernible effects. "What? How can this be possible? I saw significant improvements after just 1 bottle, and you, Brother Jiang, downed 6 in one go. How could you not see any results?" Zhou Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yin sighed. "It seems the issue does not lie with the genetic potion, but rather with myself." He ended the call and began to search for new methods to fortify his physique. The genetic potion was ineffective for him, but surely a miraculous herb would yield some benefit. He retrieved the celestial spirit grass, channeling his spiritual energy to refine it and absorb its medicinal properties. A pale blue aura enveloped Jiang Yin, continuously flowing into him. He sensed a vortex in his dantian, tirelessly drawing in the herb's essence. Yet this vortex resembled an abyss, insatiable and unfillable. When Jiang Yin regained his senses, the herb had withered, and he noticed no change in himself. How could this be? The genetic potion failed, and even the miraculous herb proved ineffective. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yin closed his eyes, commencing a meditation on the 10 Directions Ghost Command. Perhaps ancient texts within the command held some insights. As he perused the ghost command with his spiritual consciousness, he halted at a particular page. It bore several enigmatic glyphs, incomprehensible to him, yet his mind grasped the meaning behind these cryptic symbols. The celestial dark body. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his dantian. It turned out that his physique was so unique that in order to reshape his body, he would need to consume the miraculous herbs in hundreds or even thousands of times the usual dosage to achieve even a slight enhancement. However, this minuscule improvement would be exponentially more formidable than the enhancements experienced by others. The ancient text also described an archaic method of body refinement, bathing in the heart's blood of numerous ferocious beasts to achieve the desired effect. Yet, where could he possibly find hundreds of such beasts? For now, he resolved to rely on the first method of body refinement. The first method required sheer dosage. Given the exceptional nature of the celestial dark body, using ordinary herbs for body refinement necessitated a potency thousands of times greater than that required for an average person. Therefore, 6 bottles of the genetic potion and a single miraculous herb could not hope to fill that vast void. In any case, he decided to purchase 100 bottles of the genetic potion as a trial. The genetic potion was typically available at guilds and martial arts academies, so Jiang Yin naturally headed to the nearest Tianming Martial Arts Academy. "Welcome to Tianming Martial Arts Academy," Jiang He lazily declared. Propped up on the table, "Please present your membership card." Suddenly, upon recognizing Jiang Yin, she faltered, and in the next moment, her demeanor shifted to one of excitement as she grasped Jiang Yan's hand. "Mr. Jiang, I've finally been waiting for you. Startled by her sudden enthusiasm, Jiang Yin quickly withdrew his hand. We must maintain proper boundaries between the sexes. Even if I am exceptionally handsome, you cannot be so forward, Mr. Jiang. How could I dare to be forward with you? You are our most esteemed guest at Tianming Martial Arts Academy. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to command. Jiang He gazed at Jiang Yin with sparkling eyes. Jiang Yin pursed his lips. Do you have the genetic potion? Indeed. Whatever amount you desire, we have in abundance, Jiang He exclaimed, eager not to appear negligent, hastily retrieving a box containing 10 bottles of the blue genetic potion. How much? Jiang Yin inquired cautiously. As you are a Black Gold member, it is all complimentary, Jiang He replied. Jiang Yin waved his hand dismissively. I do not indulge in handouts. I will not utilize the Black Gold card. This. Jiang He hesitated. This card was gifted to you by that esteemed individual. You may use it freely. Jiang Yin stood resolutely. Jiang Yin, do not take handouts. Sighing, Jiang He had never encountered someone so principled, and her respect for Jiang Yin grew. In a wonder, he had captured the interest of the Bai family's daughter. He truly possessed a sense of masculinity. Seeing Jiang Yin's determination, she decided not to press further. Smiling as she said, if you choose not to use the Black Gold card, the 10 bottles will cost 1 million huaxia coins. Cough. Jiang Yin nearly choked, his voice laden with confusion. How much did you say? Jiang He smiled. 1 million huaxia coins, dear. Jiang Yin broke into a cold sweat. 1 million huaxia coins? He only had a card worth over 100,000 on him, which constituted all his assets. No one had informed him that a single bottle of the genetic potion was so exorbitantly priced. Mr. Jiang. Noticing Jiang Yin frozen in place, Jiang He tentatively called out, It appears I may be a bit short on funds. Jiang Yin awkwardly chuckled. How many bottles do you intend to purchase? A cool voice interrupted. Overwhelmed by the awkwardness, Jiang Yin hastily replied, 100 bottles, but I don't have enough money on me, so I'll come back to buy later. With that, he turned to flee. Suddenly, he felt a chilling grip on his wrist, causing him to pause and turn to identify the owner of the icy hand. It was none other than Bai Luoxue. Her silver-white hair cascading and her expression inscrutable, Bai Luoxue calmly addressed Jiang He, provide him with 10 boxes of the genetic potion. Deduct the cost from my card. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. Understood, Miss Bai. Jiang Yin stood in shock, glancing at the hand gripping his wrist. Miss Bai? How should I address you? Bai Luoxue, her demeanor unchanged, looked at him and softly replied, Bai Luoxue, and you? I? Jiang Yin hesitated momentarily before realizing she was inquiring about his name, then smiled and said, I am Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin. Bai Luoxue softly murmured his name, a flicker of intrigue dancing in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, here are your 10 boxes of genetic potion, totaling 100 bottles. Would you like them delivered to your home? Jiang He spoke with utmost reverence. This was quite peculiar. Just moments ago, he had insisted he wouldn't use the Bai family's card or accept handouts. Yet now he was being served such privileges. Miss Bai, I will consider this a loan from you, and I promise to repay you, Jiang Yin said earnestly. Bai Luoxue tilted her head and adorably nodded. Okay, dot your hand. Jiang Yin gestured toward her grip on his wrist. Oh, my apologies. Bai Luoxue quickly released his wrist and stood to the side, lowering her head as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Was she truly the ice goddess, or was she merely an extreme introvert? Well then, Miss Bai, shall we meet again? Jiang Yin cautiously inquired. Bai Luoxue nodded, her voice soft and gentle. We shall meet again. With the 10 boxes of genetic potion, worth 1 million, Jiang Yin hastily exited Tianming Martial Arts Academy and raced home. Upon entering and collapsing onto the sofa, he found himself deep in thought. Did this count as accepting handouts? Did it equate to selling his allure? Chapter 31. The rebirth of the flesh. The ancient ruins emerge. Jiang Yin was lost in contemplation. Bai Luoxue, the school beauty from Linjiangno, one high school, had inexplicably gifted him a Black Gold card and 10 boxes of genetic potions. There was only one possibility. Jiang Yin's brows relaxed. She must be interested in me. Indeed, that must be the case. A man as handsome as I am typically exists only in novels. Jiang Yin dramatically tossed his hair back. Time to indulge. He opened the vibranium box containing the genetic potions, retrieving 10 bottles and gulping them down. A wave of warmth coursed through him, and a tingling sensation spread through his limbs, but nothing more followed. The 10 bottles of genetic potion brought him a mere warmth and tingling sensation, with no other enhancements. I refused to believe this. Jiang Yin opened another box, downing the 10 bottles of genetic potion in one go. This time, the warmth flowed even more freely, washing over his limbs and bones. It was effective. Albeit barely, Jiang Yin, undeterred, proceeded to open the remaining 8 boxes. 80 bottles of genetic potion represented a decade's worth of supply for an ordinary divine gifted individual. Yet Jiang Yin remained unfazed, pouring them down his throat without hesitation. Gulping down, to be honest, the taste of the genetic potion was rather unpalatable. Jiang Yin consumed 100 bottles in total, a quantity sufficient to fill a bathtub. Suddenly, his abdomen felt as though it was ablaze. The previously insatiable vortex merging with the flames, creating a tempest within him. The fire surged throughout Jiang Yin's body, and he felt as if he might ignite entirely. Jiang Yin focused his spiritual energy to suppress the raging flames. But the ferocity of the fire rebounded against him, causing him to spit blood. Cough. This is bad. Am I destined to be the first divine gifted individual in history to perish from drinking genetic potions? In this dire moment, Jiang Yin couldn't resist making a quip. The next instant, the flames erupting from his limbs burst forth. They engulfed him entirely. This was a black flame, surrounded by swirling dark energy. Jiang Yin was subjected to the relentless refinement of these black flames, transforming from an Asian into a blackened figure. Gradually, the black flames subsided, and Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, his charred skin cracking with a crisp sound as he stood, shedding more charred fragments to the ground. Like a serpent shedding its skin, Jiang Yin discarded his ashen exterior, emerging reborn, his skin now as pure as jade, radiating with spiritual energy. Testing his strength, he clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power converge within his palm. His physique had undergone a true metamorphosis. He had just experienced a transformation, elevating him into a new existence. The ashen exterior was merely the remnants of his former body. Consumed by the black flames, this flesh, purified by the black fire, rivaled that of ancient ferocious beasts. It was a qualitative leap. Jiang Yin was confident that he could suppress an SS-level power user of a higher tier solely based on his physical prowess. With only 2 weeks remaining until the Jiangxing martial arts tournament, Jiang Yin aimed to reach the second tier and undergo a further purification of his body within this fortnight. The following morning, Jiang Yin refrained from attending school, directly explaining his reasons to Zhang Shaoxing and requesting a 2-week leave of absence. Zhang Shaoxing acquiesced without hesitation. Old Jiang, there is truly nothing more for us to teach you at this school. Use the next 2 weeks wisely while honing your skills outside. Remember, prioritize your safety. Jiang Yin reassured him. Rest assured, old Jiang, I value my life above all else. After concluding the call, Jiang Yin set off for the destination of his training, the ancient Wang Mountain. Recently, incidents involving monstrous beasts injuring people had surged in Jiangxing, attracting various powerful factions to the city. This was no mere coincidence. The answer was evident. The Wang Mountain ruins, which opened once every 100 years, were approaching their fateful day. Master, shall we proceed to Wang Mountain? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile as he hailed a taxi. What? Wang Mountain? Young man, have you lost your mind? There have been severe casualties there recently. The area is already cordoned off. The driver responded earnestly. It seems you are well informed, driver. Have many people been venturing to Wang Mountain lately? Jiang Yin asked, unabashedly climbing into the vehicle. Get out. I refuse to take you to such a perilous location. The driver insisted, fearing for his life, while merely trying to make a living. Jiang Yin proffered a pack of cigarettes. Let us just have a chat. The driver, taken aback, accepted the cigarette and took a deep drag. You still in high school, aren't you? Indeed, Jiang Yin nodded with a grin. In that case, I'll indulge you and have a proper discussion. The driver took another puff, exhaling slowly. You're aware of the Beast King, correct? I know a bit, Jiang Yin replied, casually lighting his own cigarette and narrowing his eyes in relaxation. The Tier 3 Beast King can speak human language and possesses wisdom surpassing that of humans. Its strength is astonishing, awakening bloodline powers and exhibiting a brutal penchant for slaughter. Nowadays, Wang Mountain is teeming with Beast Kings, and rumors abound of a Tier 6 Beast Emperor residing within. The driver discarded his cigarette but out the window. Sighing, We taxi drivers have an internal group. Many of my colleagues have taken people to Wong Mountain, yet none have returned alive. Even those seeking opportunities have met their demise there. The driver's eyes were hollow as he looked at Jiang Yin. Do you still wish to go to Wong Mountain, young man? Jiang Yin smiled and shrugged. I merely intend to observe from a distance. Surely, there is no danger to my life? He stuffed an entire pack of cigarettes into the driver's pocket, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Just take me to within a kilometer of Wong Mountain, and I won't put you at risk. The driver's expression grew complex. You young people. Yet his demeanor darkened. Is the allure of opportunity less significant than your life? Why does everyone insist on courting death? Jiang Yin's gaze remained calm. Driver, the seeking opportunity guest you mentioned was your kin. Wasn't he it? It was my son, the driver replied, his eyes filled with sorrow. He, like you, had just awakened a divine gift in high school, an A-class gift, with a promising future ahead. Yet he, in his arrogance, ventured alone to Wong Mountain and ended up leaving nothing but scraps of his body. The driver shouted in anguish that I'm sorry, but I cannot take you. You'll have to find another taxi. The middle-aged driver, looking haggard, returned the pack of cigarettes to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin grasped his wrist, his gaze steady. You've accepted the cigarettes. Thus, you must take me to Wong Mountain. The driver was exasperated but halted when he met Jiang Yin's expression. Jiang Yin smiled gently. Take me to Wong Mountain, and I'll reward you with a pack of cigarettes, as well as the head of the beast that killed your son. Ignoring the driver's shocked face, Jiang Yin replaced the cigarettes in his pocket, calmly stating, Now, you may drive. As Lu Jiangwo drove, he covertly observed the young man in the passenger seat. Despite being the same age as his son, this youth exuded an aura distinct from his peers, an indescribable quality, perhaps an indifference to the world. Nothing seemed to catch this boy's eye, nor did he appear to take anything to heart. What profound state of being could this be for one so young? After 2 hours of high-speed driving, Lu Jiangwo brought the taxi to a halt at the foot of Wong Mountain. Arrived Jiang Yin. Having been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and spoke softly. The beast that killed your son is a Tier 2 blade-armed ape. It should still be lurking at the base of Wong Mountain. Jiang Yin continued, Circle around the mountain to locate the blade-armed ape, and I shall assist you in eliminating it. That may not be necessary. The blade-armed ape is a Tier 2 beast. You're still so young. What if you're not its match and end up losing your life? Lu Jiangwo's gaze fell. Jiang Yin's expression remained impassive as he regarded Lu Jiangwo. Do you not wish to avenge your son? Lu Jiangwo's face was marred with torment and anguish. If you wish for vengeance, follow my lead. Since I've promised to help avenge your son, I will undoubtedly fulfill that promise, Jiang Yin stated calmly. Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth. Thank you, young brother, and no longer feeble. His fear of death diminished, and the fire of vengeance ignited within him. That is the spirit. One should possess a sense of gallantry. At the base of Wong Mountain, the area was desolate. Once thriving shops lay abandoned, remnants of violence lingering in the air. The taxi crept forward as Jiang Yin spoke. Stop. Lu Jiangwo paused, momentarily startled, yet obeyed Jiang Yin's command, slamming on the brakes. Bang! In the next instant, a large crater appeared in front of the taxi. As the dust settled, a monkey with blades for arms emerged, roaring at the taxi. Awoo! It's the one that killed my son. Whether from fear or rage, Lu Jiangwo trembled violently. I'll be right back, Jiang Yin declared as he unbuckled his seatbelt, leisurely opening the car door and stepping out. The blade-armed ape scrutinized Jiang Yin, confused by the calm demeanor of this human in its presence. What are you staring at? I dislike your gaze, Jiang Yin coldly remarked. You think you're worthy to look me in the eye? In an instant, a shadow transformed into a ghostly sword, swiftly attacking the blade-armed ape. Clang! The blade-armed ape swung its blade but was pushed back repeatedly by the ghostly sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more specters morphed into ghostly swords, relentlessly besieging the blade-armed ape. Lu Jiangwo, seated in the taxi, watched in disbelief as a Tier 2 beast was beset by a mere high school student. Utterly incapable of retaliating, he recalled his son. An A-class divine gift holder, truly a prodigy. Yet compared to the black-haired youth before him, even the term prodigy seemed unworthy. Swish! A shadow darted past as a ghostly spear pierced through the blade-armed ape's left shoulder. Pinning its arm to the ground, the ghostly energy seeped through the wound, eroding the ape's flesh, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. In a frenzy, The blade-armed ape's eyes bled with rage as it fixated on the calm, hands in pockets black-haired youth. With a roar, the blade-armed ape lunged forward, its right arm raised, a flash of white light descending with lethal intent. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the ape's vital weapon, its right arm, was obliterated. Its pupils constricted to pinpricks, the beast seemed to glimpse something horrific, shrieking as it retreated. "Where do you think you can run?" Jiang Yin gently lowered his crimson paper umbrella, glancing to ensure the handle bore no marks from the blades. As the umbrella dissipated, a ghostly spear materialized in Jiang Yan's right hand. He gripped the spear tightly, zeroing in on the fleeing blade-armed ape, and hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air with a sonic boom, striking the blade-armed ape in the chest, the immense impact obliterating its torso. A mere Tier 2 blade-armed ape, shot through the chest, erupted in a spray of blood, lifeless and unblinking. Jiang Yin swiftly collected the creature as hardest blood, ensuring it was incorporated into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. He did not forget his purpose for coming to Wang Mountain, to elevate his realm to Tier 2 and collect the Heart's blood of 100 ferocious beasts. Cleansing his physical form once more while seeking opportunities within the Wang Mountain ruins, Jiang Yin dusted off his hands and strolled back to the taxi, lightly tapping on the window. Lu Jiangwo, shaken from his stupor, quickly rolled down the window, his emotions beyond words. "Young brother," Jiang Yin waved his hand, "this is your reward. I want to charge you for the fare, of course. I should be paying you. Here, take it. This is all the money I have." Lu Jiangwo's eyes brimmed with tears, his hands trembling. Learning of his son's demise at the hands of beasts, he felt powerless to seek revenge. Living each day in a haze, directionless, he knew he was a coward, a useless weakling. His son was gone, and he had not even dared to think of vengeance, only evading it, instinctively shunning the name Wang Mountain. If not for this black-haired youth before him, he would have never emerged from the shadows of his son's death. Lu Jiangwo's voice quivered. Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Go home. Live well for both yourself and your son," Jiang Yin replied, shoving his hands into his pockets and leisurely making his way towards Wang Mountain. Lu Jiangwo watched as Jiang Yan's figure gradually receded into the distance. Only when he could no longer see him did he drive away, leaving this place of turmoil behind. On the other side, Jiang Yin gazed at the ancient Wang Mountain, which was encircled in an impenetrable barrier. His brow furrowing slightly. This could pose some trouble. "Hey, what are you doing here? This is not a place for high school students. Leave immediately," admonished a guardian clad in energy armor. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "I was merely passing through. May I inquire why the ancient Wang Mountain is sealed off?" Noticing Jiang Yan's youth, the guardian assumed he might genuinely be unaware and patiently explained, "You must have learned about relics in school. The ancient Wang Mountain is one such relic. I see, so the ancient Wang Mountain is a relic. How intriguing," Jiang Yin remarked with a faint smile. Enough. Leave quickly. Those powerful factions will arrive soon, and you will be dealt with if you remain here," urged the guardian, pushing Jiang Yin to depart. When Jiang Yin remained silent, the guardian cast an impatient glance at him, only to be taken aback. How could the living person who had stood right there vanish in the blink of an eye? Chapter 33. The herbivore within the confines of the ancient Wang Mountain. Jiang Yin seized the opportunity while the guardian was distracted and effortlessly slipped inside. As he wandered, he encountered few strange beasts but spotted many people. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Yin observed a large crowd not far away. The ancient Wang Mountain relic only permits divine bestowers of Tier 3 and below to enter. Qiu Bo and I will proceed. You all remain outside and ensure no outsiders manage to sneak in. Understood, miss, the group responded, bowing respectfully to the tall woman before them. In Lingxi's consciousness was alert as her beautiful eyes fixed on a boulder 100 meters away. Her voice cold. "Send someone to investigate over there. At once." Several figures dashed towards the boulder, one of them conjuring flames in his palm, launching a fiery punch that shattered the boulder. "Find the intruder. Kill!" The fiery punchman moved with astonishing speed, resembling a soaring fireball, charging fiercely towards Jiang Yin. "I was merely passing by," Jiang Yin declared, brandishing his ghostly spear to block the fierce onslaught of flames. His arm trembled. This was a Tier 3 divine bestower. Jiang Yin braced against the punch, retaliating with a soul-devouring palm. A magnificent display. accompanied by the wails of 100 ghosts. Boom. The fiery punch man transformed into flames, surging through the imprint of the soul-devouring palm and once again lunging at Jiang Yin. You have chosen your path to death. He concentrated a vortex of flames in his palm, slamming it into Jiang Yan's abdomen. The vortex compressed relentlessly, culminating in a thunderous explosion. After the clamor of the fiery vortex's violent detonation, Jiang Yan's figure vanished from sight. Target eliminated. The fiery punch man extinguished the flames and returned to report. Yin Lingxi's gaze remained unfazed. Upon confirming the intruder's eradication, she turned and entered the relic's entrance. At that moment, Jiang Yin, who should have been consumed by the fiery punch, was instead leisurely holding a red paper umbrella. Watching Yin Lingxi enter the relic's entrance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So this is where the entrance lies. The red paper umbrella transformed into vibrant crimson petals, drifting towards the guarded entrance of the secret realm. What are these petals? Stop them. The members of the Xinxing group attempted to intercept, yet none were able to touch the petals, which continued to float effortlessly into the relic's entrance. As the petals turned, Jiang Yan's figure materialized, and he stored the red paper umbrella, surveying his surroundings with a smile. Is this still the ancient Wang Mountain? What have I stumbled upon? This was indeed the relic. A brand new world. Spirit plants flourished everywhere, and opportunities abounded. Here, breaking through to Tier 2 would be a breeze. After taking just a couple of steps, he spotted a spirit plant that caught his eye, a 10-year dragon craygrass. What a treasure! Continuing forward, he discovered another 10-year dragon soul flower in the northwest. Any spirit plant here could fetch a staggering price of $1 million in the outside world. A mere 10-year spirit plant could cleanse the bodies of divine bestowers, causing their spiritual energy to surge. Due to the potent properties of spirit plants, most divine bestowers require an entire year just to absorb their effects. Thus, consuming one spirit plant per year is the limit for most divine bestowers. However, Jiang Yin was different. He possessed the heavenly dark body, akin to having an insatiable void within him. The effects of a 10-year spirit plant were negligible for him. The potency would merely accumulate in his dantian until a qualitative change occurred, allowing for simultaneous refinement, yielding extraordinary results. I'll give this a try, Jiang Yin declared, resembling a herbivore as he seized a spirit plant and stuffed it into his mouth. Not bad, quite sweet, as he proceeded, plucking and tasting as he went. Most divine bestowers entering the relic would not behave like the peculiar Jiang Yin, who consumed everything in sight. They would seek out the finest spirit plant to consume. Spending a year absorbing its properties, the remaining spirit plants would be harvested but could not be consumed en masse. Instead, they would be sold for exorbitant prices in the outside world. Ugh, this spirit plant is a bit bitter and tickles the throat. Jiang Yan's spirit plant review. Not recommended, he grumbled, discarding the 10-year passion fruit grass he had just tasted. Hey, look at this stem and leaf. This is a century-old heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he reached to pluck it. Put it down, a voice roared. Ignoring the command, Jiang Yin continued to reach for the century-old heavenly spirit grass. The man, seeing Jiang Yan's disregard, gritted his teeth in frustration. I told you to put it down. Can't you hear me? His three-pronged spear swirled with spiritual energy, launching a swift blue slash towards Jiang Yin. Without even lifting his gaze, Jiang Yin conjured a ghostly sword from thin air, effortlessly blocking the terrifying blue strike. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. What? He was an S-rank heavenly material user, having reached the second tier's third level. His previous slash could easily slay a fierce beast. Yet, the black-haired youth before him had made no movement and neutralized his attack with ease. The black sword floated in midair. Lin Tian's expression hardened. You can wield a sword. Jiang Yin paid no heed to Lin Tian and proceeded to pluck the century-old heavenly spirit grass. You! Hand over the century-old heavenly spirit grass, Lin Tian demanded coldly. Only then did Jiang Yin turn to face Lin Tian. Just wait a moment. Huh. All right, I'll wait for you. Lin Tian assumed Jiang Yin was being sensible and would hand over the heavenly spirit grass, obediently planting his three-pronged spear into the ground. Before Lin Tian, Jiang Yin nonchalantly stuffed the century-old heavenly spirit grass into his mouth. This barbaric scene left the aristocratic Lin Tian utterly speechless. You? Lin Tian stammered. Are you insane? That's a century-old heavenly spirit grass. Even fierce beasts would explode if they consumed it. Jiang Yin chewed on the heavenly spirit grass as if it were a simple leek, casually asking, aren't spirit plants meant to be eaten like this? Spirit plants need to be refined. They should be combined with various spirit plants to create spiritual medicine. Lin Tian felt himself on the verge of madness. What kind of lunatic was he encountering, daring to eat a century-old spirit plant raw? While they spoke, Jiang Yin had already swallowed the century-old heavenly spirit grass, patting his stomach contentedly. I'm done eating. Are you all right? Lin Tian regarded Jiang Yin with suspicion. That was a century-old heavenly spirit grass, with an immense potency. Not to mention a human, even a Tier 3 Beast King would take a year and a half to digest it. As you can see, I'm still very much alive, Jiang Yin shrugged with a smile. Lin Tian seemed to have discovered a rare specimen, circling around Jiang Yin incessantly. Brother, you wouldn't be the Beast King in disguise, would you? Have you ever seen a Beast King as handsome as me? Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, in a way. I refuse to believe you can eat a century-old heavenly spirit grass without any consequences. Lin Tian pondered, suddenly struck with a brilliant idea. He pulled out a storage pouch and retrieved a vibrant spirit plant swirling with spiritual energy. This is a century-old dragon heart grass. If you can eat it raw in front of me, I'll give it to you outright, Lin Tian proposed with a grin. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Tian as if he were a fool. Was this guy's brain filled with bubbles? Using a spirit plant worth millions as a food challenge? All right, I'll give you another performance. Jiang Yin readily accepted. Chapter 34. The second reshaping the dragon heartgrass, radiantly red and resembling a heart, pulsated as if alive, hence its name. A century-old dragon heartgrass held a value of 10 million in the outside world, scarce to find even if one had the money. Jiang Yin had long been coveting the dragon heartgrass, and now, with one right in front of him, he could hardly contain his drool. Since my little brother has invited me so warmly, I shall graciously accept. Before indulging, Jiang Yin remembered to utter some polite phrases. Lin Tian frowned. Are you sure you don't want to refine the properties first? After refining into spiritual medicine, would the potency still retain half of its original strength? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Not at all. Spirit plants require refining because their potency is too strong for humans to reuse. Hence the need to combine them with various spirit plants to neutralize the potency. Jiang Yin chuckled. So, eating them raw is the true path. Only fierce beasts would do that. Lin Tian began to say, but suddenly recalled that the black-haired youth before him could indeed consume spirit plants raw. With a smile on his lips, Jiang Yin declared, eating spirit plants raw is not just a privilege of ferocious beasts. With that, he shed any pretense of being a glutton. With deep affection, he took a giant bite of the century-old dragon heart grass. Chewing ravenously, initially bitter, it gradually revealed a hint of sweetness, culminating in a spicy kick. As it slid down his throat into his stomach, it felt as though he had ingested a small fireball, igniting within him and almost causing Jiang Yin to leap up. Lin Tian, filled with concern, asked, Are you all right? You're not going to explode, are you? With a deep exhale, Jiang Yin expelled a breath of turbid air. His complexion rosy, and his skin enveloped in spiritual energy. I'm perfectly fine. Within him, the swirling vortex successfully absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon heart herb. Yet it remained insatiable, utterly unfulfilled. Jiang Yin chuckled. So, how did you find my performance? Satisfactory, exceedingly so. You are nothing short of miraculous, Lin Tian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Brother, how did you consume the spiritual herb raw? Pray, tell me. Lin Tian clung to Jiang Yin's rear, persistently inquiring. In response, Jiang Yin merely smiled and said, It is a gift. I cannot teach you. Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he continued to follow Jiang Yin eagerly. Brother, I am Lin Tian. You must know of the Baichao Consortium, the colossal corporation that develops spiritual medicines. As a citizen of Huaxia, Jiang Yin was indeed aware of the formidable Baichao Consortium, which produced 80% of the spiritual medicines in the nation. I am familiar. What of it? Jiang Yin replied with a smile. I, Lin Tian, am the next heir to the Baichao Consortium, Lin Tian said cheerfully. What is your name, brother? Jiang Yin repeated. Jiang Yin. That name feels oddly familiar. Lin Tian's brows furrowed, and the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to leap up. You are the ghost immortal. Ghost what? Jiang Yin was taken aback by the title, the Ghost Immortal. The one hailed as the foremost figure of the new generation in Linjiang. Lin Tian gazed at Jiang Yin with admiration. Ghost Immortal? Is that a title bestowed upon me by others? Jiang Yin shrugged. It sounds somewhat ominous. You don't understand. The entire Linjiang province knows of you. Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Jiang Yin's hand with fervor. Brother, be my brother-in-law. Cough. Jiang Yin nearly choked. What did you just say? Lin Tian, brimming with enthusiasm, earnestly replied, be my brother-in-law. My sister is a freshman this year, breathtakingly beautiful, the belle of the Tianming Martial Arts Academy. Good heavens, I've seen allies betray each other before, but selling out one's own sister is a first. Seeing Jiang Yin remain silent, Lin Tian continued, my sister is here at the Wangshan ruins as well. I'll arrange for you two to meet. You will surely take a liking to her. You rascal, you must be quite ill. Do not follow me any longer. Jiang Yin was genuinely alarmed, hastily pulling out a red paper umbrella that transformed into fluttering petals, vanishing from sight. Ghost Immortal, brother-in-law, don't leave. Will you or one Tu be my brother-in-law? Lin Tian shouted at the scattering petals. Having escaped Lin Tian's clutches, Jiang Yin arrived at a marshy area, where toxic fumes permeated the air and the ecological environment was dire. The Black Death Pool, as recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Herbs, is home to the century-old withered crowgrass. Observing the Black Death Pool, Jiang Yin noted the toxic bubbles rising from the marsh, which were perilous. Once contaminated, one would dissolve into blood within a breath. Gurgle. The toxic bubbles on the Black Death Pool surged incessantly, as if something were about to break free from the depths. Bang! With a resounding crash, the pool erupted, spraying toxic water everywhere, corroding the very earth beneath. Jiang Yin, having anticipated this, swiftly unleashed a soul-devouring palm, shattering the deluge of toxic water. The second-tier black water crocodile, known to inhabit the vicinity of the Black Death Pool, was indeed, as the text described. A smile played on Jiang Yin's lips. The appearance of the black water crocodile indicated the presence of the withered crowgrass in this area. The second-tier black water crocodile, entirely black and covered in venomous scales, was lethal to the touch. Roar. The black water crocodile opened its gaping maw, unleashing a vortex of black water aimed at Jiang Yin. With graceful agility, Jiang Yin leaped into the air, summoning 5 ghostly sword weapons to strike down the black water crocodile. Ethereal spirits, heed my command. Bind the soul. Jiang Yin manifested the 10 Directions Ghost Order. In the next moment, ghostly shadows enveloped the air, encircling the black water crocodile from various angles, and no matter how the black water crocodile thrashed about, it could not escape the net Jiang Yin had woven. Zing! A flash of black light pierced through the head of the black water crocodile, pinning it firmly against a tree. The creature struggled for a moment before finally succumbing, lifeless. Its heart's blood was drawn into the air, flowing into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Having dealt with the black water crocodile, Jiang Yin searched the Black Death Pool for over 10 minutes and finally located a specimen of withered crowgrass. A remarkable 200-year-old variant. No wonder that black water crocodile fought so fiercely. It sought to monopolize such a treasure. Jiang Yin adeptly plucked the 200-year-old withered crowgrass and skillfully stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh! The bitterness was overwhelming, far more so than any concocted herbal remedy, rendering Jiang Yin's face green. He bore the acrid taste, laboriously swallowing the 200-year-old withered crowgrass. This time, the vortex within him reacted dramatically. After consuming dozens of 10-year-old spiritual herbs, 2 100-year-old herbs, and 1 200-year-old withered crowgrass, the medicinal properties had accumulated to the threshold of transformation. Enduring the surging black flames within his abdomen, Jiang Yin sought out a secluded cave. He sat cross-legged, using his spiritual energy to suppress the rising black flames. Just like last time, the spiritual energy could not contain the black flames, which once again ignited Jiang Yin. Enduring the excruciating process of disintegration and reformation, Jiang Yin's skin was charred to a crisp by the black flames, gradually shedding layer by layer to reveal fresh skin beneath. Boom! The surging spiritual energy blasted away all the charred remnants from Jiang Yin, who shed his blackened exterior and welcomed a new birth. The medicinal properties were perfectly absorbed, without a trace left behind. This absorption equated to a lifetime's worth of medicinal efficacy for an ordinary person. As his flesh and blood reformed, Jiang Yin experienced a qualitative leap in power. He could now contend with a third-tier beast king using only his physical prowess. Chapter 35. Capturing the heart deep within the ruins. A group of individuals found themselves encircled by several beast kings. Humans, surrender the longevity liquid. We can still grant you a swift death. If you refuse, prepare to endure excruciating torment as we flay your flesh and strip your bones. The White Tiger King's voice was icy, brimming with murderous intent. Why waste words on them? Just kill them all, the Azure Snake Lord hissed, wielding a fan. The white-haired elder's expression was grave. Miss? Take the longevity liquid and flee quickly. I will hold them off. In Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Qiubo, run! Qiu Nanshan let out a furious roar, standing resolute like a golden Buddha. In Lingxi clutched the longevity liquid tightly, turning to escape. Don't let that woman get away, the White Tiger King bellowed. She won to escape. A silver-horned rhinoceros charged with tremendous force, smashing towards In Lingxi with earth-shattering momentum. In Lingxi twisted her delicate wrist, a moonlit glow flashing as her figure reappeared 100 meters away, creating distance from the silver-horned rhinoceros. Useless. The White Tiger King snarled, its face contorted as it unleashed a terrifying beam of light aimed directly at In Lingxi. Qiu Nanshan stomped the ground, causing tremors as rocks rolled. Like a golden Buddha, he struck towards the White Tiger King's face with unmatched force, capable of collapsing mountains. Boom. Old man, I'm still here, the Azure Snake Lord hissed. Retracting its tail that had ensnared Qiu Nanshan, venom already coursing through his veins. Old fool. So what if you're at the peak of the third tier? You're still no match for us 5 beast kings. The Azure Flame Falcon sneered from the air, having incinerated In Lingxi's guards. He, this is fun. This is fun. The 5-armed ape hurled massive boulders at Qiu Nanshan. The 5 third-tier beast kings easily obliterated In Lingxi's guards. Qiu Nanshan coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Though I am wounded, I am not someone the likes of you can vanquish. At the peak of the third tier, Qiu Nanshan transformed into a golden Buddha. Radiating light, the scorching golden glow igniting the Azure Flame Falcon. Not good. This old man is going for a final strike. The White Tiger King reacted swiftly, distancing itself from Qiu Nanshan, just as it thought itself safe. A massive Buddha palm descended from the heavens, crushing the White Tiger King, leaving it a bloody mess, bones shattered. Roar. The silver-horned rhinoceros sensed death approaching and fled frantically. Yet, it was caught by a gigantic Buddha hand. Crushed into dust. This was the dying retaliation of a peak third-tier divine bestower. The 5 newly ascended third-tier beast kings stood no chance, forced to flee. Young lady, I have done my utmost. The Buddha light surrounding Qiu Nanshan gradually dimmed as he stood there. Devoid of life. In this battle, 3 of the 5 beast kings fell, while the Azure Snake Lord and the 5-armed ape narrowly escaped. In Lingxi, clutching the longevity liquid, continued to evade the pursuit of the 2 beast kings. Found you, little girl. The Azure Snake Lord sped through the rocks, wielding its green fan to unleash a terrifying slash towards In Lingxi. Buzz. Ugh. In Lingxi once again employed spatial displacement, yet her shoulder was still grazed by the sharp wind blade. Drawing blood. You cannot escape. The 5-armed ape cackled, dropping to the ground with 7 limbs, charging swiftly, leaping directly in front of In Lingxi. Boom. The mountain erupted in an explosion, sending In Lingxi hurtling backward from the violent energy. Crashing against an ancient tree, cornered. Ugh. The 5-armed ape grasped In Lingxi by the neck, lifting her into the air. You could have simply handed over the longevity liquid, but now you've caused us to lose 3 comrades. You truly deserve to die. Its withered hand tightened, and the sound of cracking echoed as In Lingxi's neck strained, her eyes bloodshot. Despite her struggles, escape was futile. The longevity liquid, I shall graciously accept it. The 5-armed ape reached for the small white bottle tightly clutched by In Lingxi. Just then, a figure appeared like a ghost, delivering a heavy punch to the 5-armed ape's waist, producing a crack that shattered its bones. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled the 5-armed ape violently against the mountainside, shattering a section of the peak. As the Azure Serpent Monarch was still engrossed in the performance, it suddenly came to its senses. With remarkable speed, it unleashed a weapon. A sword forged from its own essence, propelled by the gentle breeze, and a beam of sword light sliced toward the newcomer. The stranger merely sidestepped and took a decisive step forward, instantly closing the distance with the Azure Serpent Monarch. A powerful punch struck the monarch's abdomen, inflicting severe damage and sending it flying 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Both Beast Kings were repelled by Jiang Yin, suffering grievous injuries. "Thank you," murmured in Lingxi She lifted her gaze to Jiang Yan's face. Her expression changed dramatically. "ITSU. You weren't killed by my guards. Your guards lack the capability to vanquish me," Jiang Yan replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes and extending his hand to Lingxi. "Don't you think the ground is rather filthy?" Lingxi pressed her lips together, grasping Jiang Yan's outstretched hand as he pulled her to her feet. "Why did you save me?" she asked, turning her face away. Jiang Yin smiled. "As a fellow human, I cannot stand idly by while my kin are oppressed. Is that all?" Lingxi questioned skeptically. "Those were two Beast Kings. You would risk your life merely for the sake of humanity? Well, let us lay our cards on the table." Jiang Yin shrugged. "I entered this ruin through the portal you opened, so consider this a favor owed to you. Now that I've rescued you, we are even." With that, Jiang Yin turned to leave, but was abruptly halted by Lingxi's grasp. "Wait, don't go just yet. There's something else. If you're worried about those Beast Kings, you needn't be. They have been gravely wounded and will be unable to pursue you for some time." Lingxi tilted her face upward, her enchanting eyes gazing intently at Jiang Yin. "Hey, don't try to charm me. I'm not easily swayed by such tactics." Jiang Yin averted his gaze. Lingxi nearly stamped her foot in frustration, muttering, "Who said I was trying to seduce you? Regardless of your motives, the fact remains that you saved me." Her eyes flickered, and a single droplet of pure liquid floated within the small white vial she held. "This is a drop of longevity elixir, its value comparable to a 1,000-year spirit herb, possessing boundless benefits for vitality and mental prowess," Lingxi proclaimed. "Impressive," Jiang Yin remarked, depositing the drop of longevity elixir into the 10 Directions Ghost command, intending to utilize it upon breaking through his current limits. "Until we meet again," Jiang Yin stated, preparing to seek further opportunities. Lingxi, her beauty radiant as dawn, smiled brightly, akin to a blossoming peach tree. "Until we meet again." She watched Jiang Yan's figure fade away, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face blossomed with a captivating flush. What a peculiar individual, despite merely being a student. He possesses the might to fell Beast Kings. His talent must rival that of the ghostly immortals. A smile danced in her eyes. "When we next meet, I must persuade him to join the Divine Awakening Consortium." Chapter 36. The Hidden Sanctuary within the Wangshan Ruins. A figure dashed through the forest, pursuing a peak-tier second-grade golden bone leopard. The leopard fled desperately, as if it had encountered a terrifying presence. Roar! It found itself cornered, with a cliff looming ahead. There was nowhere left to escape. The black-haired youth advanced steadily, a smile playing upon his lips. "You don't truly think you can outrun me, do you?" The golden bone leopard bared its fangs, fixating on the black-haired youth. "Awoo!" In a last-ditch effort, it lunged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. The black-haired youth, unperturbed, tightened his fist and struck the leopard's face. Boom! With a resounding crash, the leopard, fueled by its dying strength, hung limply from a branch on the cliff, its life force extinguished. The black-haired youth was none other than Jiang Yin. He flicked the blood from his hands and claimed the heart's blood of the golden bone leopard. 13 more beast hearts were needed. During his week in the ruins, Jiang Yin had been relentlessly hunting ferocious beasts to extract their heart blood. In just 7 days, his cultivation had surged from the 6th to the 8th layer of the first stage. Though still in the first stage, he could overpower 3rd-grade Beast Kings. Having slain 5 Beast Kings and collected their heart blood for the 10 Directions Ghost Command, Jiang Yin descended from the mountain. At a bend in the path, he encountered a trio, 2 men and a woman. The red-haired man spotted Jiang Yin immediately. "Hey, you're a stowaway too, right?" A stowaway refers to individuals outside the influence of the financial conglomerates and official powers, who sneak into the ruins. We're stowaways as well. Why not join forces and seek opportunities together in the Wangshan ruins? What do you say? The red-haired man's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I am a B-grade divine bestower at the 6th layer of the first stage," the red-haired youth boasted, casting a glance at another man who was a 1st-grade A-tier divine materialist at the 7th layer. Finally, he pointed to the woman. She's a B-grade healer at the 5th layer of the first stage. Upon hearing the red-haired man's introduction, Jiang Yin frowned slightly. With such a configuration, you dare to venture into the ruins? The red-haired man bristled. What do you mean by that? 1A and 2BS, a combination many dream of. What is your rank to look down upon us? SSS level, Jiang Yin replied with a calm smile. SSS level? Don't make me laugh. The red-haired man chuckled. I thought you were a reasonable person, and we were considering inviting you to join us. Turns out you're just a fool with a big mouth. The healer scoffed. The A-grade divine bestower appeared unfazed. If you don't wish to join us, then leave. Our team is small and cannot accommodate a big shot like you. Jiang Yin shrugged, somewhat resigned. He spoke the truth, yet no one believed him. Before departing, he cautioned the three. This area is home to beast kings, so be careful, ha. Who would listen to you? The healer made a face at Jiang Yin. The red-haired youth waved them off. Go on, get lost. What cultivation level do you have to dare act as a lone wolf? Aren't you afraid of dying and leaving no one to collect your corpse? Jiang Yin chose not to engage further. As a fellow human, he had given his warning. Even if the three encountered misfortune, it was of no concern to him. He headed toward the purple bamboo forest, in search of new prey. However, throughout his journey, Jiang Yin encountered not a single beast. How strange. Have I truly slain all the beasts? That can't be right. I've only killed over 70 beasts, averaging about 10 a day. Surely there should be some beasts around. Could it be that all the beasts are congregating near those three fools? This suggested that the area where those three fools lingered might be harboring a hidden sanctuary. Jiang Yin turned back with astonishing speed, tearing through the air and creating a thunderous roar. After 2 rounds of refinement, his physique had grown formidable, rivaling that of beast kings, perhaps even surpassing them. At that moment, the trio of 1A and 2BS were exploring the stone forest when suddenly, a malevolent wind howled, uprooting ancient trees and sending debris crashing toward them. Watch out! The red-haired youth ignited flames at his fingertips, instantly forming a wall of fire that incinerated the ancient tree and melted the rubble. The A-grade divine bestower Lin Shao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he condensed a ghostly blue scythe in his hand, leaping through the wall of fire to lock onto the beast responsible for the tempest, delivering 100 slashes. The creature was a monstrous bird with 3 human heads, its massive scaly feathers shielding it from Lin Shao's relentless assault. Xing! The 3-headed demon bird unleashed its razor-sharp wings, tearing through the air and piercing Lin Shao's collarbone. Ga! Lin Shao staggered, gravely injured and falling to the ground. Brother Shao! The B-grade healer Chen Duo rushed forward, green light emanating from her hands, enveloping Lin Shao's wounds and healing them at a visible rate. How could there be second-grade beasts in this area? The red-haired youth's complexion darkened. We may have inadvertently wandered into a hidden sanctuary. Lin Shao grimaced, clutching his wound, his face pale. There are many such sanctuaries in the ruins, and this place attracts ferocious beasts, a hidden sanctuary. Chen Duo clearly recognized the term, her face turning pale. What should we do? Above them, a swarm of ferocious birds began to gather. Soon, they would be surrounded by beasts, and their demise seemed inevitable. If only we had heeded that Gaius warning and left this place sooner. The red-haired youth lamented with a bitter smile. Lin Shao regretted his oversight, clenching the earth beneath him. He was right. We are far too weak. Are we really going to die here? Tears welled in Chen Duo's eyes as she trembled in fear of death's approach. As the number of beasts in the area swelled, despair enveloped the trio, extinguishing their will to fight. A mighty bull king regarded them with disdain, its nostrils flaring with white mist. Humans, you are the ones I despise the most. It was a king among beasts, meant to roam the Wangshan ruins with impunity, yet it had encountered a nemesis, having lost one of its horns in battle. This had diminished its standing among the beast kings, making it the subject of their ridicule. Its hatred was palpable. It longed to eradicate every human that dared to tread upon the Wangshan ruins. We're doomed. That bull king seems to have set its sights on us. We re-finished, the red-haired youth's voice quivered. Lin Shao gritted his teeth. What's there to fear? At worst, we die. Chen Duo collapsed to the ground, her eyes red from crying. I don't want to die. Moo! The bull king roared, charging at the trio. Each step shook the ground, resembling a small mountain in chaotic motion. Hey, Aren't you the horned bull? I didn't expect to see you here. A voice filled with surprise rang out. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the Bull King trembled, as if frozen in place, its fierce demeanor replaced by a different emotion as it turned its head to face the grinning black-haired youth. Hai Jiangyin greeted the Bull King with a smile. The brutality in the Bull King's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a different sentiment: fear, a terror that emanates from the very depths of the soul. Chapter 37. The Emergence of the Crimson Garb, the Beast King's Downfall. The trio of adventurers observed the Bull King, who, instead of charging towards them, wore a countenance filled with dread as it gazed in another direction. Following the Bull King's line of sight, they beheld a black-haired youth with a smile gracing his features. Upon recognizing the visage of this youth, astonishment spread across their faces. It's him? How could he possibly be here? Wasn't he heading in the opposite direction? Hong Junkai was utterly bewildered. Lin Xiao, realizing the truth, remarked, "He has come for the hidden treasure as well." Chen Duo's eyes flickered with hope. "Look quickly. Doesn't that bull seem terrified of that fellow?" Lin Xiao and Hong Junkai glanced over in confusion, and indeed, as Chen Duo had asserted, the Bull King stood frozen, trembling in fear, prostrate upon the ground. "Who exactly is he?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Hong Junkai scratched his head. "I recall him claiming to be an SS-level divine bestower." "Surely that cannot be true? SS-level divine bestower." Chen Duo's eyes gleamed with shock and longing to instill such fear in a Tier 3 Beast King. Only an SS-level divine bestower could possess that power. If this individual is truly an SSS-level divine bestower, then the three of them might yet be saved. The avian kings in the sky, noticing the Bull King's display of cowardice, began to mock. "Unicorn Bull. How disgraceful to reveal such a cowardly demeanor before a human. Old Bull, could it be this human who severed your horn?" The Bull King remained silent, paralyzed by fear, acutely aware that uttering a word could lead to his head being severed by the black-haired youth before him. He knew all too well the capabilities of this young man. "Do you keep staring at me?" the Bull King stammered. Jiang Yin tilted his head. "What are you babbling about? I merely happened to pass by and encountered you. My old friend, to exchange pleasantries." "Old friend? Exchange pleasantries?" The Bull King's eyes turned red with fury, yet he dared not retort, humbly pleading. "I shan't vie for the hidden treasure. Could you spare my life?" Jiang Yin smiled. "We are all friends. Why would I seek your demise? Besides, the horn you gifted me truly produces a magnificent sound." "Gifted? It was forcibly severed by you. Transforming it into a horn was a tremendous humiliation. A blight on my existence." The Bull King, sensing that the youth harbored no intentions of killing him, hastily retreated in the opposite direction. The other Beast Kings, witnessing the Bull King's cowardly retreat, scoffed, "Old Bull, it seems you are truly past your prime, cowering before a mere human. Once we have slain this human, we shall settle the score with you, you wretched creature. You are unworthy to stand among us. Let alone be a king," roared a Lion King. The Bull King paid them no heed, secretly laughing. "Let them trouble that youth. I shall see who survives this encounter. I shall forsake this treasure." The trio of Lin Xiao watched as the Bull King fled, collectively exhaling in relief. Yet the next moment, a three-headed monstrous hawk suddenly dove down at breakneck speed, targeting Jiang Yin. "Human, I shall gut you." The three-headed hawk's talons, sharp as steel, sliced through the air, radiating murderous intent. Jiang Yin, with a smile playing at his lips, replied, "I have no need for your entrails. Your heart's blood shall suffice." He conjured a ghostly weapon, a spear, his vitality surging as he hurled it skyward, the shot seemingly poised to pierce the very stars. The three-headed hawk's expression shifted dramatically. It attempted to evade but was instantly pierced by the spear. Exploding into a shower of gore, in but a fleeting moment, a Beast King had perished. The remaining onlookers among the Beast Kings instantly adopted solemn expressions, realizing they had underestimated Jiang Yin. This human was no ordinary foe. "Let us strike as one." The Lion King activated its divine abilities, engulfed in golden flames, resembling a miniature sun, melting the surrounding boulders. "Roar!" The Lion King unleashed a scorching roar, a beam of intense golden light shooting towards Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, bearing the ghostly spear, raced along the mountainside, closing the distance to the Lion King in the blink of an eye. Clang. He gripped the spear, thrusting it forth, only to be intercepted by a colossal elephant that raised its foot to stomp down upon him. Jiang Yin struck out with his other hand, colliding with the elephant's massive foot, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the surrounding beasts reeling, causing the Beast Kings to narrow their eyes. The golden elephant's expression soured. A mere human was matching its might. Boom! Jiang Yin erupted with vitality. His left arm's garment shredded, veins bulging, and with a sudden surge, he toppled the golden elephant. His right hand, wielding the ghostly spear, remained locked in a stalemate against the Lion King, who was forced back by the tremendous force. Jiang Yin clicked his tongue. Facing two Beast Kings simultaneously is indeed a challenge. If the Beast Kings were to comprehend Jiang Yin's words, they would surely go mad that a first-tier human, capable of overpowering two Tier 3 Beast Kings simultaneously, was in existence beyond comprehension. The Lion King coldly declared, "Still watching? Do you wish for the hidden treasure to fall into this human's hands?" They certainly did not desire the treasure to be claimed by a human, and thus the other Beast Kings ceased their idle watching, converging upon Jiang Yin. Surrounded on all sides by Beast Kings, Jiang Yin found himself besieged. "Human, you are undoubtedly a prodigious talent, yet your arrogance is your downfall, daring to intrude alone into the realm of hidden treasures," sneered the Lion King. "Alone? Are you implying I am ensnared by your ranks?" Jiang Yin chuckled. "Ha ha ha, still defiant even as death approaches, your vitality is so vibrant. I shall savor your flesh and blood," hissed the Serpent King. Jiang Yin slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a resplendent smile gracing his face. The Beast Kings, witnessing his composure amidst such peril, exchanged incredulous glances. Could this human be mad? The Lion King, with heightened awareness, suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting with alarm. Not good. Wei Ve walked into an ambush. Upon hearing the Lion King's exclamation, the other Beast Kings swiftly surveyed their surroundings. To their horror, they discovered that their ranks of over a dozen Beast Kings had been encircled by an uncountable number of spectral soldiers. Jiang Yin remarked, "Now, who is truly surrounded?" The spectral soldiers closed in relentlessly, prompting the Beast Kings to unleash their divine abilities. The Lion King glared at Jiang Yin, coldly stating, "Capture the leader first. If I kill you, these filthy creatures shall vanish." "Your mind is sharp," Jiang Yin acknowledged with an appreciative glance, yet the next moment, his smile vanished. "But who bestowed upon you the confidence, the illusion that you could slay me?" In his hand appeared a crimson paper umbrella, its canopy dissipating to reveal a crimson garment that enveloped Jiang Yin. His aura no longer concealed. He had ascended to the second tier. With the enhancement of the crimson garment, Jiang Yin's power surged to the second tier. "To deal with you, I need not draw my sword." Jiang Yin did not unsheathe the sword concealed within the umbrella. His form became ghostly, and in a flash, his right hand pierced the Lion King's heart. The remaining Beast Kings, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror. "You? Who on earth are you?" Jiang Yin, clad in crimson, replied with a smile. "Who am I? They call me the Ghost Immortal, merely an unnamed being." Before his words could fade, Jiang Yin's wrist turned, and a blood-red sword manifested in his grasp. The appearance of this blood sword. The Beast Kings trembled involuntarily, sensing an aura of unimaginable terror. "Forbidden, forbidden, forbidden." No. One Beast King realized the truth behind the crimson paper umbrella, yet in the next instant, a flash of crimson coursed through the air. A bloodline appeared upon the bodies of the Beast Kings, and slowly, their upper bodies began to misalign, sliding off. Just as their upper halves were about to touch the ground, that bloodline, as if alive, devoured their flesh and blood entirely. In an instant, over a dozen Beast Kings evaporated, as though they had never existed in this world. Chapter 38. Breaking through to the second tier, the hidden treasure is stolen. With the Beast Kings all fallen, the dust settled. The blood sword returned to its sheath, the murderous intent dissipated, and the crimson garment transformed into fluttering petals, reverting back into the crimson umbrella. Jiang Yin extracted the hardest blood from the fallen Beast Kings, as well as from the remaining Tier 1 beasts, successfully collecting the blood of 100 beasts. Ghost Immortal, you are the Ghost Immortal. Hong Junkai trembled in fear at the horrific scene they had just witnessed. Lin Xiao's pupils quaked, unable to look Jiang Yin in the eye. an SSS-level Divine Bestower, commanding 100 spectral soldiers, the Ghost Immortal. Chen Duo's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing as she gazed at Jiang Yin. You are indeed the legendary Ghost Immortal. I have always admired you. HM? You're still alive? Jiang Yin expressed surprise, having assumed these three would have perished at the hands of the Beast Kings, yet they still stood. Hong Junkai and the others scrambled to their feet, staggering toward Jiang Yin. Ghost Immortal. I am your fan. I have always admired you. Chen Duo was so excited that her words came out in a stammer. Why do you admire me? What is there about me that warrants your adoration? Jiang Yin was somewhat perplexed. Hong Junkai interjected. You single-handedly took on the entire class. It's simply incredible. A living legend. Yes. Just now you slew over a dozen Beast Kings. Such an impressive feat. It's hard to believe anyone would dare to doubt it. Chen Duo's eyes shone with enthusiasm. Jiang Yin chuckled, choosing not to engage further. You should leave now. This area is a realm of hidden treasures and will attract more Beast Kings. You are far too weak. This time, none of the three dared to oppose Jiang Yin. They had come to recognize their own limitations and revered him as a deity. They did not dare ignore his words. Ghost Immortal, I shall surpass you one day. Lin Xiao, who had remained silent, finally spoke. As an A-level Divine Bestower and a proud individual, he held his own aspirations to, oh, is that so? I look forward to the day you surpass me. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Ghost Immortal, could you grant me an autograph? Before departing, Chen Duo playfully tugged at Jiang Yin's hand. With a resigned smile, Jiang Yin remarked, there isn't even a pin here. How am I to sign for you? All right then. Once we leave the Wangshan ruins, you will be able to sign for me, won't you? Chen Duo inquired, her reluctance evident. All right, let us not put the ghostly immortal in a difficult position. Hong Junkai interjected, sensing Chen Duo's persistent chatter. He hastily pulled her away, turning back to Jiang Yin to bid farewell. Thank you for your timely rescue. May we meet again by fate. Jiang Yin smiled. Until we meet again by fate. Once the silhouettes of the three disappeared, the smile faded from Jiang Yin's face. Leaning against the stone wall, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. I have pushed myself too hard. At that moment, his realm was too low. Swinging the red parasol sword had exhausted all his strength, leaving his body in a state of overexertion. Currently, he was at the first rank, 8th level, and summoning the red attire could barely last 10 breaths, while the red parasol sword could only be summoned for one strike. Coughing, Jiang Yin spat blood, his complexion pale. Faced with over a dozen third-rank Beast Kings, even summoning Yin Luo would not be sufficient to annihilate them all. Allowing several to escape and creating endless future troubles to eliminate any future threats, Jiang Yin had no choice but to use the red paper parasol to bury them forever. Channeling his spiritual energy, Jiang Yin began to recuperate. He retrieved several hundred-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously. However, the medicinal properties of the plants were completely absorbed by the vortex within him, yielding no healing effect whatsoever. It seemed he had no choice but to forcibly break through. Dragging his weakened body, Jiang Yin found a hidden cave. From the 10 Directions Ghost Order, he summoned the heart's blood of 100 ferocious beasts. According to ancient texts, he would refine the blood of the beasts into a furnace. Once the beast's blood boiled, he could undergo blood refinement. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yin urged his spiritual energy to refine the blood of the 100 beasts, transforming it into a blood furnace. The beast blood boiled and splattered, severing everything in its vicinity. This boiling beast blood could even melt the Qinggang rock. Jiang Yin was taken aback, but at that moment, he had no other option but to fight desperately. Stepping into the beast blood furnace, the instant his skin came into contact with the blood, it began to burn him. Had he not undergone 2 purifications and reshaping, he would have been melted by the beast blood long ago. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yin endured the searing pain. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were in purgatory, continuously engulfed by flames. The vortex within him seemed to react, releasing black flames that enveloped him, burning alongside the beast blood. Boom. The black flames resonated with the beast blood, instantly igniting the cave around Jiang Yin. The black flames appeared to burn everything, never extinguishing. Damn is there no respite? Jiang Yin was on the verge of spitting blood. His body was already overloaded, and now being scorched by black flames and beast blood had pushed him to his limits. His vision began to blur, his consciousness drifting. The longevity liquid. With his last bit of awareness, Jiang Yin summoned the longevity liquid gifted to him by Yin Lingxi. A drop of pure liquid floated in the air, shielded by an invisible barrier, isolating it from the black flames and beast blood, hovering before Jiang Yin. This drop of longevity liquid entered Jiang Yan's third eye, and in an instant, pure white lotuses bloomed around him. After slaying over a dozen beast kings and devouring the remnants of their souls, Jiang Yin had touched the threshold of the second rank. He refined his body with the blood of the beasts and shaped his soul with the longevity liquid, achieving a sublime transformation. Floating in the air, his jet-black hair grew rapidly, and his physical form was being reshaped at an astounding speed. Jiang Yin slowly opened his crimson eyes, his aura reaching its peak. First rank. Second level, boom! The black flames and the beast blood furnace surrounding him were dispersed by a terrifying aura, and Jiang Yin gently descended to the ground. He attempted to clench his fist, feeling an endless surge of power. With a thought, black flames erupted from the depths of the vortex in his palm. Black flames, a slight smile graced Jiang Yan's lips. He had successfully entered the second rank and awakened a new power. The power of the heavenly underworld body. An everlasting black flame capable of incinerating all. From the 10 Directions Ghost Order, Jiang Yin summoned a set of black clothing. As he donned it, he felt somewhat uneasy. Why has my hair suddenly grown so long? Oh well, a little length won't hurt. Observing the black flames engulfing the cave, Jiang Yin waved his hand, and the flames were instantly extinguished. Slowly exiting the cave, he realized that several days had passed. The treasures hidden here had already been seized. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yan's face. After risking his life to slay over a dozen beast kings, he found that someone had stolen the treasures ahead of him. What right do they have to pilfer my belongings? Jiang Yin's figure flickered like a specter as he pursued the trail. Meanwhile, at a seaside location 100 miles away, a golden-haired, blue-eyed Western man was laughing maniacally. The treasure is mine. It is mine. His patience in lying in wait at the treasure site had paid off. He seized the moment when that human and the dozen beast kings were mutually wounded to stealthily take the treasure. However, he had no idea what this treasure truly was. It was neither a spiritual plant nor a precious artifact, merely a fragment of incomplete jade. Whatever it is, once I exit the Wangshan ruins, I will take it back to my country and sell it at an exorbitant price to a museum. The Western man's face was alight with glee. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Unfortunately, you will not leave the ruins alive. Chapter 39. A snap to annihilate the Western martial sovereign. A chilling wind swept through the surroundings, and upon hearing this sinister voice, Austin's expression changed dramatically. Before him, a peculiar youth with waist-length black hair appeared, his eyes revealing a crimson hue laced with boundless murderous intent. Austin barely managed to regain his composure, his lips curling into a cold smile. The young man from Huaxia, it is indeed impressive that you single-handedly slew over a dozen beast kings. But do not forget, you were already at the end of your strength then, and refraining from killing you and merely stealing the treasure was already quite merciful. Listening to the man's disingenuous rhetoric, Jiang Yin's smile did not reach his eyes. You did not kill me? You were simply afraid that I might retaliate in my dying moments and drag you down with me. Yet you speak as if you were doing me a favor. The flicker of barely perceptible malice flashed in Austin's eyes, but he maintained a congenial demeanor as he said, Young man, how about we make a deal? You allow me to take the treasure to the west, and we will split the proceeds down the middle. Austin extended 5 fingers. You would at least receive this amount. With a beguiling tone, he continued, $500 million eagle dollars. $500 million eagle dollars. A smile tugged at Jiang Yin's lips. Do you agree? Austin's face brightened. Splitting it down the middle would still net him $500 million eagle dollars. If he killed you, wouldn't he get $1 billion eagle dollars? A look of disdain filled Jiang Yan's eyes. You? Austin realized he had been played. His countenance contorted with rage. You are simply refusing to drink, instead opting for the bitter wine. Jiang Yin ceased to engage in further conversation, his form flickering like a specter as he struck towards Austin's heart. This strike was swift and fierce, entwined with black energy. It would obliterate a person's soul. Austin squinted. his chest erupting with radiance as he swiftly distanced himself from Jiang Yin. Foolish Huaxia man. The Wangshan ruins have already been encircled by our Eagle Nation warriors. All the opportunities you have garnered will be willingly surrendered. Annoyed, Jiang Yin snapped his fingers, and a wave of black flames surged forth, rapidly advancing towards Austin. Wherever the black flames swept through, they ignited eternal and indomitable soul flames. Austin's pupils trembled. Facing the rapidly approaching black flames, he sensed death. Holy light baptism. No longer concealing his power, Austin unleashed his third-rank martial sovereign prowess, golden radiance enveloping him as he transformed into a suit of holy golden armor. With a swift blow of his holy sword, he cleaved through the black flames. However, the severed black flames did not extinguish. Instead, they split into two fiery masses, clinging to Austin's holy sword as they burned. The black flames spread rapidly, engulfing the holy sword in an instant. Austin's expression changed drastically. As the black flames crept onto him, he hastily discarded the holy sword. Fear was etched across his face. What? What sort of anomalous ability is this? His holy sword possessed divinity, capable of dispelling all energies, yet the peculiar black flames could not be dispersed. You will know when you die, Jiang Yin stated as a ghostly weapon appeared in his hand. The tip swirling with black flames, hurled toward Austin. Having witnessed the terror of the black flames, Austin dared not confront them directly, opting instead to evade. He unleashed holy beams in the air, attempting to pierce Jiang Yin. Ghostly weapon release, Jiang Yin uttered softly. Instantly, thousands of vengeful spirits transformed into ghostly swords, encircling Jiang Yin. Austin was once again left dumbfounded. Commanding 1,000 swords at once was something only a 6th-rank martial saint could accomplish. How could a mere youth wield 1,000 swords simultaneously? Black flames, Jiang Yin murmured once more. As his voice fell, thousands of ghostly swords ignited with black flames. The swords, ablaze with black flames, encircled Jiang Yin, resembling a scene of myriad swords returning to their master. This sight sent shivers down Austin's spine, driving him to the brink of despair. Austin's complexion turned pale, his lips turning purple. What sort of monster had he provoked? He must have been insane to dare covet the treasure. Now, could he still return the treasure and spare his life? Austin wore a smile more grotesque than a cry. Jiang Yin's gaze was frigid. At this moment? Surely, you jest, he lazily lifted his eyelids. It was the hottest part of the day. Jiang Yin spoke coolly. Noon has arrived. In an instant, thousands of ghostly swords, ablaze with black flames, trembled simultaneously, racing towards Austin, who had become a living target. Knowing he had no chance of survival, a trace of madness flickered in his eyes. I will have you accompany me in death. His dantian erupted with brilliant light. He was about to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a third-rank martial sovereign could obliterate a small town. Jiang Yin's eyes remained unperturbed. Let us see whether your self-detonation or your death comes first. Annihilate. Jiang Yin's voice was icy. One of the flying swords, seemingly guided by divine intervention, reached its pinnacle of speed and swiftly pierced through Austin's neck. A look of disbelief crossed Austin's face. In the next instant, black flames erupted from his neck, rapidly engulfing his entire being, igniting him into a fiery specter. Tormented by the excruciating pain of the black flames, he was driven to the brink of despair, devoid of any will to self-detonate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following closely behind, thousands of flying swords penetrated his limbs and vital organs, leaving him akin to a kite severed from its string, riddled with wounds, consumed from within by the black flames. In less than a breath, Austin was rendered irretrievably dead, reduced to a pile of charred bones, still ablaze with unquenchable black flames. Jiang Yin approached coldly, retrieving a fragment of jade from his remains. Could this be the secret treasure? This seemingly unremarkable piece of jade, impervious to the black flames, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiang Yin held it in his hand, observing it closely, yet he could discern no apparent uniqueness. Experimenting, he infused the jade with spiritual energy. It underwent subtle changes, becoming increasingly translucent, enveloped in spiritual energy, rippling with vitality. Ancient characters emerged upon the lustrous jade, yet Jiang Yin found them inscrutable. The 10 Directions Ghost Order, summoning the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Ghostly and malevolent energies surged fiercely into the jade. Boom! The jade broke free from Jiang Yan's grasp, unleashing a horrific energy, floating in midair, surrounded by innumerable mysterious characters. Jiang Yan reached out to touch it, and in that instant, the ancient characters swiftly spread along his fingertips, merging into his brow. Crack! The jade fractured, disintegrating in an instant. An ancient scripture appeared in Jiang Yan's mind, though he could not recognize it. Its meaning became clear to him. The breath of primordial essence, the most ancient breathing technique, the very source of all breathing methods in the world. This fragment of jade astonishingly recorded the oldest breathing technique known to mankind. The breath of primordial essence, the source of all breathing techniques. The breathing methods that currently exist are but crude imitations of the breath of primordial essence. Long lost for millennia, it was unexpected that fragments remained within these ruins. Though the jade contained merely remnants of the breath of primordial essence, it was indeed an immortal artifact that could shake the ages. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, meticulously savoring the profundity of the scriptures in his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a golden figure gradually emerged, reciting scriptures and chanting mantras, following the guidance of the ancient text, beginning to absorb spiritual energy. His breathing became rhythmic, at times heavy, at times slow, his entire being enveloped in radiance. As though he were in a celestial realm, with the sun and moon revolving around the golden figure. Endless vitality, a lineage that stretches back through time. Chapter 40. Awakened, the time for hunt when Jiang Yan opened his eyes once more. The golden figure within his consciousness remained seated within his spiritual sea, unceasingly circulating, absorbing the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. His mastery of this energy had reached an exquisite level, allowing him to absorb it without needing to enter a comprehension chamber. Each breath he took nourished and rejuvenated him, restoring his body to its prime state. Truly, it was the source of breathing techniques. Even in its fragmentary form, it was unparalleled. Jiang Yan felt invigorated, his life force surging. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ruins, a group of blonde men wore expressions of utmost displeasure. "Have you managed to contact that fool Austin?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man inquired coldly. "Unfortunately, Lord Caesar, it seems Mr. Austin has met with misfortune. His wheel of life has prematurely reached its end," replied a hollow-eyed man nonchalantly. The blonde man named Caesar's expression darkened. "All major factions in Huaxia are under our control. Who possesses the ability to eliminate Austin?" "It could be a smuggler," the hollow-eyed man stated blandly. "A smuggler? How could a mere smuggler kill our elite? Lord Caesar, I have long warned you. Huaxia is teeming with hidden talents. Far more complex than you can imagine." Caesar scoffed. "Seer, you seem overly concerned. Even if there are reclusive masters in Huaxia, they would struggle to survive against 100 of our martial sovereigns." With a wave of his hand, he issued orders to over 100 third-tier martial sovereigns. "Conduct a carpet search. Kill that smuggler and seize the treasure." At this moment, several major consortium members delving deep into the ruins found themselves trapped within a barrier. Lin Tian smiled at the graceful woman beside him. "Sister, I can guarantee that the smuggler who just killed the Western martial sovereign is definitely the ghost immortal." Lin Wanyu shot him an exasperated glance. "We are both captives now. What are you prattling on about the ghost immortal for? If it weren't for your carelessness falling into a trap, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Sister Lin Tian pleaded. "It's all these foreigners' fault for being so cunning, ambushing us with over a dozen martial sovereigns near the treasure. What could I do? Besides, we have Miss Yin accompanying us." Lin Tian glanced at the not-so-distant Yin Lingxi. Yin Lingxi clutched her injured arm, her complexion pale. Having lost her life elixir and suffered severe injuries, she appeared exceptionally weak. Her beautiful eyes glistened. "If that fellow were by my side, these Western warriors would never be able to touch a hair on me." "Oh, here we go again. The Baichao group and the Shansheng consortium are arch-enemies." Lin Tian rushed over to Mok, still referring to him as that fellow, not even knowing his name. "Do you think he will come to save you?" Lin Tian made a gesture across his neck. "The fellow you speak of has likely run into misfortune and been eliminated." "Nonsense." Yin Lingxi shot him a fierce look, causing Lin Tian to shudder. What nonsense have I spoken? You have yet to encounter the ghost immortal, unaware of his formidable strength. The person I met subdued 2 beast kings with just 2 punches. He is 100 times stronger than the ghost immortal." Yin Lingxi refused to let Jiang Yin be compared unfavorably. Jiang Yin had saved her life. In her heart, he was infinitely stronger than the rumored ghost immortal. Just cling to your unrealistic fantasies and wait for your fellow to rescue you. Lin Tian retorted, his expression proud, unfazed even as a captive. He intended to introduce his sister, Lin Wanyu, to the ghost immortal, already envisioning himself as Jiang Yan's brother-in-law, certain that Jiang Yin would not abandon him. The thought of becoming the ghost immortal's brother-in-law filled Lin Tian with pride. If Lin Tian and Yin Lingxi were aware that the two individuals they debated over who was stronger were, in fact, the same person, they would likely freeze in place, utterly embarrassed. At this moment, within the barrier, over 100 individuals, comprised of various powerful factions and some smugglers, including Hung Junkai and his companions, found themselves keeping their distance from the major consortium members due to their status as smugglers. The three formed a circle, each bearing grievous wounds. Damn, these foreigners play dirty. Damn it, 3 martial sovereigns ambushed me. Hiss. Hung Junkai's arm was severed, blood seeping from his abdomen. Enough, just shut your mouth and focus on healing. Otherwise, your wounds will reopen, Chen Duo admonished, frowning. I simply refuse to back down. These foreigners only know how to play dirty. If they had the guts, they would face me one-on-one. Just watch me knock them all down. Hiss! Hung Junkai grimaced in pain. Lin Xiao remained silent, increasingly aware of his insignificance. Their small team had encountered an enemy attack. He had fought against a Western martial sovereign, exerting all his strength yet unable to prevail. Ending up with broken bones and torn tendons. If the ghost immortal had been present, would the tide of battle have turned? Would the defeated side have become the Western martial sovereigns? Lin Xiao shook his head, unwilling to think further. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized the chasm between himself and the ghost immortal, like a vast gulf, forever unbridgeable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was racing through the ruins, hunting down Western warriors. Before eradicating Austin, he gleaned from the latter's fragments of speech that Western forces had stealthily infiltrated the Wangshan ruins, lying in ambush throughout, seizing opportunities. All major factions in Huaxia and the smugglers had been captured by the enemy. Their opportunities plundered. Little foreigners, you shall not take a single opportunity from these ruins. A crimson glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes as he bore a ghostly spear, dashing through the dense forest. Not found. They must be dead. The Western warrior's words had scarcely left his lips when a ghostly spear pierced through his skull, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The martial sovereigns accompanying him sensed something amiss and swiftly entered combat readiness. Found the target, southwest direction. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave. Whoosh! A ghostly spear flew through the thicket, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, rapidly hurtling toward the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man's right arm transformed into a massive mechanical limb, gathering immense energy. Another martial sovereign's eyes glimmered red, releasing a terrifying beam. In just a moment, the thicket was obliterated by the toot. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure resembling a specter appeared, arriving before the two in the blink of an eye. Save me! The man with laser eyes could not allow anyone to approach. He had no means of defense. The middle-aged man sought to assist but was a step too late. The black-haired youth unleashed a palm strike, instantly reducing the laser-eyed man to a mist of blood. Before he could recover, the youth swept a kick toward him. The middle-aged man hurriedly raised his mechanical arm to block. Bang! A terrifying force shattered his mechanical arm, sending him flying 100 meters. This is a power-type Esper. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically, filled with terror. This was at least an S-level power-type Esper. He lost all will to fight, turning to flee. But it was too late. The black flame ignited upon his back, and in the next moment, the black flames rapidly engulfed his entire being, transforming him into a fiery specter. Save me, help! The middle-aged man turned to ashes, unable to utter any sound. Until both fell, they never glimpsed the youth's visage. Jiang Yin emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with crimson. I warned you, none of you shall leave alive. Chapter 41. Unnoticed. All were slain. Lord Caesar, 3 more martial sect masters have fallen. The wheel of life dimmed. The man with hollow eyes expressed no sorrow nor joy, his voice devoid of emotion. What? There was only one opponent. Yet he managed to slay 3 of my martial sect masters in succession. Caesar's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? The blind seer spoke with indifference. The truth is as such. Hearing the conversation between Caesar and the others, Lin Tian cheered within the barrier. Woo-hoo! It must be the Ghost Immortal's doing. Among the stowaways, only the Ghost Immortal possesses such power. Lin Wanyu looked at her brother with a gaze of concern for the foolish. Sigh. Always going on about the Ghost Immortal. Could it be that her brother is Nantong? In Lingxi's beautiful eyes also sparkled with realization. It must be him. Only he has the ability to kill 3 in an instant. It was the Ghost Immortal who killed them, not your little boyfriend, Lin Tian retorted indignantly. Upon hearing Lin Tian claim Jiang Yin was her little boyfriend, in Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she countered. Regardless, the Ghost Immortal is not as formidable as that person. The two once again engaged in a verbal duel. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had already attracted the attention of other Western martial sect masters after slaying 3 of their kind. Identifying his target, it appeared to be an SS-class power-type ability user who had annihilated all members of 5 teams. Everyone kept their distance, wary of close quarters. The 2-meter-tall man spoke solemnly. He was the leader of the second team. Du Cao, with a formidable strength of 3rd stage, 6th level, blessed as an A-class power type. He leaped 1,000 meters, locking onto Jiang Yin's coordinates in midair, akin to a meteor, hurtling toward him with great speed. Sensing the murderous intent, Jiang Yin did not halt his swift advance. He raised his hand to clash with the descending Du Cao. Bang! The terrifying pressure reverberated. Du Cao landed steadily, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His eagle-like gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, fixating on Jiang Yin. Whoosh! A shadow darted from the dust, wielding a ghostly spear, striking unexpectedly. Du Cao, seasoned in battle, predicted Jiang Yin's movements, evading to the side, seizing the ghostly spear with one hand, and executing a swift kick. Jiang Yin raised his knee to block, his thoughts racing. The ghostly spear ignited with dark flames. Boom! Du Cao sensed the danger early, releasing his grip on the ghostly weapon and distancing himself from Jiang Yin. As an international mercenary, he had participated in countless battles, having slain thousands, encountering all manner of foes, and understood them intimately. Your combat style has been deciphered, young man from Huaxia. I must admit you possess remarkable skill. Given 5 years, you might surpass me. Du Cao tightened the special bandage in his hand, but regrettably, I shall not grant you the opportunity to grow, for today, you shall perish here. And no sooner had he spoken. His fist, cutting through the air, surged toward Jiang Yin's face. Jiang Yin raised his arm to block, only to feel a chill as a gleaming dagger pierced his heart, relentlessly driving deeper. Earthly ruin, Jiang Yin swiftly retreated. Summoning the ghostly corpse. Roar! The earthly ruin emerged, roaring and furiously lunging at Du Cao. Before Jiang Yin could catch his breath, a tremendous beam of light erupted from behind him, its terrifying energy capable of leveling a building. Boom, boom, boom! The colossal beam bombarded incessantly, reducing all living things to ashes. Target eliminated. A silver-haired man stood atop an ancient tree, retracting his compound bow, preparing to report back to Caesar. Whoosh! A ghostly sword shot forth, piercing through his chest. Poof! Cough coughed. How is this possible? The silver-haired man's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he gazed at the boy beneath the red umbrella, terror-stricken. You monster! Jiang Yin, holding the red umbrella, coldly observed the silver-haired man's fading life. In that critical moment, he had summoned the red paper umbrella, utilizing the illusionary technique of Mirror Flower Water Moon to transfer the damage from the silver-haired man's terrifying beam to Du Cao. The silver-haired man, caught off guard, was slain by a single strike, while Du Cao, bearing the brutal force of the beam, suffered grievous injury, teetering on the brink of death. It would not be long before he was torn apart by the earthly ruin. However, the crisis was not yet averted, as he was still pursued and besieged by dozens of martial sect masters. The original breathing technique was in motion, and Jiang Yin's injuries healed at a visible rate, his stamina rapidly replenishing. With the command of the Ghost Order, the spirits obeyed. Jiang Yin, wielding the 10 Directions Ghost Order, spoke coldly. Knight of the 100 Ghosts. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling wind swept across a 100-mile radius, obscuring the previously clear sky with ominous clouds, and in an instant, Ghostly figures swarmed, specters scattered. He needed the 100 ghosts to buy him time, to disrupt the formations of the dozens of Western martial sect masters, allowing him to eliminate them one by one, nowhere to escape. Another martial sect master charged in, possessing divine feathers that unleashed indomitable, slashing power capable of cleaving all. Jiang Yin scoffed. Who said I was going to flee? The 100 ghosts instantly transformed into 100 ghostly swords, clashing with the airborne divine feathers. Clang, clang, clang. The avian man's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How can you control so many swords simultaneously? Well asked, for I am the sword immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yin commanded the 100 ghostly swords, surrounding him, and in an instant, they struck from various angles toward the avian man. Dark flames. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed crimson as over 200 ghostly swords ignited in black fire, encircling the avian man, forming a tempest of flames. Jiang Yin clenched his palm. Suppress. Over 200 ghostly weapons besieged the avian man, sealing off all avenues of escape. Poof. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The avian man let out a piercing scream, his body riddled with holes and engulfed in flames. The ghostly swords once more swirled around Jiang Yin as he rode the swords, hunting down the Western martial sect masters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each ghostly sword, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly dispatched numerous early-stage third-level martial sect masters. Jiang Yin, having slain over 30 martial sect masters in one breath, was drenched in blood, resembling a Shura returning from hell. But this blood was not his own. It belonged to his enemies, sprayed upon him by the ghostly swords, the remaining Western martial sect masters. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, fled in terror as if encountering a demon, discarding their armor and fleeing in disarray, unwilling to engage him. With the original breathing technique, Jiang Yin seemed to possess boundless spiritual power. And coupled with his precise mastery over spiritual energy, he could control swords with near-limitless capability. He even summoned a Yama, advancing while slaughtering without hindrance. By the time Jiang Yin reached the ancient ruins, he commanded 1,000 ghostly swords simultaneously. Flanking him were the earthly and heavenly ruins, 2 ghost generals, while behind him loomed the Yama deity. His imposing presence confronted Caesar directly. So you are the mastermind behind the Western Consortium? Jiang Yin asked nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. Caesar's pupils trembled, his face filled with shock as he beheld the 1,000 ghostly swords and the ink-haired youth resembling a Shura. What about the martial sect masters I sent to kill you? Caesar's voice quivered. Jiang Yin tilted his head thoughtfully, as if recalling something, and replied with a faint smile. It turns out those fellows were third-level martial sect masters. I hardly paid them any mind. Caesar's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, for he heard the black-haired youth declare, I was careless and ended up killing them all. Chapter 42. The hero appears, slaying Caesar. Killed them all? That amounts to 100 martial sect masters. Even a 4th-level martial king could not achieve such a feat easily. Caesar still clung to a glimmer of hope as he turned to the blind seer. Seer, are they still alive? The hollow-eyed man shook his head. I am sorry, Lord Caesar. I can no longer sense the wheel of life among them. Caesar's pupils contracted. How can this be? All 108 of my martial sect masters. Killed by him? He looked at Jiang Yin, his eyes filled with terror. Jiang Yin stepped forward, 1,000 ghostly swords swirling around him, creating a terrifying aura. The ghostly deity Yama glared fiercely, shaking the hearts of all present, causing them to avert their gazes. Caesar, gripped by fear, sensed death drawing near. He roared, Boy, if you dare come closer, I will kill everyone in the barrier. Caesar took the people within the barrier as hostages, seeking a sliver of survival, unwilling to meet his demise. Jiang Yin remained deaf to his pleas, continuing to advance step by step towards Caesar. Caesar was nearly driven mad. The people in the barrier are your compatriots. How can you disregard their lives? Their lives are of no concern to me, but your death is of utmost importance. Jiang Yin replied with a hint of a smile, and the next moment, 1,000 ghostly swords ignited with black flames, shooting towards Caesar like a wildfire. Blind fool, Caesar screamed. The hollow-eyed man produced the void staff, gently waving it, immobilizing the 1,000 ghostly swords in midair. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, observing the blind man wielding the void staff, intrigued. What is this heavenly artifact you possess? Quite interesting, this class heavenly artifact, the void staff. The hollow-eyed man replied with a faint smile. Why waste time with him? Kill him, quickly, kill him. Caesar was gripped by an innate fear of Jiang Yin. The hollow-eyed man shook his head lightly. Lord Caesar, I am not his match. What did you say? Caesar's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Through the endless void, I perceive an ancient ghostly deity. The blind man gazed at Jiang Yin. Though his eyes were blinded, he could sense the presence of Yama. That is a transcendent existence, capable of wielding life and death. How could mere mortals dare to oppose it? The blind man smiled faintly, saying, Young man from Huaxia, I have no intention of being your foe. The fate of those behind me rests in your hands. With that, the ethereal scepter in his grasp dissipated, and he bowed slightly, expressing the utmost reverence towards Jiang Yin. Blind man, you dare to betray us. My father will not spare you. Caesar's visage contorted with rage. His expression dark. Why, Lord Caesar? This is the outcome you have invited upon yourself. I warned you long ago that this journey to the east would pose a risk of your downfall. The blind seer smiled subtly before turning to depart. Despair engulfed Caesar. All 108 martial masters who accompanied him had perished, and even the blind seer, who had always stood by him, abandoned him. My father is from the Eagle Nation. Before Caesar could finish his words, a wave of black flames engulfed him. Jiang Yan's face remained impassive. Noisy, he had no desire to listen to his opponent's threats. He could easily surmise what Caesar was about to say, merely boasting about the might of his backing, asserting that he could not be killed. After a journey filled with bloodshed, his ears had grown calloused to such complaints. Help me, father! Save me! Caesar's desperate cries echoed, and no matter how he flailed on the ground, the black flames refused to be extinguished until he was consumed entirely. Crack! The immense barrier nearby shattered with a thunderous crash. Everyone within the barrier stood in stunned silence, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Who was this youth with flowing black hair, who single-handedly slaughtered 108 martial masters from the west? Moreover, he had forced the blind seer to retreat without even engaging in battle. Lin Tian was already leaping with excitement, tugging at Lin Wanyu's arm, exclaiming, Sister, I wasn't mistaken. The ghost immortal has come to save us. Lin Wanyu, equally astounded, gazed at the strikingly handsome youth, filled with disbelief. This was indeed the ghost immortal rumored in Jiang City. Lin Tian cast a mocking glance at Yin Lingxi, ready to hurl a few jibes, only to see her gazing at Jiang Yin with profound admiration. Upon recognizing Jiang Yan's visage, Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is he. Only he possesses such power. Wait a moment. What did Lin Tian just call him? Ghost immortal? He is the ghost immortal? Yin Lingxi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Throughout their quarrel, it turned out they had been vying over the same individual, the ghost immortal Jiang Yin. The most extraordinary figure in Jiang City. Lin Tian also realized that the person Yin Lingxi spoke of was indeed Jiang Yin. Connecting the dots with her previous glance at Jiang Yin, he suddenly grew anxious. Miss Yin, you must not set your sights on Jiang Yin. He is my sister's man. However, Lin Wanyu's demeanor suggested she was unfamiliar with him. Yin Lingxi smirked. I share a bond of deep trust with the ghost immortal. With that, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Lin Tian, sensing the gravity of her words, urgently exclaimed, Sister, you must charm the ghost immortal, lest he be deceived by the fox spirit of the Yin family. Ouch! Lin Wanyu lightly smacked Lin Tian on the head, her expression warm. My dear brother, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. She smiled radiantly and, with graceful steps, was about to approach Jiang Yin when three figures dashed past her. The three figures encircled Jiang Yin, hugging and clinging to him. Wu Wu, ghost immortal. I knew you would avenge us. Hong Jun Kai cried, clinging to Jiang Yan's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. These foreign devils are so wicked. Chen Duo embraced Jiang Yan's arm, her face streaked with tears of gratitude. Ghost immortal, thank you for saving us. Without you, we would have been slaughtered by these foreigners. Lin Shao stood to the side, arms crossed, stiffly addressing Jiang Yin. Thank you. This is the second time you have saved us. Jiang Yin smiled wryly, gently pushing the two off. I simply could not bear to witness the atrocities committed by these Westerners. intruding upon our territory and engaging in such pillaging. Though he smiled, an icy glint lingered in his eyes. If they dare come, I shall ensure they never return, buried forever in Huaxia. The ghost immortal is so handsome. I want an autograph. I want an autograph. Chen Duo transformed into a starry-eyed fan, once again clutching Jiang Yan's arm. Hong Junkai, equally enamored, gazed at Jiang Yan with adoration. The ghost immortal truly lives up to his name, with a heart that embraces the world and a spirit aflame with passion. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Jiang Yan chuckled, but before he could extricate himself from the two, a beautiful figure rushed over and enveloped him in an embrace. Jiang Yan, we meet again. Yin Lingxi's sparkling eyes radiated warmth and mirth. Chapter 43. Departing the ruins, the competition commences. Miss Yin? Jiang Yan was somewhat taken aback. I should have known you were the ghost immortal. Yin Lingxi's visage shone like the morning sun, every smile and frown captivating the heart. Chen Duo and Hong Junkai stood agape. Yin Lingxi, the heiress of the Shining Group, they were dumbfounded. The heiress of the Shining Group seemed so close to the ghost immortal. Could there be a story behind their connection? It is time to depart. Lin Shao pulled his two dazed companions away, preventing them from continuing their starry-eyed reverie. No, I refuse to leave. I want to witness this drama unfold. This is a monumental scoop. Chen Duo protested, while Hong Junkai had already entered a state of shock. Heavens, the untouchable Yin Lingxi is involved with the ghost immortal. This world is too fantastical. Lin Shao sighed. While the Shining Group was indeed a powerful conglomerate, Jiang Yan was an SSS-level divine gift-bearer, with the potential to become an emperor in the future. Even if he were to become a son-in-law of the Yin family, it would not be surprising. He was merely an A-level divine gift-bearer, and in Jiang City, numerous prestigious families were vying for his attention, let alone the SSS-level Jiang Yan. Allow me to introduce myself formally. Yin Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she smiled enchanting. I am Yin Lingxi, the sole daughter of the chairman of the Shining Group. Jiang Yan warmly grasped the jade hand Yin Lingxi extended, replying with a smile. I am Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi's alabaster skin flushed slightly. Jiang Yan, would you be interested in joining the Shining Group? Before Jiang Yan could respond, Lin Tian's voice rang out. No, he does not agree. Yin Lingxi's delicate brows furrowed, revealing her displeasure towards Lin Tian. Brother-in-law, Lin Tian's exclamation left Jiang Yan speechless. When did he become Lin Tian's brother-in-law? Lin Tian, handsome yet playful, grinned. Brother-in-law, I've brought my sister to you. Ouch! His head received another light smack, causing him to leap about in pain. Beside him stood a graceful and statuesque young woman, her smile radiant, exuding elegance. Ghost immortal, my younger brother is quite thoughtless. I apologize for any trouble he has caused you. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. It's a minor matter. Just give him a good thrashing when you returned. Brother-in-law, Lin Tian cried out in despair. Lin Wanyu pinched Lin Tian's ear, her smile radiant as she turned to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, to express our gratitude for saving us, I would like to present you with a cherished 1,000-year spirit herb from my family. Her delicate wrist, as refined as jade, adorned with a silver bell that chimed sweetly, revealed a plant radiating a pure lunar glow. Yin Lingxi's eyes widened in astonishment. A 1,000-year lunar herb. She looked incredulously at Lin Wanyu. The Lin family was a major shareholder in the herb group, naturally possessing numerous spirit herbs and divine medicines. But a 1,000-year spirit herb was exceedingly rare. The herb group likely possessed no more than 10. Lin Wanyu's generosity in gifting such a treasure to Jiang Yan suggested only one possibility. She had taken a liking to Jiang Yan and sought to ally him with the herb group. Yin Lingxi's brows knitted tightly. She would never allow Jiang Yan to join her family's rival group. Jiang Yan, thank you for saving me once again. Yin Lingxi blinked her large eyes, raising a hand to reveal a vial of golden potion. To express my gratitude for saving me twice, I present you with this ancient potion. Yin Lingxi pressed the golden concoction into Jiang Yan's hands. The onlookers were struck with awe at the mention of the ancient potion. The ancient potion. It was derived from the genes of ancient martial emperors. Who would have thought that the Shining Group had truly developed such an astonishing elixir? A standard gene potion sells for 100,000. But this ancient potion, yet to be released on the market, was priceless. It was impossible to determine whether the value of the ancient potion or the 1,000-year lunar herb was greater. Jiang Yan observed the two young ladies vying to bestow gifts upon him, and he did not hesitate to accept their offerings with a cheerful demeanor. Both young ladies are indeed generous. I graciously accept your kind intentions. He placed the ancient potion and the 1,000-year lunar herb into the 10 directions ghost order. Jiang Yin smiled as he bid farewell to the group. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Wait. Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu spoke in unison, hoping to retain him. But in an instant, they realized Jiang Yin had vanished without a trace. Lin Wanyu and Yin Lingxi glared at each other, ultimately huffing in unison before turning away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. Beside Lin Wanyu, Lin Tian chuckled mischievously. Sister, are you smitten with the ghost immortal? I found you an excellent match, didn't I? Humph. He's merely the strongest in Linjiang province. In recent years, SSS-level divine gift-bearers have emerged in the imperial capital and the magic capital. There are countless individuals stronger than him among the clouds. Lin Wanyu retorted. Lin Tian blinked. Sister, why is your face flushed? I am merely radiant. Lin Wanyu pinched Lin Tian's ear and stormed off in anger. How curious. My sister rarely blushes. Lin Tian scratched his head in confusion, following her with an eager bounce. Yin Lingxi, equally incensed, stomped her foot. What a brazen display. I had intended to invite you to the Shining Group for a visit. Her enchanting visage rarely revealed a hint of desolation as she retrieved her elixir of immortality, leaving the Wangshan ruins with a countenance full of displeasure. The other individuals within the ruins stood utterly astonished. Their mouths agape. Am I losing my mind? Did I just witness Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu vying for attention out of jealousy? I must be going insane. No, I too saw it. The two goddesses were indeed competing for the affections of a ghostly immortal. If the outside world were to learn of this, who would dare to believe it? I have heard that the young master of the Gu family in Modu is pursuing Lin Wanyu. If he were to find out that the usually aloof goddess blushed in front of another man, he would surely go mad. Haha, this is going to be quite the spectacle. It seems the Gu family's young master is also an SSS-grade divine bestower. Moreover, he has already ascended to the 3rd tier, becoming a martial sect master. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had discovered a spatial rift, which served as the exit from the ruins. Surely, I Haven T missed my chance? Without a second thought, he plunged into the rift, emerging from the Wangshan ruins. Once outside, his phone regained signal. Ding, 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 ding. His screen was flooded with missed calls and over 99 unread messages. Zhou Peng, Jiang Gu, where are you? The Jiangqing martial arts competition has begun. You must hurry. Yiran, Jiang Yin, where have you gone? Yun Tianjia, Jiang Gu, 3 of us have already been eliminated. Everyone is counting on you to turn the tide. Zhang Xiaosheng, Lao Jiang, are you all right? You didn't perish in the ruins, did you? If you're alive, please respond quickly. Don't make everyone worry. Gazing at the barrage of messages, Jiang Yin could only manage a wry smile as he sped towards the city, replying to each with the 2 words, wait for me, at that moment. The Jiangqing martial arts arena was bustling with high school students from all over Linjiang, the competition reaching a fever pitch. The team from Linjiang No. 2 High School had 10 members expected, but only 9 had shown up. After numerous challenges, 3 had sustained injuries and lost their eligibility, leaving only 6 still competing. Just as the atmosphere grew despondent for Linjiang No. 2, several phones in Class 2 suddenly chimed, jolting them into alertness. The sender was Jiang Yin, Chapter 44, A Single Strike to Victory. What more is there to say? As the capital city of Linjiang Province, the Jiangqing Martial Arts Arena was as expansive as 10 sports stadiums combined. At this moment, it was teeming with students from across Linjiang Province, as well as municipal and provincial officials. Even top professors from martial arts universities had graced the event with their presence. It was a complete one-sided domination. Linjiang No. 2 High School had received substantial resources yearly, so how could they be so thoroughly outmatched by the prodigies of No. 3? The director of the Education Bureau voiced his confusion. In his recollection, Linjiang No. 2 had produced an SSS-grade divine bestower, and he turned to the aged principal of No. 2 behind him, inquiring, where is that prodigy of yours? Why haven't we seen him compete? The old principal, drenched in sweat, replied, well, the main character typically enters last. Young people often wish to maintain an air of mystery. The director nodded slowly. You have a point. Today's youth certainly possess a unique character. While individuality is commendable, arrogance can be detrimental indeed. Director Shin, you are correct. When I next encounter that child, I shall certainly impart some wise counsel to him, To rectify his mindset, the old principal nodded vigorously. The old principal was already terrified. He was in the midst of his transfer to Kyoto and did not wish for any mishaps to occur at number 2. Jiang Yin, please make your appearance soon. On the martial arts arena, Meng Zhan was battered and bloodied, his flesh torn, revealing bone beneath. Before him stood a man with an expression of haughty disdain. Is this all Lin Jiang number 2 is capable of? Yet you dare to participate in the Jiangxing martial arts competition? Do you not know what this year's competition is dubbed? It is the Prodigy Tournament. Only prodigies deserve to take the stage. He regarded Meng Zhan with a look of pity. TSK, an A-grade divine bestower could once be considered a prodigy, but no, you are nothing. He gathered a sphere of lightning in his palm. Crackling with energy, unleashing a terrifying wave that engulfed Meng Zhan. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, and when the blinding radiance faded, Meng Zhan lay unconscious on the ground. Meng Zhan had lost consciousness. The third school's Qiao Yu emerged victorious. The referee declared the result. Several healing-type ability users rushed to the stage, treating the critically injured Meng Zhan and carrying him off the arena. Qiao Yu was the strongest. Number 3 was invincible. Lin Jiang number 2. Do not bring shame upon yourselves. Quickly return to your fields. In the stands, spectators mocked Lin Jiang number 2 and cheered for Qiao Yu of number 3. Qiao Yu reveled in this sensation. He was born to be the center of attention. S-grade Divine Thunder Battle Armor. Summoning the Divine Thunder Battle Armor, he became the embodiment of the Thunder God, commanding the lightning with a mere gesture. Looking down upon all, the referee then called out loudly, "Does Lin Jiang number 2 have anyone else willing to challenge Qiao Yu? If not, we shall switch competitors." Students from number 3 jeered, "The trash of number 2, not even capable of touching a single hair of Qiao Yu." Ha ha ha, that was hilarious. That big oaf just got struck dumb by Qiao Yu's lightning, flailing about as if he could actually harm him. Other high school students joined in the ridicule. Didn't we hear that Lin Jiang no 2 produced a prodigy? Where is he? Surely he isn't a myth? Yes, I recall rumors that an SSS-grade divine bestower emerged from Lin Jiang number 2, single-handedly defeating an entire class. What was he called? Ghost Immortal. Oh yes, that's right, Ghost Immortal. Where is the Ghost Immortal from Lin Jiang number 2? Why hasn't he appeared? The Ghost Immortal has arrived. Huh. What? The Ghost Immortal has appeared. When? Right now, on the martial arts arena, a youth clad in casual attire slowly ascended the stage. He smirked, his face brimming with indignation. Old Zhang is truly ruthless. I just arrived, and he has me fighting already, showing no regard for the students. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qiao Yu squinted his eyes. I have seen your photo. You are the Ghost Immortal. Damn. Are you some kind of pervert? Why are you looking at my photo? Jiang Yin hurriedly covered himself. Heh, I merely wish to know what my formidable opponent in this martial arts competition looked like. Qiao Yu sneered at I hear you are a summoner, adept at conjuring spirits and monsters. You seem quite well informed. Are you harboring a crush on me? Jiang Yin replied with a faint smile. Just so we're clear. I have no interest in men. Do not weep should your confession be rejected. I'll confess to your grandpa. Qiao Yu could no longer contain himself. How could this brat's tongue be so sharp? I shall ensure you can never utter another lewd word. Qiao Yu moved with lightning speed, transforming into a flash as he charged towards Jiang Yin. Bang! A dull thud echoed, just as Qiao Yu had rushed in at incredible speed. He was now propelled backward at an equal velocity. Dressed in divine thunder battle armor, Qiao Yu was bent into a C shape, flying 100 meters before crashing into a wall, leaving a mark in the insulating barrier. Qiao Yu became lodged in the wall, unable to extricate himself, rendered incapable of combat. I already said I'm not interested in boys. Why did you suddenly charge at me? How frightening. Jiang Yin shook his hand. As the impact had left his hand sore, the entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. The referee was dumbfounded. What the match hadn't even started, and Qiao Yu had seemingly gone berserk, charging in without warning. Not only did he charge in, but he also flew back, becoming embedded in the wall, unable to dislodge himself. The referee opened his mouth, taking a moment to regain his composure. Before stating, Qiao Yu has lost consciousness and is disqualified from the match. Witnessing this scene, even the director of the Education Bureau, Shen Wenba, was left speechless. What just happened? Did you see what occurred? He inquired of an elderly gentleman with white hair and a youthful demeanor, who stroked his beard with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, indeed. Our Linjiang province has produced an extraordinary prodigy, the old principal of Linjiang No. 2 excitedly interjected, Director Shun, Principal Zhou. This is Jiang Yin from our school. He is the SSS grade divine bestower. Oh? No wonder. Shun Wenba nodded in understanding. So, it is an SSS grade prodigy. That clears everything up. The elderly gentleman, Zhou Wanshan, smiled with satisfaction. What a promising talent. He is bound to achieve greatness in the future. Upon hearing this, the surrounding dignitaries were left astounded. Achieving the status of emperor or deity. What does that even mean? An 8th-tier martial emperor. A 9th-tier martial deity. Currently, there exists only one 8th-tier martial emperor in China, safeguarding a millennium of prosperity, with no foreign power daring to encroach. Over the course of a millennium, only one 8th-tier martial emperor has emerged in China, not to mention the 9th-tier martial deity, a being from a millennium ago. For Zhou Wanshan of the Sacred Academy to bestow such accolades as becoming an emperor or deity upon this child foretells an infinitely brilliant future. He may even bear the weight of the future of all of China. Chapter 45. Sleeping while cultivating. In the observation area of Linjiang No. 1, a white-haired youth gazed with fervor. Ghost immortal. You are indeed as formidable as the legends suggest, worthy of being my opponent, Lin Feiyu. He was a dual-born divine bestower, with each bestowed divine gift being of SSS grade, a double SSS grade divine bestower. Lin Feiyu's blood surged with excitement. Ghost immortal, I eagerly await the moment we clash. On the viewing platform of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Lu Qingming, with her delicate fingers entwined in a strand of her silky hair, wore a radiant smile. Gue Xian, you have me so excited. She felt a warmth spreading through her body. Gue Xian, let us battle until dawn. In the martial arts arena, with a single punch, Jiang Yin sent Xiaoyu from No. 3 Middle School flying out of the ring. Without lingering, he casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled back to the reception room. Upon arriving, he was immediately called over by Zhang Xiaosheng. Old Zhang, is there something else? Jiang Yin asked lazily. Having rushed from the ancient Wang Mountain ruins to the Jiangqing martial arts arena without pausing for even a moment, it had taken him half an hour. Were it not for his mastery of the primordial breathing technique to restore his stamina and mental acuity, he would have collapsed along the way. After finally reaching the martial arts arena, Zhang Xiaosheng wasted no time and pushed him onto the stage, instructing him to deal with Qiaoyu from No. 3. Now that Qiaoyu was taken care of, why was Zhang Xiaosheng still asking him about matters? Approaching Jiang Yin, Zhang Xiaosheng placed a hand on his shoulder, his serious expression softening into a smile. It's good to be back safe. Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a grin, just kidding. I was completely invincible at the Wang Mountain ruins. Even the Beast King had to steer clear of me. Yes, we all believe in you. Now, take a good rest, Zhang Xiaosheng said with a chuckle. You have resolved a major issue for No. 2, and the remaining competitors from No. 3 are not worth worrying about, so you need not take to the stage again. That is splendid news. I can finally rest properly for a few days, Jiang Yin exclaimed with a yawn. Even with the primordial breathing technique to rejuvenate him, he still felt the need to truly rest and lie down for a good sleep. Brother Jiang, let me take you to the resting room. As Jiang Yin's most devoted follower, Zhou Peng eagerly took on the role of guide, leading him toward the resting area. On their way, Zhou Peng's chatter was incessant, extolling the beauty of the girls from various schools and naming the campus belles. Such trivial topics only deepened Jiang Yan's drowsiness. Hee, in my heart, the most beautiful goddess is still the campus belle of Linjiang No. 1. Bye. Why am I stuttering? Zhou Peng, who had been talking like a machine gun, suddenly tripped over his words, prompting Jiang Yin to look up in curiosity. What he beheld was a breathtakingly beautiful face. With a countenance as frosty as ice and skin as white as snow, she simply standing there was a stunning sight. Bai Luoxue stood before Jiang Yin and Zhou Peng, her expression devoid of emotion. What a coincidence, we meet again, Jiang Yin greeted naturally, then recalled something. About the 100 bottles of genetic potions you lent me. They were a gift. No need for repayment, Bai Luoxue replied coolly, her azure eyes shimmering with an otherworldly beauty that captivated the heart and soul. Zhou Peng, standing beside them, was left speechless. What was happening? His idol, Brother Jiang, was acquainted with the goddess he longed to dream about, and it seemed their relationship was rather close. Brother Jiang, Jiang Shun. What on earth have you been up to behind my back? You didn't watch the match? Jiang Yin inquired. Bai Luoxue shook her head. I don't enjoy watching such things. What a coincidence, I also dislike watching others fight, so I was headed back to my room to rest. Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Bai Luoxue turned her gaze to Jiang Yin, her lips curving slightly. Rest well, someone intends to challenge you. That person is quite formidable. Oh, just how formidable? Are they stronger than me? Jiang Yin asked playfully, finding Bai Luoxue's seemingly clueless demeanor irresistible to tease. As expected, Bai Luoxue's delicate brows furrowed, her previously aloof demeanor giving way to an adorably perplexed expression. After pondering for a while, she shook her head at Jiang Yin. I don't know who is stronger. Jiang Yin chuckled softly, enticingly inquired, I could tell you the answer now. Would you like to know? Not interested, Bai Luoxue replied. Shaking her head, I will personally watch the matches related to you, and the answer will reveal itself. Is that so? I will provide you with a satisfactory answer when the time comes, Jiang Yin said. Waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Goodbye, Bai Luoxue replied sweetly, waving farewell. Zhou Peng, witnessing the exchange, was utterly astonished and could no longer contain himself. Brother Jiang, when I was introducing Bai Luoxue to you, you said you didn't know her. I only just got to know her recently, Jiang Yin shrugged. And it was rather forced. I even accepted 100 bottles of genetic potions, playing the role of a pretty boy. Naturally, he would not divulge this to Zhou Peng. The Jiangxing martial arts arena was vast, with each contestant provided a fully equipped room. Upon entering his room, Jiang Yin wasted no time and collapsed onto the bed. Utterly exhausted, slipping into a deep slumber in his dreams, his consciousness arrived at the 10 Directions Ghost Order, where the ancient tome, bound in chains, automatically opened, flipping through its pages until it settled on the page of the Immortal Dao Canon. This page was incomplete, the ancient, yellowed parchment retaining only half. Ancient scriptures emerged from the tome, swirling around Jiang Yin's consciousness and continuously flooding into his mind. Immortal Dao Canon, a legacy from the ancient celestial era. Created by an immortal underworld emperor, this technique is divided into 10 levels, each representing a transformation. A mortal body that reaches the 10th level can achieve an indestructible physical form and an immortal soul. Even in slumber, Jiang Yin's consciousness continued to cultivate, successfully stepping into the first level of the Immortal Dao Canon under the guidance of the ancient scriptures. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yin was in a deep sleep, unaware that his outer layer of skin had become as hard as vibrating gold, impervious even to A-grade divine gifts. The Immortal Dao Canon involved cultivating skin in the first level, flesh in the second, tendons in the third, bones in the fourth, and blood in the fifth. The ancient tome documented only the first 5 levels of the Immortal Dao Canon. Achieving the first 5 levels would grant one an indestructible physical form. No force could harm the body, rendering one immortal and unyielding. Jiang Yin slept soundly, and when he finally opened his eyes again, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Why do I still feel so fatigued? Jiang Yin stretched, feeling exhaustion in every part of his body, as if he hadn't rested adequately. Only after he fully awakened did he realize a new technique had settled in his mind. Immortal Dao Canon, I actually cultivated the first level in my sleep. Jiang Yin was taken aback, astonished that he could achieve such a feat while simply resting. It was no wonder he had slept so long and still felt tired. Wow, am I really that impressive? Even sleeping allows me to grasp martial arts. Jiang Yin marveled at his own extraordinary talent. While others merely rested during slumber, he, Jiang Yin, was cultivating. Not to mention that the primordial breathing technique had never ceased. Now even his consciousness was training itself in dreams. Could it be that the reason I can cultivate in my sleep is due to the primordial breathing technique? Jiang Yin suddenly understood. Thanks to the primordial breathing technique, he hardly needed to rest. He was in a constant state of vitality. Yet, he still insisted on sleeping every night, and throughout his slumber, the primordial breathing technique continued to operate. This led to him being overly energetic, with his mental acuity overflowing. What to do? Naturally, his consciousness would become restless, seeking tasks to occupy itself. Jiang Yin slept, yet his consciousness was vibrantly alive, busily finding things to do. This was the reason he could cultivate even while asleep. The first level of the Immortal Dao Canon was about cultivating skin. Jiang Yin began to recall the abilities he had mastered during his sleep. Upon thorough review, he was astonished. Achieving the 5 levels directly led to an indestructible body. How outrageous was that? It seemed that this immortal Dao Cannon was the new reward unlocked from the ancient ghost order as he stepped into the second tier. Cultivating skin meant his skin became impervious. Eager to test this, he searched the fully equipped suite. He found a B-grade alloy spear in the training room. B-grade alloy materials were considered mid-range. Surely they could pierce my skin? Right? Jiang Yin tried to stab his finger with the spear. Clang! A metallic resonance echoed. Jiang Yin felt something poke his finger, but there was no pain, just a tickling sensation. B-grade alloy can't even hurt me. Jiang Yin was astounded. In a way, let me try something stronger. He rummaged through the training room and found an A-grade alloy spear. Taking a deep breath, he lunged the spear towards his hand. Clang! This time, the sound of impact was even more thunderous and resonant. Jiang Yin felt a sting, but that was all. The A-grade alloy spear merely broke through a layer of skin without drawing blood. After his tests, Jiang Yin confirmed that the first level of the immortal Dao Cannon could completely withstand attacks below A-grade. Just the first level of cultivating skin was already this formidable. Jiang Yin could hardly contain himself. He was determined to reach the second level of cultivating flesh. Following the guidance of the scriptures in his mind, Jiang Yin repeatedly practiced the immortal Dao Cannon, each punch emanating immense force and the sound of sonic booms. With each repetition of his training, he felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength was being drawn into his flesh. Suddenly, he realized, the immortal Dao Cannon, with each practice, transformed all his vitality, energy, and blood into nourishment for his flesh. For others, practicing the immortal Dao Cannon would deplete their entire vitality, energy, and blood, leaving them bedridden for days. Were it not for Jiang Yin's mastery of the primordial breathing technique, allowing him to recover quickly, he would not have been able to practice the immortal Dao Cannon multiple times in a single day. By the end of the day, Jiang Yin had practiced the immortal Dao Cannon 13 times. His progress was astonishing, and he was already on the threshold of the second level of cultivating flesh. If one were to follow the norm, a single session of cultivation would require a fortnight's rest in bed. Yet, the amount of cultivation that Jiang Yin accomplishes in a single day surpasses that of others over the span of 6 months. With a deep exhale, Jiang Yin released a breath of stale air, feeling his strength swell further. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on his door. Assuming it was Zhou Peng, Jiang Yin gave it little thought. Upon opening the door, the visitor was taken aback at the sight of Jiang Yin's bare torso. Standing at a height of 183 cm, Jiang Yin possessed a well-proportioned physique. Even in casual attire, he resembled a living mannequin. Fresh from his session with the immortal Dao Cannon, his body glistened with sweat, and feeling uncomfortable, he had shed his upper garments, revealing a sculpted physique. His tall and athletic build, devoid of the exaggerated musculature of bodybuilders, exuded an aesthetic beauty akin to a masterpiece crafted by the divine. Noticing Zhou Peng's prolonged silence, Jiang Yin glanced over, only to find that the visitor was not Zhou Peng, but rather Yi Yiran. Yi Yiran's eyes widened, her expression betraying a hint of drooling. Frowning, Jiang Yin swiftly donned his jacket and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Ah? Oh." Yi Yiran snapped back to reality, instinctively swallowing hard, still dazed by Jiang Yin's physique. She pondered to herself, what was the need for him to dress? Why couldn't she admire him a little longer? Since when did Jiang Yin become so stingy? He had once been entirely accommodating towards her. Reflecting on the past, a tinge of melancholy crossed Yi Yiran's face. If only she and Jiang Yin were still a couple. How long could she gaze at his abs? Perhaps she could even reach out to touch and feel. Shaking her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, she scolded herself for such thoughts. Upon meeting Jiang Yin, she felt as if she had transformed into a brazen woman. Jiang Yin, I wanted to inform you that the upcoming martial arts competition will adopt a 2v2 format for the finals. Yi Yiran's face blushed deeply as she fidgeted with her hands. I believe that if we were to form a team, no one would be more suitable than you and me. Would you consider? Not considering. Jiang Yin abruptly interrupted Yi Yiran, gesturing for her to leave. I am aware of the situation. You may exit my room now. Yi Yiran stood there, stunned, feeling utterly aggrieved. Their relationship had once been so close. Why had it soured? Yes, at that time, witnessing Jiang Yin's lack of awakening to divine gifts had led her to choose to part ways with him. But that was not her fault. Anyone would choose to break up upon discovering their partner had not awakened their divine gifts. All she did was act according to human nature, so why had Jiang Yin become so heartless? Was there truly no room for reconciliation? Jiang Yin, Yi Ran bit her cherry lips, her eyes reddened as she glared at him. If you refuse to team up with me, who else would you consider? Who else is worthy of you? Who I team up with and who is worthy of me seems to have little to do with you, Jiang Yin replied, barely casting a glance in her direction. His tone indifferent, he seemed utterly disinterested in Yi Ran. Have you finished speaking? If so, you may leave my room, and do remember to close the door behind you. Yi Ran could no longer withstand Jiang Yin's coldness. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Jiang Yin. She wished to unleash a fierce retort, vowing never to seek him out again. Yet, the words caught in her throat, and she could only flee in a fluster. Hastily shutting the door behind her, she thought to herself that Jiang Yin's upper body must not be seen by anyone else. Chapter 47. Another SSS-class divine gift holder. After another day and night of cultivation, Jiang Yin practiced during the day and continued to cultivate even as he slept at night. The following morning, he had successfully entered the second level of the Immortal Dao Canon, body refining. Jiang Yin clenched his fists, feeling the transformation within his flesh. The strength of his body had increased several-fold. Now, with a mere flick of his fist, he could produce sonic booms. Even a snap of his fingers could generate a sonic blast. Incredible! This was astonishing. He could create sonic blasts with his bare hands. Jiang Yin was elated. The current strength of his physique would allow him to confront 100 Western martial artists without relying on any martial techniques or divine gifts. With just his body, he could easily overpower the remnants of Wang Mountain. His stomach let out a growl. Jiang Yin smacked his lips. He was feeling hungry and decided it was time to sample the offerings at the Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria. Exiting the lounge, he made his way to the cafeteria of Jiang City's Martial Arts Academy. The cafeteria was quite lavish, spanning 6 stories, each floor designated for different countries. Feeling too lazy to ascend, Jiang Yin found a spot on the ground floor and casually ordered a fried chicken set. He progressed to the second level of the Immortal Dao Canon. His energy and vitality had significantly dwindled, prompting him to indulge in high-oil foods like fried chicken to replenish his strength. Before long, a staff member approached with a tray. Your deluxe family bucket is ready. Thank you. Jiang Yin accepted the bucket. Nearly drooling, he hadn't had a proper meal in several days while cultivating the Immortal Dao Canon, relying solely on the primal breathing technique to stave off starvation. Hey, Qingming, look at that guy devouring food like a wolf. Has he turned into a ghostly immortal? Yang Zidong nudged Lu Qingming's arm. Upon hearing the term ghostly immortal, Lu Qingming quickly followed her friend's gaze. Indeed, in a corner of the cafeteria, Jiang Yin was munching on chicken legs with both hands, alternating bites with no regard for decorum. What a sight! Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled with amusement. Zidong, let us go take a look. Is that wise? We not from the same high school. He is our enemy. Yang Zidong hesitated but suddenly noticed her friend striding forward with determination. Hey, Qingming, wait for me. It was peculiar. Lu Qingming had never shown interest in boys before. Her demeanor towards this ghostly immortal was clearly one of keen interest. Oh dear. It seemed her dear friend had matured and recognized the allure of the opposite sex, unaware of her friend's inner musings. Lu Qingming's attention was solely on Jiang Yin. Just as Jiang Yin was about to take another bite of the chicken leg, he felt a shadow dimming the light above him. He didn't bother wiping his mouth and calmly lifted his gaze. Ghostly immortal. No, I should address you as classmate Jiang Yin. Lu Qingming smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming with mirth. May I sit here? This cafeteria is not owned by me. Feel free. Jiang Yin continued to relish his chicken leg. Hey, the person seated before you is the campus belle of the 7th high school. Could you at least maintain some decorum while eating? Yang Zidong's eyes widened in disbelief. Honestly, this is the first time Qingming has taken the initiative to approach a boy. Can't you set a good example for her instead of looking like a glutton? I couldn't care less about her being a campus belle. You two can sit here if you wish, but don't hinder my meal, Jiang Yin replied, his mouth still full of chicken. Lu Qingming looked on with a radiant smile as she extended her delicate hand. Reaching straight into Jiang Yin's family bucket, eye in front of him, she pulled out a piece of fried chicken. Jiang Yin halted his chicken leg display, his eyes turning cold as he lifted his gaze. Put that down, can't I have just one of your chicken legs? Lu Qingming's face was adorned with a smile. Put down my chicken leg. If you want to eat, go buy your own, Jiang Yin said coolly. But I simply want to eat your chicken leg. What should I do? Lu Qingming pouted, feigning a troubled expression. Yang Zidong stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? How had her sweet Qingming transformed into a teasing bully towards a decent man? This was an odd turn of events. I said, put it down. Jiang Yin's aura surged suddenly, unleashing the full force of his SS-class divine gift, instantly lowering the temperature of the entire cafeteria. Yang Zidong trembled, feeling as though she were in the midst of winter, on the verge of freezing into an ice sculpture. Lu Qingming remained unfazed, still smiling brightly. Taking a small bite of the fried chicken leg in front of Jiang Yin, she said, delicious. I think I'll be ordering family buckets often from now on. Her aura flared as well, equally formidable, matching Jiang Yin's presence. She too was an SSS-class divine gift holder. The two exchanged glances, their energies clashing, rendering them evenly matched for the moment. Truly worthy of being called a ghostly immortal. Jiang Yin could contend with someone at the 3rd tier, 5th level. Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Jiang Yin. Now at the 1st tier, 2nd level, Jiang Yin's presence was on par with Lu Qingming, who had already reached the 3rd tier, 5th level. This marked Jiang Yin's first encounter with such a formidable opponent. His SSS-class aura, which typically instilled fear in those with lower divine gifts, was ineffective against this smiling girl, who seemed terrifyingly strong. A slight smirk graced Jiang Yin's lips. This was intriguing indeed, and he acknowledged Lu Qingming's strength. He pushed the family bucket closer to her. Lu Qingming's smile widened. Thank you for your generosity. I won't hold back. She delicately picked up a chicken wing and took a bite, as the three sat at the table. Yang Zidong had been overwhelmed by the fearsome aura and had succumbed to a daze. The remaining two continued to smile and enjoy their fried chicken. Once the bucket was emptied, Jiang Yin wiped his hands and offered Lu Qingming a fresh paper towel. Thank you. Accepting the towel, Lu Qingming carefully wiped each of her slender fingers clean. It was delicious. I appreciate the invitation. Jiang Yin slowly stood, smiling as he said, when we meet again, don't hold back. I am Lu Qingming. Remember my name. Lu Qingming rested her chin on her hand, her smile unwavering. When I encounter you, I certainly won't hold back. A glint of excitement flickered in her eyes. I will shatter your resolve, rendering you no different from those ordinary mortals who can only gaze up at me. Oh, wait. Lu Qingming smiled sweetly. You are different. They can only look up at me, but even if you were to fall, I would still be willing to walk alongside you on the same path. Jiang Yin stretched lazily. It seems I truly hold a special place in your eyes. However, there is one thing I must clarify. What? Lu Qingming tilted her head with a smile. Jiang Yin's lips curled into a grin. I have never lost, and I have no idea how to write the word defeat. Lu Qingming paused, then her smile blossomed. Soon, you will come to know it. Is that so? Jiang Yin waved his hand and turned to leave. Then I shall wait and see. Chapter 48. The pitiful ignoramus after several days of intense competition. The Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament swiftly advanced to the top 16. Just after devouring a bucket of fried chicken, Jiang Yin was cornered by Zhou Peng. Brother Jiang. I finally found you. Zhou Peng gasped for breath. Jiang Yin casually handed him a chicken leg. What's with the rush? Here, have a piece of fried chicken. Brother Jiang, stop eating. It's your turn to compete. Due to Jiang Yin's overwhelming prowess, the organizers had granted him 10 consecutive buys, propelling him directly into the top 16. This led to considerable dissatisfaction among the other competitors, who clamored for Jiang Yin to face them. Had the organizers not bowed to pressure, Jiang Yin might have skipped all the way to the semifinals. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. So soon to the semifinals? No, it's the other competitors who protested collectively, demanding that you return to the competition. Their stance is quite forceful, leaving the organizers no choice but to allow you to compete. Zhou Peng exclaimed angrily, especially Lei Jinming from the 4th middle school, who was the loudest. He has issued a challenge to you. Jiang Yin showed no sign of concern. Is Lei Jinming really that strong? He held no interest in the weak. Lu Qingming, who shared the same SSS rank, still intrigued him. He is the strongest at the 4th middle school. He awakened an SSS grade divine gift, currently at the peak of the 2nd tier. Zhou Peng said gravely, Brother Jiang, I think he might be quite a handful. An SSS divine gift and at the peak of the 2nd tier. That's still far too weak. Jiang Yin chuckled. Since he wants to challenge me, I shall indulge him. It's the perfect opportunity to test the second level of Immortal Dao text. Brother Jiang, are you truly going to accept his challenge? Zhou Peng was astonished. He had expected Jiang Yin to reject such a troublesome affair. Jiang Yin patted Zhou Peng on the shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Old Zhou, if a fly keeps buzzing in your ear, what would you do? I detest flies. I would swat it dead, Zhou Peng replied indignantly. After a moment of anger, he suddenly understood Jiang Yan's implication. He was utterly shocked to realize that Jiang Yin viewed Lei Jinming as nothing more than a fly. After all, he was the strongest from the 4th middle school. Jiang Yin smiled. Let us go swat this annoying fly. All right then. Zhou Peng snapped back to reality and hurried to keep pace with Jiang Yin. Upon arriving at the preparation room, they found Zhang Xiaosheng pacing anxiously. Oh, old Zhang, Jiang Yin greeted him cheerfully. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Zhang Xiaosheng furrowed his brow. You brat can still laugh. I sleep and eat well every day. Why shouldn't I be able to laugh? Jiang Yin replied with a grin. Do you have any idea how strong Lei Jinming is, the one who has challenged you? Zhang Xiaosheng asked seriously. He is a disciple of the 6th-tier Thunder Saint. What you want, Thunder Saint Huayuan? The strongest in the Thunder system of Linjiang Province. Upon hearing the name, Zhou Peng's hair stood on end. O Lei Jinming is his disciple. Brother Jiang, perhaps we should reconsider this fight. Zhou Peng said cautiously. He must possess the techniques and abilities of the Thunder Saint. Jiang Yin maintained his smile, as if he were not the one about to compete. A disciple of the Thunder Saint. Sounds somewhat troublesome. Jiang Yin's lips curled upwards. Zhang Xiaosheng's body trembled. The moment he heard Jiang Yin say somewhat troublesome, he was certain that this kid had complete confidence in victory. When Jiang Yin referred to somewhat troublesome, it meant that it would take more than one hand to squash the opponent, which was indeed somewhat troublesome. Zhang Xiaosheng was utterly astonished. He knew Jiang Yin was a prodigy, but he never imagined he would be so unfazed. Even regarding a disciple of the 6th-tier Thunder Saint, was he truly defying the heavens? Zhang Xiaosheng ceased to be anxious, revealing a concerned demeanor typical of an elder. Old Jiang, be cautious in all matters. Old Jiang, when did you become so melodramatic? Have you entered middle age and awakened your maternal instincts? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. You brat. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed angrily. Now hurry to the martial arena. I don't want to see you here. Jiang Yin cheerfully stepped onto the martial arena, only to find a blue-haired man already standing there. The moment Jiang Yin entered, the blue-haired man's sharp gaze locked onto him, sneering, So you are Jiang Yin? Hey, don't be ridiculous. I'm not Jiang Yin, Jiang Yin hurriedly denied. You're not? Lei Jinming was taken aback, then furiously retorted, If you're not Jiang Yin, what are you doing here? I came to challenge Jiang Yin. Hello. Jiang Yin politely greeted, then added with a smile, Everyone calls me Jiang Shan. You bastard. Lei Jinming realized he had been tricked. His eyes turned cold, exuding a murderous intent. You can only boast with words. The judge of the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, enthusiastically announcing, The long-awaited Jiang Yin has finally made his appearance. Will he? Allow me to interrupt. I am not Jiang Yin, I am Jiang Shan, Jiang Yin declared solemnly. Yes, right. The judge was thrown off by Jiang Yin's antics, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Our Jiang Yin truly has a sense of humor. Ahahaha. Lei Jinming coldly intoned. Let us begin. He could hardly wait to trample Jiang Yin beneath his feet, proving to everyone that he, Lei Jinming, was the true number one in Linjiang Province. The judge was befuddled. These two students were increasingly disrespectful to the judges. Top 16 match. 4th Middle School S. Lei Jinming challenges 2nd Middle School S. Jiang Yin. The match begins. As the judge's words fell, he vanished in an instant. A dazzling blue light flashed, enveloping the martial arena with an invisible barrier to protect the spectators. Your demise is imminent. Feel free to utter your last words. Lei Jinming waved his hand, summoning thunderous roars as a lightning spear manifested in his grasp. Jiang Yin shook his head with a smile. Ignorance is truly terrifying. What? Lei Jinming furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Jiang Yan's meaning. If I were you, I would maintain my fear. Jiang Yin casually placed his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. If you manage to reach me alive, then this match is yours. What do you say? Ha! How utterly arrogant! Lei Jinming mocked. I don't know what means you bribed the organizers to keep giving you buys, but as a cowardly scoundrel, I will personally erase you. Let the world witness your lamentable pleas for mercy. With that, The thunderous spear in Lei Jinming's hand erupted with a roar, transforming into a lightning dragon. "You are mistaken." Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly, "That is precisely why I say you are ignorant." He slowly raised his head, his smile growing more pronounced. Instinctively, Lei Junming sensed something was amiss. Jiang Yan's aura had suddenly shifted, no longer gentle and harmless, but instead exuding a fearsome, despairing presence. "The organizers chose to grant me buys not to ensure my advancement, but to protect you all." Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth, "to safeguard you from confronting me directly. Oh, poor ignorant one. P.S. Here's a little reminder for extra updates. The foolish author promises 2 updates daily. If the free little gift reaches 500, an additional chapter will be added. Chapter 49. Killing the heart. Lei Jinming trembled all over, instinctively sensing the encroaching fear. He struggled to regain his composure. "Ha, merely playing tricks." Jiang Yin smiled faintly. "Then try to kill your way to me. I wonder how long you can keep up this bravado." Lei Jinming's lightning spear roared like a dragon, unleashing a powerful strike toward Jiang Yan's position. Boom, boom, boom. Where the lightning dragon passed, terrifying thunderous storms erupted. The spectators leaped to their feet in shock. The 9 Heavens Lightning Dragon's roar. This is the signature move of the Thunder Saint. What you want? It has actually been passed down to Lei Jinming. Oh my, this is a middle-tier Earth-grade martial technique. It once instantly killed a 6th-tier Beast Emperor. How terrifying. Does this mean Jiang Yin is doomed? Ha ha ha, I've always found him displeasing. He must have bribed the organizers to keep getting buys. Heh, encountering Lei Jinming, that despicable little man is finished. Hey, who threw that can? A student who had previously mocked Jiang Yin was suddenly struck dumb by a flying can. The culprit, a girl, was firmly pressing another girl back into her seat. "Luo Shui, have you gone mad? How could you throw a can at someone?" Bai Luoxue frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. He slandered him. "So I had to throw. My dear, you don't even know Jiang Yin. So why does it matter if others slander him?" Mu Shuiyao replied. Speechless, "I cannot tolerate them slandering Jiang Yin." Bai Luoxue pouted. Suddenly, Mu Shuiyao's expression changed dramatically, realizing her family's young lady wasn't developing feelings for Jiang Yin. Was she? Upon contemplating this possibility, Mu Shuiyao swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Luo Shui, do you know that ghostly immortal?" "Jiang Yin?" "Him." Bai Luoxue nodded obediently, her sparkling eyes twinkling like stars. "I have gifted him 10 boxes of gene serums." Mu Shuiyao's complexion drained of color. This was dire. She had already become his kept woman. "My dear young lady, your status is unique. You cannot associate too closely with ordinary people," Mu Shuiyao earnestly cautioned. Traditionally obedient and sensible, Bai Luoxue shook her head for the first time, opposing Mu Shuiyao's words. "Yao Yao? Jiang Yin is not an ordinary person. He is my kind. He is an SSS God-given." Yet, Bai Luoxue could see through his soul, perceiving the hidden taboo. "Is your kind?" Mu Shuiyao trembled all over, her voice slightly distorted. She turned to the leisurely figure with hands in pockets in the martial arena, instinctively swallowing hard, feeling a surge of fear. "I in the martial arena." Lei Junming sneered coldly. "Let it be reduced to dust beneath my 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon." His intent was resolute as the Thunder Dragon surged forth, charging towards Jiang Yin. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to engulf him, several chains entwined with black mist shot out, binding the dragon tightly, preventing it from advancing even an inch closer to Jiang Yin. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. The colossal Thunder Dragon, ensnared by the black chains, became immobile, continuously emitting mournful cries before ultimately dissipating. The spectators were left dumbfounded, followed by an eruption of commotion. The 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon's roar was thus dispelled. This is definitely foul play. Who are those individuals behind Jiang Yin? They must be his accomplices. This is cheating. This is clearly foul play. Why is everyone shouting nonsense? Don't they know Jiang Yin is a summoner? Spouting baseless accusations without understanding anything. What a disgrace. Absolutely. My brother Jiang is the strongest. Lei Junming is merely a wild dog by the roadside. Keep your distance from my brother Jiang. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "You nearly scared me. I thought I was doomed." "How is this possible, Dim? Why 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon's roar could never be so easily dispelled?" Lei Jinming's eyes brimmed with shock. This was a martial technique taught to him by his master. Thunder Sage. With this skill, he could defeat a third-stage martial sovereign. Yet now, facing Jiang Yin, he felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. As he observed the two figures wielding black chains standing behind Jiang Yin, Lei Junming felt an unexplainable dread, as if his very soul could be plucked away at any moment. Swallowing hard, he reassured himself he must have merely gotten lucky in unraveling my Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon technique. Gathering his resolve, he pointed the thunder gun, unleashing the full force of his peak second-stage blood energy, launching himself towards Jiang Yin like a missile. Jiang Yin remained unmoving, a gentle smile upon his face. Earthly Wraith, he spoke with a grin. A mass of black mist enveloped the area, revealing a colossal zombie wraith that sent Lei Junming flying with a single punch. Bang! Lei Junming crashed against the barrier, shattering it, while the judges watched in horror. This Jiang Yin is terrifying. Even the summoned dead possess such combat prowess. Seated in the highest tier, several prominent figures wore smiles. What an impressive Jiang Yin! The summoned dead have reached the level of an SS-class physical ability user. The director of the Education Bureau chuckled to the old principal of the second high school. You have an extraordinary student in your midst. The old principal's face beamed with joy. From the moment Jiang Yin arrived at our second high, I have been closely watching him. His exceptional nature was evident at this moment in the martial arena. Lei Junming struggled to rise from the ground. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept it. His eyes reddened as he glared at Jiang Yin, roaring, Jiang Yin, if you have the ability, face me in combat without these underhanded tactics. Jiang Yin smiled. I am a summoner. Do you not know that summoners have fragile physical bodies? The students in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Is Lei Junming losing his composure? Jiang Yin is a summoner whose strength lies in summoning beings to fight for him. How can he demand Jiang Yin to battle him directly? Indeed, I initially thought Lei Junming was a figure of merit, but his character is so despicable, it's disheartening. This is too much. I can hardly bear to watch. I believe the organizers had reason to allow Jiang Yin to forfeit. He truly is on an entirely different level. Listening to the discussions in the stands, Lei Junming's expression soured immensely, yet he had no other choice. Rather than be defeated by Jiang Yan's summoned dead, he preferred to provoke Jiang Yin into a direct confrontation. He understood well how fragile a summoner's body was. Without cultivating specific techniques, their physical bodies were not much different from ordinary people without awakened divine gifts. If Jiang Yin dared to face him with his physical body, he was confident he could instantly kill Jiang Yin. Not only would he reverse the tide of the battle, but he would also restore his own dignity. Jiang Yin, you cowardly scoundrel, do you dare to engage in a fair fight without relying on external aid? Lei Junming glared at Jiang Yin, his lips curling with derision. Jiang Yin tilted his head, looking at Lei Junming as if he were a fool. He knew full well that Lei Junming was attempting to provoke him. But Jiang Yin relished in shattering his opponent's pride in their areas of expertise without mercy. To kill with a heart's dagger. Very well, I shall forego the 10 Directions Ghost command, Jiang Yin said with a smile, and face you with my frail physical body in a fair battle. Chapter 50. A single punch to split heaven. He actually agreed. Lei Junming was momentarily taken aback, then a sardonic smile crept onto his face. He had thought Jiang Yin clever, but it turned out he was an excessively arrogant fool who fell for the bait. A summoner daring to clash physically with him was tantamount to seeking death. I commend you for your bravery, Lei Junming said with a mocking tone. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's agreement to a physical battle, the spectators were left speechless. Has he lost his mind? He is a summoner. The physical body of a summoner is no different from that of an ordinary person. How can he dare accept the challenge? My heavens, I must be hearing things. Did Jiang Yin really just accept the challenge? I must be imagining it. Perhaps I should visit the hospital for an ear check tomorrow. No, you all heard correctly, and there is no hallucination. Jiang Yin truly accepted the challenge. A summoner choosing to forego their summoned beings and engage in physical combat with an ability user is, to put it bluntly, a suicidal decision. Even the prominent figures observing from the high platform furrowed their brows. The director of the Education Bureau looked perplexed. Is this child Jiang Yin being overly reckless? The old principal of the second high school was nearly beside himself. No, no, no. He cannot accept the battle. The silver-haired, youthful Zhou Wanshan chuckled. Why is everyone so frightened? The young man has voluntarily accepted the challenge. He must have some confidence. Director Shen is right. He continued with a light laugh. I do not believe Jiang Yin is a fool. He must have a plan to defeat his opponent. The old principal of the second high school calmed himself. Indeed, Jiang Yin is no simpleton. His acceptance of the challenge indicates he possesses a strategy for victory. In the martial arena, Lei Zhenming wore a cold smile, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Jiang Yin, do not regret your words. You are speaking a bit too much, Jiang Yin responded lightly with a smile. Sensing Jiang Yin's disregard, Lei Zhenming's fury ignited completely. He had always been the pride of the heavens. His divine gift awakening had revealed a rare SSS level. He was meant to be the most dazzling figure in Jiang City, the hope of its people. Yet, Jiang Yin had emerged. This individual, awakened with an SSS-level divine gift, had snatched everything that rightfully belonged to him, relegating him to the role of a mere supporting character. He could not accept it. He was meant to be the star of tomorrow, the foremost figure of the new generation in Jiang City. Jiang Yin, let us settle this, Lei Zhenming roared, his body erupting with violet lightning, resembling a frenzied thunder beast as he charged towards Jiang Yin. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, thunderous roars erupted around him. The violet afterimage was so fast it shattered the sound barrier, instantly reaching Jiang Yin. This speed was extraordinary, leaving the spectators in awe, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, as the violet afterimage recklessly assaulted Jiang Yin. Die, 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 die. Lei Zhenming's eyes were bloodshot, his hands morphing into lightning as he relentlessly bombarded Jiang Yin. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening thunderclap sent shivers down the spine. Who could withstand such a barrage of violet lightning strikes per second? Many girls enamored with Jiang Yin covered their mouths in horror, tears welling in their eyes. It's over. Jiang Yan.is dead. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Yiran's face paled. No. It cannot be. Jiang Yin is so powerful. He will not die. Yi Yiran could no longer maintain her composure, frantically shouting, Jiang Yin, you cannot die. The thunderous roars continued unabated. Lei Zhenming's frenzied assault showed no signs of ceasing. Yi Yiran's face turned ashen. Where is the referee? Referee, quickly end the match. End it now. Yet the referee remained motionless, not halting the match, for he was not astonished by Lei Zhenming's terrifying display. Rather, Jiang Yan's life will showed no signs of change. Once the combatants entered the martial arena, the life wheels of both opponents would materialize before the referee's eyes, who would monitor them closely to prevent any fatalities. The fury of Lei Zhenming's onslaught was overwhelming. Every strike was potent enough to obliterate a peak second-tier martial artist, yet the life wheel of Jiang Yin remained utterly unperturbed. This was simply unfathomable. In the arena, Lei Zhenming moved with unparalleled speed, unleashing over 1,000 punches each second, each blow entwined with violet lightning, the thunderous roars deafening to the ears. Finally, Lei Zhenming ceased his assault. A smirk gracing his lips. You insignificant insect dared to obstruct my path. Death is your only fate. He turned to exit the stage. Are you finished? A faint voice resonated. Upon hearing it, Lei Zhenming froze, drenched in sweat. Cold beads trickled down his forehead as he swallowed hard, too terrified to turn and confirm. He could scarcely believe that Jiang Yin still stood as the swirling dust settled. Jiang Yin remained rooted in place, hands in pockets, wearing a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. The audience was plunged into a profound silence. The previously distraught girls stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes, convinced they were merely hallucinating Jiang Yan's ghost. Jiang Yin. You're unharmed? How could that be? I should have known you were stronger than anyone else. Yi Yiran's eyes shimmered, misty with emotion. Jiang Yin tilted his head at Lei Zhenming. You hit me quite hard. I almost cried out. Just a joke? It was more like a tickle. His physical form had undergone 3 cleansing transformations, and he had cultivated the immortal Tao repository to its second stage of body refinement. Even a third-tier beast king would struggle to breach his defenses. How could a peak second-tier Lei Zhenming inflict any injury upon him? 1,000 punches per second? Ha! The thunder may be loud, but the rain is sparse. The countless punches Lei Zhenming rained upon him felt merely like a gentle scratch, so comfortable that Jiang Yin almost wished to take a nap. You cheated. You must have some divine treasures. Spirit talismans. You cheated. You cheated. Lei Zhenming's psychological defenses crumbled completely. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was resentment. His utmost efforts, in the face of Jiang Yin, appeared as mere child's play, like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. In that moment, he finally grasped the insurmountable chasm between himself and Jiang Yin. Akin to the clouds above and the mud below, it was a divide he could never hope to cross. A height he would never reach. I want to fight anymore. I want to fight anymore. Lei Zhenming was utterly terrified. No more fighting? It's too late, Jiang Yin sneered. Weren't you the one who called for a physical duel? I agreed, and now it's my turn to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yin vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhenming sensed a figure before him. The eyes of that figure glinted crimson, and through the endless killing intent, looked upon him as if he were a corpse. Lei Zhenming's breath caught in his throat, realizing that death was perilously close. Everything around him seemed to slow, even come to a standstill, as if he were walking through a lantern's glow. Only the figure's fist drew ever closer, heralding the end of his life. He wished to scream, to roar, even to weep uncontrollably. But it was too late, for that fist was now perilously near his abdomen. Though the punch had yet to land, his internal organs began to twist and shatter. No, 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 he cried out. Please stop, I beg you. Stop that I will die. He truly will die, master, was the last syllable that escaped Lei Zhenming's lips. A thunderous crash echoed like the heavens collapsing, the terrifying force of the punch distorting the ground beneath. As Lei Zhenming rolled his eyes back, his body akin to a kite with severed strings, crashing into the barrier, bang. Everyone stood in shock. The barrier shattered upon the impact of Lei Zhenming's body. What a horrifying display of power! Crack! The entire circular barrier was utterly obliterated. Lei Zhenming's broken form lay upon the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Chapter 51. The young one is killed. Here comes the old one. Quick, quick, get assistance. The referee, finally snapping out of his stupor, screamed in anguish, Healers! What are you waiting for? A throng of healers rushed forward, all third-tier healers, capable of reviving any patient still clinging to life. A dozen healers simultaneously worked to mend Lei Zhenming's wounds, yet no signs of revival emerged. Time seemed to stand still. Each passing moment felt like a century. Eventually, a healer rose, his expression frozen, hands trembling, voice quaking, dead. He's dead. At this proclamation, the martial arena plunged into a silence as heavy as death itself. Dead. The referee's complexion turned ashen. The spectators were rendered mute, completely numbed by shocked in a martial arts competition. Someone had actually died in one spectator box. Lin Feiyu smirked, as expected of the ghost immortal. His strikes are indeed lethal. We are truly of the same ilk. In another box, Lu Qingming blushed deeply, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yin in the arena. Ah, Jiang Yin, you're amazing, such power from just one punch. I'm so excited. In the VIP section above, several prominent figures wore expressions of disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? The old principal of the second school was stunned, his face etched with anxiety. Deaths in martial arts competitions were not uncommon, but this time was different. The one who had died was an SS-level divine bestowed one. Moreover, he was the disciple of the Thunder Saint. Hua Yuan, director of the Education Bureau, Shen Wenba, appeared grim. This matter must be suppressed. We cannot allow that old fool Hua Yuan to find out. Zhou Wanshan, the president of the Sacred Academy, remained jovial as a summoner. He possesses a physique not inferior to an SS-level power user. This child has caught my eye. Mr. Zhou, are you willing to protect him? The old principal's face lit up with hope. Shen Wenba's expression softened. With President Zhou's protection, this child should be safe. Zhou Wanshan remained silent, a smile lingering on his face. Rest assured, someone will safeguard him. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered over the Jiang City martial arena, a cacophony of thunder clashing, enveloping the entire city in a boundless tempest. Boom! Deafening roar erupted as a golden lightning bolt shattered the Jiang City martial arena, revealing a formidable figure standing amidst the chaos. Who is it? Who killed my Minger? Who is it? The newcomer, with hair as white as snow, radiated golden lightning that surged violently around him, resembling a deity of thunder. Someone recognized him and gasped, the Thunder Saint Hua Yuan. He has come. The ghost immortal was surely to be obliterated on the spot. Heavens! This is a sixth-tier martial saint, the most powerful being in Linjiang province. His wrath could lay waste to Jiang City. No one can protect the ghost immortal now in this chaotic age of rampant beasts. Linjiang province could not afford to be without a martial saint, even if Jiang Yin was an S-level divine bestowed one. The authorities would likely abandon him to quell the Thunder Saint's furious wrath. For if they were to shelter Jiang Yin and provoke a martial saint to depart, Jiang City would surely fall victim to the predatory gaze of the Beast King. Everyone felt a pang of regret for Jiang Yin. Even though he was a prodigious talent, he held no value commensurate with a sixth-tier martial saint. The world was rife with exceptional talents. Yet only a select few could truly rise to prominence as formidable giants, and one would place their hopes for safety upon a seed that had yet to germinate. Why, Ming'er, my dear Ming'er. It was unimaginable that a white-haired sixth-tier martial saint would, before the eyes of the crowd, embrace the lifeless body of Lei Zhenming, weeping uncontrollably. Who could be so cruel as to shatter your innards? What torment did you endure in life? Tell your master, and I shall avenge you. Hui Yuan roared to the heavens, golden lightning coalescing into a cage that enveloped the martial arena, trapping all within. Who is it? Who killed my Ming'er? At that moment, Hui Yuan appeared eerily calm, his bloodshot eyes scanning the faces of everyone in the Jiang City martial arena. Finally, someone could not withstand the pressure. Breaking down and pointing at Jiang Yin, it was him. He killed Lei Zhenming. I had nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with me. Hui Yuan's murky gaze fixed upon Jiang Yin. It was you, who killed my Ming'er. Jiang Yin smiled lightly. If I say it wasn't me, would you believe it? Impudent child. I will make you pay for my Ming'er's life. Hui Yuan erupted. I will subject you to all the torments of the world, leaving your soul in eternal desolation. His fingers transformed into talons, reaching for Jiang Yan's limbs. With a mere instant, he could reduce Jiang Yan's arms and legs to a bloody mist, rendering him unable to commit suicide, subjecting him to endless torment. Just as everyone believed Jiang Yin was doomed, a figure appeared out of nowhere, calmly deflecting Hui Yuan's lightning claws with a single palm. Hui Yuan's visage contorted, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man shielding Jiang Yin. Yang Mingzuan, you intend to protect him? The crowd gasped in shock. Has he lost his mind? It's Yang Mingzuan, the strongest fire-type ability user in Linjiang. It is said he has retired and opened a restaurant called Evergreen, never to intervene again. Who would have thought that today, for Jiang Yin, he would break his vow? In the VIP section, Director Shin and the old principal of the second school were stunned. Yang Mingzuan, he actually came. I never expected Jiang Yin to be connected to such a person. Yang Mingzuan was an enigma, possessing the S-level ability of the Three Flames of Sun, and achieving 6th-tier martial saint status at the mere age of 30. He was destined to guard a great province, to become a protector of the realm. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, he chose to retreat into seclusion, returning to Jiangxing to open a humble eatery. No amount of persuasion could sway him. Not even the influential figures from the capital could compel him to emerge from his self-imposed exile. It was indeed unfathomable that such a peculiar individual, impervious to the summons of the capital's elite, would choose to intervene for Jiang Yin. Yang Mingzuan, do you intend to make an enemy of me? Hui Yuan? Hui Yuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his fury distorting the very fabric of space. I have no desire to oppose you. Yang Mingzuan's lips curved slightly upward. Yet if you are resolute in your intent to kill him, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you. Hui Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. You claim you can kill me? Yang Mingzuan offered a faint smile. How can one know without a trial? Over these years, I have only wielded the Samadhi Sunfire for cooking, and I have nearly forgotten the taste of burning a living being. As he spoke, a flame of colorless sunfire ignited in his palm. This flame bore no hue and emitted no warmth. But only those familiar with it understood its true nature. The Samadhi Sunfire does not consume matter. It incinerates the spirit, scorching a person's very soul. Hui Yuan regarded the colorless flame in Yang Mingzuan's palm with trepidation, fully aware that even he would face soul annihilation should he become tainted by the Samadhi Sunfire. With bloodshot eyes, he glared fiercely at Jiang Yin. Boy, Yang Mingzuan may protect you for a time, but I refuse to believe he can safeguard you for eternity. With that, thunderous roars erupted around him, and he vanished in an instant. Chapter 52. The Second Yama, the Divine Martial God. Thank you for your timely intervention. Jiang Yin greeted with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Yang Mingzuan gazed at Jiang Yin with an air of indifference, a smirk playing on his lips. You certainly remain unperturbed. Not at all. I was merely stunned by fear a moment ago, Jiang Yin replied with a laugh. Yang Mingzuan's expression revealed appreciation. Indeed, I did not misjudge you in terms of both character and talent. You are the foremost of the new generation. You flatter me, Yang Wuxing. Jiang Yin responded humbly. Yang Wuxing, it has been a long time. A hearty laughter erupted as Shen Wenbo stepped forward. Yang Mingzuan cast a casual glance at him. Director Shen, has it not been 3 years since we last met? More than 3 years indeed. It has been 5 since you departed without a word. Choosing to retreat into seclusion, Shen Wenbo sighed with a rueful smile. Today, you rarely take action. Do you intend to re-enter the fray? Shen Wenbo laughed heartily. Yang Mingzuan replied. I merely did not wish for the most esteemed patron of my little establishment to encounter any misfortune. Otherwise, who would tend to my business? Esteemed patron? Shen Wenbo's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Jiang Yin, his heart racing with shock. To think that Jiang Yin had obtained the esteemed card of the Chongqing restaurant. The esteemed card of the Chongqing restaurant is priceless. Only 5 individuals across the entirety of Huaxia possess one. The holder of this card is not merely entitled to unlimited dining at the Chongqing restaurant. They can summon Yang Mingzuan to take action thrice. The significance of a card that allows a 6th-tier martial saint to act thrice is self-evident. It must be noted that there are only a handful of 6th-tier martial saints in all of Huaxia. Yang Mingzuan paid no further heed to Shen Wenbo, turning his attention back to Jiang Yin. Do remember to visit the Chongqing restaurant often. With that, he transformed into a colorless flame, gradually burning away into nothingness. This minor interlude soon reached its conclusion, and the competition was set to continue. Jiang Yin successfully advanced to the top 8 in the subsequent match. He received a bye, and this time, no one dared voice dissent. For they had witnessed Jiang Yin's terrifying prowess firsthand. He certainly deserved this bye. As the remaining matches progressed, Jiang Yin did not linger in the viewing area but returned to his resting room. Along the way, all gazes were filled with trepidation as they watched him depart, none daring to speak to him until his figure had completely vanished. The students in the viewing area erupted in fervor. Goodness! The ghost immortal is extraordinarily powerful. That thunderous Huayuan was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious to the danger. One punch? Just one punch? The ghost immortal's single blow determined the fate of the realm. I wonder who will dare to say that summoners are physically weak from now on. Hey, don't drag us summoners into your boasting. That was the ghost immortal's invincible physique, not our frail summoners. One summoner protested, I can't shake the feeling that the ghost immortal's physique rivals that of ancient ferocious beasts. Rivals ancient ferocious beasts? That's rather conservative. I believe the ghost immortal's physique is at least of the level of a primal beast. Primal beasts and ancient ferocious beasts are creatures from eons past, their bloodlines comparable to the SSS and SS-grade divine gifts of humanity. In other words, Jiang Yin's physique can match that of a primal beast with an SSS-grade bloodline. In the resting room, Jiang Yin remained oblivious to the comparisons being made between him and ancient primal beasts. Not yet, far from it. To obliterate an SS-grade divine gift holder with a single punch is hardly noteworthy. In this era of martial arts flourishing, prodigies abound, and monsters are as numerous as the stars in the sky. It is not only humanity. Even the purity of the bloodlines of exotic beasts is reverting to their ancestral forms. Recently, in the Arctic glaciers, the melting icebergs have led to the suspected awakening of ancient ferocious beasts that had been frozen for several epochs. If one merely relies on divine gifts, they cannot hope to remain at the forefront of the times. He must devote himself to cultivation, unlocking the full potential of the 10 Directions Ghost Command. Jiang Yin sat cross-legged, the original breathing method flowing smoothly within him, allowing him to sense the spiritual energy even outside the comprehension chamber. His consciousness drifted to the 10 Directions Ghost Command, resting upon the ancient texts. Behind the ancient texts were 10 figures bound by chains, one of which had already revealed its true form, King Qingguang. One of the 10 Yama. At present, it seemed the second seal was on the verge of unraveling. I have broken through to the 2nd tier, and can now summon the 2nd Yama King. Jiang Yin pushed the original breathing method to its limits. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the 2nd seal. The chains trembled violently, gradually fracturing. Crack, crack. The chains shattered completely, the 2nd seal released, and the second Yama ghost god descended. The spirits Jiang Yin commanded also possess levels of power. From low to high, they are Wraith, Malevolent Spirit, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost God. A wraith is merely the soul of a recently deceased individual, lacking significant lethality. The 100 Ghosts Night Walk, which Jiang Yin commonly employs, consists of hundreds or thousands of malevolent spirits. Ghost Generals represent warriors of strength, such as Earth and Heaven Generals. As for Ghost Kings, Jiang Yin has yet to accumulate any. Ghost Gods, at present, Jiang Yin can summon only 2 Yama Kings, Qin Guang and Chu Jiang. The Chu Jiang King, who oversees the realm of the living and the dead, is the one whose seal Jiang Yin has just broken. If I can simultaneously summon 2 Yama Kings, does that not imply I can transform one of them into a ghost weapon? The ghost weapon transformation can turn the spirits under his command into myriad weapons. He recalled the final phrase. The Yama can transform into the divine martial ghost. Divine martial ghost. Jiang Yin rubbed his hands together eagerly. Come forth. I can hardly contain my anticipation to summon the divine martial ghost. His consciousness quickly perused the ancient texts, seeking the record regarding ghost weapon transformation. With a thought, he exclaimed, Ghost weapon transformation. Within the space of the 10 Directions Ghost Command, King Qin Guang transformed into a surge of ghostly energy. Soaring out and swirling around Jiang Yin's right hand, the ghostly energy morphed. It transformed into a dark scythe entwined with souls. This is the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Jiang Yin's spirit resonated with understanding. The moment he held it, he recognized the origin of this divine martial scythe. The Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, the divine martial ghost transformed from the Yama. If this ghostly scythe were a divine gift, it would also be an SSS-grade celestial artifact. Holding the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, Jiang Yin found it remarkably light. As if grasping a feather, he let it drop, and the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Boom! The entire resting room shook. Jiang Yin was astonished. The Rakshasa Ghost Scythe is so heavy. It must weigh at least 10,000 tons. A scythe weighing at least 10,000 tons felt as light as a feather in his hands. Jiang Yin summoned the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe back to him, wielding it with ease, and a streak of black light instantly cleaved everything before him in two. The equipment in the training room lay utterly ruined. Should I explain this to the staff? Jiang Yin scratched his head sheepishly. It's all the fault of this Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Jiang Yin stowed the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe away, stretching lazily, and called for a staff member to assist with the maintenance of the training room's equipment. The staff member arrived quickly, but upon seeing the equipment in the training room all severed in half, they froze in place, their face stricken with terror as they looked at Jiang Yin. Their voice trembling, Jiang Yin, right? I think it's best not to repair this. We can offer you a new resting room instead. It was an accident. Jiang Yin felt rather embarrassed. Then please arrange for me to have a new resting room. Chapter 53. The living fear the ghosts. The ghosts understand the human's malice. While the new resting room was being arranged, Jiang Yin found himself without a destination and thus departed from the Jiangxing martial arts arena, heading towards the nearest spirit goods market. The spirit goods market is a bustling hub for all manner of trade. Spiritual plants, spiritual talismans, spiritual treasures, and even divine gifts can be exchanged. Jiang Yin strolled down a street lined with spirit goods, primarily seeking to sell the useless spiritual herbs he had gathered from the Wang Mountain ruins. Following the 3 rebirths of his physique, the decade-old spiritual herbs held no medicinal value for him. According to market value, a decade-old spiritual herb is worth around 1 million. One might wonder why decade-old spiritual herbs, so commonly found within ruins, command such high prices outside. The answer is simple: the scarcity of access to the ruins, controlled by various financial conglomerates, leaves ordinary individuals with no eligibility to enter, relegating them to the status of smugglers. Becoming a smuggler and secretly entering the ruins poses a high risk of death at the hands of ferocious beasts, making it difficult to return with the spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs circulating in the market are predominantly those that have trickled down from the clutches of the major financial powers, with only a few brought out by smugglers. As a smuggler of the ruins, Jiang Yin possessed over 100 decade-old spiritual herbs, along with dozens of century-old herbs and 3 millennium-old herbs. Lastly, there was the Wan Yin Yu Hua herb gifted to him by Lin Wanyu. He planned to sell all of the over 100 decade-old spiritual herbs in his possession. Jiang Yin stepped into the spirit play market, where the small vendors furtively cast glances his way before nonchalantly averting their eyes. In the spirit play market, Murder and thievery are commonplace, which is why few students dare to venture here alone. These vendors are cunning as foxes, able to discern at a glance that Jiang Yin is merely a student, ripe for exploitation, vulnerable to being swindled, or even directly robbed of his life. Ah, young handsome, what brings you here? A bewitching woman clad in a qipao approached Jiang Yin with a smile, her face heavily made up, rendering her somewhat frightening. Jiang Yin rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be hallucinating. Zhenzi, why are you out in broad daylight? I am a person, the alluring qipao-clad woman retorted angrily. Jiang Yin chuckled. So you are human after all. With such heavy makeup, I thought a ghost from my home had emerged. The qipao woman smirked internally but maintained a facade of charm. You must be new here. Would you like me to show you around? The guide fee is only 500. Not interested, Jiang Yin firmly declined. Seeing that Jiang Yin was not falling for her tricks, the qipao woman's eyes glinted with malice as her lips curled into a sneer. Young handsome, I have a piece of jade for sale at a bargain. Would you like it? She thrust a lustrous piece of jade towards Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin remained with his hands in his pockets, and with a loud thud, the jade fell to the ground, accompanied by the qipao woman's shriek. Ah, my jade! She seized Jiang Yan's arm, her eyes gleaming with greed. You smashed my jade. It's worth 3 million? Pay up! Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he lazily glanced at the imposing figures that had surrounded him. Your trick is getting a bit old. Old or not, it works. You broke my jade, and if you can't produce 3 million Chinese dollars, then you'll have to compensate with something valuable from your person. A few burly men began to shove Jiang Yin. What treasures do you carry? Hand them over. Are you saying that if I hand over my treasures, you 1T beat me? Jiang Yin feigned fear, retracting his neck. The men exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Of course. You break our jade, and in exchange for a new treasure, we'll let you go. The qipao woman mocked him. The spirit play market is no place for a kid like you. We're here to teach you a lesson at a cost. I don't have that much money. Can I use my celestial artifact as collateral? Jiang Yin timidly suggested. Celestial artifact? What grade is it? The qipao woman's eyes lit up. Celestial artifacts are far more precious than spiritual treasures. Take a look for yourself. Jiang Yin summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Command and presented it to the qipao woman. As she examined the 10 Directions Ghost Command, her eyes gleamed. This spiritual pressure, it's least an S-grade celestial artifact. Upon hearing this, the burly men rushed forward. Let us see, wow, the color, the spiritual pressure. This is definitely S-grade. As each man touched the 10 Directions Ghost Command, they suddenly perceived shadowy figures swirling around them. Am I seeing things? The qipao woman exclaimed, bewildered. The men were also gripped by terror, glancing around in panic. What is that? Zhang-san. Aren't you dead? You. The qipao woman screamed, her face turning pale. She saw the souls of those they had once murdered. These vengeful spirits encircled the group, their expressions devoid of emotion, blood seeping from their faces. You were supposed to be dead. Are you human or ghost? Ah, the qipao woman was seized by a female ghost, her face ashen. No, please, don't kill me. The burly men realized something was amiss and attempted to flee, but they were surrounded by an uncountable number of vengeful spirits, with no escape in sight. These spirits were the innocent tourists deceived, murdered and buried in the wilderness by their hands. No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your spiritual treasures. I was wrong. I truly was. They pleaded for mercy, trembling as they knelt before the spirits. Yet, despite their desperate bowing, the spirits continued to advance, and in their cries of horror and despair, they were consumed by the very souls they had wronged. Jiang Yin, with his hands still in his pockets, leaned against the wall, watching the spectacle unfold. The 10 Directions Ghost Command, much like the red paper umbrella, was a divine gift that belonged to him. Others may possess the 10 Directions Ghost Command but could not wield it. Nevertheless, through it, they could perceive the wandering souls of the deceased, even touch them. Jiang Yin gazed at the innocent, vengeful spirits, knowing well that humans are terrified of ghosts, while ghosts understand the cruelty of human hearts. You were cruelly murdered by this group, unwilling to depart from this realm, lingering here. Now, the sinners have been mercilessly tormented to their demise by your own hands. It is time for your grievances to dissipate and for you to move on to reincarnation. The vengeful spirits knelt, bowing repeatedly to Jiang Yin. He understood their intentions and calmly stated, "The souls of these individuals will be sent to the underworld, where they will endure eternal torment, with no hope of reincarnation." The Qipao woman and the burly men, their souls momentarily free from their bodies, let out anguished cries upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, before being pierced by hooks that dragged their souls into the depths of hell. Chapter 54. Encountering the otherworldly, slow simmer, high heat to reduce. Step right up, take a look. Premium century-old spirit pearlgrass, now on sale for just 500,000. The vendor selling spiritual herbs shouted loudly. Jiang Yin completely ignored the small vendors and headed straight to an elegant establishment, Baiqiao Tang. Baiqiao Tang is a subsidiary of the Baiqiao Group, specializing in the sale and purchase of 10-year and century-old spiritual herbs. Only shops backed by such a large group, with the Baiqiao Group's reputation as a guarantee, can ensure fair dealings without the risk of exploitation. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" As Jiang Yin entered Baiqiao Tang, a female attendant greeted him with a smile. "I wish to sell 10-year spiritual herbs." Jiang Yin replied with a smile that of course. The attendant smiled gently. "Please take a seat while I prepare a pot of tea for you." "No need. I'm in a hurry. Just convert all these 10-year spiritual herbs into cash and transfer it to my card." Over 100 10-year spiritual herbs surged forth from the 10 Directions Ghost Command, filling a corner of Baiqiao Tang. "So many?" The attendant was taken aback. Realizing a distinguished guest had arrived, she quickly smiled and asked, "Could you please leave a contact number?" "Not convenient," Jiang Yin replied coolly. Understood. The attendant ceased her inquiries and immediately called for someone to verify the age of the herbs and confirm their pricing. After a few minutes, the attendant cheerfully handed Jiang Yin his card and receipt. "Sir, you have sold a total of 103 10-year spiritual herbs, valued at 96.58 million. Jiang Yin acknowledged with a nonchalant slid the card into the 10 Directions Ghost Command, and left Baiqiao Tang with an air of tranquility. He had transformed into a millionaire. However, in this world, money is the least reliable asset, as the threats of otherworldly beasts and races loom, leaving any major city susceptible to annihilation. As Jiang Yin made his way back, he suddenly felt a chill. Maintaining his composure, he smirked slightly. "Here they come." Whoosh, a cold, golden feather shot toward Jiang Yan's neck. Bang! Jiang Yin snapped his fingers, generating a sonic boom that shattered the golden feather. A few radiant figures swiftly approached Jiang Yin, their massive wings gleaming with brilliance. Their stunning appearance confirmed that he had indeed attracted the attention of the otherworldly. Jiang Yin pushed against two of the assailants. Shaking his head in resignation, bang! With a forceful shove, the two beings were sent sprawling 100 meters back, leaving traces on the ground. The airborne golden-feathered man's eyes glinted with gold as thousands of golden feathers materialized, each capable of piercing through SS-grade alloys. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with flying feathers that broke the sound barrier, encircling Jiang Yin and sealing off all escape routes for a lethal strike. Buzz! Jiang Yin once again generated a sonic boom with his bare hands, shattering the multitude of flying feathers. What? The golden-feathered man looked horrified. His divine golden feathers had been obliterated. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous force gripping his ankle, and before he could react, his body tilted uncontrollably and crashed to the ground. Boom! The impact created a massive crater in the ground as Jiang Yin clapped his hands and looked down at the man in the pit. "Hey, are you still alive?" "Ah!" A sharp, piercing cry echoed as the golden-feathered man, drenched in blood, stood defiantly, glaring at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin clapped with amusement. "You truly are resilient for an otherworldly being. Any ordinary person would have been reduced to mere pulp from such a fall. Ghost immortal, you shall die today," the golden-feathered man bellowed. Once again, several radiant figures lunged at Jiang Yin, enveloped in spiritual energy, transforming into blades of spirit that aimed to strike him from various angles. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Jiang Yin snapped his fingers thrice, unleashing 3 sonic booms that shattered the spirit blades of the avian warriors. "My precious feather blade. How is this possible? Is he a monster?" The avian beings stood dumbfounded. Their spirit blades, forged from the hardest, sharpest feathers, were said to be indestructible. Yet, they had been obliterated by Jiang Yin's bare-handed sonic blasts, a display of unimaginable terror. Jiang Yin smiled faintly and remarked, Is it truly the case that the Feathered Clan has dispatched you few worthless beings to eliminate me? You underestimate my capabilities far too much. The Golden Feathered Man's expression darkened. Lowly human. Our clan's martial sovereign will arrive shortly. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Jiang Yin feigned terror, raising his hands in mock supplication. Oh, I'm so frightened. Might you spare my life? The Golden Feathered Man scoffed. Indeed, you are a despicable member of the human race. Even if you were to bow before me and plead for mercy, I would not allow you to leave alive. That presents quite a dilemma, Jiang Yin mused, scratching his head before sighing. Alas, it seems far more convenient to eliminate you all. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Golden Feathered Men changed dramatically. You dare! Our clan's prodigy is on his way. You would dare to lay a hand on us? Jiang Yin, uninterested in further banter, smiled lightly and uttered, "Black flame, die." In the next moment, dark flames surged forth like chains, attacking the avian beings from various angles. Help! Ah! One of the birdmen found his wings engulfed by the black flames, which rapidly spread across his body, causing him to emit frenzied screams in midair. Jiang Yin deliberately allowed him to linger a while longer, so he could fully experience the sensation of being consumed by the black flames, a process he referred to as slow cooking. With a disarmingly innocent smile, Jiang Yin watched as several of the avian kin were ignited, their desperate cries echoing around. The Golden Feathered Man turned pale. You cannot kill me. My brother is a third-tier martial sovereign. If you slay me, he will not spare you. But did you not just declare that I would surely die today? If I am to perish, what does it matter to drag you down with me? Jiang Yin inquired with a smile. The Golden Feathered Man, witnessing the terrifying killing intent in Jiang Yan's eyes, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. End note. Please don't kill me. No. Ah. The black flames swiftly engulfed the Golden Feathered Man. And despite his frantic attempts to escape through aerial dives and rolling on the ground, the flames remained unextinguished. These flames burrowed into his very essence, ultimately consuming his soul. Once ignited by the black flames, even in death, his spirit would know no peace. Hualuo, a piercing cry rang out as a man with the wings of a golden-winged roc dove rapidly from the skies. Brother, save me! Ah, help me! The Golden Feathered Man screamed in terror. The golden-winged roc glared viciously at Jiang Yin. Human, retract the flames. Jiang Yin replied. Please, do not regard me with such a gaze. It frightens me, he complied, raising his hands. The golden-winged roc, mistaking Jiang Yan's fear as agreement, comforted his brother. It's all right, dear brother. The pain will soon cease. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. The flames are ready to reduce to essence. In the next instant, the previously feeble black flames surged deep into the Golden Feathered Man's marrow, incinerating his very soul. His desperate and agonizing screams filled the air, as he was reduced to ashes before the golden-winged roc's incredulous eyes. The golden-winged roc trembled, his hands shaking. Be brother. Oh dear, I accidentally burned him to death. Given my striking appearance, might you find it in your heart to forgive me? Jiang Yin chuckled, as if he truly had made a mistake. Chapter 55. Bare-handed against blades, the ghost scythe strikes down the prodigy. The golden-winged roc's muscles twitched in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his lips quivering. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Jiang Yin. Human, I shall make you wish for death. How terrifying. Could you not frighten me so? Jiang Yin smirked. Oh right, can your feathered clan be consumed? I'm pondering the establishment of a roasted bird establishment. You seek death. The golden-winged roc's eyes blazed with fury as he transformed into a streak of golden light. Hurtling towards Jiang Yan, in his hand was a golden trident, radiating terrifying spiritual power, instantly rending the earth as the air grew alarmingly thin. Bang! Jiang Yin caught the trident bare-handed, the impact stinging his palm. Not bad, third-tier 8th level. You possess some merit, and no wonder you managed to rattle my arm. You're nearly at the 4th tier. As he was merely at the 2nd tier 1st level. Confronting a 3rd tier 8th level adversary was indeed somewhat troublesome. Yet, merely somewhat troublesome. The golden-winged roc relentlessly infused spiritual power into the trident, forcing Jiang Yan's feet into the ground, creating fissures beneath him. Bang! Using sheer physical strength, Jiang Yin forcefully repelled the trident, extracting his leg from the earth and casually brushing off the dust. The golden-winged rock's expression morphed into one of shock. How could this human possess such terrifying strength to repel his trident? As a prodigy of the feathered clan, even the elders were no match for him. He possessed 100 tons of divine strength in one hand. Coupled with the feathered clan's treasure, the golden rock trident, he could unleash 1,000 tons of force, and yet, he could not reduce this human to dust with a single strike. How monstrous must this person's physical form be? Oh dear, my hand has gone numb, Jiang Yin complained while shaking his hand. Like a rainbow piercing the sky, the golden-winged rock resolved to end the battle swiftly, unleashing his martial technique as the trident glowed with golden luminescence, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Die! Boom! How is this possible? The golden-winged rock was astonished. Jiang Yin smiled, bringing his hands together to firmly hold the trident in place. Bare-handed against a blade, however, the force of the trident was truly terrifying. Jiang Yin's upper garments were shredded by the flowing radiance. Had it not been for his immortal Dao Codex reaching the second level, his flesh would have been torn apart by the surging light. This cannot be. This cannot be. The golden-winged rock's face turned an ashen shade. Rarely seen. Yet what is impossible about it? Jiang Yin replied with a smile. While it is indeed commendable that you can shatter my arm's muscles, I must genuinely commend you for that. His tone grew cold. However, your merits end there, Tio die at my hands. You should consider it an honor. Jiang Yan's aura shifted to something ominous and overwhelming, as an ancient ghostly figure appeared behind him. The golden-winged rock felt the terrifying killing intent. In Jiang Yan's eyes, he beheld the vision of his own demise. For in Jiang Yan's gaze, he was already a corpse. Ghostly divine martial, Jiang Yan kicked the dazed golden-winged rock aside, extending his right hand as the ghostly figure transformed into a Rakshas's scythe, manifesting in Jiang Yan's grasp. The instant the Rakshas's scythe appeared, the air became thin, making it difficult to breathe, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to zero, as if one had descended into the underworld. Save me! Help me! Spare me! Let my soul dissipate! The Rakshas's scythe resonated with the despairing wails of countless lost souls. The golden-winged rock, horrified by this chilling sight, retreated step by step, his instinct screaming at him to flee. Now, run! Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet his legs felt as though they had turned to lead. Refusing to obey his commands, he swallowed hard, glancing down in horror. His pupils dilated, his entire body trembling. Beneath him lay countless lost souls, their withered, pale hands tugging at him, seeking to drag him into the depths of hell. Get away! Get away! The golden-winged rock was consumed by terror, his composure shattered, as he swung the trident in a frenzy to dispel the souls clinging to him. You! What god has bestowed this upon you? He questioned, his eyes wide with fear. Jiang Yin, wielding the Rakshas's scythe, replied with a calm smile. When you are dead, you will find out in the next moment. His figure vanished from sight, and when the golden-winged rock regained his senses, a sinister scythe was already poised at his neck. Clash. He hastily raised the trident to block, but the overwhelming force sent him tumbling. His arm racked with pain, his palm splitting open, bones shattering. What is this? What weapon is this? The golden-winged rock was in a complete panic. His prized golden rock trident was rendered a mere joke against this ghostly scythe. What a 1,000-ton artifact! It was utterly fragile. The golden-winged rock stiffly gazed at the trident, his lips twitching before he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ahahaha! To perish beneath such a killing weapon, I die without regrets. The point of contact between the golden rock trident and the ghostly scythe began to chip and crack. Human, even if I die today, I shall ensure you suffer grievous injuries. You shall never have the chance to cultivate again. The golden-winged rock soared through the skies like a miniature sun, hurtling towards Jiang Yin. Join me in death, he roared. Jiang Yin chuckled. You wish for me to accompany you in death? Your qualifications are lacking. In the next moment, a black crescent moon coalesced into substance, as if surrounded by countless vengeful spirits, slicing directly through the golden-winged rock. Boom! The golden-winged rock swung his trident at Jiang Yin, who effortlessly countered it. Sustaining no injuries whatsoever, in stark contrast, the golden-winged rock felt black blood seeping from his lips. As he extended a trembling hand to wipe it away, half of his arm simply fell to the ground. Confused, he gazed at Jiang Yin, Feeling his vision tilt until he could only see Jiang Yin's legs, he realized he had been cleaved in two, the severance so swift that his body hadn't yet comprehended the event. By the time he understood, the golden rock trident shattered with a resounding crash, and he was consumed by the black flames, reduced to ashes. Retrieving the Rakshasa's scythe, Jiang Yin's expression remained indifferent. It seems my cultivation level is a bit too low. Had he not been at the second-tier first level, eradicating the golden-winged rock would not have required the use of the ghostly divine martial Jiang Yin, recalled the 10,000-year Huaiwei grass he possessed. He intended to use it as a catalyst to consolidate the spiritual power accumulated in his spiritual sea during this period and strive for a breakthrough. The resting chamber should be prepared by now. Jiang Yin strolled leisurely towards the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, Jiang Yin was warmly greeted by the staff. "Student Jiang, your new lounge is ready." "Thank you for your trouble," Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It's our duty," the staff member quickly responded. Jiang Yin was then guided to his new lounge. Once inside, he settled cross-legged and summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Command to manifest the Millennia Moonflower Grass. Using spiritual plants and herbs as a conduit, he aimed to solidify his foundation, ensuring the spiritual energy was abundant and pure, devoid of any impurities. Chapter 56. A Sudden Surge of Power. As Jiang Yin activated the primordial breathing technique to its utmost limit, the spiritual power within him surged mightily, radiating around him. During this period, he had absorbed an overwhelming amount of residual souls and endured countless trials. Coupled with the continuous absorption of spiritual energy through the primordial breathing technique, he was primed to ascend several minor realms. Millennia Moonflower Grass. With a thought, Jiang Yin summoned the ancient spiritual herb from the 10 Directions Ghost Command and instantly refined it. The resplendent moonlight transformed into medicinal essence that swiftly entered Jiang Yin's body. Using the Millennia Moonflower Grass as a guide, he laid a solid foundation. Compared to other martial artists of the same realm, his spiritual energy would be purer and more robust, allowing him to advance further in the future. Boom! As the Millennia Moonflower Grass merged with Jiang Yin's body, the overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, creating a terrifying aura. Jiang Yin felt a wave of exhilaration as he broke through layer after layer of minor realms. Under the pull of the Millennia Moonflower Grass, the pure spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Second stage, second level, second stage, third level, second stage, fourth level, second stage, fifth level. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, his hair dancing without a breeze, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, while all objects in the lounge floated in the air. Having broken through 4 minor realms in succession, a smile graced Jiang Yin's lips as he attempted to clench his fist, unleashing an explosion of spiritual energy. This was the effect of the Millennia Moonflower Grass. The spiritual energy stored in his spiritual sea had become extraordinarily pure, allowing it to be projected outward. Jiang Yin tried to control the spiritual energy, thrusting his right fist forward, unleashing a torrent of force. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. Jiang Yin stood dumbfounded, realizing his casual punch, coupled with the explosive spiritual energy, had completely obliterated the newly furnished lounge. He smacked his lips and called for the staff. He thought to himself that he might need to switch to yet another new lounge. This explosive energy was far more effective than a mere sonic boom. An idea flashed in Jiang Yin's mind. If I were to combine the sonic boom with the explosive energy, would the power be even greater? Being a man of action, he raised his hand, ready to generate a sonic boom alongside the spiritual explosion. However, catching a glimpse of the devastated lounge, he promptly retracted his hand into his pocket. Perhaps I should practice the sonic boom in the training room instead, lest I destroy the remaining rooms in the lounge. He passed through the wreckage of the lounge and arrived at the built-in training room, activating its barrier to prevent collateral damage to other rooms. With all precautions in place, Jiang Yin stretched lazily and began to generate sonic booms with his bare hands. Buzz! A chaotic sonic boom was conjured by Jiang Yin. Coupled with the explosive energy, he perfectly harnessed the output of spiritual energy through the primordial breathing technique. The chaotic sonic boom, combined with the explosive energy, formed a small, distorted black hole. Jiang Yin's right hand was nearly engulfed by the twisting void. Goodness, have I just invented a black hole version of the spiral sphere? Jiang Yin strained to control the small black hole, finding it exceedingly difficult to manage the erratic energy. releasing the small black hole. It distorted everything in its vicinity and collided with the barrier of the training room. It shouldn't cause any issues, right? Jiang Yin swallowed nervously. The next moment, the barrier emitted a cracking sound. Oh no, the barrier is about to shatter. I must stabilize the black hole quickly, or I will be in serious trouble. Ghostly divine martial arts? Jiang Yin hesitated no longer, directly summoning the Rakshasa scythe and executing a black horizontal slash to dissipate the black hole. An eerie spectacle unfolded. The black hole collided with the crescent blade of the Rakshasa scythe, producing a blinding white light. Jiang Yin realized what was about to happen. This is going to be a disaster. Jiang Yin scratched his head helplessly. The next second, the dazzling white light erupted violently. Boom! The earth-shattering noise startled everyone in the Jiang City martial arts arena. What was that sound? I felt like my ears were about to burst. Not sure, but it seems to have come from the lounge. Several staff members rushed toward the source of the commotion, their faces going pale as they beheld the devastation within the lounge. Lounge? What lounge remains? It has all been reduced to rubble. I apologize, but it seems there was a gas explosion. Jiang Yin, with a sheepish grin revealing his bright white teeth, scratched his head, his face smeared with soot. The staff member's eyes turned red. A gas explosion? Every lounge here is constructed from SS-grade vibranium. If a gas explosion could leave a mark, then that would be a true miracle. The staff member who had just assisted Jiang Yin with his lounge felt despair. Student Jiang. No, Grandmaster Jiang. Please, cease your supernatural antics. Quickly summon the Earth-based Celestial Artificer. It's time to rebuild. The staff member was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yin felt quite embarrassed himself. He had thought he had taken sufficient precautions. Surely, the sonic boom vortex and explosive energy couldn't shatter the training room's barrier. However, it turned out the barrier was far more fragile than anticipated. Need any help? Jiang Yin chuckled. Grandmaster Jiang, please, just go somewhere cool and stay there. The staff member bowed respectfully to Jiang Yin. He was escorted away by several staff members, and as Jiang Yin attempted to say something, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I was just being careless. Jiang Yin murmured softly. He sat at the entrance of the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena, watching the throngs of visitors pass by, wondering how far along the competition had progressed. Yawning, Jiang Yin pondered the immense power of the sonic boom vortex and explosive energy. What name should I give this technique? Resembling a miniature black hole, returning to simplicity, I shall call it the Little Black Hole. The corners of Jiang Yin's mouth lifted slightly. Little Black Hole. That name is quite fitting. I truly have a talent for naming. At this moment, the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena had concluded the quarterfinals. Due to Jiang Yan's bye, he was automatically one of the 4 contestants, rendering the other competitors meaningless. The 4 participants were Lu Qingming from the 7th Middle School, Lin Feiyu from the 1st Middle School, Bai Luoxue from the 1st Middle School, and Jiang Yin from the 2nd Middle School, who had received a bye. This semifinal would proceed as a 2v2 match, with the winning duo advancing to the final showdown. Within the martial arts arena, both Lu Qingming and Lin Feiyu eagerly wished to battle Jiang Yin, thus naturally forming a team. Bai Luoxue and Jiang Yin had no other choice but to team up by default. Bai Luoxue's eyes sparkled. I must do my best. I won't let Jiang Yin down. Mu Shuiyao sighed. What kind of enchantment has Jiang Yin cast upon you? He hasn't cast any enchantment on me. Bai Luoxue blinked innocently. With a gentle smile, Bai Luoxue's heart raced at the thought of fighting alongside Jiang Yin the next day. She wasn't sure what this feeling was. Is this what it feels like to encounter someone of the same kind? Just as Bai Luoxue's smile widened, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and answered, Daddy. Chapter 57, Dual SS Divine Givers. One strike and you're down. The following morning, Jiang Yin was awoken by a series of knocks at the door. Irritated, he exclaimed, What are you making such a racket for so early in the morning? He opened the door to find Zhou Peng looking flustered. Brother Jiang, it's bad. There's a serious situation. Zhou Peng exclaimed anxiously. I'm perfectly fine. What's the matter? Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. Brother Jiang, you don't know? The semifinals are 2v2. And you are teamed up with Bai Luoxue from the 1st Middle School. Jiang Yin yawned. Isn't that a good thing? The problem is, Bai Luoxue suddenly withdrew from the competition and left Jiang City. Zhou Peng gulped. Brother Jiang, do you realize what this means? Jiang Yan's mind sharpened. I have to face 2 opponents alone. Exactly. You have to take on 2 opponents all by yourself. Zhou Peng's expression was filled with worry. Those two are no ordinary fighters. One is an SSS grade Divine Giver, and the other is a dual SS Divine Giver. Jiang Yin yawned again. I thought it was something serious in the future. Don't rush over to bother me about such things. It disturbs my rest. Back at the ancient Wang Mountain ruins, he had faced 100 martial sovereigns alone. What was two opponents to him? Jiang Yin stretched. I look forward to seeing if these two prodigies of humanity can provide me with a thrilling battle. As noon approached, the semifinals officially commenced. Old Jiang, if it comes to it. Just concede. There's no shame in that, Zhang Shaoxing said, his face etched with concern. He understood that Jiang Yin was a peerless prodigy, but his opponents were formidable as well. Lu Qingming, the strongest from the 7th middle school, was an SSS grade Divine Giver known as the Flower Fairy. Lin Feiyu, a dual SS grade Divine Giver, was referred to as the Twin Supremacy. Old Jiang, there's no need to worry. I have everything under control. Jiang Yin replied with a calm smile. As the referee blew the whistle, the competitors entered the martial arts arena simultaneously. From a distance of 20 meters, Jiang Yin smiled at the two. Lu Qingming beamed. Jiang Yin, I'm delighted to finally face you in battle. Rest assured, Lin Feiyu and I want to attack you simultaneously. Lin Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Ghost Immortal, I shall be the first to challenge you. I will ensure you accept your defeat with grace. Facing the strongest contenders of the current martial arts competition, Jiang Yin smiled lightly. I believe it would be best if you both came at me together. Otherwise, one would be left utterly bewildered, unaware even of how to concede defeat. Jiang Yin's words plunged the entire assembly into silence. After a moment, Lin Feiyu's lips curled into a smile. You certainly pique my interest more and more. Judge, the match may commence. Seeing that both parties were adequately prepared, the judge announced the initiation of the contest. Boom. As the judge's voice faded, Lin Feiyu had already appeared before Jiang Yin, executing a swift whip kick in midair. The terrifying speed leaving spectators astounded, rendering the movement nearly imperceptible. Jiang Yin remained unperturbed, raising his arm to block the lightning-fast kick. In the next instant, Lin Feiyu had materialized behind Jiang Yin, enveloped in a swirl of azure light. Unleashing a palm strike aimed directly at Jiang Yin's heart, bang! A resounding thud echoed as Lin Feiyu was sent hurtling backward, bowing into a crouch. The judge, utterly astonished, was left speechless, even forgetting to commentate. What a rapid counterpunch! Had it not been in slow motion, I would not have grasped his strike. The judge's voice was laced with shock. Lu Qingming, who had been observing the spectacle, wore an expression of exhilaration. Just like that. This is precisely the opponent I desire. Jiang Yin, show me more, cough. Truly deserving of the title Ghost Immortal, his physical form is remarkably formidable. In the first clash of physicality, Lin Feiyu was defeated, losing with complete resignation. Rising from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with azure light. Qingfeng Seal. A silvery treasure infused with azure energy surged forth, rapidly expanding, causing the very air to tremble. Resembling a colossal mountain as it bore down upon Jiang Yin. Lin Feiyu's S-level divine artifact, the Qingfeng Seal. This was the first time he had summoned it. In prior matches, he had effortlessly overwhelmed his opponents using his physical prowess alone, without the need to invoke divine gifts. Yet, facing Jiang Yin, after merely one round, he resorted to unleashing his S-level artifact, Suppress. Lin Feiyu proclaimed loudly, boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and a terrifying spectacle unfolded, causing all onlookers to gasp in awe. Jiang Yin raised his left hand high, astonishingly managing to support the descending Qingfeng Seal with a single hand. Even Lin Feiyu's face was etched with shock. What an astonishingly robust physique. He quickly regained his composure, asserting, Jiang Yin, I concede your physical strength, but the match has concluded. You are now under the oppression of my Qingfeng Seal, with no possibility of escape. As time passed, the Qingfeng Seal would grow increasingly weighty. Adding 1,000 pounds each second, the ground beneath Jiang Yin shattered, far exceeding the weight of the golden-winged rock's golden trident. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin activated the primordial breathing technique, continuously restoring his state. His left arm's veins bulged, his clothing tearing, and his forehead became lined with blue veins. Rise. With a resounding crash, Jiang Yin single-handedly overturned the Qingfeng Seal, boom. The Qingfeng Seal crashed through the martial arena. In the next instant, the martial arena was revitalized. Lin Feiyu's pupils constricted sharply. How is this possible? He actually overturned my Qingfeng seal with one hand. He quickly composed himself, scrutinizing Jiang Yin. Observing him, it was evident that merely breaking free from the Qingfeng seal's suppression had exhausted his full strength. Jiang Yin, you are now at your limits. Lin Feiyu laughed maniacally. Martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. A radiant light erupted from his brow. Connecting heaven and earth, in an instant, a layer of white mist enveloped him, granting him a transcendent state, increasing his combat power tenfold. SS-level supernatural ability, Martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, in addition to amplifying his strength tenfold. It allowed him to penetrate illusions, discern weaknesses, and even decelerate the actions of his opponent to an infinite degree. In 1 minute, I shall conclude this, Lin Feiyu declared with audacious arrogance. His speed surged tenfold as he closed in on Jiang Yin in the blink of an eye. Unleashing a barrage of punches, each accompanied by sonic booms and ceaseless thunder, he perceived Jiang Yin's defensive patterns with clarity, shifting his strikes to where Jiang Yin sought to guard. However, in the next moment, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed impending doom. Under the slow-motion effect of his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, Jiang Yin still radiated pure spiritual energy, surging forth, capable of instantaneously annihilating all existence. Lin Feiyu sensed the peril of death and quickly retreated. Just as he believed he had evaded Jiang Yan's explosive surge of energy, Jiang Yin lunged for his arm. In the slow-motion view of his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, Jiang Yan's reach remained unchanged. No, it was not unchanged. His speed was so swift that even in the slowed perception, it was still beyond Lin Feiyu's capacity to evade. Boom! A horrifying brilliance flashed, shaking the entire Jiang City martial arena. Jiang Yin unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, directly causing Lin Feiyu's eyes to roll back as he lost consciousness. In the spectator area, someone swallowed hard, exclaiming in shock. Was that massive sound just now akin to yesterday's explosion? It seems so. So the astonishing sound that flattened hundreds of resting rooms yesterday was indeed caused by the ghost immortal. Everyone felt a lump in their throats, daring not to speak loudly. What kind of fiend is the ghost immortal? P.S. This book has yet to receive a rating. Friends who enjoy it could offer a good review. By the way, I welcome comments and free little gifts. Love you all. Chapter 58. The clash of SSS divine gift bearers, is that not sufficient? Jiang Yin was utterly perplexed. Is it truly the case that with just a burst of spiritual energy, he could eliminate Lin Feiyu in an instant? This is rather disappointing. How could one of the top 4 in the Jiang City martial arts tournament possess such inadequate strength? Jiang Yin shook his head, feeling disillusioned. Should anyone grasp Jiang Yan's thoughts, their eyes would surely widen in shock. Just how powerful Lin Feiyu truly was, the students in the spectator area were acutely aware, having witnessed his formidable track record, steamrolling all competitors. Yet, in Jiang Yan's eyes, Lin Feiyu was merely a trifling opponent dispatched with a single strike. Such an evident disparity was the most despairing aspect. Just how formidable is the ghost immortal? You are indeed impressive. Applause erupted as Lu Qingming approached Jiang Yin with a smile. To strike instantly is no small feat. You are truly the man I have set my sights on. Before we engage in our spar, shall we add a touch of stakes? Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I win, you shall become my servant. If I lose, she gazed at Jiang Yin, licking her red lips. I shall be your beloved. Upon hearing this, the spectator area erupted into a clamor. What kind of outrageous proposition is this from the Flower Fairy? Regardless of winning or losing, it was a reward for him. Flower Fairy, allow me to spar with you. I willingly concede. Oh, had I known such an opportunity awaited, I would fight to the death just to reach the semi-finals. Everyone longed to replace Jiang Yin, becoming Lu Qingming's sparring partner. For them, whether winning or losing, it was a reward. Looking back at Jiang Yin, upon hearing Lu Qingming's words, he stood in stunned silence, tilting his head in confusion. Huh? Lu Qingming blinked at Jiang Yin. What do you think? Isn't the wager enticing? I believe you have lost your mind. Jiang Yin replied coolly. Indeed, Lu Qingming was stunningly beautiful. However, Jiang Yin was unlike other men. For he is a Sigma male. Sigma males never succumb to the traps of women. With a smile, Jiang Yin replied, Miss Lu, your wager is indeed tempting, but allow me to decline. The spectators erupted into a frenzy. What? Is the ghost immortal even a man? He can turn down such an enticing wager. He is simply not human. Heavens, no wonder he is the ghost immortal, unwavering before feminine allure, his resolve steadfast. He is destined for greatness. Even the esteemed guests, including Shan Wenba, were left dumbfounded. Well done, what a remarkable young man. Shen Wenba laughed heartily. Zhou Wenshan also wore an appreciative expression. Indeed, this youth is destined for greatness. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yin, his mere refusal of Lu Qingming's wager had astonished the crowd, prompting them to regard him with renewed respect. It matters not. Should you refuse my wager, I shall shatter your limbs, rendering you my servant. Lu Qingming's eyes gleamed with madness. She laughed maniacally, and in her vicinity, thorny vines rapidly sprouted, racing toward Jiang Yin. Ghost immortal, do please amuse me, buzz. With a terrifying roar, Jiang Yin unleashed a sonic boom, instantly shredding the oncoming vines. In the next moment, he found himself pierced by branches, impaled upon a locust tree. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Illusion? Quite formidable indeed. Jiang Yin executed the primordial breathing technique, achieving a transparent state, penetrating the illusion. Ah, ghost immortal. Is this all you can muster? Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled with delight. Beautiful lady, one should not casually declare that men are incapable. Jiang Yin chuckled. Having unraveled the illusion, he stepped forward, shattering the earth beneath him as he lunged toward Lu Qingming. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Yin unleashed a punch, which was met by the petals surrounding Lu Qingming. Blocking his strike, Jiang Yin frowned slightly. His fist had been cut, leaving countless wounds, blood beginning to flow. It must be noted that he had undergone 3 physical reconstitutions and had cultivated the imperishable Dao Cannon to its 2nd level. Even so, his fist was still injured by the petals enveloping Lu Qingming. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. Lu Qingming smiled brightly. Ghost immortal, you have underestimated these petals. Each petal contains the energy of an entire world. A riot of blooms. Lu Qingming's smile was radiant. In an instant, thousands of petals wove into an unbroken net, descending upon Jiang Yin. Ghost martial unleashed. With a flicker of his mind, thousands of ghost martial swords manifested. Clashing against the overwhelming petals, clang, clang, clang. The melodious sounds resonated throughout the martial arena. Everyone was left utterly astonished, for the scene before them was nothing short of a dream. A mesmerizing dance of swords and petals. Enchanting and surreal. What to do? Suddenly, I felt that the Flower Fairy and the Ghost Immortal were a perfect match. What a joke. The Ghost Immortal was clearly paired with the goddess Yi. That is all ancient history now. The Ghost Immortal has long since parted ways with Yi Ran. Parted ways? Does this mean I can ship the Ghost Immortal with the Flower Fairy now? Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, and the sword and petals dissipated. In their first encounter, the outcome was too close to call. Jiang Yin was taken aback. This is the first time anyone has been able to unravel the ghost martial unraveling. You are also the first person to survive my floral chaos. Lu Qingming narrowed her eyes, licking her lips. Ghost immortal, I am growing increasingly fond of you. Do not. I advise you to maintain your distance from me. Jiang Yin hurriedly replied. That is not for you to decide. Lu Qingming's eyes brimmed with madness. I have set my sights on you. You belong to me. She moved with grace, and with each step she took, a sapling grew rapidly, transforming into a colossal wooden figure that relentlessly advanced towards Jiang Yin. With every stride the wooden giant took, the ground trembled beneath it. Jiang Yin summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Earth Commander, Heaven's Commander, reveal yourselves. As his words fell, 2 clouds of darkness erupted from the 10 Directions Ghost Order, materializing into 2 towering monsters that roared in fury, engaging the wooden giant in battle. So you do have a method to counter this. I am truly delighted. Finally, someone can bring me such joy, Lu Qingming said with a smile. An emerald glow enveloped her right hand, and a bow imbued with life materialized. With a smile, Lu Qingming gracefully drew the bowstring, and 3 arrows brimming with vitality shot towards Jiang Yin in an instant. Jiang Yin took a deep breath. Mini black hole, the sonic explosion vortex, and the surge of spiritual energy collided instantaneously, generating a terrifying wave of energy that devoured everything in its path. The 3 arrows filled with vitality were immediately consumed by the mini black hole. I seem to be at a loss against you. Lu Qingming pouted, her beautiful eyes fixed on the encroaching mini black hole. She reversed her palm, gathering a radiant seven-colored lotus flower that absorbed the life force of the surrounding space, shimmering brilliantly. The seven-colored lotus flower pulsed with energy every second, causing subtle ripples in the space around it. With a gentle release, the seven-colored lotus flower flew forth, destined to collide with the mini black hole. This is bad. Even from behind the barrier, I can feel the terrifying wave of energy. If that black hole comes into contact with the lotus flower, the martial arts arena will be obliterated. All the students will perish. Shen Wenba immediately recognized the peril of the situation. Chapter 59. Goddess? A definite case of insanity. Once the mini black hole is unleashed, it is beyond my control. He too felt the terrifying wave of energy. This is bad. I cannot allow the mini black hole to touch that lotus flower. He had intended to end the battle with the mini black hole, but did not expect Lu Qingming to conjure such a fearsome energy vortex. If the two energy vortices were to collide and explode, it would flatten the entire martial arts arena. No student present would survive such an energy explosion. Lu Qingming seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Her expression was one of madness, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yin. What to do? How can I prevent their contact? Should I use the red paper umbrella? To reveal the red paper umbrella in front of so many people? Jiang Yin felt conflicted. He did not wish to expose the umbrella's abilities, as it was his greatest trump card. But if he did not use the umbrella, allowing the mini black hole to collide with the seven-colored lotus flower would unleash energy sufficient to annihilate everyone. Jiang Yin had resolved to summon the red paper umbrella. Just as he was about to act, an ancient voice rang out that a figure with white hair and a youthful visage appeared between the mini black hole and the seven-colored lotus flower, slowly raising both hands, neither utilizing spiritual energy nor divine gifts. In this manner, he effortlessly extinguished both the mini black hole and the lotus flower. Before the elder, the two terrifying energies resembled mere flickering flames, easily snuffed out with a pinch. Who is this elder? Boom! Two resounding blasts echoed as the mini black hole and the seven-colored lotus flower exploded in the elder's hands, causing no harm whatsoever to him. Oh dear, that was perilous. Had I not intervened in time, you two would have become mass murderers on a scale of tens of thousands. The white-haired elder chuckled. Mass murderers of tens of thousands? Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned. Indeed. The elder smiled at Jiang Yin. The collision of your energies would not merely level the Jiang City martial arts arena, but would render the surrounding 100 miles utterly barren. Lu Qingming disregarded the elder, swiftly launching another attack on Jiang Yin. Her right hand wielding a spirit sword, aimed directly at his right arm. Jiang Yin narrowed his eyes, instantly summoning the true martial ghost god. The Rakshasa ghost scythe clashed with the spirit sword, instantly sending Lu Qingming tumbling several dozen meters back. Lu Qingming licked her lips. Ghost immortal, do not let others distract you. Our battle is not yet over. She charged at Jiang Yin once more, who, wielding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, enveloped his weapon in black flames as he clashed with Lu Qingming's spirit sword. Clash! A sharp sound rang out as the Rakshasa ghost scythe shattered the spirit sword. Huh? Lu Qingming was taken aback. Jiang Yin raised his hand and unleashed a punch, infused with surging spiritual energy, intending to conclude the battle. Boom! This punch was also blocked by the petals, causing Jiang Yin's left fist to bleed. Lu Qingming beamed. These petals are innate to me. No one has ever been able to harm me through them. Is that so? Jiang Yin smirked. Then let me shatter these annoying petals. Jiang Yin activated the primordial breathing method, his wounds healing rapidly as he struck out at Lu Qingming. Boom. His fist was obstructed by the petals. Boom boom. His fist was again thwarted by the petals. Boom boom boom. Jiang Yin exerted all his strength, delivering 3 consecutive punches, and even with the healing from the primordial breathing method, his fists were still met with petals that cut into his flesh, exposing bone. I told you, no one can harm. Lu Qingming's voice trailed off as her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She whispered, This is impossible. As Jiang Yin exchanged injury for strikes, continuously pummeling with his fists, Lu Qingming's petals were unable to recover. Indeed, her petals were limited in number, and the shattered ones needed time to regenerate. Yet Jiang Yin's speed in shattering the petals was overwhelming, outpacing their ability to mend. Gradually, the petals surrounding Lu Qingming thinned out, until none remained. Lu Qingming's beautiful eyes trembled. My petals die in response. Jiang Yan's bloodied fists were all that remained. With a swift and lethal blow, he struck Lu Qingming in the abdomen. Ugh, her face contorted in pain. The petals she so proudly relied upon were shattered by Jiang Yin, and before she could comprehend it, the force of his blow sent her flying, her eyes rolling back as she soared through the air. Boom! Lu Qingming crashed through the barrier and into the wall, blood trickling from her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. How can this be? She abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yin, trembling as she spoke. This is entirely possible, because it is this man, the man I have recognized, the man I desire. Bloodied and with a covetous gleam in her eyes, she fixated on Jiang Yin. Ghost immortal. You are indeed the man destined for me. Crack! Her arm pulled free from the wall, and she lunged at Jiang Yin with astounding speed. What the hell? She is still alive. Jiang Yin was utterly dumbfounded. He had put every ounce of strength into that punch, enough to fell 50 Lei Zinmings. Ghost immortal. Lu Qingming did not attack Jiang Yin, but instead clung to him like a koala, rubbing her face against him, smearing her blood all over his clothes, her eyes gleaming with greed. What is happening? This woman has lost her mind. Get off me, get off! Jiang Yin shivered. Even unleashing spiritual energy could not shake Lu Qingming loose. Jiang Yin, you are so amazing, I like you so much, we are destined. Lu Qingming's eyes trembled, resembling a lunatic. The white-haired elder chuckled and shook his head. Throughout history, those recorded as SSS-level divine bestowers have always had some degree of insanity. This is a common affliction among SSS divine bestowers. Their minds cannot withstand the immense power granted by divine gifts, leading to behavior that deviates from the norm. Jiang Yin, burdened by Lu Qingming, mused, this is not merely deviation from the norm. This is outright insanity. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Young man, it seems you are the one who is somewhat abnormal. As an SSS-level divine bestower, your mind has remained intact. Does narcissism count as a mental issue? Jiang Yin asked with a grin. That depends on the degree of narcissism. Zhou Wenshan stroked his white beard. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin replied cheerfully, I feel like I am the greatest in the world. No one is more impressive than I. Indeed, that aligns with the ironclad rule that SSS divine bestowers invariably become mentally unstable. The elder smiled kindly. Jiang Yin's smile faded. Not it turns out he himself is also mentally unstable. It does. The male protagonist's image is established in the first chapter. Curious friends can revisit it. Chapter 60. Securing the title of champion and admission quota due to Bai Luoshua's withdrawal from the competition, Jiang Yin successfully triumphed against two opponents, and the semifinals directly transformed into the finals, with Jiang Yin claiming first place. Lu Qingming secured the second place, while Lin Feiyu claimed the third. During the awards ceremony, the entire audience erupted in chants of Guixian.at. That moment, the name Guixian reverberated across the nation. The Jiangxing martial arts competition not only brought fame to Jiang Yin, but also attracted the attention of various factions. Guixian, an SSS-level divine bestower, once subdued the disciple of martial sage Hua Yuan with a single palm strike, and he emerged as the champion of this year's Jiangxing martial arts competition. In the dim light, a man held Jiang Yin's dossier in one hand, propping his chin with the other. Indeed, a promising talent. Assign a martial sage to keep an eye on him. He must not perish. The man's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he spoke with a detached tone. If he does not find himself in a dire situation, there is no need for intervention. Understood, an aged voice responded, fading into the shadows. Meanwhile, in the Bai family of the imperial capital, the head of the Bai family took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, Shuer, I summoned you back to the family early. Do you harbor any grievances towards your father? Bai Luoshua, clad in white as pure as snow, shook her head. Luoshua bears no resentment towards her father. This level of competition is merely child's play for you. The head of the Bai family smiled lightly. Do you wish to know who ultimately claimed the first place? Bai Luoshua's eyes flickered, involuntarily conjuring the face of the young man in her mind. An answer began to form within her. She pressed her lips together and shook her head. Luoshua does not know it is a youth named Jiang Yin, quite extraordinary, an SSS-level divine bestower, the head of the Bai family replied coldly. Presently, all factions wish to court him. He indeed possesses considerable investment value. The head of the Bai family turned his gaze to Bai Luoshua. Shuer, do you believe we should take action to court this young man? Bai Luoshua's expression remained stoic, her eyes cast down, her demeanor somber. He is remarkable, yet when compared to those celestial sons and daughters, his brilliance pales. Indeed, it seems you perceive this clearly, the head of the Bai family sneered. An SSS-level divine bestower is indeed a prodigy in this meager blue star, but in the heavens, he is merely one among many exceptional talents. The head of the Bai family rose, and his seventh-tier martial emperor aura instantly enveloped the imperial capital. Bai Luoshua's complexion turned ashen. She was the primary recipient of this oppressive force, unable to lift her head, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Schwerer, remember, you are the saintess of the Bai family. Your future is destined to intertwine with the divine beings of the heavens, not with the ants of the blue star. The head of the Bai family cast a sinister glance at Bai Luoshua. Should I discover that you have grown too close to that Guixian, I will ensure he vanishes from this world entirely. Luoshua acknowledged her fault. Henceforth, she would not engage with Guixian any further. Bai Luoshua's eyes trembled, her voice slightly choked. The head of the Bai family's gaze softened. Schwerer, you are a gift bestowed upon the Bai family by the heavens. Your future is destined for the celestial realm. You are the hope for our family's resurgence. At that moment in the Jiangxing martial arts arena, Jiang Yin, Lu Qingming, and Lin Feiyu ascended the podium to receive their awards. The director of the Education Bureau, Shan Wenba, along with the president of the Sacred Academy, Zhou Wenshan, personally presented the prizes to the top 3 contestants. Shan Wenba approached Jiang Yin, placing a Millennium Flame Blossom into his hands. Young man, this flame blossom is in no way inferior to the 10,000-year spirit herb. Do not disdain it due to its age. Jiang Yin smiled, fully aware of the rarity of the flame blossom. A mere 10-year flame blossom could incite fierce competition among fire-type divine bestowers, let alone this Millennium Flame Blossom. Even the 6th-tier martial sage Yang Mingzuan would covet such a prize. Jiang Yin turned to Lu Qingming and Lin Feiyu, who also received Millennium Spirit Herbs, though they paled in comparison to his flame blossom. Shan Wenba spoke briefly before stepping aside. President Zhou Wenshan approached the trio with a beaming smile, presenting them with 3 volumes of breathing techniques, which instantly ignited a frenzy among the audience. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Those are breathing techniques, specifically the Heavenly Spirit 5 Elements technique. If I had known the top 3 prizes included breathing techniques, I would have fought tooth and nail to secure a place in the top 3. Jealousy makes me ugly, but I genuinely desire those breathing techniques. Lu Qingming and Lin Feiyu's eyes lit up in astonishment upon seeing the breathing techniques. Jiang Yin accepted the techniques with a sense of composure, as he already possessed a breathing technique, the primordial breath, the very source of breathing techniques in the world. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, Lin Feiyu exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he deeply bowed to Zhou Wenshan. Lu Qingming also wore a radiant smile, expressing her respect. Zhou Wenshan, pleased, turned his gaze towards Jiang Yin, waiting for his response. Seeing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and chuckled. In addition to the Millennium Spirit Herbs and breathing techniques, there is yet another reward for the top 3. Another reward. The spectators were left dumbfounded. The Millennium Spirit Herbs and breathing techniques were already rare enough. There was more. Lu Qingming and Lin Feiyu looked at Zhou Wenshan with eager anticipation. Zhou Wenshan, not one to keep them in suspense, proclaimed loudly, the top 3 contestants of this competition are granted exemption from entrance examinations into our Sacred Academy. As these words fell, the entire martial arts arena plunged into a profound silence. Moments later, an uproar erupted. What, are you kidding me? Exemption from entrance exams into the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy is on par with the Heavenly Divine Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy. At this revelation, not only Lu Qingming and Lin Feiyu, but even Jiang Yin was taken aback. I was still contemplating which martial arts university to apply to, and now I have been handed a top-tier institution's admission opportunity. Jiang Yin grappled with a dilemma. He had been vacillating between the Sacred Academy, the Martial Emperor Academy, and the Heavenly Divine Academy, uncertain of where to apply. Now, the decision had been made for him. As the Sacred Academy opened its doors wide. No. While the Sacred Academy has opened its doors, what if the Martial Emperor Academy and the Heavenly Divine Academy discover that I am an unparalleled prodigy? What if they too open their doors to me? Wouldn't I find myself ensnared in another dilemma? Sighing, he pondered the burdens of being too exceptional. Director Zhou, I am in quite a quandary. I can't shake the feeling that the Heavenly Divine Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy would also welcome me with open arms. Jiang Yin lamented, rubbing his forehead. Hearing this, Zhou Wenshan nearly choked on his own breath. 3 top-tier academies simultaneously extending invitations? What a pipe dream! Throughout history, how many extraordinary prodigies have emerged from Huaxia? There are no less than 1,000 SSS-level divine bestowers. And the notion of 3 major academies vying for one person had never been heard of. Such self-importance is a malady that must be addressed. Chapter 61. The 3 major academies compete for talent. Zhou Wenshan, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in spirit, struggled to maintain his composure. Self-love must have its limits. To think 3 major academies would simultaneously extend an invitation is fanciful thinking. If both the Heavenly Divine Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy were to also welcome him, then his position as the president of the Sacred Academy would be rendered moot, leaving Jiang Yin to take the reins. In the imperial capital, at the Heavenly Divine Academy, within an elegantly adorned study, a dazzling blue light flashed as a tall, moon-like girl rushed to the elderly man's desk, slamming her hands down. "Grandfather." The elderly man, unperturbed, placed his brush aside gently. "My dear granddaughter, what has you so anxious?" Yin Lingxi pouted. "I don't care. I want Jiang Yin to come to our Heavenly Divine Academy. I want to see him when the new semester begins." The elderly man chuckled. "Lingxi, if the youth you speak of possesses such talent, with the martial examination approaching, our Heavenly Divine Academy's standing will ensure he naturally qualifies here." Grandfather Yin Lingxi whined. "What if he ends up at the Sacred Academy or the Martial Emperor Academy? Wouldn't that mean we miss out on an unparalleled prodigy?" The elderly man paused, his brush halting mid-air. "Indeed. What if that young man chose not to attend the Heavenly Divine Academy and instead opted for one of the other 2? He sighed. "Lingxi, what do you propose I do?" "A brilliant scheme." Yin Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she chuckled. "Doesn't the Heavenly Divine Academy have 3 exemption spots in each province?" "Nonsense," the elderly man replied sternly. "Those exemption spots are not granted lightly." Yin Lingxi pouted, her eyes spinning with ideas, finally exclaiming, "What if Jiang Yin wins first place in the local provincial martial arts competition?" The elderly man raised an eyebrow. "Is that lad capable of such a feat?" "Of course." Yin Lingxi puffed out her chest with pride. Upon opening her eyes again, she found the elderly man had vanished. "Grandfather?" The elderly man rapped her on the head. "What are you standing around for? Take me to find him. We must not let that old Zhou from the Sacred Academy snatch this promising talent away." At the Martial Emperor Academy, which only accepts male students, focusing on physical martial arts and pursuing the pinnacle of the physical body. The current Martial Emperor of Huaxia hailed from this very institution. Lin Tian, upon hearing the news of Jiang Yin's victory in the martial arts competition, was filled with excitement and rushed to the headmaster's office without pause. Bursting into the office, Lin Tian's exuberance led to an unexpected accident. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lin Tian was sent flying, crashing through 5 walls before finally coming to a halt. From within the office, a weary voice echoed. "How many times must I say it? Remember to knock before entering." Lin Tian picked himself up from the ground, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully knocked on the door again. After a brief pause, the elderly voice called out, "Come in." With a burst of enthusiasm, Lin Tian dashed into the office, calling out to the withered old man, "Master!" Suddenly, a dull thud resounded, and Lin Tian was sent flying once more, crashing through 10 stone pillars before finally coming to a halt. "How many times must I remind you?" Upon entering the office, "You are to address me by my title. Call me Dean," the aged voice stated with a hint of indifference. Struggling to rise from the ground, Lin Tian hurried back into the office, exclaiming, "Dean, what is it? Please, speak." The frail elder trembled as he poured tea. "It is the ghost immortal, the young man who saved me at the ancient Wang Mountain ruins. He has secured first place in the Jiang City martial arts competition. Surely, you can extend an invitation for him to join us now?" The old man took a shaky sip of tea before carefully placing the cup back on the table. "So, you are so eager for him to join our Martial Emperor Academy?" "Dean, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The ghost immortal truly embodies the pinnacle of physical prowess you spoke of. I am certain his physique surpasses even that of brother Dongfang." "Oh, stronger than Dongfang." Lin Tian's assertion piqued the old man's interest, prompting him to lift his head and reveal his murky eyes. "Where is he? Take me to him." "Master, you have agreed," Lin Tian exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Heh, we shall see when we meet." The withered elder grasped Lin Tian and stepped forth, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. At that moment, in the Jiang City martial arts arena, Zhou Wenshan said with a smile, "Young friend, our Sacred Academy's exemption quota lasts only for 7 days. If we do not receive a response within this period, the opportunity will be forfeited." Jiang Yan's indecision resurfaced. 7 days, I must contemplate this thoroughly. Zhou Wenshan shook his head with a smile. "Think well. Our Sacred Academy's foundation is unmatched in Huaxia, even in the world. Old fool, it would be best for your foul mouth to remain closed." A loud voice interrupted, and suddenly, an old man and a young girl appeared in the arena. Recognizing the elder, someone gasped, "It's the Dean of the Heavenly God Academy." The Dean of the Heavenly God Academy? And that girl beside him, with a complexion like the morning sun and a face like the bright moon, must be the goddess Lingxi. Is this for real? The Dean and the goddess of the Heavenly God Academy have both arrived. What could they be here for? It seems they are approaching Jiang Yin. Could it be that the Heavenly God Academy truly intends to recruit Jiang Yin? This was monumental news. The 3 major academies had never before engaged in such a competitive recruitment spectacle. Now, it appeared that the Heavenly God Academy and the Sacred Academy were both vying for Jiang Yin. Lingxi stood gracefully, her charming smile directed at Jiang Yin. "Ghost Immortal, it's been a while indeed." "It has," Jiang Yin replied with a light chuckle. Upon seeing the Dean of the Heavenly God Academy, Zhou Wenshan's expression shifted. "Old fool, what brings you here?" Dean Yin laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yin. "Naturally, I am here to invite this young friend to join our Heavenly God Academy." "What?" Zhou Wenshan's face paled in shock. He stared at Jiang Yin. Incredulous, it seemed that the boy's words were true. Another academy had come to poach him. However, it was fortunate that no one from the Martial Emperor Academy had arrived. They could not allow this rascal to have his way. "You 2 old geezers. Jiang Yin is a prized prospect reserved for our Sacred Academy. You both best keep your distance." An ancient voice reverberated through the Jiang City martial arts arena. Boom. The ceiling of the arena caved in once more, and a frail, aged figure appeared, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. His arrival sent the audience into a frenzy. Are they out of their minds? Even the Dean of the Martial Emperor Academy has come. When did this world become so fantastical? Is this a novel? Even novels wouldn't dare to portray such a scenario. I must be losing my mind. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. It has to be. The crowd was awash with disbelief, their expressions reflecting shocked that moment. Lin Tian peeked out, cheerfully waving at Jiang Yin. "Hi, brother-in-law." Seeing Lin Tian made Jiang Yin feel as if he had swallowed a dead fly. This annoying little brat was back. "You all get lost," Jiang Yin declared. "Jiang Yin is the first student I have set my sights on for the Sacred Academy." Zhou Wenshan could no longer maintain his composure. He had believed that securing Jiang Yin for the Sacred Academy was a certainty. Yet now the old fogies from both the Martial Emperor and Heavenly God Academies had come to compete for him. "You 2 old codgers, Jiang Yin is a promising talent I have reserved for the Sacred Academy. You both best clear out." Zhou Wenshan's smile vanished as he struggled to maintain his composure. Dean Yin's benevolent expression remained. "Old Zhou, we are old friends. For my sake today, let this young friend Jiang join our Heavenly God Academy." "Bah, you old fox. Yuan Zheng will hold no sway here," Zhou Wenshan retorted angrily. At that moment, the frail elder spoke, his voice hoarse and gravelly, as if sandpaper had worn it down. "Gentlemen, why not heed this old man's advice? I observe that this young friend Jiang possesses exceptional physical strength. Walking the path of physical perfection, joining our Martial Emperor Academy would undoubtedly be the best choice for him." The old man's words rang true. Among the 3 top martial arts academies, only the Martial Emperor Academy specialized in physical training. With the current Martial Emperor of Huaxia embodying the very essence of physical sanctification, breaking countless laws through sheer strength. "Well said, Master." Lin Tian gave a thumbs up to the frail elder. Yin Zhenghua and Zhou Wenshan both paused, recognizing the validity of the old man's statement. However, the dilemma remained. How could they possibly allow such a remarkable talent to slip through their fingers? Old Luo, while Jiang Yan's physical prowess is indeed formidable, let us not forget that he is an SSS grade divine gifted individual. If my memory serves me right, Jiang Yin is a summoner, Yin Zhonghua remarked with a smile. Zhou Wenshan snorted coldly, old skeleton. Jiang Yin is no mere athlete. He will not be joining the Martial Emperor Academy. The three pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin responded, this is quite troublesome. I suffer from decision-making anxiety. Zhou Wenshan was taken aback. Decision-making anxiety? Then simply come to our sacred academy. Old Zhou, it is better for Jiang Yin to choose for himself, Yin Zhonghua said with a hearty laugh. Theo, speak frankly. My granddaughter has taken quite a liking to you, and should you join our Heavenly God Academy, Grandpa? Yin Lingxi's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at the elder, who chuckled and refrained from continuing. Lin Tian, unable to contain himself, shouted, nonsense. The ghost immortal and my sister Lin Wanyu are a match made in heaven. The Yin family has no place here. The moment those words were spoken, the speaker was oblivious. Yet the listeners were stirred. This remark sent shockwaves through the Jiang City martial arts arena. How fantastical! The goddess of the Divine Awakening group, Yin Lingxi, and the goddess of the Baichao group, Lin Wanyu, were both vying for the ghost immortal. Heavens, I heard that the unparalleled prodigy of the Heavenly God Academy, Qin Zhan, is pursuing Yin Lingxi. If he were to find out that Yin Lingxi has affections for someone else, I wonder how that would impact the ghost immortal, Qin Zhan, the SSS grade prodigy who reached the peak of the third stage at just 20. He single-handedly slaughtered 100 foreign races, basking in glory. Qin Zhan possesses extraordinary combat prowess. The ghost immortal may not be his match. As the chaos escalated, Jiang Yin raised his hand. All right, enough of the noise. The three elders turned their attention to Jiang Yin. Have you made your decision? Jiang Yin chuckled. I already mentioned that I have decision-making anxiety, so I cannot choose. How about this? You three deans engage in a battle, and whichever side wins, I will join that academy. The scene fell into silence. Watching from the sidelines, Shen Wenba nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid was far too reckless. The three academy deans were all peak 6th stage martial saints. If they were to engage in a free-for-all, the resulting shockwaves could level Jiang City. The three deans exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter. Ahahaha, young friend Jiang. While we can certainly spar, the entire Jiang City would suffer if we did. Yin Zhonghua exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. Perhaps we should let the most promising students from each of our academies compete instead. Jiang Yin, you have no objections, do you? With that, Jiang Yin had no further comments. I have no objections. The frail elder's voice turned hoarse. Tomorrow at noon, we shall reconvene here. Neither Yin Zhonghua nor Zhou Wenshan objected, and thus the matter was settled. Young friend Jiang, you must be present tomorrow at noon to witness the prowess of our three academies' top students, Zhou Wenshan urged, hoping to impress upon Jiang Yin that there are always greater heights to reach. You are indeed a prodigy, but you are not the only one in this world. Jiang Yin smiled and nodded. No problem. I will be there on time. In an instant, the three elders vanished, and the awards for the Jiang City martial arts competition were concluded. Jiang Yin took a taxi home, locked himself in his room, and began studying the 1,000-year burning flame flower. For fire elemental practitioners, the 1,000-year burning flame flower was a treasure that could rival even the 10,000-year spirit plants. Who would have thought that the first-place prize for this year's Jiang City martial arts competition would be such a rare item? If he did not possess a fire element divine gift, the flower's effect on him would be significantly diminished. Coincidentally, he did have fire-based abilities. Black flame, Jiang Yin said calmly. The next moment, black flames erupted from his palm, the eerie and extraordinary flames capable of incinerating all. He wondered how much this 1,000-year burning flame flower would alter his black flame. Jiang Yin activated the primordial breathing technique, channeling spiritual energy into the 1,000-year burning flame flower. His mastery over spiritual energy is meticulous and profound, allowing him to freely control the output of this energy, perfecting its intensity to an exquisite degree, refining the 1,000-year burning flame flower to its utmost potential. In an instant, the 1,000-year burning flame flower disintegrates, transforming into countless specks of red light that swirl around Jiang Yin, rushing eagerly into his body. These twinkling stars represent the medicinal properties, dazzling and surging with an overwhelming vitality and the essence of flames. Due to his cultivation of the primordial breathing technique, Jiang Yin possesses an expansive spiritual sea. The 1,000-year burning flame flower, with its potent medicinal qualities, collides with the whirlpool of his spiritual sea, creating a magnificent interplay. Boom! The black flames erupt instantly, enveloping Jiang Yin within it. This moment, Jiang Yin is no longer tormented as he had been on the previous two occasions. He has become immune to the black flames. No, to be precise, he has gained immunity to the flames' damage. This is the effect brought by the 1,000-year burning flame flower, granting him resistance to fire. Jiang Yin slowly opens his eyes, a flash of crimson flickering within black flames. Boom! A deafening roar erupts as the black flames surge fiercely, resembling a black dragon striving to break free from Jiang Yan's control, roaring in the air. Goodness, the black flames have gained a semblance of life. Jiang Yin is astonished. The 1,000-year burning flame flower has bestowed a new vitality upon the black flames, transforming them into a sentient black dragon. Roar. The black dragon bellows at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin raises an eyebrow. This temperamental creature, as its master, the black dragon dares to bare its fangs at him. It must be craving attention. Jiang Yin raises his hand, prepared to extinguish the black flames and dissipate the dragon. The black dragon seems to sense Jiang Yan's intent and directly exhales dragon breath at him, igniting Jiang Yan's head in an instant. Jiang Yin purses his lips, apologetically stating, "My flame's immunity." With a firm grip of his hand, the tumultuous black flames are extinguished in an instant, and the black dragon vanishes without a trace. Chapter 63. The Battle of Prodigies. The next day at noon, Jiang Yin yawns lazily as he arrives at the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena. He complains, the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament has already concluded, yet there are still so many people here. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's remarks, a girl instantly becomes infatuated, exclaiming, "The Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament was utterly unremarkable. It cannot compare to today's epic battle." Epic battle? Jiang Yin raises an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, "Isn't it just a three-way brawl today? How can it be labeled an epic battle?" The girl shoots him an annoyed glance, retorting, "What do you know? Do you even know who the three combatants today are?" Jiang Yin shrugs. He genuinely does not know. Before the girl can respond, another pure-looking young woman, her face filled with admiration, exclaims, "Those three are the dreams of every girl's heart. What an air of nostalgia." Jiang Yin is speechless. After all this, can someone just tell him which three individuals are battling today? The audience is more numerous than those who attended the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament. From the Sacred Academy, Qi Tian; from the Celestial Academy, Qin Zhan; and from the Martial Emperor Academy, Chu Kuei. Jiang Yan's expression remains indifferent. Oh. He does not recognize any of them. "Hey, why are you so cold? Don't you know these three are the top prodigies of the imperial capital?" The girl with the braided hair stares at Jiang Yin, clearly displeased with his indifference. Jiang Yin has already lost interest and thus does not respond. "Hey, are you deaf? I want you to apologize to the three elder brothers." The girl with the braids raises her voice. "What are you even? You aren't even worthy to carry their shoes." Just then, another girl catches sight of Jiang Yan's face and suddenly screams, "Ah, you are the ghost immortal." The moment those words are spoken, all eyes in the audience fixate on Jiang Yin. Heavens, it really is the ghost immortal. The ghost immortal is right beside me, and I didn't even notice. It is said that this battle among the three top prodigies of the imperial capital is being held for the ghost immortal. Whichever academy's prodigy wins, Jiang Yin will join that school. Ghost immortal. The girl with the braids who had earlier demanded Jiang Yin apologize to the three prodigies now turns pale, filled with confusion and disbelief. She had just spoken to the ghost immortal in such a manner, even ridiculing him. Little did she know, this battle among the three prodigies was organized for Jiang Yin. She feels her face flush with embarrassment. Wishing she could find a hole to hide in, Jiang Yin pays no mind to the girl with the braids. His gaze remains fixed on the three figures in the martial arts arena. Standing tall like spears, they are all at the pinnacle of the third stage. Not just any ordinary third stage. Jiang Yin senses an overwhelming energy from them, akin to mountains and seas. The spiritual energy of these three is hundreds of times more abundant than Lin Feiyu's. They are truly the pinnacle of the third stage, having refined every minor realm to perfection, their foundations solid and unmatched within their realm. At this moment in the martial arts arena, Qin Zhan from the Celestial Academy wears a grim expression. The ghost immortal, a mere figure endowed with an SSS-grade divine gift, dares to think he is worthy of our attention. Qi Tian from the Sacred Academy, with a gentle demeanor, adds, "I also find this somewhat inappropriate. I wouldn't mind sparring with the two of you, but I am quite displeased with the purpose of this spar." Chu Kuei from the Martial Emperor Academy speaks in a deep voice. Why waste words? Let us just fight. You two can join forces against me? Qin Zhan snickers. You're just a muscle-bound fool with no brains. Qi Tian responds gracefully. Chu, we should not engage with each other. The ghost immortal does not merit such consideration. Then what do you suggest we do? Qin Zhan smirks with mischief. Chu Kuei, arms crossed, also looks at Qi Tian. Qi Tian's lips curl into a smile. Let us pull the ghost immortal down from the arena and play with him a bit. So he understands that the three great academies are not for him to choose from. Qin Zhan naturally has no objections, for he has long heard that the girl he pursues, Yin Lingxi, shares a close relationship with Jiang Yin. Rumors have taken root, and animosity towards Jiang Yin has deepened. If Jiang Yin dares to step onto the arena, he will make sure to cripple an arm of his. To relieve his pent-up resentment, Chu Kuei remains silent. He is simply looking for a strong opponent to fight. If the ghost immortal is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest, he wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with Jiang Yin. The crafty Qi Tian notices that the two have no objections and smiles as he looks toward the audience. His voice warm as jade. Brother Jiang, would you care to join us for a discussion? Jiang Yin smiles lightly. You three can fight without worrying about my viewing experience. This kid. Qin Zhan grits his teeth in frustration. Seeing Jiang Yin ignites a fire within him. Brother Jiang, my companions and I believe that our sparring cannot adequately showcase the strength of the three great academies. Qi Tian smiles. Since Brother Jiang is present, why not come down and debate with the three of us? Jiang Yin chuckles, fully aware of Qi Tian's intentions. He simply thinks Jiang Yin is unworthy of the top prodigies of the three great academies to act on his behalf. Ah, prodigies are prodigies, each one a dragon among men, pride ingrained in their very bones. Jiang Yin grins lightly. All right, since you've spoken so candidly, I certainly cannot let your enthusiasm go to waste. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yin leaps down from the viewing area, landing steadily. The moment he enters the martial arts arena, the atmosphere ignites. Cheers and applause erupt in waves. The ghost immortal is incredible. He dares to take on three opponents. The foremost figure of this Jiang City martial arts tournament faces the three top prodigies of the imperial capital. This is truly an epic battle. The match hasn't even begun, and I am already fired up. I'm already ignited. Someone help control the temperature. A fire element ability user, too overwhelmed with excitement, spontaneously combusts in the VIP section. The heads of the three great academies shake their heads in disbelief. Zhou Wenshan strokes his beard. Young friend Jiang is still too arrogant. The gap between him and Qi Tian is not merely one of realm. Yin Zhenghua laughs heartily. I think this lad is quite impressive. He carries the spirit of my youth, and my granddaughter's eyes are indeed sharp. The hoarse voice of an old man speaks. He is strong, his physical prowess rivals that of Chu Kuei. He belongs to the Martial Emperor Academy in the martial arts arena. Qin Zhan casually picks up an S-class alloy spear provided by the arena. Kid, you've become too arrogant. Let me temper your sharpness. Wait, Jiang Yin interjects directly. Qin Zhan stumbles slightly, nearly falling over, his expression darkening. What, are you afraid? No, I just want to grab a weapon. Jiang Yin smiles, retrieving a long sword from a nearby weapon rack. All right, now we can begin. Witnessing Jiang Yin's actions, Qin Zhan's veins bulge on his forehead. Are you underestimating me? I will make you pay for looking down on me. Oh, I'm so scared. Can you stop frightening me? Jiang Yin smiles. Chapter 64. Three heroes battle the ghost immortal, unaware of their fate. A glint of killing intent flashes in Qin Zhan's eyes. He unleashes his third stage pinnacle cultivation, transforming into a golden streak of light. Breaking the sound barrier, with his silver spear entwined in golden energy. Clash! A crisp sound rings out as the long sword collides with the silver spear. Boom! Both the long sword and the silver spear shatter simultaneously. Jiang Yan's lips curl into a smile as he kicks Qin Zhan in the abdomen. Qin Zhan's eyes widen in astonishment as he is sent flying, overwhelmed by intense pain. He is utterly shocked. As a pinnacle third-stage cultivator, he has fought to a standstill against Jiang Yin, who is only at the second stage, 5th level. Qin Zhan brushes off the dust from his abdomen. I underestimated you. I underestimated you too, Jiang Yin replies, raising an eyebrow. Killing individuals beyond his level is something he often does, and the fact that he did not kill Qin Zhan with that kick genuinely surprises him. As expected of the top prodigies from the three great academies, Their overall combat strength exceeds that of ordinary third-stage martial artists by more than just a small margin. Against you, I only need one move. Golden energy flows throughout Qin Zhan's body as he waves his hand, summoning a gilded long spear, accompanied by the roar of a golden dragon, its cry shaking the heavens. The audience is left in awe and astonishment. This is the SS-class divine item, the Golden Dragon Spear. The ability of Qin Zhan to summon celestial entities indeed marks him as a formidable individual, for this ghostly immortal is truly a remarkable character. However, I cannot shake the feeling that in the recent skirmish, the ghostly immortal clearly holds the upper hand. Qin Zhan, a prodigious sophomore of the Celestial Academy and once the champion of the provincial martial examination, possesses strength beyond doubt. Among the spectators, some believe Qin Zhan has the greater chance of victory, while others favor Jiang Yan. In the arena, Qin Zhan's pupils transformed into a golden hue, resembling the eyes of a dragon. His fighting spirit reached its zenith, and an overwhelming aura surrounded him, causing the very earth to tremble. A golden dragon coiled around the tip of his spear. "Go fall before my strike is indeed your honor," Qin Zhan declared, his eyes filled with arrogance. "You truly have an abundance of confidence in yourself," Jiang Yan responded with a light chuckle, a smirk gracing his lips. "Have you ever tasted defeat?" Hearing this, Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. "Defeat?" He then laughed maniacally. "I, Qin Zhan, have never known defeat in my life, and I never shall." "Oh, so you have never lost," Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. "Today, encountering me will be your fortune, for I shall shatter your confidence and reveal your true self." Anger flared in Qin Zhan's eyes. Arrogance, with a hum, he moved, his speed so rapid that he broke the sound barrier, and the golden dragon spear in his hand emitted a dragon's roar. Jiang Yan indifferently stated, "Little Black Dragon." This was the name he had given to the upgraded version of Black Flame. Indeed, he possessed an extraordinary talent for naming. In the next moment, black flames surged around Jiang Yan, the flames coalescing into a tangible form, colliding with Qin Zhan's golden dragon. The energy fluctuations between the golden and black dragons were intensely violent, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. "How is this possible?" Qin Zhan exclaimed in shock. His golden dragon was being thwarted by Jiang Yan. With a roar, the black dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames, and Qin Zhan's expression darkened as he wielded the golden dragon spear to defend himself. He had no energy left to concern himself with Jiang Yan, instead engaging in a fierce battle with the black dragon. Witnessing Jiang Yan's formidable physique, Chu Kuei, who had been observing, eagerly stepped forward. Cracking his knuckles, he approached Jiang Yan. "Ghostly immortal, allow me to be your opponent." Standing at an imposing 2 meters tall, his muscular form resembled an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, and the two raised their hands to exchange a punch. Boom! Their fists did not collide directly, but a barrier formed between them, 2 streams of air pushing against each other. The terrifying wind from their punches caused the protective barriers of the arena to ripple. Chu Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. The ghostly immortal's physique was surprisingly on par with his own. Finally, their fists met with a resounding crash, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as Chu Kuei's massive fist was shattered by Jiang Yan's single blow. Jiang Yan's hand merely sustained a minor scrape, blood trickling forth. This scene was utterly shocking. Chu Kuei, a genius of the Martial Emperor Academy specializing in physical training, found his body lacking in strength compared to Jiang Yan. It was unfathomable to consider the terrifying level of Jiang Yan's physique. In the VIP section, the frail elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. "He is a student of my Martial Emperor Academy, and can only belong to my Martial Emperor Academy?" Yin Zhenghua was also trembling with enthusiasm. "Even Qin Zhan cannot overcome him. Such a talent must come to my Celestial Academy." Zhou Wanshan, disregarding his old age, chimed in. "Jiang Yan has stated he intends to join the Sacred Academy. You two have arrived too late." Yin Zhenghua and the frail elder ignored him, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yan in the arena as if he were a rare treasure. In the arena, Jiang Yan and Chu Kuei exchanged 3 powerful punches, forcing Chu Kuei to retreat repeatedly, his fists bloodied and battered, revealing bone beneath. "Ghostly immortal, you truly deserve the title of unparalleled prodigy." Chu Kuei's eyes shone with fervor, a look reserved for worthy adversaries. His voice resonated like a deep bell. Stone King's true form. Chu Kuei slammed his hands into the ground, layers of solid rock enveloping his arms. These boulders weighed tens of thousands of tons, indestructible and earth-shattering. Boom. He swung a punch at Jiang Yin, who could no longer withstand it with sheer physical strength, summoning the essence of his ghostly martial arts. Rakshasa's Scythe. Countless vengeful spirits wailed as the Rakshasa's scythe materialized, crashing into the towering boulders. With a thunderous roar, the dust settled, revealing Chu Kuei's right arm's boulders cracking and eventually shattering. How is this possible? Chu Kuei stood frozen, having activated his SS-level divine gift, yet still unable to match Jiang Yin. It was significant to note that he was a whole major realm above Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin had also sustained injuries. He was now panting heavily, his tiger's mouth shattered and bleeding from the prior clash. Qi Tian, who had been spectating, could no longer remain passive. If the three of them were to be defeated by Jiang Yin, they would become the laughingstock of the three great academies. He no longer had the inclination to watch. Ghostly immortal, I acknowledge your strength, but you shall not leave the martial arena unscathed today. Jiang Yin smiled wryly. That depends on whether you possess the capability. How audacious! These two fools have underestimated you, but I shall not. Qi Tian's brow furrowed as he spat a drop of blood, transforming it into a golden-red sword, its blade emblazoned with the totem of the divine beast Qilin. Let us bring this farce to an end. Qi Tian's face bore no trace of his former nonchalance. Swish! The Qilin sword erupted in brilliant rays of light, darting towards Jiang Yin in an instant. Jiang Yin, now drained of energy, could no longer wield the Rakshasa's scythe. Lowering his hand, he snapped his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Little black hole, with a thunderous distortion before him, a black vortex emerged, warping space and consuming all. The Qilin sword was instantly drawn into the little black hole. And then Qi Tian was left dumbfounded. I cannot sense my Qilin sword. The Qilin sword was his celestial entity, and with the Qilin blood flowing within him, the sword had always been connected to him. But upon entering the little black hole, the connection was severed, leaving him unable to perceive its existence. Panic-stricken, Qi Tian's face turned pale. Chapter 65. The second Yama, the outcome is decided. Roar. The Black Dragon continued its fierce battle with Qin Zhan, who, after expending tremendous effort, finally obliterated the Black Dragon with a single strike. Yet he too was drained of spiritual energy, the golden dragon's spear in his hand dissipating. Damn! What manner of creature is this ghostly immortal? Qin Zhan weakly clutched his abdomen, feeling the aftermath of Jiang Yan's kick beginning to throb painfully. It was evident that he had internal injuries. His organs were likely in ruins. Chu Kuei remained in a daze, still standing there, murmuring repeatedly. I have lost. How can this be? How could I possibly lose? Only Qi Tian was in a frenzy. Where is my Qilin sword? Why can I no longer sense my Qilin sword? His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Yin. Return my Qilin sword. I wish I could, but the little black hole is beyond my control. Jiang Yin grinned. His words bore truth. The energy of the little black hole was so terrifying that once released, it was no longer something he could control. Qi Tian's expression darkened. You court death for swallowing my Qilin sword. I shall make you pay in blood. His hands transformed into Qilin claws, golden red streaks surging towards Jiang Yin. Exhausted, Jiang Yin focused his mind, summoning two figures from the Ten Directions Ghost Command. Boom! Two terrifying figures descended, casting their gaze upon the masses. The Earth Commander and the Heaven Commander. Jiang Yin issued his command. Subdue these three, roar. The two ghostly generals, receiving their orders, charged at Qi Tian with wild abandon. As a prodigy of the Sacred Academy, Qi Tian's physique was not something an ordinary martial artist could rival. He tore through the Earth Commander's body with a single claw and sent the Heaven Commander flying with a single strike. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he hastened towards Jiang Yin. I will extinguish you. Retrieve my Qilin sword. Each of Qi Tian's strides was executed with utmost speed, in less than a breath. He reached Jiang Yin, raising his hand to strike at Jiang Yan's neck. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of ghostly swords rained down from the sky, forcing Qi Tian to retreat repeatedly. He looked up, his face paling in shock. Above him swirled thousands of ghostly weapons, encircling Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. It seems you cannot approach me, Black Flame, Jiang Yin stated blandly. Thousands of ghostly swords became engulfed in black flames. their fiery glow illuminating the arena. "Kill," Jiang Yin uttered, his lips barely moving. In the next moment, thousands of flaming swords surged towards Qi Tian from all directions. Qi Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He let out a roar as the Qilin blood within him boiled, transforming him into a Qilin, its roar shaking the heavens. The thousands of ghostly swords instantly vanished. Cold sweat dripped down Qi Tian's brow as he took a deep breath, a cold smile forming as he regarded Jiang Yin. "Ghostly immortal. This time you are out of options." Jiang Yin suddenly began to chuckle. Qi Tian felt an inexplicable fear welling up within him. He shouted, "What are you laughing at? You have fought against us three. And now your spiritual energy is depleted, your life force exhausted. You are in a desperate situation." "Desperate situation?" Jiang Yan's laughter grew louder as he slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly on Qi Tian, causing the latter to shudder. What sort of eyes were those? It was as if they were not looking at him, but through him, as if gazing at a corpse. In Jiang Yan's eyes, he was no different from a lifeless body. "No. Impossible. You are at the end of your strength, merely bluffing." Qi Tian sneered. "Ghostly immortal, you have lost." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he witnessed Jiang Yin with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. His face serene, adorned with a gentle smile, utterly devoid of the previous exhaustion. How is this possible? You should have lost all fighting capability." Qi Tian's face contorted with fear. Jiang Yin shrugged. "Why is that?" "I am still searching for the reason myself." He had mastered the primordial breathing technique, allowing him to regain his strength within mere breaths. Thanks to the Earth Commander and Heaven Commander delaying him, he had ample time to recover. Now, his spiritual energy surged, and his life force was revitalized. As he gazed at the terror-stricken Qi Tian, Jiang Yin chuckled, "I shall return your Qilin sword to you." "Really, is that true?" Qi Tian's face was a portrait of disbelief. "Of course," Jiang Yin replied with a light laugh, and with a mere thought, a small black hole ejected the Qilin sword. Upon seeing the sword, Qi Yin's joy was palpable. He summoned the Qilin sword back to him, a sinister glimmer flashing across his face. "Ghost immortal, I concede that you are formidable, but you ought not to be so arrogant." With the Qilin sword in hand, Qi Tian's confidence surged anew. He was convinced he could slay Jiang Yin with a single strike. When facing your elders, one must harbor reverence. The corners of Qi Tian's mouth curled into a smile as he coldly declared. Qilin flash. The Qilin sword radiated a golden glow, and with a thunderous roar, it transformed into a Qilin, hurtling towards Jiang Yin with astonishing speed. Jiang Yin, however, remained nonchalant, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his lips. Just as the Qilin was about to pounce upon him, he softly uttered, "Chu Qing Wang, buzz." Time seemed to come to a standstill as the Qilin, poised to attack Jiang Yin, vanished without a trace. Qi Tian's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, his complexion turning ashen as he scanned his surroundings. Where is this? Just moments ago, he had been in the martial arts arena of Jiang City, engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Yin. How did he suddenly find himself in this dark and foreboding realm? Buzz. A deep, resonant clang of an ancient ding reverberated, sending a shiver through Qi Tian's entire being. He felt an inexplicable dread that penetrated to his very soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Stiffly, he lifted his head to behold a ghastly visage, a green-faced demon with protruding fangs, adorned with various magical artifacts, contemptuously gazing down at him. Just one glance rendered Qi Tian pale and trembling. He recognized this place for what it was. This was the Hall of Yama. This was the Netherworld. Before him, Chu Qing Wang conjured an ancient palace in the palm of his hand, and Qi Tian was uncontrollably drawn toward it, his cries falling on deaf ears. Where is this? Qi Tian quaked in fear. In the next moment, he was gripped by a bone-chilling wind that seized him in spasms, penetrating to the marrow of his bones and soul, making each breath feel as if his throat were being pierced by shards of ice. In every fleeting second within this realm, he suffered immensely. His blood ran cold, his body rendered immobile, yet his consciousness remained painfully aware, enduring torment in this frigid hell. Perhaps it was a year, perhaps a decade, perhaps a century, perhaps eternity. The icy depths of hell endured for countless ages, while in reality, merely a second had passed. In the martial arts arena, just a moment ago, Yin had exuded a fierce determination, but suddenly he rolled his eyes back, spewing forth black blood, his body stiffening as if frozen into a statue, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This bizarre scene enveloped the arena in a profound silence. Qin Zhan and Chu Kuei were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, both understood that they had been defeated. The three leading talents of the academies had joined forces, yet could not prevail against a single ghost immortal. They had lost, and lost convincingly, Brother Jiang. I concede, Chu Kuei said with a simple-hearted smile. Reluctantly, Qin Zhan, devoid of any fighting spirit, gritted his teeth and uttered, I concede. Chapter 66. The Academy's Dilemma. Ghost Immortal is incredible. The strongest ghost immortal. One man had triumphed over the three great academies, and it felt like a surreal dream. What is so surreal about it? I see a new star shining brilliantly. The initial purpose of the battle among the three great academies' elites was to determine who could invite Jiang Yin to join their institution. Now, instead of a fierce contest, the three had allied to besiege Jiang Yin. The most astonishing aspect was that they had been defeated. Despite a 3-on-1 scenario, they had lost. The legendary trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang could have possibly triumphed over Elbu. Yet these three academy elites fell tragically to the ghost immortal. Who could they turn to for justification? Following this clash, the name of the ghost immortal would resonate throughout the imperial capital. And indeed, across the entirety of Huagua, Zhou Wenshan, Yin Zhenghua, and the Dry Bones Elder all made their appearances. Zhou Wenshan glanced at Qitian, who was on the verge of death, spewing black blood, and sighed in disappointment. Qitian's pride has always been his undoing. Having never tasted defeat, this loss serves as a lesson. He raised his hand and infused a drop of spiritual energy into Qitian's brow, safeguarding his heart pulse to prevent him from perishing. Yin Zhenghua chuckled as he patted Qin Zhan's shoulder. If you wish to pursue my granddaughter, you have a long way to go, Dean. From this day forth, I shall strive harder in my training. I will enter seclusion. Qin Zhan silently vowed, determined to defeat Jiang Yin in their next encounter. Sensing Qin Zhan's fiery resolve, Jiang Yin raised his hands in mock surrender. Spare me. I have no desire to face a vanquished foe again. You? Qin Zhan ground his teeth in frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless against Jiang Yin. Defeat was defeat. He accepted it. The Dry Bones Elder, hands clasped behind his back, rasped, Chu Kuei, did you gain any insights from this battle? Chu Kuei lowered his head. Dean, I have come to recognize my own mediocrity. Once proud of being an S-level divine bestower, he had cruised through life, achieving the pinnacle of the third rank by his sophomore year. He had begun to look down upon others, considering them beneath him. Yet, having been defeated by Jiang Yin, who was merely a second-level fifth tier, he had fully grasped the gap between himself and the unparalleled prodigies. The Dry Bones Elder nodded in approval. Indeed, to recognize oneself is to truly embark on the path of martial arts. Though the three great academies' elites had lost this battle, they had gained invaluable experience. However, another question arose. Where should Jiang Yin go to study? Zhou Wenshan cleared his throat. Young Jiang, I feel an affinity with you. Why not join my sacred academy? Ah, this is a grave misjudgment. Yin Zhenghua beamed with delight. Young Jiang, my granddaughter shares a bond with you. Why not come to my heavenly academy and continue your fateful encounter? Dean, Qin Zhan exclaimed, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. The Dry Bones Elder fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yin. Young Jiang, have you ever heard of achieving sanctity through the flesh? You old skeleton. Spare me your nonsense, Zhou Wenshan retorted. If young Jiang joins my sacred academy, I shall provide him with all manner of heavenly treasures to achieve sanctity. Yin Zhenghua chimed in. Indeed, my heavenly academy will also offer young Jiang the finest resources for body refinement. The three academy deans glared at each other, the tension escalating as they prepared for a confrontation. Jiang Yin yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. After all, they were all offering him admission. The foundations of the three academies were comparable. He could choose any of them. How about this? You three play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins, I shall join their academy, Jiang Yin suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the three deans were left speechless. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spectators swallowed hard. Did he just say what I think he said? Did he just challenge the three great academy deans to decide his fate with rock, paper, scissors? Has he lost his mind? No, he hasn't lost his mind. The previous duel had already proven he was worthy of being courted by the three academies. Now, it was a fierce scramble among them for the Ghost Immortal. Let there be no misunderstanding. I envy the Ghost Immortal, being sought after by three great academies. If only I could have a martial academy vying for me, even if it were a homebody university. Zhou Wenshan's face was one of utter disbelief. This is too childish, Yin Zhenghua chuckled. Young Jiang, I increasingly admire you. Come on, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The dry bones elder trembled as he extended a hand. In my youth, I was the champion of rock, paper, scissors in my village. You two old fools, prepare to meet your doom. You? Zhou Wenshan was left dumbfounded. These two old geezers had truly lost all sense of dignity. They genuinely intended to settle this with rock, paper, scissors. He stroked his beard and scoffed. Very well, I shall entertain your childish antics. Then, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the three formidable figures of martial saints began to play rock, paper, scissors. Good heavens, I must be dreaming. This world is too surreal. Indeed, I too find this world utterly mad. The deans of the three great academies, esteemed martial saints, are playing rock, paper, scissors over a junior. Even Shan Wenba, who had been watching from the sidelines, was rendered speechless. His mouth agape as he silently raised his phone to capture this astonishing scene. If this were to go viral online, it would undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide. He could already envision the trending headlines. Shock? The three deans of Huagua's three great academies play rock, paper, scissors. Shock. The three peak martial saints of ancient Huaxia. Age may wither the body, but not the spirit. In the martial arts arena, Zhou Wenshan, who had initially looked down upon the whole affair, began to sweat profusely after three consecutive ties. Yin Zhenghua and the dry bones elder were no better off. Their hands trembled with anticipation. This was entirely a game of chance, with no one knowing who would emerge victorious. Yin Zhenghua took a deep breath, one round to decide it all. The dry bones elder gulped. Let me make it clear. I will choose scissors. Start already. Quit dawdling. Zhou Wenshan snapped. Jiang Yin, with a calm demeanor, proclaimed, rock, paper, scissors. As his words fell, the three deans acted in unison. Zhou Wenshan's eyes flickered, then suddenly narrowed. He had chosen scissors. Yin Zhenghua and the dry bones elder had chosen paper. He had won. Ah-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Zhou Wenshan trembled with excitement, unable to contain his elation as he laughed uproariously. I have won. I have won. Heaven rewards the diligent. The Ghost Immortal is now a student of my sacred academy. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Yin Zhenghua reached out in protest. Best 2 out of 3. The dry bones elder nodded repeatedly. Ah, yes, yes, I forgot to mention the rules. Best 2 out of 3. I curse you both with your best 2 out of 3. The Ghost Immortal is my sacred academy's student. You two can scram. Zhou Wenshan raised his foot and kicked at the two old men who could not take a loss. Hey you, my good sir. Yin Zhenghua shook his head and sighed. The withered elder also expressed his helplessness. What a pity. Such a fine candidate for body refinement. I won. I, the old man, have triumphed. Ah ha ha ha. Zhou Wenshan was as elated as a child, proclaiming his victory to anyone he encountered. The crowd at the martial arts arena was dumbfounded. Was this truly a 6th-tier martial saint? He resembled a child rewarded with a lollipop. Jiang Yin chuckled. Since the victor is old Zhou, I shall enroll in the Sacred Academy. Chapter 67. The King of Hell does not accept woo-ha-ha-ha. The ghostly immortal is now a student of my sacred academy, not of your celestial gods or martial emperors. Werho! Zhou Wenshan, youthful in spirit despite his age, danced gleefully before Yin Zhenghua and the withered elder, taunting them with playful mockery. Ah, it's no matter. Even if young Jiang joins the sacred academy, it will only be for 4 years at most. Yin Zhenghua remarked with a smile. What do you mean by that, old curmudgeon? Zhou Wenshan retorted. Heh. That's because my granddaughter and the ghostly immortal share a deep bond. Yin Zhenghua grinned slyly. Dean! Qin Zhan exclaimed in despair. Collapsing to his knees, pleading with Yin Zhenghua to cease, he and Yin Lingxi were contemporaries, and given the amicable relationship between the Qin and Yin families, he had secretly harbored feelings for Yin Lingxi since childhood. Now, with the emergence of the ghostly immortal, he felt utterly defeated, and here was Yin Zhenghua, his grandfather, aiding the ghostly immortal. Qin Zhan was on the brink of madness. Ha! my sacred academy boasts countless heavenly prodigies. One of them will surely be a suitable match for young Jiang. There is no need for you, Dinan, an outsider, to concern yourself with such matrimonial matters, Zhou Wenshan retorted with a cold smirk. The three elders exchanged a few more heated words before parting ways in discontent. Little Jiang, my Lingxi often speaks of you. Do visit the Celestial Academy to play with her when you have the chance. Yin Zhenghua said with a smile before vanishing in an instant. The withered elder also addressed Jiang Yin. The Martial Emperor Academy possesses several heavenly-grade body refinement techniques. Should you be interested, you are welcome to observe at any time. Jiang Yin responded with a smile. Thank you, Senior, I will certainly visit when time permits. The withered elder erupted with energy, taking a single step that spanned miles, disappearing from sight. Only Zhou Wenshan remained, his face unable to conceal his joy. Young Jiang, I feel an immediate affinity for you. This sacred talisman is bestowed upon you. It can withstand 3 full-force strikes from a martial saint. Thank you, Dean Zhou, Jiang Yin said, his eyes brightening as he accepted the talisman glowing with golden radiance, storing it within the 10 Directions Ghost Order. You have already secured a waiver for the Sacred Academy. You may choose to attend the martial examination in June or simply report directly to the Sacred Academy in September, Zhou Wenshan said with a smile. Understood. Young Jiang, I shall await your arrival at the Sacred Academy. Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily, waving his sleeve before disappearing. It was now late May, and only 2 weeks remained until the martial examination. With the waiver from the Sacred Academy, Jiang Yin saw no need to participate in the examination, opting instead to prepare for his enrollment in September. This granted him 3 months of free time, during which he planned to break through to the 3rd tier of Martial Sovereign. As he left the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena and headed home, Jiang Yin felt an unsettling aura of lethal intent surrounding him in broad daylight. There were those who sought his life. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Yin's lips. It seemed he could not return home. He would lure those intent on his demise to a secluded location and retaliate. He turned sharply at a corner, heading toward an abandoned building. You may reveal yourselves now, Jiang Yin said, cracking his neck. Is it my handsome visage that has provoked your murderous intent? Shut up. A glint of cold light flashed as a dagger imbued with chilling energy hurtled toward Jiang Yin at breakneck speed. Jiang Yin stood languidly, with his left hand in his pocket and his right leg propped up, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his neck, he effortlessly raised his right hand. Catching the dagger deftly between his index and middle fingers, bang! A shadow darted past, and Jiang Yin raised his left arm to block a lightning-fast kick aimed at him. His languid gaze swept across the scene, revealing 4 individuals, all ranging from the 1st to 3rd tier of martial kings. This was indeed troublesome, Jiang Yin sighed. Reluctantly, he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I concede. Can you enlighten me as to why you seek my life? Surely it cannot be mere jealousy of my looks? Ah, you are quite self-aware. Very well, I shall grant you clarity before your demise, one shadow replied coldly. You have provoked someone you should not have. Someone has commissioned us from the Heaven's Despair Pavilion to take your life. Jiang Yin scratched his head. Provoked someone I shouldn't have? Ugh, my head is throbbing. I still do not know whom I have offended. Care to provide a hint? Ask the King of Hell after you die. The shadow dismissed further dialogue, unleashing 5 daggers enveloped in sinister green energy capable of corroding all. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. How do you know I can consult the King of Hell? Have you been investigating me? You wouldn't happen to have a crush on me, would you? As he bantered, he summoned the Rakshasa ghost scythe, effortlessly shattering the 5 daggers with a few swift strikes. This brat's tongue is truly revolting. Tear off his jaw, the shadow commanded coldly. The other 3 shadows lunged at Jiang Yin simultaneously, their energy surging as they unleashed lethal techniques. Faced with 4 martial kings, Jiang Yin did not dare let his guard down. He summoned the earth and heaven's cheese and the judge, managing to stall one shadow, Black Flame. He unleashed at the shadow to his left. Yet it vanished instantaneously, reappearing behind Jiang Yin, stabbing a dagger into his side. Ouch! Jiang Yin grimaced in pain. The strike was brutal, nearly piercing through his kidney. Even though he had undergone 3 rebirths and cultivated the imperishable Tao Codex to the 2nd tier, he could not withstand a blow from a 4th tier martial sovereign. Jiang Yin was forced to retreat repeatedly under the relentless assault of the 4 martial sovereigns, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he found himself in such a dire predicament, Heaven's Despair Pavilion. I will remember this. Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he wiped away the bloodstains. Young man, you're speaking boldly as death approaches. The shadow mocked. Why Heaven's Despair Pavilion boasts 3 martial saints. You stand no chance of revenge, neither in this life nor the next. You've said quite a bit today. I believe this mission can come to an end without any complications. Another shadow interjected sternly. Understood, K. The shadow known as a replied, his body surrounded by 100 ethereal green daggers. Take care in your next life. Indeed, I shall be cautious. Jiang Yan grinned widely. As he observed Jiang Yan's smile, Shadow suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shadow K's expression shifted dramatically. Move aside. But it was too late. A flash of crimson sword light sliced through the air, and Shadow found a crimson line of blood appearing across his torso. His upper body slowly sliding down to the ground. Hundreds of ethereal green daggers clattered onto the ground, ringing with a crisp sound. The remaining 3 shadows stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. One of their own, a martial king, had just perished? Shadow K gazed at Jiang Yan, who now appeared clad in a flowing red robe, wielding a crimson ghostly sword, his ink-black hair billowing without wind. Resembling a celestial being among spirits, I consulted the King of Hell, and he told me. Jiang Yan's eyes glimmered crimson, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He dares not accept me. Chapter 68. The truth behind the assassination. This brat has activated a treasure. His cultivation has reached the 3rd tier, Shadow K exclaimed in disbelief. Shadow had been careless and was slain by a single sword strike. Shadows J, Q, and K regained their senses, converging upon Jiang Yan from different directions. Clang! A chain made of bones lunged toward Jiang Yan, yet he effortlessly severed it with his sword. The intel was flawed. His sword can sever my S-tier heavenly artifact. Be cautious. Do not let his sword touch you, Shadow K shouted urgently. Yet it was too late. Shadow J, an enhanced ability user, charged at Jiang Yan with lightning speed. Aiming to deliver a fatal blow with a single punch, Jiang Yan merely positioned his umbrella sword horizontally, instantly cleaving off Shadow J's entire arm. Buzz! Jiang Yan twirled his sword, effortlessly severing Shadow J's arm. Aw! Shadow J let out a piercing scream, quickly retreating to put distance between himself and Jiang Yan. Since you have come, you shall not leave, Jiang Yan declared, unleashing the soul-devouring palm, a terrifying imprint crashing into Shadow J, obliterating him into a cloud of blood. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 martial kings had fallen. Shadows K and Q wore grave expressions, realizing the peril of this confrontation. Damn it, we're going to suffer significant losses. We should never have taken this mission. Shadow K gritted his teeth. Once more, the bone chain flew forth. Buzz! A flash of red light sliced through the air. Severing the bone chain in half, Jiang Yan stepped forward, appearing as though he had teleported, and delivered a fist infused with surging energy, creating a resounding boom. No! Shadow K screamed in agony as his multiple barriers shattered one after another. Damn it! Come help me! Shadow K cried out in desperation. Shadow Q, remaining a distance away, turned and fled, opting for self-preservation rather than rescuing Shadow K. Shadow K felt despair wash over him. Their assassination mission had dispatched 4 martial kings. 2 were dead, 1 had fled, leaving him to fend for himself. Young man, let us speak reasonably. We are not at the point of no return, Shadow K pleaded. Jiang Yan's gaze turned frigid. Once I have slain you. You can convey that message to the King of Hell, you. As Jiang Yan prepared to strike, Shadow K's eyes filled with bloodlust. You seek death. Ah! His forehead split open, as flesh and blood gradually faded away. The entire being transformed into a chilling skeleton. The skeletal form descended upon the earth. Shadow K screamed in agony as his flesh was devoured entirely. His realm surged from the 2nd level of the 4th stage to the 5th level of the 4th stage. Boom! His entire skeletal body was inscribed with eerie runes, radiating an otherworldly brilliance, and in an instant, he unleashed spiritual energy, forcing Jiang Yan to retreat. If you won't let me live, then I shall ensure your demise. Shadow K raged, forcibly extracting his spine, transforming it into a grotesque spinal sword, truly repulsive. Compassion filled Jiang Yan's eyes. Die? Shadow K bellowed, as countless dark skulls materialized from thin air, surging toward Jiang Yin like a tsunami. Yet, Jiang Yin remained steadfast. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a sweeping strike. Buzz! A scarlet blade of light flashed, causing numerous skulls to explode instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Shadow K navigated through the sea of skulls, the spinal sword writhing like a chain wrapping around Jiang Yan's neck. Spiritual energy erupted. Jiang Yan spoke coolly as terrifying spiritual energy exploded around him, shattering the spinal sword. The spinal sword reconnected piece by piece. Resembling a living creature, Jiang Yan frowned. How disgusting that he activated the primordial breathing technique to its utmost, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as the scarlet umbrella sword swirled with ghostly and sanguine aura. Delivering a dazzling strike, Shadow K let out a desperate shriek as his spinal sword was severed. Even his skeletal body was cleaved by a single strike, losing the possibility of reformation. Jiang Yan's sword directly obliterated his very soul. No. Impossible. How could I lose to a third-tier martial artist? Shadow K lamented in despair, before vanishing entirely, leaving not even a bone behind. After dispatching Shadow K, Jiang Yin turned his gaze towards the fleeing direction of Shadow Q. He did not pursue, instead sheathing the scarlet umbrella sword into its hilt as his crimson attire gradually dissipated into the umbrella's canopy. As the red paper umbrella faded, Jiang Yin too lost his strength. Leaning against a wall as he slowly sank to the ground, Jiang Yin coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his pupils somewhat unfocused. Facing 4 fourth-tier martial kings at the 5th level of the 2nd tier. Had it not been for his forbidden scarlet paper umbrella as a trump card, he might have perished right then and there. Had he chosen to summon 2 Yama Lords, he could have certainly dealt with 2 martial kings. However, summoning 2 Yama Lords would exhaust him tremendously, leaving him unable to summon the scarlet paper umbrella, thus leading to his demise. Therefore, he opted to summon the scarlet paper umbrella directly, even if it meant allowing 1 martial king to escape. He could deal with that in the future. The scarlet paper umbrella was a tremendous drain, and Jiang Yin was on the verge of losing consciousness as he entered a dilapidated building. Activating the primordial breathing technique, boom. Just as Jiang Yin entered a meditative state, he suffered a grievous blow to his chest. A palm imprint imbued with the power of thunder erupted instantaneously. Ugh. Jiang Yan's pupils constricted sharply, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, flying 100 meters away, crashing through dozens of abandoned buildings. Boom. Dozens of dilapidated buildings collapsed, burying Jiang Yin beneath the rubble. Above, Shadow Q stared blankly at the ruins. He had returned to deliver a swift vengeance. Shadow Q slowly unveiled his black robe, revealing a face bearing a resemblance to Lei Jinming. He was Lei Jinming's elder brother, Lei Jinyu. His divine gift was of S rank. Although not as formidable as his brother Lei Jinming, he too had been a disciple of the martial Saint Huayuan, inheriting Huayuan's thunderous legacy, and was now at the 3rd level of the 4th stage. This assassination mission had been plotted by him in conjunction with Huayuan. Minger, brother has avenged you. Lei Jinyu gazed up at the heavens, where dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began. Minger, are you weeping? Lei Jinyu pressed his lips together, his eyes bloodshot. I shall make those who harmed you suffer eternal torment. He raised his right hand high, gathering the thunderous light of the sky. As terrifying lightning coalesced, Ghost immortal, I will ensure your spirit is extinguished. With a grand sweep of his hand, the gathered heavenly thunder descended in an instant. Boom. Like a colossal beam of light, it shattered the ruins where Jiang Yin lay. The thunderous calamity persisted for the duration of an incense stick, and under such terrifying thunder, even a peak 4th-tier martial king would find it difficult to survive. Ahahaha. Ghost immortal, you killed my brother. And now I will annihilate your entire family. Lei Jinyu laughed maniacally, his eyes crimson with rage. Rest assured, soon your whole family shall accompany you. He cackled as he soared into the distance. Amidst the ruins, Jiang Yan's gaze was vacant, his flesh and blood a mangled mess, vitality dissipating. Chapter 69. Ancient Elixir, 4th Rebirth. Jiang Yin heard every word Lei Jinyu uttered. His vision blurred, his skeletal structure shattered by the terrifying thunderous calamity, leaving only the flesh infused with the imperishable Dao Canon intact. Struggling, he managed to twitch his fingers, gradually regaining some awareness. With extraordinary willpower, Jiang Yin slowly knelt upright, his mouth filled with congealed blood and fragments of internal organs. Ancient? Ancient elixir. He summoned the ancient elixir from the Ten Directions Ghost Order, a genetic elixir rivaling that of a millennia-old spirit herb. Previously, when he saved Yin Lingxi in the Wangshan ruins, she gifted him this priceless ancient elixir in gratitude. Now it finally served its purpose. Jiang Yin painstakingly consumed the ancient elixir, a wave of warmth swiftly coursing through his body as golden patterns flowed through his meridians. The whirlpool in his spiritual sea transformed into gold, continuously absorbing the medicinal properties of the ancient elixir. Gradually, the blurred remnants of his flesh began to disintegrate. Golden streams of light danced within his bones, reconstructing the shattered fragments, and the liquefied flesh was reborn. This marked the fourth rebirth of his physical form. The genetic elixir from the ancient martial emperor endowed Jiang Yin with an additional strand of golden spiritual energy. This golden spiritual energy nourished the whirlpool in his spiritual sea, exponentially enhancing its effects. Originally a 1,000-fold potency, it was now purified into 10,000-fold effectiveness. Only 1,000 spirit herbs were needed to yield the effects of 10,000. Boom. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing within them as a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, propelling him to a breakthrough. Second tier, 6th level. Second tier, 7th level. Second tier, 8th level. He achieved 3 consecutive breakthroughs. The ancient elixir enabled him to ascend 3 minor realms, and with the 4th rebirth of his body, the small whirlpool within his spiritual sea transcended, while an additional glimmer of golden spiritual energy from the ancient martial emperor emerged within him. Jiang Yin was fully revitalized. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Lei Jinyu, now you are the prey. He unleashed golden spiritual energy, his speed surpassing several times that of sound as he instantly pursued Lei Jinyu. At this moment, Lei Jinyu had just arrived at the vicinity where Jiang Yin resided, hovering in the air amidst flashes of lightning, akin to the descent of a thunder god. Lei Jinyu looked down upon the masses. Ghost immortal, I have investigated. You and your sister reside in this dilapidated neighborhood. I shall ensure that everyone in this vicinity pays the price with their lives. He raised his right index finger, condensing a terrifying and overwhelming bolt of lightning. Below, in the old neighborhood, several elderly individuals looked up, awestruck by the apocalyptic scene before them, their minds blank. Is this the end of the world? Don't be afraid, old lady. I will protect you. An elderly man quivered as he spoke. A mother clutching her child turned pale, fleeing in panic. Yet, no matter how fast she ran, it was already too late. The terrifying thunderous calamity had already descended. Ants. Lei Jinyu's eyes were filled with sadistic pleasure. Just then, a voice echoed. Small black holes combined with small black holes. Damn it, a big black hole. Jiang Yin rubbed 2 small black holes together, merging them to form a large black hole twice the size of the small ones. The energy of the large black hole was several times that of the small black holes. Astonishingly, it devoured the thunderous calamity. Lei Jinyu's brow furrowed. You actually survived. Jiang Yan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Unfortunately for you. You are about to die. Ha. Lei Jinyu laughed derisively. You, a second-tier martial artist, dare to challenge a 4th-tier martial king? He looked down upon Jiang Yin with contempt. That red attire of yours must be your trump card, right? Do you still have the strength to summon it? Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. While I cannot summon the red attire, killing you requires no such thing. And no sooner had he spoken than he shot into the heavens, summoning the Rakshasa ghost scythe, striking down upon Lei Jinyu. Lei Jinyu, wielding the thunder spear, clashed with the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Clang! Lei Jinyu was shaken, blood bursting from his mouth, his expression one of horror. What immense force was this? Causing his arm to spasm uncontrollably, spiritual burst, Jiang Yin unleashed golden spiritual energy from his left hand, delivering a punch to Lei Jinyu's abdomen. The combination of golden spiritual energy and the erupting spiritual energy instantly shattered Lei Jinyu's internal organs. His visage contorted as he plummeted to the ground. This technique, spiritual burst, was a martial skill of his own creation. It fused the inch fist and the mountain-crushing fist, with spiritual energy erupting and golden spiritual energy intertwining, creating an explosive martial technique. The power of this spiritual burst was sufficient to obliterate a 1st-level martial king. The golden spiritual energy unleashed with the spiritual burst required an entire day to recover. Thus, the spiritual burst could only be executed once a day. Without the golden spiritual energy, the spiritual burst became merely an ordinary release of spiritual energy. A deep pit formed in the old neighborhood as Lei Jinyu struggled to crawl out. Having endured Jiang Yan's spiritual burst, his internal organs lay in ruins, making recovery in the short term impossible. Cough. How could I lose to a second-tier martial artist? Lei Jinyu staggered to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Jiang Yin stood aloft in the heavens, coldly observing Lei Jinyu below. Their roles had reversed. Jiang Yin now embodied a deity, gazing down upon Lei Jinyu who had fallen from grace. Lei Jinyu gritted his teeth. Ghost immortal. We shall meet again. Meet again? Jiang Yan's eyes darkened. Who said anything about meeting again? Tio kill. One must be prepared to be killed. In Jiang Yan's eyes, there was an utter lack of emotion. His gaze upon Lei Jinyu resembled that of one observing a corpse. A shiver coursed through Lei Jinyu's entire being, as fear enveloped him. He had never contemplated his own mortality. As an S-rank bestowed one, the foremost figure of Linjiang province 3 years prior, and a disciple of the 6th-tier Thunder Sage. Huo Yuan. His path had been remarkably smooth. He could eliminate anyone he wished. Yet the notion of being slain himself had never crossed his mind. Trembling, Lei Jinyu's pupils constricted, his terror reaching a zenith. Indeed, he too could perish. It seemed as if his demise was imminent. No, you cannot kill me. My master is Thunder Sage Huo Yuan. Lei Jinyu's frenzied screams echoed. The response to his pleas was a punch that struck deep into his heart. A blow that pierced through his very being. After undergoing 4 corporeal rebirths, Jiang Yan's power had ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, delivering a strike that left Lei Jinyu feeling utterly chilled. A chilling resolve filled Jiang Yan's eyes. After silencing you, I shall also hunt down your master and eradicate the heavenly calamity pavilion. You can rest assured in your departure. No, Lei Jinyu's face was a mask of terror. He sought to utter more, but his throat was choked by congealed blood, rendering him voiceless and devoid of life. Jiang Yin withdrew his bloodied fist, his gaze icy to the core. Huo Yuan, heavenly calamity pavilion. Await my reckoning. The seeds of vengeance had already taken root within Jiang Yan's heart. The 6th-tier martial sage Huo Yuan, combined with the 4 6th-tier martial sages of the heavenly calamity pavilion, demanded that Jiang Yin elevate himself to at least the 5th tier to exact his revenge. The journey ahead was still long. Yet before he could annihilate the heavenly calamity pavilion and Huo Yuan, he would first cleanse the pavilion of its 4th-tier martial kings and eradicate the disciples of the Thunder Martial Academy that Huo Yuan had founded. This assassination had indeed sounded the clarion call of war. Jiang Yin would retaliate with thunderous might. Chapter 70. The Pursuit of the Martial Sage. In a concealed space within the imperial capital, several ancient figures bore grim expressions. 4 martial kings had been dispatched for this mission. And yet all had perished. This is a disgrace to our heavenly calamity pavilion. A voice, deep and resonant, emanated from one of the ancient figures. Another shadow, sultry and alluring, responded. I had warned you time and again. Never provoke an SSS rank bestowed one. You refuse to heed my counsel. They are born rulers, destined to rise. Nonsense about being born rulers, destined to rise. I shall personally go and slay him, the irate shadow retorted. Very well, then I shall await your good news here. The woman's laughter rang like chimes, sweet and captivating. The irate shadow snorted coldly and dissipated from the hidden space. At that moment, Huo Yuan, seated like a mountain at the Thunder Martial Academy, suddenly opened his eyes, trembling all over. I am why you are, I cannot sense your life wheel. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? He recalled the assassination attempt on Jiang Yin orchestrated by the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion, where his eldest disciple, Lei Jinyu, also the brother of Lei Jinming, sought to slay Jiang Yin. With the cultivation of the 4th tier, 3rd level, dealing with the 2nd tier Jiang Yin should have been child's play. A matter of mere moments, he had been confidently awaiting good news, yet instead, he was met with the chilling realization that he could not perceive Lei Jinyu's life wheel. The inability to sense the life wheel signified that Lei Jinyu had fallen. Slain by Jiang Yin, Huo Yuan erupted in a tempest of thunder, veins bulging on his forehead. First, the most gifted Lei Jinming fell at Jiang Yan's hands. and now even his eldest disciple had met the same fate. Hui Yuan descended into madness, trembling uncontrollably, his entire being convulsing as golden thunder surged. Jiang Yin, I swear to kill you. I shall make your soul scatter. He exploded into a whirlwind, transforming into golden lightning, racing toward the location where Lei Jinyu's life force had vanished. The speed of a sixth-tier martial sage was unfathomably swift. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the dilapidated complex where Jiang Yin resided. His arrival heralded an unprecedented calamity. Jiang Yin, come forth and face your death. Hui Yuan raged, his white hair billowing in the wind, resembling a thunder god in the twilight of his years. Boom! A golden pillar of lightning struck a building instantaneously, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Jiang Yin, you little wretch, if you do not emerge, I shall ensure that everyone here accompanies you to the grave. Hui Yuan gathered the power of thunder in both hands. Dazzling and magnificent, a radiant sea of golden lightning swirling around him. Buzz dash. The sky was suddenly cloaked in boundless black mist, a terrifying vortex coalescing, as an ancient figure emerged, exuding a horrific and dreadful aura. He too was a sixth-tier martial sage. In this dilapidated complex, 2 martial sages had appeared. Jiang, young friend, might you grace us with your presence for a conversation? The ancient shadow's voice was aged, akin to the sound of a weathered bell. Hui Yuan squinted at the shadow. Are you an elder of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion? The ancient shadow replied indifferently. Indeed, I am. Hui Yuan's voice turned cold. I entrusted you with the assassination of Jiang Yin. Is this how you conduct your affairs? My disciple perished alongside your incompetent lot. Ha! The ancient shadow sneered. That was your beloved disciple's inadequacy. I have come personally this time to prevent any future troubles. Deep down, he was still fearful. Having established enmity with an SSS rank bestowed one, the best course of action was to eradicate him. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, not even he could fathom the consequences. His purpose here was to eliminate Jiang Yin. He would leave him no chance of survival. Old fool, I have no interest in collaborating. That SSS rank bestowed one is my quarry. You may take your leave. The ancient shadow stated coolly. Jiang Yin's life is for us to claim based on our own abilities. Hui Yuan was beyond caring about anything else. As long as he could tear Jiang Yin to shreds, he would stop at nothing. A murderous intent filled Hui Yuan's eyes. Still unwilling to show yourself? Then I shall eradicate every soul in this complex. Just as he began to gather the lightning retribution in his palm, a voice rang out. Old codger, your grandfather is right here. Clang. A ghostly weapon, the ghostly spear, soared into the air, unleashing a cacophony of sonic booms, its speed so remarkable that it flew toward Hui Yuan in an instant. Boom! A flash of lightning surged through the area where Jiang Yin stood, annihilating it instantly. Jiang Yin, the child. If you do not emerge, I will ensure that everyone here pays the price. Hui Yuan gathered the might of thunder, brilliant and overwhelming, a golden tempest gathering around him, embodying celestial wrath. Humming dash. The heavens suddenly became shrouded in an abyss of black mist, a terrifying vortex forming, as an ancient figure revealed himself, his presence awe-inspiring and fearsome. He too was a sixth-tier martial sage. Within this dilapidated complex, 2 martial sages had manifested. Jiang, young friend, might you grace us with your presence for a dialogue? The ancient shadow's voice was venerable, akin to the tolling of a decrepit bell. Hui Yuan narrowed his eyes at the shadow. Are you an elder of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion? The ancient shadow replied with casual indifference. Indeed, I am. Hui Yuan's voice grew icy. I commissioned you to eliminate Jiang Yin. Is this how you execute your tasks? My beloved disciple perished at the hands of your inept band. Ha! The ancient shadow chuckled mockingly. That was your cherished disciple's own shortcomings. I have personally come to avert any future repercussions. His heart was still filled with trepidation. Having made an enemy of an SSS rank bestowed one, the best course of action was to obliterate him. If allowed to develop, the consequences were beyond his imagination. His arrival was solely to exterminate Jiang Yin. He would allow him no chance of survival. Old fool, I have no interest in collaborations. That SSS rank bestowed one is my prey. You may depart. The ancient shadow spoke dismissively. Jiang Yin's life is to be claimed by our own merit. Hui Yuan was past caring for anything else. As long as he could dismember Jiang Yin, he would do anything. a murderous intent filled Hua Yuan's gaze. Still unwilling to reveal yourself? Then I shall obliterate every soul in this complex. Just as he concentrated the lightning retribution in his palm, a voice echoed. Old codger, your grandfather is right here. Clang. A ghostly spear soared into the air. Unleashing a symphony of sonic booms, its speed so astonishing that it flew toward Hua Yuan in an instant. Boom. A flash of lightning erupted, annihilating the area where Jiang Yin had stood. The ghostly spear shattered against the lightning that enveloped Hua Yuan, failing to harm him in the slightest. This was the suppression of a sixth tier over a second tier. A mere flick of the finger could obliterate him, akin to squashing an ant. Jiang Yin did not perish. Wielding the 10 Directions ghostly command, he absorbed the lightning. The terrifying bolt shredded the upper half of his clothing, and his right hand, bearing the 10 Directions ghostly command, was left bloodied and mangled. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yin thought, is this the might of a sixth-tier martial sage? Merely a glance is sufficient to erase me from existence. He concealed himself in a corner, activating the primordial breathing technique to mend his grievous injuries. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended, and Jiang Yin fled at breakneck speed, narrowly evading the cataclysmic strike. However, the innocent souls around him were consumed by the lightning, reduced to ashes. Jiang Yan's pupils quivered. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Old codger, let us battle in an open field. Hua Yuan erupted in laughter. Little wretch, the residents of this complex bear your foul stench. It is better that they accompany you to death. Clenching his fists, he summoned the lightning once more, unleashing another bolt. The thunderous strike engulfed a building. Mama! Mama! A small girl, filled with despair, watched as her home was reduced to nothingness. Just 10 minutes prior, she had promised to prepare a meal of cola chicken wings, asking her to go downstairs and play with her friends. Now, she could only watch in horror as her building was consumed by the lightning, knowing she would never taste her mother's cola chicken wings again. Old codger! Jiang Yan's eyes widened with fury. The innocent souls within this dilapidated complex should not have to perish because of him. Little wretch, these people died because of you. Hua Yuan cackled maniacally. The one deserving of death is you. Jiang Yin bit down on his tongue, disregarding the strain on his body as he forcibly summoned the red paper umbrella. The red umbrella transformed into a crimson robe that enveloped him. As he wielded the red umbrella sword, no longer exhibiting the grace he once had, his eyes glowed crimson, and he lunged toward Hua Yuan, delivering a powerful strike. Clang! Hua Yuan's protective lightning failed to shield him from the red umbrella sword strike. Little wretch, despair! Rest assured, I shall not allow you a swift death. I will make you endure endless torment before you perish. Hua Yuan roared with laughter. At that moment, the protective lightning around him cracked audibly. What? Hua Yuan was momentarily stunned, his expression filled with shock. In the next instant, Jiang Yin had shattered Hua Yuan's protective lightning and delivered a sword strike upon him. Chapter 71. In the face of desperation, the white-haired sword immortal, Hua Yuan's expression twisted. The one he deemed a mere insect, Jiang Yin, had managed to cleave through his protective lightning. It was well known that even some sixth-tier martial sages struggled to breach his defenses. One could only imagine the terrifying power behind Jiang Yan's strike. Little wretch, did you slay my Yuer with this pitiful sword? Hua Yuan's eyes gleamed with crimson fury. Jiang Yin hovered in the air. His right hand, which held the sword, was already shattered. His ink-black hair danced in the wind, his eyes radiating with a bloodthirsty intent, unabashedly murderous. He was determined to kill Hua Yuan. Old codger! Jiang Yin activated the primordial breathing technique to its utmost limits, unleashing a sword strike that split the heavens. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth from Hua Yuan's hand, instantly piercing through Jiang Yan's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and Jiang Yin clenched his teeth. With the 10 Directions ghostly command swirling above him, he shattered his limits and summoned 2 Yama Kings. Buzz! 2 ancient deities descended, erasing the terrifying bolt of retribution. Hua Yuan's face blanched in terror. This is the Yama King. The ancient shadow also displayed shock. This SSS rank bestowed one is indeed extraordinary. It is best to eliminate him quickly, and no longer content to merely observe, he joined the fray, an unfathomable black mist emanating from him, enveloping the entirety of Jiang City in an instant. Jiang, young friend, I shall grant you a dignified death." The shadow's lips curled into a cruel smile. Within the boundless, inky fog, countless eerie hands emerged. Anything these hands touched withered instantly. Turning to bone, Jiang Yin, wielding his crimson parasol sword, navigated through the sinister grasp of these hands. Each step was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to his utter ruin. A second-tier martial artist, pursued by two sixth-tier martial saints. What a desperate struggle this was. Even if Jiang Yin summoned the red paper parasol and two Yama statues, escaping from such dire straits seemed nearly impossible. He fled, continuously conjuring sonic explosion vortices. The terrifying whirlpools, combined with the surging spiritual energy, instantaneously formed a warped black hole. This small black hole voraciously devoured the bizarre hands, carving a path to survival for Jiang Yin. Black flames, confronted by the encroaching hands, Jiang Yin unleashed the black flames to forge a way forward. Before him lay an endless expanse of black mist. He had lost his way within it, unable to find the route to salvation. This was a true dead end. Clenching his fists until they bled, Jiang Yin vowed that he would not fall here. Little black dragon, Jiang Yin summoned all his strength, determined to seek a glimmer of hope amidst the infinite black fog. A dead end? He had never believed in such a concept. Jiang Yin activated the primal breathing technique to its utmost. And with a single strike, heaven was cleaved asunder. Buzz! The scarlet sword light flickered, instantaneously parting the endless black mist to reveal a clear path. However, within that clarity lurked an ancient shadow. Remarkable. You have managed to dispel my realm of black mist. I find you quite admirable. The shadow clapped its hands, eyes glinting with appreciation. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have an unresolved grudge with my celestial severance pavilion. I cannot allow you to live. The shadow shook its head, black mist swirling in its hand, manifesting a spear that emanated a sense of death. Young friend, do not fear death. It has always been with us. The shadow spoke lightly, exuding an air of calm, entirely unconcerned that Jiang Yin might escape. After all, he was a martial saint, while Jiang Yin was but a second-tier martial artist. Even if Jiang Yin fled to the ends of the earth, he would be tracked and annihilated in an instant. What a fine talent! How splendid it would be if you joined my celestial severance pavilion. The shadow feigned a sigh, hurling the deathly spear, piercing through space to reach Jiang Yan's heart. Whoosh! Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, disbelief etched upon his face as he looked down at his heart, where a black spear had horrifically pierced through. Farewell, young friend Jiang. The shadow wore a smile of assured victory. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. Black blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he stiffly lowered his gaze to his own heart. The very spear that had pierced Jiang Yin now lodged itself within him. His face contorted as he gazed at Jiang Yin. Illusion. Jiang Yin panted heavily. He had just employed the mirror flower water moon technique, and he was now at the brink of exhaustion. Boom! The shadow forcefully yanked the deathly spear from his heart. Young friend Jiang, you possess commendable skills. I almost fell to you. However, regrettably, this spear is not enough to claim my life. Blood trickled from Jiang Yan's lips, his crimson robe beginning to dissipate in the wind, having reached his limit. Little beast, you truly are tenacious. Huayuan's laughter echoed as he successfully evaded the two Yama statues. Huayuan loomed over Jiang Yin. I told you, I will make you suffer endlessly before you die. A soul lamp appeared in his palm. I will ensure your soul is tormented day and night by soul fire, leaving you unable to live or die. The lamp soared towards the weakened Jiang Yin, intent on capturing his soul. Just then, a pale white sword light flashed, shattering the soul lamp in an instant. Who? Huayuan's expression shifted dramatically. Is he truly on the brink of death? Then I must intervene. A nonchalant voice emerged. At some point, a white-haired man appeared behind Jiang Yin, lazily yawning, his languid gaze falling upon Huayuan and the shadow. You dare to act against someone favored by the nation? You possess quite the audacity. That pale white sword light, that white hair, you are the sword immortal. The shadow's face turned ashen. Sword immortal? Huayuan's expression also darkened. There are many divine bestowers known as sword immortals in Huaxia, but most are of the evil sword variety, such as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, Red Lotus Sword Immortal, or the Gentle Breeze Sword Immortal. Only one bears the title of Sword Immortal without any prefix. Only he. 87. he comprehended sword intent. By 10, he understood the universe. At 13, he reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and at merely 20, he attained the peak of the 6th tier. The shadow trembled as he spoke. Enough, enough. I did not request your life story. The white-haired man waved his hand, placing one on Jiang Yan's shoulder. This person is under my protection. If anyone has an objection, feel free to voice it. Sword Immortal, I have an objection. This little beast killed my 2 beloved disciples. You cannot take him away. Huayuan spat venomously. The white-haired man nodded. Is that so? I did not anticipate your objection would be so significant. If that is the case, then let you rest here for eternity. Thus, your objection will never be known to anyone. Huayuan's expression changed drastically. Sword Immortal, we are both 6th-tier martial saints. I am merely being polite due to your youth. Do not refuse courtesy and seek punishment. The white-haired man casually picked up a willow leaf. Objection denied. And no sooner had he spoken than he pinched the willow leaf between his fingers and sliced through the space where Huayuan stood. An ethereal sword energy instantly dissipated from Huayuan's neck. Huayuan's face turned pale. He made no move as his head slowly slid off. Chapter 72. The pinnacle of the physical body and the limit of realms. Martial Saint Huayuan was slain by the Sword Immortal's blade. The ancient shadow trembled, too afraid to even breathe. Sword Immortal, I don't know. No, I have no objections. You may take this person away. I will not utter a word. Qi Wushang shook his head. It is too late. You have already forged a grudge with this lad. Keeping you alive poses a constant danger to him, and I would have to guard him at all times, which would be quite taxing. A willow leaf floated in the air, swiftly slicing towards the ancient shadow. Sword Immortal, do not bully me too much, the ancient shadow cried out, as the black mist coalesced into a massive hand. Attempting to intercept the willow leaf, buzz! The leaf instantly pierced through the black mist hand, cleanly severing the shadow's neck. Ugh! The shadow clutched his neck in disbelief, attempting to recover from his injuries, but the wound inflicted by the willow leaf refused to heal. This is sword intent? The mark left by sword intent will not fade with time. It endures eternally, forever unhealable. Unable to mend his wound, the ancient shadow ultimately succumbed, dissipating into black mist across the vast expanse. 2 swords felled 2 martial saints. Qi Wushang languidly turned to Jiang Yan. Are you still alive? For now, I cannot die. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique. However, having forcibly summoned the red paper parasol and 2 Yama statues, his body had reached its limit. Even with the primal breathing technique, he could not heal his injuries in the short term. Qi Wushang scratched the back of his head. You are quite injured. I have. He had just taken out a green spirit herb when Jiang Yan snatched it from him, instantly consuming it and swiftly refining its effects. Qi Wushang raised an eyebrow. This is a divine herb. You swallow it directly without fear of the effects exploding. Jiang Yan paid no heed. After ingesting the green divine herb, the golden vortex within him began absorbing its potency. After being enhanced by the gilded spiritual energy, the golden vortex's ability to refine the herb's essence increased 100-fold, and in no time at all, the divine herb was completely refined. Boom. Jiang Yan's spiritual sea opened up new realms once again. Now, his spiritual sea was more expansive than that of even a 4th-tier martial king. The divine herb did not elevate Jiang Yan's minor realm but rather integrated into his foundation, solidifying his 2nd-tier 8th level. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power within him, overwhelming and vigorous. Qi Wushang, observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. This is intriguing. The divine herb was directly refined. You truly are exceptional. Jiang Yan perfectly absorbed the herb's essence, acquiring divine factors within him. The divine factors combined with the gilded spiritual energy from the ancient martial emperor allowed him to break through the 2nd-tier limits. His physical body had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, unable to ascend any further. Now, with the assistance of divine factors, his physical body shattered the limits of the 2nd tier. This was a realm no one had ever attained. His realm too surpassed its limits. Throughout history, all divine bestowers could only achieve the 2nd tier 10th level, and any further would lead to a breakthrough into the 1st level of the 3rd tier. With the aid of divine factors and gilded spiritual energy, he shattered the limits of the 2nd tier, potentially allowing him to advance to the 100th level of the 2nd tier. Jiang Yin utilized all the spiritual energy from his spiritual sea to break through. Boom, boom, boom. Second tier 9th level, second tier 10th level, second tier 11th level. Jiang Yin, who was supposed to break through to the first level of the third tier, instead reached the second tier 11th level. This was a successful attempt. Qi Wushang also noticed this and regarded Jiang Yin with keen interest. You have broken through the limits of your realm. Throughout history, countless prodigies have sought methods to solidify their realms, attempting to break through their limits, yet they all failed without exception. Qi Wushang chuckled. I did not expect the limits of a realm could truly be broken. I really should take you back for further study. Breaking through the pinnacle of the physical body and the limits of realms, you are undoubtedly a prodigy beyond compare. Go cultivate the physical body to its extreme is already an unparalleled feat. Jiang Yin not only reached the pinnacle of the physical body but also transcended it, leaving one at a loss for words to describe his achievements. Since you are fully revived, I see no reason to remain here any longer. Qi Wushang stifled a yawn and lazily remarked, You should be more cautious in the future, refrain from making enemies, and avoid causing me unnecessary trouble. Jiang Yin chuckled softly. I have long been aware that as an SS-level prodigy, the state has no reason not to send someone to protect me, which is why I have acted with abandon. You, my friend, Qi Wushang replied with a helpless smile, I cannot always cover for you. The path to ascendance must be forged by you alone. One will clear the obstacles for you. Rest assured, I will not allow myself to fall into despair again. Jiang Yan's eyes glinted with a crimson hue. This encounter with the despair of facing a martial sage had made him acutely aware of his insignificance. Just as that shadow had stated, what does it matter if one is an S-level divine bestower? As long as one has not risen, the potential for downfall remains. Now that the golden era has arrived, the future is fraught with uncertainties. He must become stronger than anyone else, standing at the forefront of the times. Atop the pinnacle of Blue Star, in an instant, Qi Wushang vanished, while Jiang Yin did not return home, but instead headed toward the feared Beast Ranch in Linjiang Province. It is a realm of extraordinary beasts. Guarded by several 6th-tier beast emperors, the outskirts of the Beast Ranch are primarily occupied by 2nd to 4th-tier ferocious beasts and beast kings, serving as a coveted training ground for human divine bestowers. Every day, divine teams venture to the periphery of the Beast Ranch for trials, and daily, divine bestowers perish therein. Most individuals wishing to enter the Beast Ranch choose to join a team of several, hunting beasts together for mutual support. Jiang Yin dashed on foot, arriving at the border of the Beast Ranch in Linjiang Province in less than half an hour. The area was teeming with people, mostly in groups of 3, preparing to enter. Just as Jiang Yin halted, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, handsome, with the martial examination approaching, are you here to break through at the Beast Ranch? Jiang Yin turned to the girl who had tapped him, saying nonchalantly, martial examination? What is that? I'm a guaranteed admission student, The girl tugged at the corner of her mouth. She had never encountered someone so arrogant. If it weren't for Jiang Yan's handsome looks, she would have ignored him entirely. Such a joker. Guaranteed admission slots are typically reserved for the top 50 in the martial arts competition, she smiled. Finding his claim absurd, Jiang Yin, however, had no desire to explain. He simply turned and walked into the Beast Ranch, disregarding the girl beside him. Hey, who does he think he is? How rare for someone to invite him into my team. The girl pouted, Humph, entering the Beast Ranch alone. He better be careful not to end up dead without knowing how. One of the blue-haired boys in her group whispered, Miss, I think he looks somewhat familiar. Could he be the Ghost Immortal? Ghost? Immortal? Upon hearing the name, the girl's attractive face filled with shock. You must be joking, the blue-haired boy continued. I attended the Jiangqing martial arts competition live. I was just observing him. And the more I look, the more he resembles the Ghost Immortal. The girl gasped in astonishment. He is actually the Ghost Immortal. This is insane. I was just talking to the Ghost Immortal. If she had been a bit nicer, perhaps she could have invited the Ghost Immortal to team up. What have I done? She lamented, covering her head in regret. Chapter 73. The Beast Ranch, dominating with force. Entering the Beast Ranch alone, the sky was shrouded in darkness, enveloped by endless ominous clouds, with even the moon appearing crimson. Hunting beasts to enhance one's realm within the Beast Ranch is the swiftest means of advancement. He shattered the limits of his realm, achieving the 2nd tier 100 layers. This implies that his task of breaking through to the third tier in 3 months has become significantly more daunting. Thus, he must seize every moment, relentlessly advancing his own realm. Striving to break through one minor tier each day. Roar, true to its reputation, upon entering the Beast Ranch, a second-tier ferocious beast charged at Jiang Yin with a ferocious roar. Although Jiang Yin was also of second tier, he possessed the strength to contend with a fourth-tier martial king. Faced with the second-tier beast, he could annihilate it with a single punch. Jiang Yin turned to the source of the roar and beheld a three-headed lion baring its teeth at him. Sensing Jiang Yin's crimson gaze, the three-headed lion was suddenly engulfed by an instinctual fear deep within its soul, shrinking its neck and daring not to breathe. This was a primal instinct. When confronted by an invincible foe, fear arises instinctively, whimpering. The three-headed lion instinctively sought to appease Jiang Yin. Had anyone witnessed this scene, their jaws would surely have dropped in disbelief. Such a ludicrous sight. The once feared three-headed lion now resembled a docile kitten, nuzzling against Jiang Yin's pant leg. Amused by the lion's submissive behavior, Jiang Yin chuckled, "Brother, don't you have any of the ferocious beast's demeanor left?" The three-headed lion, unperturbed, licked its tongue at Jiang Yin, resembling an obedient pet. All right, I won't kill you, just hurry along." Jiang Yin waved dismissively at the three-headed lion. Hearing that Jiang Yin would spare its life, the three-headed lion fled in a panic, disappearing in an instant. Intelligent beasts, aware of Jiang Yin's might, feared him and kept their distance. Naturally, there were those foolish enough to disregard the danger, charging recklessly at Jiang Yin. Swish! A shadow of a sword swiftly darted towards Jiang Yin's neck. Without lifting his head, Jiang Yin seized the sword's trajectory. It was the tail of a serpent, the flower sword serpent. Recognizing the species, Jiang Yin effortlessly yanked the sword-like tail from the serpent's body. Howl! The flower sword serpent let out a chilling wail. Crack! Jiang Yin snapped the sword in half, disdainfully discarding it on the ground. What a pathetic sword, such poor quality. The flower sword serpent understood Jiang Yin's words and fell into despair, utterly helpless. Its hunting weapon had been wrenched from it and then shattered. It had lost all hope of survival. Boom! Jiang Yin's fist collided with the flower sword serpent's body, causing it to explode into pieces, leaving not even ash behind. A third-tier flower sword serpent was effortlessly crushed by Jiang Yin as if it were an ant. How dull, Jiang Yin pouted. Now, third-tier beast kings felt like mere toys in his hands, devoid of any challenge. He continued his path, slaughtering hundreds of beast kings, absorbing their remnants, transforming them into spiritual energy circulating within his spiritual sea. Human, you have slain my underlings. The ground trembled as a titan giant ape appeared, towering above Jiang Yin. From the titan giant ape's perspective, Jiang Yin was merely a slightly powerful a fourth-tier beast king. It was the most formidable entity at the outskirts of the Beast Ranch. Confronting the fourth-tier titan giant ape, Jiang Yin casually placed his hands in his pockets, a smile gracing his face. At last, a heavyweight experience package has arrived. Hearing Jiang Yin's words, the titan giant ape felt belittled, and its fury ignited. Human, you underestimate me. Oh no, Beast King, you have misunderstood. I did not underestimate you. Realizing the titan giant ape's misinterpretation, Jiang Yin quickly clarified, in fact, I never regarded you as a threat at all. He chuckled. If I didn't regard you as a threat, how could I possibly underestimate you? This declaration utterly infuriated the titan giant ape. King of the Beast Ranch's outskirts, roar. It pounded its chest and unleashed a furious howl. The terrifying sound waves reverberated throughout the entire periphery of the Beast Ranch. What is this commotion? It is the titan giant ape, the mightiest beast king at the outskirts of the Beast Ranch. Someone has angered the titan beast king. That person is as good as dead. So terrifying. We barely survived slaying second-tier ferocious beasts on the outskirts. And the one who provoked the fourth-tier titan giant ape will surely meet a grim fate. The onlookers at the Beast Ranch pitied the fool who had angered the titan giant ape, lamenting their misfortune for provoking the most formidable creature in the area. At that moment, facing the enraged titan giant ape, Jiang Yin remained unfazed, hands still pocketed, a mysterious smile adorning his face. The remnants of a fourth-tier beast king must be quite a boon. He could hardly wait to absorb the remnants of the fourth-tier beast king. Unaware of the peril, the titan giant ape went berserk, delivering a punch towards Jiang Yin, its immense weight capable of shattering a mountain. Boom! When Jiang Yin's fist met that of the Titan giant ape, his fist remained unscathed, while the Titan giant ape was sent crashing to the ground. What kind of power is this? The Titan giant ape quaked in fear. That human's punch had shattered its entire right arm. You are a fifth-tier martial sovereign. The Titan giant ape looked at Jiang Yin in terror. Fifth-tier martial sovereign? You hold me in such high regard. Jiang Yin laughed. You're mistaken. I'm merely a second-tier martial master. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the Titan giant ape was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Such terrifying strength cannot belong to a second-tier martial master. Think what you like, Jiang Yin replied with a smile, dashing toward the Titan giant ape, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that directly obliterated the Titan giant ape's head. Boom. The massive head of the Titan giant ape erupted. Splattering blood across the vicinity, Jiang Yin raised his hand to devour the remnants of the Titan giant ape's soul, no longer suppressing the energy accumulating in his spiritual sea, and immediately initiated a breakthrough in his minor realm. Boom, boom, boom. Second tier 12 layers. Second tier 13 layers. Second tier 20 layers. After slaying countless second tier ferocious beasts, over 100 third tier beast kings, and one fourth tier beast king, Jiang Yin absorbed an overwhelming amount of remnants, directly pushing his realm to the 20th layer. Boom! Having broken through 9 minor realms in succession, a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Yin, surpassing the third-tier martial zone and approaching the fourth-tier martial king. He directed a punch at a distant mountain, unleashing a series of sonic booms that flattened the mountaintop. Coupled with the burst of spiritual energy, he could likely split the beast ranch in half with a single blow. Hey, kid, was that you who flattened that mountaintop? A sinister voice echoed from above Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin casually glanced up. My apologies if I startled you. If so, I can offer my apologies. Apologies? Disturb my cultivation, and you shall atone with your life. The man declared fiercely, a glint of cold light flashing as he thrust the spear in his hand violently towards Jiang Yin. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, leaving the furious man dumbfounded. Despite his full-force strike aimed at Jiang Yin, he found himself unable to harm even a single hair on Jiang Yin. WL, can we resolve this amicably? The man instantly regained his composure, awkwardly chuckling. Chapter 74. The human-shaped monster spawning cage amicably? At this moment. Are you jesting? Jiang Yin's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes gleaming with mirth. I am no demon, thus I shall not take your life. The man, recognizing the vast chasm between himself and Jiang Yin, nodded vigorously. Thank you for sparing my life, esteemed senior. He was a third-tier martial artist, a figure of dominance at the outskirts of the beast pasture, where even the beast king could not rival him. Yet, here stood a man before him, who could withstand his full-on assault, clearly a being above the martial king. He had no choice but to swallow his pride, for preserving his life was paramount. Rest assured, I am a good person. Jiang Yin's smile deepened. As he gazed at Jiang Yin's grin, the man felt a mysterious dread. Senior, what do you intend to do? Shortly after, a man hung upside down from a crooked tree, repeatedly crying for help. His agonized screams attracted countless ferocious beasts. Senior, spare me. Let me go. No, no, please don't. As the Beast King drew ever closer, the man let out a chilling scream. Just as the Beast King was about to approach him, it was slain by a ghostly sword. Jiang Yin sat not far away on a stone, waiting for the beasts to be lured in by the scent of the man's blood, then wielding the ghostly sword to slay the beasts and collect their remnants. The louder you scream, the better. Attract all the beasts within 100 miles, and it shall be considered your great contribution. Jiang Yin beamed with delight. He kept his word, indeed not killing the furious man. However, while the death penalty could be evaded, the living punishment was inescapable. Jiang Yin decided to make use of him, making a gash on the man's calf to draw blood, then suspending him upside down to continuously struggle and attract the beasts. This way, Jiang Yin needed not to traverse the expanse repeatedly, effortlessly eliminating all the beasts within 100 miles. Jiang Yin even retrieved a cup of wine from the 10 Directions Ghost Order and paired it with a roast chicken. Indulging in a delightful sip in such a scenario, I could not help but compose a poem. Jiang Yin sighed in admiration. Just as he continued his preparations for a meal, a voice rang out from behind. Halt! Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yin turned to see a man dressed similarly to the furious man, glaring at him with fury. Jiang Yin set down his wine cup, raising an eyebrow at the man hanging in midair. Is he your friend? Upon seeing the newcomer, the furious man instantly regained his bravado, glaring at Jiang Yin. You're dead meat. Do you know who he is? He is the #1 prodigy of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy. Dongfang Yun, apologies, but I truly have not heard of it. Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy? What a second-rate martial arts university. I have never even heard of it. Realizing he was being disregarded, Dongfang Yun's handsome face revealed a trace of murderous intent. You dare ignore me? He is the #1 prodigy of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy. No one has ever dared to overlook him in such a manner. Dongfang Yun, wielding an A-grade celestial item, the Starlight Sword, unleashed a streak of sword energy towards Jiang Yin with blinding speed. You're finished. Dongfang Yun's Starlight Sword has felled countless foes, and none have survived beneath its blade. The furious man laughed heartily. Yet, Jiang Yin remained seated on the stone, casually tearing off a chicken leg. The sword energy struck Jiang Yin. Clang! The sound reverberated, the surrounding trees snapping under the pressure. This time, it was Dongfang Yun, who prided himself as a prodigy. Left dumbstruck. How is this possible? That strike just now was executed with 10 parts of his strength, yet the opponent sustained no injury whatsoever. The furious man was momentarily stunned, nearly on the verge of tears. This is unfair. This person is cheating. He is a first-layer 3rd tier, and if his spear cannot even breach Jiang Yin's defenses, what hope is there? Dongfang Yun forced a smile. The sun is particularly bright today. Where am I? Ah ha ha ha. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Please continue without me. Attempting to laugh it off and retreat, Jiang Yin, of course, would not let him escape, greeting him with a warm smile. Since you've come, why not sit with me? Before long, another person dangled from the crooked tree. The two of them swayed back and forth, emitting piercing cries. Senior, we were wrong. Spare us. We shall never dare again. Jiang Yin watched with satisfaction as the two attracted the beasts, sipping his wine and wielding the ghostly sword to slay the beasts. Soon, a day passed swiftly, and Jiang Yin had nearly eradicated the beasts at the periphery, all while diligently practicing the primordial breathing technique. Successfully reaching the 2nd-tier 25th realm, Dongfang Yun and the furious man, having hung there for half the day, lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes devoid of hope, their faces reflecting a deep sense of despair. You two have worked hard. I still have 2 pieces of chicken left, so make do with them. Jiang Yin tossed the cleaned chicken bones and remnants to the two. Thank you for your generosity. Esteemed senior, the two did not forget to express their gratitude. Jiang Yin departed with a bright smile, his figure exuding an air of nonchalance. As night fell, he leaped onto an ancient tree, resuming his primordial breathing technique. The next morning, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the beast pasture. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson flashing within 2nd-tier 26th realm in the span of a single night. The primordial breathing technique had elevated him by a minor realm. Standing atop the ancient tree, he gazed into the depths of the beast pasture. The beasts at the periphery had been wiped out by him. It was time to delve deeper and hunt the 4th-tier beast king. He leaped forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning, instantly penetrating the depths of the beast pasture. And no sooner had Jiang Yin entered than a group of people called out to him. You there with the long hair, come over here at once. A dismissive command rang out. Jiang Yin turned slowly to face the speaker, his voice cold. Are you calling me? Of course, I'm calling you. You re the only long-haired one here. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the others. Hurry up and come here. We discovered a treasure and need you lowly folk to fill the beast king's belly. The blonde-haired boy smirked. What are you still standing there for? Don't you see our young master has spoken? A beautiful girl beside the blonde chimed in sweetly. Jiang Yin surveyed the group. The leading few young men were all at the 2nd tier, while the black-clad individuals behind them were all 3rd-tiered. So, they were merely a bunch of wealthy young masters. Seeing Jiang Yin standing motionless, the blonde remarked in disbelief. Is this kid deaf? Someone get over here and treat his ears. Just as the blonde finished speaking, a black-clad man approached Jiang Yin, cracking his knuckles, just as his fist was about to strike Jiang Yin's face. The sound of flesh being shredded echoed. A massive serpent, as thick as several water barrels, appeared from nowhere, biting off the upper half of the black-clad man. The group of wealthy youths immediately fell into chaos. The Beast King has appeared. Quick, kill it. Chapter 75. The Judge of Humanity. Several black-clad men dashed to obey the command, moving like lightning to encircle the giant serpent from different angles. Yet, they had underestimated the serpent. It was a fourth-tier Beast King. Humans, how dare you covet my treasure? None of you shall leave alive. The giant serpent hissed, its tongue flicking out as a miasma of poison enveloped its body, corroding everything in its path. Wang Shang. Save me! The beautiful girl screamed in terror. Wang Shang, the blonde, turned pale as well. You useless lot. What do you think I'm keeping you for? Hurry up and kill that snake. Thunderclap fist. A black-clad man's right arm crackled with lightning as he struck the giant serpent with tremendous force. Boom! A flash of electricity erupted, but the serpent merely let out a wail, swinging its tail and obliterating the black-clad man into a pulp. The remaining black-clad men recoiled, their expressions turning grim. A fourth-tier Beast King was far beyond what a few third-tier martial artists could contend with. Form a formation. The leader of the black-clad men commanded urgently. With him at the helm, several black-clad men stepped into a star formation, simultaneously biting their tongues to draw blood, which they sprinkled on the ground. The air shimmered, and eerie patterns emerged. Layers of formations activated, and from within flew out an ancient sword exuding overwhelming spiritual pressure. That's the SS-grade sword of Heaven's judgment. One of the wealthy youths exclaimed in shock. 7 black-clad men performed a blood sacrifice simultaneously to barely summon an SS-grade item, showcasing the terror of the sword of Heaven's judgment. Faced with the SS-grade sword of Heaven's judgment, the fourth-tier giant serpent visibly trembled in fear. Its body was covered in dark scales, and as flesh split open atop its head, a single horn emerged. It's a poison-horned dragon. It's not a snake. Someone cried out in alarm. The poison-horned dragon excelled at stealth, masquerading as a snake merely to feign weakness, seizing the opportunity to annihilate unsuspecting prey. The black scales of the poison-horned dragon began to vibrate rapidly, emitting a piercing sound as the air tore apart. Strike! The 7 black-clad men roared in unison. The sword of Heaven's judgment, fueled by the combined spiritual energy of 7 martial artists, surged forth like a rainbow. Slicing through the air towards the poison-horned dragon, hiss! The poison-horned dragon exhaled toxic gas, which coalesced into a solid barrier of poison. Boom! The sword of Heaven's judgment, unstoppable, shattered the poison barrier and pierced into the abdomen of the poison-horned dragon. Clang! The sword of Heaven's judgment shattered the black scales of the poison-horned dragon, embedding itself deep within its flesh. The poison-horned dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, soaring into the air, its massive form blocking out the sky. Its black scales opening and closing, ultimately shattering the sword of Heaven's judgment. This SS-grade sword of Heaven's judgment was merely an illusion. Against a fourth-tier Beast King, it could only deliver a single strike. Witnessing the sword of Heaven's judgment fail to fell the poison-horned dragon, despair washed over the 7 black-clad men. The wealthy youths also turned pale, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Spiritual collapse. That moment. The youth who had just been threatened by the crowd raised one hand towards the abdomen of the venomous horned serpent and softly uttered 2 words. The next second, boom! Deafening explosion reverberated, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted instantaneously. The once soaring venomous horned serpent was reduced to mere fragments in an instant, scattering in all directions. Jiang Yen stood suspended in the air, the blood and flesh of the serpent avoiding him, not a single drop staining his form. He resembled a divine being, coldly surveying the earth below. The 7 men clad in black were rendered speechless by the scene before them. These 7 martial sect masters had invoked a secret technique to summon an SS-grade sword meant to slay the heavens, yet they had failed to vanquish the colossal serpent. This long-haired youth, however, had obliterated what they deemed an insurmountable foe with but a single punch. The group of affluent heirs was so astonished they dared not even breathe, for the spectacle was too fantastical. Halting their thoughts entirely, after a moment, a blond man stammered, What kind of monster have we provoked? A strikingly beautiful woman trembled. I can't help but think he resembles a ghostly immortal, as those words left her lips. The countenance of the affluent youths grew increasingly grim. The term ghostly immortal had become synonymous with fear in Jiang City. It couldn't be true. This was absolutely impossible. How could he be a ghostly immortal? No way. Absolutely not. A wealthy youth screamed in terror. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Yin slowly descended to the ground, holding an enigmatic token in his right hand. Upon seeing that token, even the dullest among them realized this individual was indeed a ghostly immortal. Ghostly immortal. It's all a misunderstanding. The blond man wore a stiff smile. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. If we had known it was you, how could we have dared to trouble you? The beautiful woman wore a fawning smile. Jiang Yin's expression remained impassive. Are you implying that if I were not a ghostly immortal, you would have offered me up as a sacrifice to the Beast King? The crowd's faces changed drastically. And no, that's not the case. A cold smile played upon Jiang Yan's lips as a dark mist surged from the 10 Directions ghost token. Transforming into a judge, It presented a litany of their lifelong transgressions, meting out the deserved punishments. His tone was calm, yet it drained the color from the faces of the wealthy youths, filling them with abject terror. The judge bowed slightly to Jiang Yin and began to declare the sins and merits of the group. Zhao Ming, forcibly abducting 3 village maidens, deserves a millennium in the hell of endless suffering. Li Yin, bullying classmates, falsely accusing others, leading one to suicide, deserves the tongue-pulling hell and the hell of Blade Mountains. As the judge pronounced the misdeeds of the group, several little demons rushed forward with various implements of torture. No, please, no. One affluent youth had his eyes gouged out by the little demons. No. The beautiful woman's tongue was brutally ripped from her mouth, emitting a harrowing scream. In an instant, the Beast Ranch transformed into a hellish purgatory, as these scions of privilege, who had committed countless misdeeds, were dragged into the depths of hell, receiving their just deserts. Throughout it all, Jiang Yin maintained an emotionless demeanor, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. He absorbed the remnants of the 4th-tier venomous horned serpent soul, successfully ascending to the 32nd level of the 2nd tier. Too slow. Still too slow. At this rate, how long would it take to reach the 3rd tier? Right. This group of wealthy youths mentioned that the venomous horned serpent harbored a secret treasure. With the serpent now deceased, Jiang Yin entered its lair, where various rare treasures were piled high. It was evident that these treasures were the spoils left behind by those who had met their demise at the serpent's jaws. On a slab of azure stone, a white jade flask, suffused with abundant spiritual energy, caught Jiang Yan's attention. He lifted the white jade wine flask and was immediately greeted by a fragrance so intoxicating that just inhaling it steadied the mind and nourished the internal organs. This was a spiritual treasure. Jiang Yan's interest was piqued as he raised the white jade wine flask high. The clear liquid flowed from the spout, and he drank deeply as the wine filled his belly. Warmth spread throughout him, the spiritual energy overflowing within, granting him unparalleled comfort. Chapter 76. The White Jade Wine Flask. Western Hunt. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Yin downed the contents of the white jade wine flask in one go. A warm sensation enveloped him, pure spiritual energy coursing through his limbs, revitalizing his spirit sea. The spiritual wine transformed into spiritual energy, allowing Jiang Yin to ascend directly to the 32nd level of the 2nd tier. What a fine wine, truly worthy of being a spiritual treasure. Finishing it had propelled him up 2 minor realms. However, he wondered how this white jade wine flask replenished its contents. Did it simply absorb wine over time, transforming it into spiritual wine? Jiang Yin opened the flask and peered inside, pleasantly surprised to discover ripples at the bottom, with wine continuously flowing forth. This white jade wine flask was indeed self-replenishing. No additions were necessary, Jiang Yin rejoiced. This white jade wine flask was undoubtedly a superior grade spiritual treasure. He stowed it away within the 10 Directions ghost token and searched the serpent's lair for a while longer, but found nothing else of value and left in disappointment. He had hardly stepped away when several tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners appeared at the mouth of the serpent's lair, fixating on the direction Jiang Yin had departed. Young master, the spiritual treasure possessed by that youth from Huaxia is quite extraordinary. Should we An elder with white hair made a slicing motion across his throat. The blonde youth, referred to as young master, smirked slightly. The venomous horned serpent delights in collecting spiritual treasures, all of which are of superior quality. With so many superior treasures on display, the Huaxia youth only took the white jade wine flask. Indicating its exceptional nature, Harlan spoke elegantly. I want to see that white jade wine flask. Upon hearing this, the other Western martial artists instantly understood his intent. Young Master Harlan, please allow us a moment. The elder with white hair's gaze was filled with affection. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder vanished without a trace. While strolling through the forest, Jiang Yin sensed a chilling intent to kill and immediately halted, lazily surveying his surroundings. I have slain countless beasts in this ranch. It is the first time I have been regarded as prey. His eyes were keen and his ears attuned, missing not a single rustle of leaves or whisper of wind. A gentle breeze swept through, dislodging a leaf from an ancient tree. Just before the leaf touched the ground, a glimmer of sword light flashed, and a fierce gust of wind surged, sending the leaf soaring into the air. Clang! Jiang Yin wielded the ghostly weapon sword, clashing with the rapidly approaching Western sword. Good sir, out for a stroll, are we? Jiang Yin chuckled. The elder with white hair gazed intensely. You little brat, my young master has taken a liking to a treasure. I wonder if you would part with it. What treasure? You don't mean my little treasure, do you? I know you Westerners are quite open-minded, but I am not fond of the same sex, so please instruct your young master to refrain from having designs on me. Jiang Yin was nonchalant, spouting banter effortlessly. How dare you insult young Master Harlan? The elder's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a terrifying killing intent materialized. Rushing towards Jiang Yin's heart, boom! Jiang Yin delivered a powerful kick, sending the elder sprawling, then raised his hand to perform a flourish with his sword, neutralizing the elder's murderous intent entirely. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. The ghostly weapon sword in his hand cracked, and in the next instant, it shattered into nothingness. The elder sneered, You little brat, your heavenly weapon has been destroyed. Hand over the white jade wine flask, and I may grant you a swift death. So you covet the white jade wine flask, Jiang Yin observed, retrieving it from the 10 Directions ghost token, shaking it near his ear and listening to the sound of the liquid within. With a smile, he looked at the elder. If I give you the white jade wine flask, will you spare my life? Ha! If you were a Western martial artist, I might consider letting you live. But you, a lowly Huaxia martial artist, must die today. The elder's voice was frigid. Jiang Yin toyed with the white jade wine flask, letting out a resigned sigh. Is that so? Since death is inevitable, I might as well have the white jade wine flask accompany me on my journey. With that, he hurled the white jade wine flask into the distance. How dare you? The elder had not anticipated Jiang Yin's audacity. His eyes widened in fury as he moved at lightning speed to catch the flask. Just as he was about to grasp it, dozens of ghostly weapon spears, which had been lying in wait underground, shot up into the air, piercing him with several bloody holes. Ugh! The elder stared in disbelief at Jiang Yin. You little brat! How dare you? Jiang Yin casually caught the white jade wine flask, a warm smile gracing his face. Old man, did you truly think you could seize the white jade wine flask from me? You little brat, I will make you wish you were never born. The elder erupted with spiritual energy, shattering the ghostly weapon spears embedded in him, and the wounds instantly sealed. The aura of a 4th-tier martial king exploded forth, his white hair billowing, resembling a rampaging beast. Oh, how terrifying! Jiang Yin feigned shock, widening his eyes dramatically. The elder swung a fist at Jiang Yin, breaking the sound barrier and creating a series of sonic booms. Jiang Yin raised his right fist to counter. Bang! Their fists collided, the elder's right arm visibly twisting, blood vessels bursting. Ah! The elder let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Yin's lips curled into a smile as he extended his left hand, thrusting his fingers into the elder's eyes. Ah! With his eyes gouged out, the elder collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Jiang Yin beamed. Didn't you say you wanted me to suffer a fate worse than death? Why are you in such a predicament now? You spare me, and I shall let bygones be bygones, allowing you to live. The elder growled fiercely. Are you threatening me? Jiang Yin's smile deepened, his voice chilling. I do so enjoy when others threaten me. Because those who threaten me shall find their souls forever restless. A dark aura emerged beside Jiang Yin, transforming into the 10 Directions ghost order. Chains shot forth from this spectral entity, piercing through the elder's body. What is this? You cannot kill me. My young master will not let you go. You cannot kill me, the elder, overwhelmed by a terror that transcended death, shrieked and roared incessantly. I shall deal with you first. And then we can discuss your young master, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless chains impaled the white-haired elder, dragging him toward the abyss of hell. Do not stop. A sinister voice rang out. Jiang Yin turned leisurely to see a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, his expression icy, accompanied by several fourth-tier martial kings. The elder, upon hearing the voice, cried out in haste. Young master! Young master, save me! Harlan glared at Jiang Yin with malice. I have heard that Huaxia is a land of propriety, quite hospitable to Western friends. Truly, seeing is believing. Is this how you treat foreign guests? Jiang Yin, unfazed by moral constraints, chuckled. The prerequisite is that you must indeed be a Western friend. This old fool attempted to kill me upon arrival. What could I do? If he wishes to kill me, I must retaliate. Jiang Yin spread his hands, exuding a sense of helplessness. I ask such a simple principle, truly one that requires my explicit instruction. Chapter 77. Manipulated at will, annihilation, silver-tongued, since reason fails to prevail. There is no need for further discourse, Harlan commanded coldly. Kill him. Behind him, several towering fourth-tier martial kings advanced toward Jiang Yin simultaneously. Two among them were power-type ability users, their muscles bulging like mountains of flesh. Boom! One of them unleashed a full-force strike at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin reciprocated with a punch, and as the martial king stared in astonishment, a smirk crept across Jiang Yin's lips. Spiritual energy erupted. Bang! The martial king was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, limbs contorted, life or death uncertain. The remaining martial kings were left dumbfounded by the sight. Is this a second-tier martial master? How can he unleash such terrifying power? A martial king swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. It was already known that Huaxia harbors hidden talents, and indeed, this is no falsehood. The martial kings immediately grew wary, hesitant to approach Jiang Yin carelessly. Harlan's expression soured. A bunch of useless fools. A ghostly light flickered in his hand, and an eerie paper boat materialized. Huaxia rabble, I shall send you on your way. Harlan's face twisted in malice. The strange paper boat flew from his hand, slowly gliding toward Jiang Yin. The next moment, Jiang Yin found himself amidst an endless, black ocean, the horizon obscured, with only the eerie ghost ship sailing toward him. Domain. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. This was his first encounter with a domain. Quite troublesome. Jiang Yin twisted his neck. In the boundless black expanse, Harlan's voice echoed. Huaxia rabble, I will make you aware of the consequences of defying me. You shall wish for death. You truly believe yourself to be noble, daring to speak of defiance? You are far too self-important. Jiang Yin laughed scornfully at the sky. Is it merely a domain, and you act as if it is something monumental? Jiang Yin stretched lazily. Let this ghostly elder witness my domain. The 10 Directions Ghost Order materialized before Jiang Yin, who grasped it firmly, his eyes flashing crimson. The Emperor of the Underworld is present. Yin Luo, heed my command. Buzz, buzz. 2 ancient phantoms appeared behind Jiang Yin. King Qingguang, King Chujiang. As Jiang Yin's voice fell, the 2 ghostly deities formally descended. With their arrival, Harlan's domain instantly became exceedingly unstable. The black ocean surged in a tsunami, the eerie ghost ship fracturing piece by piece. This is impossible. What divine gift is this, that it can disrupt my domain? Harlan's voice trembled with panic. Jiang Yin smiled. Allow me to show you what a true domain entails. With a smile playing on his lips, he calmly declared. The ghost domain unfurls in an instant. Radiating from the 2 deities, it rapidly spread outward. Harlan's black ocean was swiftly consumed. Harlan found himself trapped within 2 hellish realms. Dazed, he surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in a chill so profound it felt like a realm for the deceased. Where is this? Harlan gulped, his voice stuttering with great difficulty. He raised his head, only to behold the scornful visages of the 2 fearsome deities. Causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground, he bowed his head, too terrified to look around, trembling all over. Jiang Yin stood atop the avatar of King Qingguang, coldly surveying Harlan. Little ghost elder, can you still speak? Jiang Yin's voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down Harlan's spine. Harlan trembled in every limb, realizing he had provoked a terrifying entity. He quickly begged for mercy. Spare me, I shall never dare again. Spare me, Jiang Yan's smile faded. Spare you? When you took liberties with the lives of others, did you ever consider sparing them? Harlan shuddered. I was wrong, I will never dare again. I beg you, spare me, too late. Jiang Yan replied flatly. Too late, no. No. It is not too late. I have already repented. I will atone. Harlan was desperate to survive, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Jiang Yan regarded him with cold indifference, no longer paying Harlan any mind. Only countless souls approached Harlan step by step. Return my life. Return my life. Why must you kill me? I have already given you this spiritual treasure. Why do you not spare me? Why? The souls of those Harlan had once slain advanced menacingly toward him, their faces twisted in rage. Seeing these souls, Harlan turned pale with fright. No, do not come near. Stay away from me, go away. Countless souls closed in on Harlan, tearing his spirit apart. Harlan let out a piercing, despairing scream as the ghost domain dissipated. Harlan's eyes rolled back, blood trickling from his lips, as if his very soul had been extracted. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, young Master Harlan, several Martial Kings rushed forward to support him. One Martial King checked Harlan's pulse, his face instantly paling. The pulse has ceased. Young Master Harlan is dead. The faces of the Martial Kings turned ashen. With Harlan's demise, their fates were sealed. Huaxia rabble, do you know what you have done? Jiang Yan nodded, indicating Harlan. I know. I just killed him. Do you know who he is? Upon seeing Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, the Western Martial Kings were nearly grinding their teeth in fury. Jiang Yan nodded. I know. He is Harlan. That is how you all refer to him. Huaxia rabble. He is a prince of Britain. The voice of the Western Martial King trembled. Really? Wow. The drop rate is so high. The fly I casually squished turns out to be a prince. Jiang Yan's face lit up with delight as he pulled out his phone. May I take a selfie with this deceased prince? He wanted to post it online. How delightful. The fly I casually squished today is a prince of Britain. The expressions of the Western Martial Kings darkened to the extreme. Huaxia rabble. I will ensure that you and your entire lineage suffer a fate worse than death. Boom. One Martial King's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at his chest, where a massive bloody hole had appeared. Jiang Yan's face remained expressionless. Look at you, engaging in pleasant conversation, yet you had to involve family? Now look, there's nothing left to discuss. You coughed. The Western Martial King spat out black blood. Breath extinguished. The remaining few Western Martial Kings were left in shock by Jiang Yan's ruthless methods, staring at him in terror. You are doomed. You cannot withstand the wrath of Britain. Huaxia cannot protect you. How the wrath of Britain will manifest, I cannot say, but the wrath of mine shall be quelled with your lives. A murderous intent glimmered in Jiang Yan's eyes. The incessant chatter has grown tiresome. I have lost the desire to converse with you. Jiang Yan slowly raised his head. Now you may attempt to flee. Jiang Yan smiled. I will count down from 5, and then I shall pursue you. 5 for the Western Martial Kings, without a hint of hesitation, bolted in different directions at breakneck speed. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. I was merely jesting. I had no intention of counting down. Nor do I plan to spare any of you. He snapped his fingers. Black flame died in an instant. The fleeing Western Martial Kings were simultaneously ignited by the black flames. Their anguished screams echoed throughout the beast pasture, until their voices, along with their physical forms, turned to ash. Chapter 78. The Beast Tide. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. Jiang Yan successfully penetrated deep into the beast pasture, achieving a breakthrough to second tier 70 levels. Just 30 levels more, and I can ascend to the third tier. It is unfathomable to consider the terror of breaking through from 100 levels of the second tier to the third. The depths of the beast pasture had become desolate, seldom visited by humans. This was due to the presence of a living 6th-tier beast emperor. Without a martial saint to lead, no one dared to venture into the beast pasture. Except for someone like Jiang Yan, who was unafraid of death. It was time to depart. Slaying beasts had become second nature, and his advancements were evidently beginning to plateau. Staying longer would only be a waste of time. Jiang Yan rose from the ancient tree, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave the beast pasture. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. The ground trembled. The scene was grand, chaotic, and tumultuous. The beast tide. Jiang Yin gazed over, witnessing throngs of ferocious beasts gathering in waves, forming a terrifying tide. This is bad. Could it be that my excessive slaying of beasts has provoked these sovereign beast kings to unite? This is not a good omen. Jiang Yin took a swig from the jade wine flask, swiftly retreating toward the exit. His speed was astonishing, and along the way, he encountered numerous human warriors whose faces were marked by panic. Run! The beast tide is approaching, Jiang Yin kindly warned. Upon hearing the words beast tide, the crowd turned pale, their fear reaching its zenith. They struggled against a single beast king with their lives on the line. If the beast tide arrived, they would be overwhelmed by countless beast kings. What should we do? The encroachment of the beast tide is swift. We cannot escape. A female divine gift-bearer looked towards Jiang Yin and implored. Senior, could you lend us a hand and take us a little further? Jiang Yin was at a loss for words. He could only rely on his 2 legs to travel and possessed no means to carry others. I am powerless to assist. He waved them off. We shall meet at the exit. And no sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yin bolted away, swiftly distancing himself from the group. Roar! The roar of the beasts echoed, resounding like thunder. Even the 4th-tier martial kings turned pale with fear. The beast tide? It has been years since we last encountered it. The practical trial is over. We must retreat. As a mentor from the Martial Arts Academy, he had brought his students to the Beast Ranch for training. Now faced with the beast tide, he had to ensure his students' safe retreat. Tian Yuan Pearl, the 4th-tier martial king, unleashed a radiant string of azure pearls, which quickly enlarged, carrying several students away at great speed. Teacher Lin, aren't you coming with us? Called out a female student. Lin Feng replied solemnly, as a martial king of Huaxia and your mentor, I have a responsibility to halt the beast tide. Teacher Lin, the students cried out anxiously, but it's the beast tide. You cannot stand against it alone. Who says he is alone? A bright voice interjected. Aren't we human too? Figures began to appear, their auras erupting simultaneously. All were 4th-tier martial kings. In times of peril, unity is paramount. Indeed, what is a mere beast tide? As long as we stand together, we shall slay even the beast emperor. Formerly at odds, the Academy's teachers now united to confront the beast tide. Lao Lu, I never expected you to step forward. I thought you would lead the retreat. Lin Feng chuckled. Lu Chuan snorted, before my students, I cannot commit such a disgraceful act. Even if I fear death, I am their teacher. I must stand before them. Dozens of martial kings exchanged banter, all resolute in their acceptance of death. They were determined to halt the beast tide. Otherwise, if the beasts broke free from the ranch, countless civilians would meet a tragic fate. Roar. The roars of the beasts grew increasingly distinct, drawing closer. They could already see the silhouettes of the beasts. Some martial kings trembled with anxiety, yet one of them shouted defiantly. Kill! He charged forward first, wielding an ancient cleaver, unleashing a streak of black light. Tian Lien Di Hua. Thunderclap and tempest break. All the martial kings surged toward the beast tide. Boom. A golden bull with horns atop its head roared, absorbing the divine gifts of the martial kings and unleashing terrifying sound waves. Buzz. The piercing sound wave obliterated a martial king, turning him into a mist of blood. Creak. A trio of silver wolves, as swift as lightning, instantly bit into a female martial king's neck, tearing it apart. In the blink of an eye, several martial kings were consumed by the beast tide. Tian Yuan Pearl. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Drenched in blood, still resisting, if I can just hold you for one more second, the children will have a glimmer of hope to survive. Bang bang. A towering earth dragon approached slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble. The earth dragon disdainfully gazed at Lin Feng, who still resisted, and opened its gaping maw, shredding Lin Feng's upper body into pieces. At that moment, Jiang Yin had reached the outskirts of the beast ranch. Not even out of breath, turning back to find no trace of the beast tide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several azure orbs plummeted here, shattering instantaneously. The individuals contained within wept uncontrollably. Teacher Lin, you have escaped. Why do you still weep? Jiang Yin asked. Perplexed, a female student choked out, Wurwar. Our mentor stayed behind to hold off the beast tide so we could escape. He might already. Jiang Yin instantly understood. These students were likely brought here by their university mentor for training. Fate had turned against them, and their mentor chose to stay behind to buy them time to flee. But the beast tide, with its hundreds and thousands of beast kings, how could a few individuals possibly hold it back? Jiang Yin sighed, turning to see a fragmented specter gazing longingly at the surviving students from afar. The specter, with limbs severed and bones exposed, noticed Jiang Yin and, realizing that Jiang Yin could see him, pleaded, "Young friend, the beast tide is coming. Could you please take these children away from here?" Jiang Yin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Thank you, young friend, as long as they survive. I will be at peace." As soon as he finished speaking, the specter's form dissipated into specks of starlight. Jiang Yin turned to the sobbing students. "Stop crying. It's a waste of time. The beast tide is approaching. I want to leave. Teacher Lin is dead. I will avenge him. I will fight these beasts." A male student summoned a heavenly artifact, his eyes bloodshot. "I will fight the beasts." A female student, her eyes red from tears, also summoned her staff, determination etched in her gaze. Seeing their resolve, Jiang Yin coldly stated, "As you wish." He turned to leave without further words. Chapter 79. One man guards a city. Boom. A massive group of beast kings surged forward like a tidal wave. Ancient trees splintering and the earth trembling. On the outskirts of the beast ranch, several students summoned their heavenly artifacts, unleashing their powers, their eyes filled with determination as they prepared to face the beast tide head-on. The tide drew nearer, and they trembled with fear. Yet none took a step back. For Teacher Lin's vengeance, kill. A male student, his eyes wild with rage, brandished a golden sword, charging at the tide with unparalleled speed. Strong. As his golden sword struck the iron wall ape, it shattered with a deafening crack. The terrifying shockwave sent him flying several meters away. Tide of water. A girl wielding a staff floated in the air. Her water waves swirling, transforming into a water vortex aimed at the beast tide. As the vortex approached, a massive boulder suddenly cleaved a path through it. The students were engulfed in despair. Their desperate strike was nothing more than a toy in the face of the raging beast tide. Roar! Just as the students succumbed to despair, ready to embrace death, a voice rang out. "Earth Commander, Sky Commander, Judge, the Knight of the 100 Ghosts. In soldiers, heed my command." A boy was about to be crushed by a charging Mammoth King when a gigantic creature barreled in, toppling the Mammoth King. The boy stood bewildered, shock evident in his eyes. Just as a girl with a staff was about to be obliterated by a Beast King's roar, chains erupted from all directions, shattering the Beast King's roar. The girl with the staff was stunned, glancing back in confusion, her pupils trembling. The boy who had turned to leave was now standing behind them, enveloped in an eerie token. Behind him loomed countless figures. "What a nuisance!" Jiang Yin rubbed his temples. "But I have promised that soul to protect you, and I dislike breaking my word." Seeing the dazed students, Jiang Yin impatiently exclaimed, "What are you still doing standing there? Get up and run, you." The students gazed at him, eyes wide with astonishment. "I said, run, now, with the speed of your lives, run." Jiang Yin's voice was cold. "If you don't want your teacher's sacrifice to be in vain, then get up and run." His words echoed in their minds, and with great difficulty, they struggled to their feet, limping towards the exit, pouring every ounce of strength into their escape. "See, can I ask your name?" A female student paused as she ran past Jiang Yin. "If you survive, I will tell you." Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. The girl froze, then broke into a smile, nodding vigorously. "I will survive, and I will learn your name." Once all of Lin Feng's students had fled, Jiang Yin summoned Earth Commander, Sky Commander, and Judge had already dissipated. "What am I doing, acting so foolish?" Jiang Yin covered his eyes, sighing in resignation. "Well, the beast tide arose because of me. It should also end because of me. In soldiers, heed my command. Suppress the beast tide." He issued the command coolly. Tens of thousands of soldiers simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes glowing red as they brandished their weapons, charging toward the beast tide. The beast kings had never encountered such a scene, startled into retreating several steps, before roaring and surging forward. The soldiers engaged the beast kings in fierce combat. The 100 ghosts transformed into a rain of ghostly swords, wreaking havoc among the beasts. Jiang Yin, under a red paper umbrella, slowly drew a sword from within Yanjiang City, the garrison commander's legion. "Commander, the situation is dire." A massive beast tide has erupted at the Beast Ranch, a flustered garrison officer reported. The beast tide. Why are you only reporting this now? Shi Haotian thundered. Following the fall of the former garrison commander, Hua Yuan, the Marshal Saint Shi Haotian had assumed the role of Jiang City's new garrison commander. The Guardian officials are categorized into two distinct ranks. The lower rank consists of provincial Guardian officials, who command the provincial Guardian legions to ensure the tranquility of their respective provinces. The higher rank is held by the Huaxia Guardian official, who presides over the imperial capital, safeguarding the entirety of Huaxia. The only 8th-tier martial emperor in Huaxia is none other than the Huaxia Guardian official. All troops, follow me into battle to quell the beast tide from the Beast Ranch, Shi Haotian bellowed. Clad in heavy armor weighing a myriad of pounds and wielding a formidable war spear as he charged towards the Beast Ranch. The Provincial Guardian Legion of Linjiang Province is stationed in the provincial capital, Jiangxing, conveniently located near the Beast Ranch, and they marched with great haste. Within less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the Beast Ranch as a formidable force. Shi Haotian spoke solemnly. I have heard that there is a 6th-tier Beast Emperor in the Beast Ranch. If you encounter it later, just flee. Leave the Beast Emperor to me. Yes, my Lord Guardian. The Guardians replied in unison. Shi Haotian's voice echoed like thunder. Follow me into battle, boom. Hundreds of Guardians, disciplined and orderly, surged into the Beast Ranch, prepared to suppress the beast tide. Shi Haotian wore a grim expression as he led the Guardian Legion to the so-called epicenter of the beast tide, only to be left in utter disbelief. What the hell? Where are the beasts that were supposed to be here? Why is there not a single one left? Why is everything lying on the ground? His gaze swept over the scene, and the only figure still standing amidst the chaos was a young boy, covered in bruises, with flowing black hair, propping himself up with a sword. Why, Lord Guardian? This. Shi Haotian raised a hand to silence his subordinate. He stepped steadily towards the boy, who, sensing an approach, swiftly swung his red parasol sword. Buzz! The sharp sword energy was terrifyingly fierce. Had it not been for Shi Haotian's profound cultivation and extensive battlefield experience, he might have been directly slain by that astonishingly swift strike. It was only then that Shi Haotian realized the boy had lost consciousness and was merely standing there through muscle memory, preventing a 4th-tier beast king from passing him. Surrounding him were countless corpses, all felled by a single stroke of his sword. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Shi Haotian lamented. He gazed at the sea of corpses, and even he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The ground was strewn with the remains of 4th-tier beast kings, the weakest among them being 3rd-tier. Among them were even pinnacle 4th-tier and half-step 5th-tier beast kings. It was unimaginable that a mere boy could achieve this. This is a solitary guardian of a city. The guardian lieutenant stammered in disbelief. What is impossible? Huaxia is replete with talent, and countless gifted youths emerge. The rise of such a young supreme being is a testament to the flourishing of Huaxia. Shi Haotian's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Yet, as he looked at the boy, covered in bruises, his eyes reflected more concern. Take him back to the affiliated hospital of the Guardian Legion and have the finest healers treat him. Yes, my Lord Guardian. Several officers immediately escorted Jiang Yin away. Shi Haotian's gaze turned sharp as he looked deep into the Beast Ranch. Beast Emperor, today shall mark your end. Chapter 80. Breaking through to the 3rd tier. A new SSS class ability. At the affiliated hospital of the Jiangxing Guardian Legion, the boy with hair like a waterfall slowly opened his eyes on the pristine hospital bed. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings in confusion, only to hear a chorus of excited voices. He is awake. He is really awake. Let us go take a look. Jiang Yin was still in a daze when several pure-looking nurses surrounded him, regarding him with curious expressions. What kind of gaze is this? They wouldn't he suddenly say, You're awake. You've turned into a girl. If that were the case, he might as well be dead. You reawake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? A sweet-voiced nurse asked. Jiang Yan's mind rebooted as he realized he had been taken to the hospital. He was no longer in grave danger. Jiang Yan attempted to sit up, and several nurses hurried to assist him. The nurses looked at Jiang Yan with admiration and reverence. Your deeds have spread throughout our hospital. Single-handedly resolving the beast tide is truly unbelievable. Handsome, can I have your autograph? Facing the throng of nurses, Jiang Yin could only smile wryly. I believe I still need to rest. May I have some time alone? Not all right, then please rest well. A group of nurses Their faces tinged with embarrassment, gradually exited, leaving the room in tranquility. Jiang Yin sat on the hospital bed, his mind gradually clearing. I can break through now. He could feel the surging tide of spiritual energy within him. Wholly uncontrollable, nearly bursting his physical form. Second tier, hundredfold. He had extinguished the beast tide alone, slaying over 1,000 beast kings, completely exhausting himself to surpass his limits, successfully attaining the second tier, hundredfold. The third level of the Undying Tao scripture also showed signs of loosening. Jiang Yin was elated. Breaking through to hundredfold, combined with the third level of the Undying Tao scripture, would greatly enhance his power. Not only would he be invincible within the same tier, but even fourth-tier opponents would not stand a chance against him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin began to slowly operate the primordial breathing technique. In an instant, the spiritual sea within him solidified, and he was enveloped by a tidal wave of spiritual energy. With hundreds of streams of light swirling around him, at the center of his spiritual sea, towering beams of light emerged. The golden whirlpool within Jiang Yin did not burn with black flames, but crackled with black electric sparks. Gradually, the crackling black electric sparks coalesced into groups, transforming into black currents. The black currents coursed through Jiang Yin's limbs and bones. Boom. At that moment in Jiangsheng, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Fierce winds howled and thunder rumbled. Boom. The thunderous clamor, accompanied by a torrential downpour, struck with such force that it was awe-inspiring. This was Black Thunder. Having returned to the Guardian Legion, Shi Haoyan looked up in astonishment. This is an anomaly of heaven and earth triggered by an S-class ability. Jiangsheng has birthed another SSS-class Divine Gifted, my Lord Guardian. It seems the origin of this anomaly is in our Guardian Legion's affiliated hospital, a subordinate remarked in amazement. Let us go, quickly check it out. Shi Haoyan, eager to nurture talent, was overjoyed. First, he discovered the young Supreme Jiang Yin, and now another SSS-class Divine Gifted was emerging. This marked the flourishing of Jiangsheng, the prosperity of Huaxia. More importantly, it signified the resurgence of humanity. Unable to contain his excitement, Shi Haoyan laughed heartily, his speed remarkable as he leapt forth like a missile towards the affiliated hospital of the Guardian Legion. Upon seeing him, the hospital receptionist respectfully called out, "My Lord Guardian, quickly tell me, which room is this anomaly originating from?" Shi Haoyan urgently inquired. The receptionist nurse blinked in bewilderment, answering, "My Lord Guardian, you should already know. The one who triggered this anomaly is the heavily injured young man you ordered us to bring in." "What did you say?" Shi Haoyan exclaimed in shock. The earth-shattering anomaly was actually instigated by Jiang Yin, but this was clearly an occurrence that only an awakened SSS-class Divine Gift would evoke. How could it happen with Jiang Yin? There was only one possibility. Jiang Yin had awakened a new SSS-class Divine Gift. Just the thought of this sent shivers down Shi Haoyan's spine. What on earth am I thinking? How could this be possible? He had already reviewed Jiang Yin's dossier and learned that he was a dual Divine Gifted. The awakened Divine Gifts were the SSS-class 10 Directions Ghost Command and the E-class Red Paper Umbrella. When he saw the note about Jiang Yin being a dual Divine Gifted, he was filled with excitement. The first Divine Gift is SSS, and the second Divine Gift is at least SS. Right? He eagerly checked, only to find that Jiang Yin's second Divine Gift was somewhat underwhelming, merely E-class. Throughout history, dual Divine Gifted individuals have been as rare as phoenix feathers, and there has never been any mention of a triple Divine Gifted. Shi Haoyan's expression grew grave. He arrived at Jiang Yin's recovery room, sensing the overwhelming waves of spiritual energy within he breaking through. Is he awakening a new Divine Gift at the same time? This is utterly preposterous. Shi Haoyan was left in awe. He made a resolute decision to take Jiang Yin as his disciple, determined to keep this extraordinary prodigy within the Guardian Legion. Meanwhile, within the recovery room, Jiang Yin remained oblivious to the terrifying anomaly he had triggered. As he broke through to the third tier, he awakened a new ability, just as he had upon breaking through to the second tier. These abilities were imprinted within his bloodline and would naturally awaken under certain conditions. The ability awakened during his second-tier breakthrough was the Eternal Black Flame. If graded, it would undoubtedly be classified as SSS. Now that he had ascended to the third tier, he had awakened a new ability, the Nine Nether Een Thunder. This, too, was an SSS-class ability. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, a flash of black lightning coursing through his crimson gaze. This black lightning emanated from the Nine Netherworld. Designed to obliterate souls, a single strike of Yin thunder would instantly shatter the soul. Crack, crack. Jiang Yan's face contorted in agony as he endured immense pain. His meridians began to rupture, only to reconstitute and elevate to their utmost potential. This was the third level of the undying Tao scripture, muscle refinement. While Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating rebirth of his meridians, he simultaneously savored the exquisite pleasure of transcending the second tier. Hundredfold. The pain was exquisite. It was akin to experiencing two extremes. Boom. A beam of heavenly light erupted from Jiang Yan, soaring into the clouds. In an instant, it dispersed the dark clouds, restoring Jiangxing to a state of clarity. This colossal beam of light cleaved through the heavens as if piercing into another world. Jiang Yan's flesh was gradually obliterated by this beam of light, and his spiritual sea instantaneously withered. In that moment, Jiang Yan experienced a brush with death. Slowly, he reopened his eyes, the black lightning fully solidified. Jiang Yan wielded the black lightning to resist the overwhelming beam of light. Boom, boom, boom. With a roar, Jiang Yan surged skyward, forcefully shattering the beam of light. He stood unclad, encircled by black lightning and black flames, coalescing into a suit of black gold battle armor. Jiang Yan's ink-black hair billowed in the wind. His garments fluttering as if moved by an unseen force, he stood poised above the heavens, gazing down upon all living beings. Chapter 81. Spiritual energy overflow, frantic slaughter, boom. Jiang Yan crashed to the ground. The earth trembling beneath him, creating a colossal pit as tendrils of black thunder spread forth. He clenched his fist, an inexhaustible power seething within his palm. Third tier, Yin thunder, muscle training. A cold smile played at the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. In this moment, he was capable of anything. It felt as if a black hole resided within him, brimming with boundless energy. Jiang Yan moved with unparalleled speed, transforming into a streak of black lightning, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, instantly covering 100 miles. This place was not Jiang City. It was an empty city ravaged by alien beasts. Zzzzzzz, fresh from his breakthrough, spiritual energy surged forth uncontrollably, enveloping him in black thunder. Testing his current combat prowess, Jiang Yan's lips curled upward. His gaze swept the surroundings, swiftly locking onto a fourth-tier Beast King. Jiang Yan made his move, darting past the fourth-tier Beast King like a flash of black lightning. Boom! The Beast King had not even registered the threat before being obliterated by the black thunder, exploding into a mist of blood. Roar. Jiang Yan's actions incited the fury of a fifth-tier Beast King. Human, you have crossed the line. Jiang Yan turned his back to the fifth-tier Beast King, a smirk gracing his lips. Crossed the line? If memory serves, this place was once known as Nanjiang, part of Jiang City's domain. The once thriving city now lies in ruins, and you dare accuse me of crossing boundaries? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes as a surge of black lightning crackled. It seems you are courting death. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, a bolt of black lightning erupted, racing towards the fifth-tier Beast King in an instant. Boom. A thunderstorm erupted, forcing the fifth-tier Beast King to activate its defenses. Before the Beast King could react, Jiang Yan had already appeared above it, raining down fists imbued with thunder, each strike carrying the weight of 10,000 tons. Boom, boom, boom. The fifth-tier Beast King had never encountered such a maniac who attacked without provocation. Jiang Yan's relentless onslaught pushed the Beast King into a retreat, its face contorted in despair. Human, you seek death? Roar. A beam capable of obliterating a small city erupted from the Beast King's mouth. Jiang Yan's eyes shone with murderous intent. He did not retreat an inch. Instead, he drove his fist directly into the Beast King's mouth, interrupting its spellcasting. The fifth-tier Beast King flew for thousands of meters like a broken kite. Crack! The Beast King let out a wretched scream. Before it could land, Jiang Yan had already appeared above it, delivering a powerful kick from above. Bang! The sound barrier shattered. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. The fifth-tier Beast King was sent plummeting 100 meters into the ground. Dust and debris scattered, leaving only a solitary figure standing indifferently at the edge of the massive pit. Jiang Yan's gaze was devoid of warmth. Lips pressed tightly together, lost in thought, as the dust settled. A smile slowly crept across Jiang Yan's face. It began as a suppressed chuckle, soon blossoming into unabashed laughter. culminating in a raucous guffaw that nearly bent him to the ground. After the bout of laughter, Jiang Yin clenched his left fist, lightning-fast speed. He then tightened his right fist, a punch with the force of 100,000 tons. Jiang Yin's expression turned suddenly grave, and the nine nether-een thunder. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Jiang Yin erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Ah-ha-ha-ha! In my realm, I am invincible. I can slay even those of higher tiers. Fifth-tier beasts are no exception. Black thunder erupted around Jiang Yin, lifting him into the air, allowing him to do as he pleased. As long as the martial saints do not emerge, no one in this world can kill me. He raised his right hand to the sky, while his left pointed to the ground. In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme. The tip of his right finger coalesced with black lightning, a fierce light casting half his face in shadow, obscuring his expression. Die. Jiang Yan's right index finger fell downward. A bolt of black thunder surged from the heavens, striking down into the 100-meter deep pit where the fifth-tier Beast King lay embedded. Boom, boom, boom. The black thunder raged for a solid 10 minutes, ensuring no chance of survival for the fifth-tier Beast King before dissipating. Jiang Yin landed lazily, surveying the quivering third-tier and fourth-tier Beast Kings around him, coldly remarking, "Now, you may begin your escape. Just as you once ruthlessly slaughtered humans, I shall return the favor." There was no mercy in Jiang Yan's eyes. The sixth-tier Beast Emperor was pitifully scarce. As long as the Beast Emperor and martial saints did not appear, Jiang Yin could stride freely. Even if they did emerge, he could still escape. Annihilating the alien beasts was his foremost objective after gaining strength. He had witnessed the deaths of his parents at the hands of these beasts. In this desolate city, they had been consumed piece by piece. The 10-year-old Jiang Yin had watched helplessly as his parents were devoured alive. Carrying the sobbing Xiaoka on his back as they fled from Nanjing City to Jiang City. Now, with absolute power, he sought to reclaim this city, long reduced to a wasteland, from the clutches of alien beasts. The only sixth-tier Beast Emperor in Lijiang Province lay in ruins, having already been grievously injured by Shi Haoyan. This desolate city held no sixth-tier Beast Emperor, only a handful of fifth-tier Beast Kings at most. Jiang Yin was determined to eradicate every single alien beast in this empty city. Thunder Cage. The Een thunder encircled Jiang Yin as the epicenter, enveloping the entire ruined Nanjing City. Black thunder transformed into a colossal birdcage, its tendrils penetrating the earth, preventing a single bird from escaping. The time for reckoning had arrived. Madness glinted in Jiang Yan's eyes as he seized the moment of overflowing spiritual energy from his recent breakthrough to unleash a massacre. Buzz! Jiang Yin became a streak of black lightning, indiscriminately slaying the alien beasts. Wherever he passed, blood mist filled the air. The first and second-tier monsters fell before him, not even getting the chance to touch him. As the electric sparks surrounding Jiang Yin obliterated them, "Human, this ends here." A thunderous roar echoed. A 5-tiered dragon coiling above the mountains opened its eyes, coldly fixating on Jiang Yin. Roar. The ground quaked, mountains crumbled. The earth beneath Jiang Yan's feet suddenly collapsed as a 100-meter-long dragon turtle awakened, its every move sending tremors through the land. It had been far too long since it had tasted blood, allowing these lowly creatures to develop thoughts of rebellion against us. The sky was shrouded by massive wings as a blazing phoenix descendant circled above. In the desolate Nanjing City, 3 fifth-tier Beast Kings revealed themselves in succession. Jiang Yin felt no fear. He intended to seize this moment of overflowing spiritual energy to annihilate all these Beast Kings. This was fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Having just broken through to the 3rd tier, he was at his peak. In a few hours, the state of overflowing spiritual energy would dissipate, and at that time, even battling 2 fifth-tier Beast Kings would be a challenge. Thus, he could only take advantage of this state to eliminate as many 5th-tier Beast Kings as possible. Today shall be your day of reckoning. Jiang Yan's eyes shone with madness. Chapter 82. The Recognition of the Guardian Commander, Arrogant Child. Speaking without restraint, the massive dragon turtle emitted a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the dilapidated empty city. Its every movement caused the earth to tremble. Jiang Yin chuckled coldly, raising his hand to devour the remnants of the slain beast souls. He pulled out a white jade wine flask and drank heartily before the 3 fifth-tier Beast Kings. Ton, 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 ton. Jiang Yin drank with abandon, and the spiritual energy that was already bursting within him surged even more violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yin directly advanced 2 minor realms, reaching the 3rd tier, 3rd level. With a satisfied expression, Jiang Yin stowed away the white jade wine flask, stretching comfortably as he declared, "Awakened, it's time for the hunt." He reached out his right hand, and the Rakshasa scythe materialized. Jiang Yin transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly charging at the 100-meter-tall dragon turtle. Clang! As his scythe struck down, a muffled groan emanated from the gigantic creature. Its colossal shell buckled under the impact, seeking death. The dragon turtle's shell erupted with spikes, glowing with eerie runes. These strange runes coalesced into beams of light, attacking Jiang Yin from various angles. The dragon turtle, a 5th-tier beast king, wielded innate divine abilities, and these peculiar runes were its innate powers. Upon contact, they would turn to blood, black flame, Jiang Yin stated nonchalantly. Countless beams of runic light ignited as they neared Jiang Yin, instantly vanishing. In thunder, a black bolt of lightning appeared in Jiang Yin's hand, transforming into a divine spear capable of piercing through all, and was hurled forth. Whoosh! The dragon, soaring through the sky, shot forth a sword made of human heads, colliding with Jiang Yin's spear of Yin thunder, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Xinkei, this 3rd-tier human is somewhat peculiar. Let us strike together and encircle him to death. Surround me? You think you are worthy? Jiang Yin erupted in black thunder, moving at an incredible speed, leaving only an afterimage behind as he broke free. He became black lightning, piercing through Xinkei in an instant. Ayo! Xinkei let out a chilling cry. Its wings pierced, igniting in black flames. Bang! Before the dragon turtle could react, the Rakshasa scythe descended, sending it crashing back into the ground. Human! The dragon turtle roared. Shut your mouth, Jiang Yin retorted, appearing before the dragon turtle and delivering a powerful kick that tilted its head. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yin's mouth. Spirit collapse. His fist pressed against the dragon turtle's skull, and with a deafening crack, while the shell remained unscathed, the interior was left in ruins. Without its shell's defense, the dragon turtle was shattered by Jiang Yin's spirit collapse. In such a short span of time, Jiang Yin had slain 2 5th-tier beast kings. Fear flickered in the eyes of the dragon. Who are you? We have not encroached upon human territory recently. Why are you so ruthless? Faced with the interrogative gaze of the dragon, Jiang Yin could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Are you suggesting that only your ferocious beasts are permitted to encroach upon the territories of humankind, while we are forbidden to retaliate by invading your domains? The dragon was visibly shaken by Jiang Yin's icy tone. Indeed, it was a reality that while exotic beasts could invade human lands, humans could equally encroach upon the territories of these creatures. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that these beasts were innately 100 times stronger than humans. Throughout history, it was only the exotic beasts that had annihilated human tribes and cities. Never had there been an instance of humans proactively invading the territories of such beasts. Fear crept onto the dragon's countenance as it stammered. Human, you are but one individual. Yet this desolate city is home to over a dozen 5th-tier beast kings. If you do not wish. Before it could finish its sentence, a bolt of black lightning pierced through its heart, extinguishing its life force and rendering it unable to speak further. Why threaten me? I detest being coerced, Jiang Yin lamented with a shake of his head. After dispatching the 3 5th-tier beast kings, the state of overflowing spiritual energy that marked Jiang Yin's breakthrough gradually subsided. He sighed, realizing he should not have wasted time engaging in futile conversation with these beasts, which only squandered the fleeting moments of his heightened state. The overflowing state, a transient condition arising only during breakthroughs, enabled the practitioner to unleash combat prowess several times beyond their normal capacity. With the end of this state, Jiang Yin would require considerable effort to slay another 5th-tier beast king. Having consumed the remnants of the souls of the 3 5th-tier beast kings, Jiang Yin's level ascended directly to the 3rd tier, 5th stage. His rapid advancement was noteworthy, yet distinct from that of ordinary divinely endowed individuals. While other divine bestowers needed only 10 stages to break through, Jiang Yin required 100. With the overflowing state lifted, he returned to his usual demeanor and swiftly departed from the territory of South River, making his way back to Jiang City. Upon arriving in Jiang City, Jiang Yin found himself surrounded by a throng of people, including the vigilant commander, Shi Haoyan, whose face was etched with worry. This child. How could he venture into such a perilous place right after his breakthrough? Commander, the forces have assembled and are ready to enter the abandoned city of South River at any moment. Shi Haoyan nodded, determination etched on his features. Regardless, we must ensure that the boy returns unharmed. Follow me. Before he could finish, Jiang Yin appeared like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Yin regarded the crowd with a peculiar expression. Are you all preparing for an aggressive assault to reclaim South River City? Shi Haoyan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Young friend Jiang, are you unharmed? What could possibly happen to me? Jiang Yin replied with curiosity. But you just entered the domain of exotic beasts. I merely got a bit carried away after my breakthrough and casually dispatched a few fifth-tier beast kings. Jiang Yin stated nonchalantly. This revelation? Shock and disbelief washed over the faces of those present. What did it mean to have casually slain a few fifth-tier beast kings? Fifth-tier beast kings possessed the might to move mountains and fill seas. Just one could plunge an entire city into chaos or even obliterate it. Even knowing Jiang Yan's terrifying prowess, Shi Haoyan was still somewhat astounded, swallowing hard. If I am not mistaken, you should have advanced from the second tier to the third tier, correct? Indeed. What of it? Jiang Yan replied with calm assurance. The group of guardians stood dumbfounded. Third tier? He had just advanced from the second tier to the third tier and then casually killed several fifth-tier beast kings? Was this truly human? Shi Haoyan remained frozen for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. A true prodigy. An unparalleled prodigy indeed. He strode forward, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder with enthusiasm. Young man, would you care to join my garrison? I shall appoint you as the next commander of the Jiang garrison. Gasp. At Shi Haoyan's words, the surrounding guardians collectively inhaled sharply. To be directly appointed as the next commander of the Jiang garrison was a dream cherished by countless guardians. Commanding a vast province and safeguarding countless homes, however, unfazed by Shi Haoyan's fervent gaze, Jiang Yin remained indifferent. Not interested. If it were the commander of Huaxia, I might consider it. Chapter 83. A treasure of the army. The black gold battle armor, the commander of Huaxia, commanding all of Huaxia. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. He looked down on even the provincial commander, aspiring instead to become the commander of Huaxia. What audacity this young man possessed! Yet, instead of feeling displeased, Shi Haoyan's laughter grew even heartier. Excellent, excellent. I believe you will undoubtedly achieve the position of Huaxia commander. Shi Haoyan patted Jiang Yan's shoulder with vigor. Young man, the more I see you, the more I like you. Come back to the garrison with me. I have a treasure to bestow upon you. A treasure? At the mention of those two words, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. In that case, I shall graciously accept. A smile danced upon Jiang Yan's lips. Ha ha ha, let us go. Thus, Jiang Yan followed Shi Haoyan back to the garrison in the training grounds of the garrison. A tall and dashing young man wielded a dragon spear, single-handedly facing off against hundreds and sweeping through the ranks of the army. The dragon battles in the wild. The dragon spear in Long Yuan's hand radiated a crimson glow. Its terrifying sweep carrying immense force, instantly repelling dozens of armored guardians. Truly, Long Yuan is remarkable. At merely 22 years of age, he has already reached the fourth tier, third stage. It's only a matter of time before he garners the attention of the commander and swiftly ascends to the position of commander himself. Long Yuan, a prodigy from the Martial Emperor Academy, stood unrivaled among the younger generation of the Jiang City garrison. The guardians all marveled at Long Yuan's extraordinary talent, acknowledging him as unmatched. Just then, a panicked voice rang out, Brother Long, bad news." Long Yuan furrowed his brow and looked over. "What is the commotion?" The young man, who looked up to Long Yuan, hurriedly explained. "The commander has returned and he has brought a young man with him, intending to bestow upon him the army's treasure, the black gold battle armor." "What did you just say?" At these words, Long Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, blood rushing to his face. The black gold battle armor. It was one of the treasures of the Jiang City garrison, awarded only to those who had achieved remarkable feats. The fact that the commander himself was presenting this treasure to someone else could only mean one thing. He was preparing that young man to be the next commander. The thought sent shivers down Long Yuan's spine. His right hand gripped the dragon spear tightly, his eyes filled with rage. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." he roared, jealousy obliterating his rationality. Long Yuan, am the rightful next commander of the Jiang garrison. Ignoring the pleas of his companions, he charged into the hall of the garrison. Shi Haoyan, who was smiling as he presented the black gold battle armor to Jiang Yin, noticed the furious Long Yuan and felt a twinge of annoyance. Long Yuan, what do you think you are doing, Commander? I refuse to accept this. Long Yuan's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he glared at Jiang Yin, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Why should this little wretch, who is clearly not one of our garrison, be entitled to the army's treasure? Long Yuan had achieved numerous remarkable feats and earned substantial contribution points, yet could only exchange them for spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, this young man, who was not even part of the garrison, was being bestowed with the black gold battle armor. Treasures were categorized into 4 qualities, ranked from lowest to highest as magical treasures, spiritual treasures, treasures, and heavenly treasures. The white jade wine vessel Jiang Yin previously acquired was a high-quality spiritual treasure. The black gold battle armor being bestowed upon Jiang Yin was a low-quality treasure. Ranking higher than the white jade wine vessel, it was no wonder that Long Yuan was envious, his jealousy palpable. Long Yuan, while little Jiang may not be one of our garrison, his accomplishments are not something you can compare to with your mere slaying of a few 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Shi Haoyan remarked helplessly. But it is hard to fathom. The most gifted individual in our army, Long Yuan, can currently only slay a 4th-tier, first-stage beast king. Meanwhile, look at Jiang Yin, who is only at the 3rd tier and can kill a 4th-tier beast king as easily as crushing an ant. Truly, it is disheartening to see such disparity. Long Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yin. You, boy, dare to claim the black gold battle armor? If you have the guts, fight me, and I will break every limb of yours. Confronted with this inexplicable provocation, Jiang Yin shrugged and chose to ignore it entirely. Without even glancing at Long Yuan, he smiled at Shi Haoyan. Thank you for the generous gift, Commander. I shall graciously accept it. This was indeed a low-quality treasure, rarer than the white jade wine vessel, and Jiang Yin could hardly contain his eagerness to wear it and experience its power. However, seeing himself disregarded, Long Yuan was consumed by rage. You brat, you are seeking death. With his right hand gripping the spear, he moved with lightning speed, a fiery blaze swirling around its tip, transforming into a furious fire dragon that charged toward Jiang Yin in an instant. Jiang Yin, however, merely sidestepped slightly, his gaze remaining indifferent as he regarded Long Yuan, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. In the face of Long Yuan's astonishment, Jiang Yin lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Long Yuan bent over, hurtling through the air like a shrimp, crashing into a tall wall and crumpling like a folding screen. Shi Haoyan couldn't help but shake his head. Long Yuan, who often prided himself on being a prodigy, had become exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps this lesson from Jiang Yin would serve to remind him of the greater world beyond his own. Jiang Yin retracted his leg and cheerfully stored the black gold battle armor into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Commander, unless there are other matters, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, in the future. If you require any resources for cultivation, feel free to come to the garrison to seek me out. I will gladly provide. Shi Haoyan replied with a smile. Jiang Yin also wore a smile. Then I shall extend my thanks to the commander in advance. Kicking Long Yuan away had been as effortless as squashing an ant, and Jiang Yin paid it no heed. Having departed from the garrison, Jiang Yin returned home and summoned the black gold battle armor. With a mere thought, golden patterns emanated from the armor, as if it possessed a life of its own. Clang, clang, clang. The black gold battle armor instantaneously disassembled into myriad components, encircling Jiang Yin's figure while simultaneously adhering to him. Boom! Clad in the black gold battle armor, Jiang Yin's spiritual energy surged forth, propelling his realm from the 5th level of the 3rd stage to the 10th level of the 3rd stage in an instant. This black gold battle armor had remarkably enhanced Jiang Yin's combat prowess by 5 levels. What a treasure! Jiang Yin was utterly enamored. With the addition of the red paper umbrella alongside the black gold battle armor, his combat abilities soared to unprecedented heights. Buzz! The black gold battle armor disintegrated and returned to the 10 Directions Ghost Order. Jiang Yin stretched lazily and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. This period had indeed been exhausting for him, and he lost track of time in his sleep. Upon awakening, He glanced at the calendar and noted that the day of the National Martial Arts examination had arrived.